Chapter 1. Where am I, Ding? Successful transmigration. The protagonist, Su Chun, is utterly bewildered. He had just been bathing when a blinding light compelled him to shut his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Where exactly am I? Su Chun meticulously surveyed his surroundings, realizing he appeared to be in a remarkably beautiful cave. This place. Wasn't I just bathing? How did I end up here? At that moment, Su Chun was clad in nothing but a towel. Replying to the host, I bring you good news. You have transcended. Su Chun, perplexed, responded, Huh? Why is there a voice in my head? Replying to the host, I am the system, specifically the villain system. The system? Indeed. So, you're the one responsible for this? You whisked me away from my bath to this cave? Precisely. What purpose do you serve? Replying to the host, I am here to assist you in gaining extraordinary powers. Can you not simply return me to my previous location? That is not possible. What use are you then? I was enjoying a pleasant bath when you dragged me to this unfamiliar place. Host, I am also in a predicament. What does that have to do with me? It is of great significance. You are my mission to accomplish. Are you implying that I am merely your task? Indeed, so. I was brought here without cause simply to fulfill your mission. Astute. What must I do to return? I regret to inform you, host, that returning is not an option. What? Are you attempting to make me experience survival in the wild? Others at least have a camera. I am left with nothing but a towel. Please return me. Refusal. If you brought me here, could you at least have informed me? I am utterly exposed, and this is quite embarrassing. You are the only one feeling awkward. I am not. Su Chin wore an incredulous expression. Fine. Just tell me what I must do to return. Replying to the host, I am the villain system. You should comprehend this. So, I must become a villain? That is unacceptable. I am a good person. Then you shall not return. What kind of system are you? You call me host, yet I feel as though you are the true host. If you perceive it that way, it matters not. Ugh. Just tell me where I currently am. That should be manageable. Replying to the host, you are presently in the Douluo forest. Douluo forest? Huh. Su Chun was confused. He had heard of this place before. He had come across a video on short clips that mentioned the Douluo forest, but had dismissed it as childish. Are you suggesting that I am now in Douluo? Astute. Yet there is no reward. Su Chin's frustration mounted. Could you not have transported me to the human realm? Replying to the host, it was not my intention. It was deliberate. Deliberate? What do you mean? Additionally, host, I have some good news for you. Wait. Do not speak of good news. I'm not in the mood for it right now. You now find yourself deep within the starry forest. Su Chin exclaimed, What? Why did you only mention this now? Because you never inquired, came the reply. Cough, cough, cough. This is unacceptable. I have a heart condition. Perhaps I should just succumb now. You ought to find another host. Fear not. I can heal you. Don't. All I desire is to inherit my family's vast fortune. I have no intention of inexplicably wandering in this forest, playing the role of a caveman. Host, you are currently in Guyuna's chamber. Su Chan furrowed his brow in confusion. And who might Guyuna be? He is a dragon, not a mere wretch. Does that concern me? Wait, are you saying I am in his room? Indeed. Then why can't I see this dragon you speak of? Because he is right behind you. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Su Chan felt a tightening in his chest as he turned around, scanning the area behind him. He had never heard of a dragon in Douluo and had no knowledge of who Guyuna was or whether he was dangerous. Upon seeing the figure behind him, Su Chin appeared utterly bewildered. System, are you deceiving me? This is just a little girl, and you told me she was a dragon? Host, do you not believe me? You can provoke her to find out. With uncertainty, Su Chin lowered his head and looked at Guyuna. Are you Guyuna? Guyuna, with her striking blue eyes, regarded the peculiar Su Chin before her. Who are you? Why are you in my room? I am Su Chin. And by the way, you are a dragon? Upon hearing Su Chin claim she was a dragon, Guyuna immediately became alert. Who exactly are you? Who am I? I'm simply a human. Impossible. How could a human know of my existence? You are sent by the divine realm. Aren't you? Divine? What is that? Humph. Pretending to be ignorant. Guyuna unleashed a luminous projectile towards Su Chin. He instinctively crouched down to evade it. Boom. As he witnessed the explosion behind him, Su Chin gaped in disbelief. The innocent-looking white-haired girl before him was capable of conjuring nuclear blasts. Hey, what is the meaning of this? I don't know any lunatics, and you hurling explosives at me for no reason is quite excessive. Guyuna ignored his protests and hurled another projectile. Su Chin was left speechless. Hey, I. Boom, boom, boom. After several explosions, Su Chin was left panting heavily. A madwoman, truly a madwoman. Host, is this entertaining? Entertaining? What the hell? And what is this Guyuna? What do you mean by divine? I don't know anything about it. It's Guyuna. She harbors a grudge against the divine realm. which is why she mistakenly believes you were sent by them to harm her. So, you brought me here without reason, and now I'm attacked without provocation, and I'm just supposed to accept this? Of course. Then what use are you to me? Just to watch this farce? Su Chan trembled as he gazed at Gu Yuna, who looked back at him with confusion, sensing no divine power emanating from him. You are not from the divine realm? Upon hearing Gu Yuna speak normally, Su Chan felt a sense of relief. I am certainly not. I do not know any lunatics, he retorted. Then how did you end up in my room? How should I know? You asked me, should I consult Baidu? And who is Baidu? Enough about Baidu. I am quite vexed at the moment. Quickly tell me, who exactly are you? I am simply a person. My name is Su Chan. You are still deceiving me. Su Chan exclaimed. How on earth am I deceiving you? I speak the truth, yet you refuse to believe me. If I were to lie, you would still doubt my words. What am I to say? Su Mo, feeling increasingly annoyed, thought this entire situation was utterly absurd. Then who are you truly? Gu Yuna asked, looking at Su Chan with confusion. I do not question me. I wish to be left alone from you. Foolish dragon. Left alone? Who is left alone? Left alone is my esteemed elder. Is that sufficient? Irritated, Su Chan searched for a place to sit, but suddenly, discomfort overwhelmed him, prompting him to spring up. Oh, damn it, it's all stones. Ouch, I've hit a sore spot. Su Chan grumbled to the system. System, do you have any clothing or anything? None. Then what purpose do you serve? Enlighten me. I am here to cheer you on. Su Chan retorted. Oh, indeed, this is how we play, is it? Certainly. I feel splendid right now. You feel splendid, do you? In that moment, Su Chan resolved to take a bold step. He approached Gu Yuna, completely unclothed. Gu Yuna stared at him, perplexed. Why did you come over? Did you not claim to despise my presence? Just in me, if you could launch another of those attacks, I would not evade. Gu Yuna looked at Su Chan with bewilderment. Are you out of your mind? I'm not. Come on, in me. My nerves are trembling within my head. That Su Chan sighed. Realizing that engaging with the system was futile, he had no choice but to compel it into action. System, since you enjoy watching a spectacle, I shall provide you one. Once I am finished, let's see how you fulfill your duties. The system remained silent. Su Chan closed his eyes, awaiting his demise. Gu Yuna, at a loss for words, also stood up. Since this human desired death, why not assist him? As she launched an attack, the light orb was about to strike Su Chan's face when suddenly, a barrier intercepted her assault. Gu Yuna widened her eyes in disbelief and, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of light orbs. But each one was thwarted by an invisible shield. That a smirk tugged at Su Chan's lips. He knew he had wagered correctly. This system would certainly not allow him to perish. System, it seems you are quite afraid of my demise. System, I have read a few novels and grasped certain principles regarding systems. Pray, tell me, what is your true purpose? To assist the host, you must become the antagonist, confronting the world's fated child. Are you referring to that individual with the surname Tang? That is one interpretation. Then how do I confront him? Others possess twin martial souls. Do you not have me? And then there is nothing further? Su Chan had grown weary of losing his temper. His heart was heavy. System, do you not have a novice gift package? Indeed, we do. Then why haven't you given it to me? You never inquired. Fine. Now bestow it upon me. Beg me. Su Chan began to suspect the system was sentient. How rather cheeky it was. All right. I beg you, I implore you. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the right to choose a martial spirit X2. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 100,000-year soul ring card. Congratulations, host. You have received an external soul bone, the spirit skull, which can alter appearance and conceal power. Congratulations, host. You have innate 30-level soul power. Su Chan was momentarily taken aback. Is this your novice gift package? Indeed. Cough, cough, cough. System, what exactly is this 100,000-year soul ring card? To answer the host, this card contains a 100,000-year soul ring. You merely need to crush it, and it will automatically absorb into your being. Of course, you may also allow others to absorb it. Well, my martial spirit, what are those two screens before me? To answer the host, simply activate the screen and make your selection, and you shall possess the martial spirit of your choosing. Curious, Su Chan opened one of the screens, revealing a plethora of options, only to widen his eyes in astonishment. He even spotted sanitary pads. Hey, system, what is this? Why are there items like toilet paper and sanitary pads? To answer the host, these are products from your world. Then why not conjure a nuclear bomb martial spirit? Because it would disrupt the rules of this world. I fear it could not bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Su Chan fell silent, only to discover that he could select anything from Earth, including anime and games. Intrigued, he clicked into an anime. Emperor of the Abyss. What is this? Is it formidable? Su Chan examined the character's backstory and, in an instant, rubbed his eyes. How tragic. In the end, he was all alone, ruling over eternity. How pitiful. System. To answer the host, do you wish to select this martial spirit? Is this character powerful? To answer the host, one might say he is extraordinarily powerful, but should you strike, it would mean the conclusion of Douluo. Su-chun. System. What do you mean by that? Why would Douluo come to an immediate conclusion? Because the planet was destroyed, do you not perceive that as a conclusion? What? Is this being truly that formidable? Indeed, others traverse the rivers of time, able to annihilate thousands of universes with a mere hand, suppressing all existence. Su-chan stroked his chin. System, are you truly capable of producing a martial spirit of such caliber? Cough, cough, cough. You overestimate me. This only possesses 30% of its true power. How could it possibly be a real person? What? 30% of its power can casually obliterate Douluo star? Su-chan nearly fainted. He had not anticipated the Emperor of the Abyss to be so formidable, though he had yet to make a choice. To answer the host, you may consider it thus. If you select him, you shall be invincible. I choose him. What use are these soul rings to me? Are they his soul abilities? What soul abilities? You have chosen him. These soul rings are merely for show. What attacks does he possess? Is it just the basic attack? Rest assured, by selecting him, all his methods of attack will be ingrained in your mind. System, why do I feel like you secretly wish for me to choose this Emperor of the Wild Heavens? Caught red-handed. I simply find it tedious to assign you tasks. All right, I'll consider it. Su-chan initially intended to select the Emperor of the Wild Heavens spirit, but the system's recent antics left him with a lingering sense of defiance. Guyana looked at Su-chan curiously as he spoke to the air. You're Su-chan, right? Should I continue my attacks? Su-chan waved his hand dismissively. For now, no need to attack. Little girl, go play. I have no interest in Lolis. Guyana felt a tinge of annoyance at his words, but still found a spot to sit and daydream. Chapter 2. I am the Emperor, suppressing all. Host, please make your choice promptly. Ugh, how bothersome. What if I don't want to choose? I think this sanitary napkin is quite nice. So, what do you truly desire? I want to return home and inherit a vast fortune. Apologies, host, that is not feasible. Then how did you bring me here? Because I only have enough energy for one instance of crossing over, and it has already been expended. You need to complete tasks to regain energy. Upon hearing this, Su-chan's forehead twitched in frustration. Why didn't you mention that? You never asked. I'm losing my mind. I am truly on the brink of collapse. Fear not. Host life will pass swiftly. Just hold on a little longer. Heh, you really know how to offer comfort. Su-chan was at a loss for words. No wonder this system had been so reluctant to let him return home. Might lacked energy. Wait, you keep insisting I choose this Emperor of the Wild Heavens while claiming it's too much trouble to give me tasks. This confuses me. I will still assign you tasks, rest assured. I will inform you when the time comes. Su-chan, perplexed, glanced at the screen and decisively tapped it. In an instant, a beam of golden light enveloped him. Upon my return, I shall show you the brilliance of the world. In that moment, Su-chan stood tall, snowflakes cascading upon his hair, transforming it to a pristine white. His previously frail physique now revealed well-defined muscles. Su-chan felt an inexhaustible power coursing through him, boundless and truly limitless. Congratulations, host. You have acquired your first martial soul, the Emperor of the Wild Heavens. In an instant, a wave of unfamiliar knowledge surged into his mind. What is all this? This is astonishing. Host, those represent all the attack methods of the Emperor of the Wild Heavens. I know I just want to exclaim, wow. I quite enjoy your naivete, host. Do I need to choose another? Indeed, Su-chan meticulously examined the second screen and suddenly noticed something appealing. System, if I choose these women, can I summon them? I no longer desire this martial soul. Is that possible? That is not permissible, host. What use are you then? The system remained silent. Su-chan continued to scrutinize the images, his gaze unwavering. Wow, this one's quite good. Oh, this one is also appealing. This physique is splendid. This serpent is intriguing, but it'll pass on the little girl, not to my taste. Host, could you please make your selection more swiftly? I am indeed making my choice. Are you participating in a beauty contest? Who says so? I'm a person of virtue. I cannot engage in such sordid affairs. Just look at the drool you've let slip. Su-chan replied. That merely indicates I have an abundance of saliva. Enough already. Please do not disturb me. You may take your leave. The system sighed in exasperation. Su-chan resumed his examination of the beauties displayed on the screen. 3 hours later. Host, it has been 3 hours. Could you hasten your selection? Leave me be. This is my martial soul. I must choose with utmost care. One only lives once. However, dear system, the choice you made was rather outdated, was it not? Patience is essential in life. And the same applies to system development. Suchin quickly spotted an image on the screen. System, why is there another picture of a planet? That was just something I added out of boredom. Can you please select quickly? System, what do these 4 swords look like? Suchin observed an image titled The 4 Swords of Zhu Xian. It was nothing of significance. Merely a pirated copy. Upon hearing this, Suchin did not ponder for long and continued to make his choice. Yitiandi? Suchin gazed at the image before him, finding it somewhat lacking in handsomeness compared to his own, yet it exuded an air of aloofness. System? Is this Yitiandi formidable? Goodness, host. Aren't you aware that this is from your own world? Do you truly know nothing at all? I do know, he replied. Then why do you ask me? I am aware that he is a male. Spare me the trivialities and hasten to introduce him. Essentially, he is a character as powerful as the Emperor of Desolation. The system responded impatiently. Oh, then please provide a more thorough introduction. Host, do not push your luck. I must inform you. Selecting a martial soul has taken quite some time. If you wish to choose, then choose. If not, then do not. Then what use are you to me? Begone. If you do not want me, I have no desire for you either. Were it not for my performance metrics, I would hardly bother with you, this indecisive host. Suchin shook his head as he exited the image of Yitiandi. He continued his search and suddenly stumbled upon an anime he recognized, Dopa. He recalled that he had once intended to sign a contract with the Dopa production team. Upon reviewing the online comments, he discovered they were quite favorable. Intrigued, he clicked to explore further and found that it truly was impressive, particularly in terms of its special effects. Suchin made a resolute decision, choosing to embody the character Hai Buodong from Dopa. Without hesitation, he embraced this role, and his enthusiasm was palpable. He particularly admired this character in the theatrical version, where the 5 dragons truly captivated him. Host, are you out of your mind? Wouldn't it be better to choose the Flame Emperor? I shall select as I please. It is of no concern to you. Sigh, host, you are leading me astray. Why do you look as if you're on the brink of death? I already possess the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, which signifies my invincibility. Am I not entitled to choose a character that exudes flair? All right, you make a valid point. Quickly equip the novice gift package. Understood. I am in the process of doing so. This skull goes on the head, correct? System, have you not seen Douluo? How could you not know this? I have indeed seen it, but only for a fleeting second in a short video. At home. My parents constantly urge me to memorize corporate information. How could I possibly retain the plot? Then why do you remember Dopa? Because I distinctly recall this scene, where the character unleashed 5 dragons. Good grief. All right, I will assist you with the equipment. Do not move. Oh. The system mused that had it known the host was such a person, it would never have chosen a host like Suchin, who appeared utterly foolish. Ugh. My back itches. Did I not instruct you to remain still? I am merely scratching an itch. Is that not permissible? Very well, it is permissible. After enduring numerous trials, the system finally managed to equip Suchin with the skull. Guyuna approached with curiosity. Is that a soul bone? Where did you acquire it? I did not see a soul guide device on you. Oh, it simply fell from the sky. Suchin kept his distance from Guyuna, apprehensive that this dragon might be a troublesome one. Oh, it seems the system has detected something, and he suddenly displayed a mischievous grin. Suchin produced a card representing a 100,000-year soul ring. In an instant, he crushed it, and the fragments of the card transformed into radiant light, gradually enveloping his feet. Soon, a crimson soul ring materialized beneath him. Suchin addressed the system communication channel within his mind, inquiring, System, I have completed everything. Is it time to address the issue concerning the Tang surname? Host, do not be hasty. We must proceed methodically. Allow me to assign you a novice task. Oh? What task? Speak, and I assure you I shall fulfill it. Ding. Please encounter Guyuena. Reward, a pack of spicy strips. Failure will result in a 5-centimeter reduction. Suchin doubted his hearing. Wait, what did you say? I said to make love to Guyuna, or else, well, you understand. Your manly dignity will be at stake. What the hell? System, what kind of absurd task have you assigned? I could possibly accept a mission involving a mature woman. But you want me to engage with a dragon, and worse still, a little girl. I understand now, host. You have chosen poorly, haven't you? Very well. I shall reduce your height by 5 centimeters. Are you serious? Do you possess no sense of humanity? I lack humanity. I am merely a system. What? System? Are you doing this on purpose? Suchin harbored grave suspicions that the system was deliberately targeting him. The crux of the matter lay in the ludicrous reward for completing tasks, a mere packet of spicy snacks. Why not offer a premium brand instead? What made it all the more disheartening was that this was his first endeavor. He had intended it as a gift for the person he would cherish most in the future. The system responded, "I acted with intent." Yet what can you possibly do about it? Upon hearing this response, Suchin erupted with exclamations, "Are you out of your mind? If you're ill, seek treatment. I am not a veterinarian. Can you not act a little more reasonably? Look at how other systems treat their hosts. Observe your own behavior, constantly opposing the host. Am I not acting in your best interest? Gyuna is renowned for her beauty in Douluo. She is the dream of countless men. My intentions are for your benefit, after all." With a sardonic tone, he continued, "Thank you very much, but this little girl does not harbor any affection for me. I am a civilized person. I cannot engage in such unlawful acts." The system replied, "I will assist you in resolving all your issues. Just rise to the occasion and take action." Suchin retorted, "Assist me? Are you suggesting you would drug her? What a farce. Others have the prowess of a dragon, while your offerings are utterly useless. Host, look behind you." Suchin turned his head in bewilderment, and suddenly his breath caught in his throat. He discovered that the little girl before him was completely unclothed, her face flushed as she gazed at him. It was utterly bewildering. "System, what on earth have you done? Why has this dragon suddenly transformed like this?" Responding to the host, "I administered a special potion. Rest assured, if she does not engage in the union of yin and yang with you, she will perish." Upon hearing this, Suchin widened his eyes in astonishment. "What on earth? System, how could you commit such an act? Do you possess any sense of morality? That individual is merely an innocent little girl. And what does it have to do with me?" "Indeed, it has nothing to do with you," the system replied. "But as I am assisting the host, I administered the special effects drug, hence it is naturally connected to you as well." Suchin wished he could slap himself. Ding. All of the host's powers have been sealed. In an instant, all strength vanished from Suchin's body. "System, what on earth are you doing?" "Oh, nothing. Just afraid you might escape." Suchin swallowed hard and stepped back repeatedly. He glanced at the looming figure of Gyuna, whose two claw-like hands reached out towards him, her eyes sparkling with an unsettling gleam. "Ahem, dragon sister, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Suchin immediately dashed towards the cave entrance, only to be abruptly obstructed by a barrier. Suchin was taken aback. "Is this the work of the system? Hurry and let me out. System malfunction." "What?" Suchin felt as if a myriad of ants were scuttling within his heart. He turned to glance at Gyuna and said, "Dragon sister, let me tell you, material devoid of emotion is merely a pile of loose sand. Thus, coercion is fundamentally erroneous." However, Gyuna seemed to pay him no heed, and in an instant, she appeared before Suchin, lunging towards him. Suchin was taken aback. "Sister Long, please, no." "Sister Long." 2 hours later, Gyuna stirred awake. Upon surveying the scene, he was utterly bewildered. He glanced at himself, then at Suchin lying beside him, and in an instant, a surge of fury welled within him. "You scoundrel!" With a sharp clap, he reacted. Suchin lay upon the stone, appearing as if on the brink of death. "Are you aware of the tribulations he has faced? With his mortal form, he has engaged in fierce combat with a dragon more than 20 times, teetering on the edge of demise." He sensed that Gyuna had awakened. Yet he remained still, consumed by a desire for death. The irony lies in the fact that it was Gyuna who had grown stronger, making it seem as though he had surpassed her in power. Suchin increasingly felt aggrieved. "Host, are you enjoying yourself?" With a mischievous smile, upon hearing the voice, Suchin abruptly sat up, pointing at the sky while cursing vehemently, "Damn you, system. Let me make it clear, from this day forth, I hold a grudge against you. This is outrageous." "Oh, very well, your strength has been restored." Gyuna, seated beside Suchin, glared at him in indignation. "Human, what on earth have you done?" Suchin turned his head in astonishment to gaze at Gyuna. "What have I done?" he exclaimed. "How could you have the audacity? It is you who has wronged me, yet you accuse me instead. Is that not the case?" Gyuna, upon hearing these words, appeared utterly bewildered. "What have I done to you?" Suchin nearly spat blood upon hearing those words. Suchin recounted the entire series of events to Gyuna, detailing every action and posture. Upon hearing this, Gyuna's face flushed crimson. "How could I possibly engage in such behavior? It is unimaginable that I would do such a thing. I must inform you, this is indeed my first experience with such matters. Well, I cannot be held accountable. I shall take my leave now. You may handle it as you wish. This time, I shall grant you my forgiveness." Upon finishing his words, Suchin took flight, his form unadorned, utilizing the wild emperor martial soul. "Halt! Mortal, you must take responsibility for the actions you have inflicted upon me." Upon hearing this, Suchin expressed his disdain, showing little interest in Gyuna's words. Ding. All of the host's powers had been sealed. Su Chen was taken aback. He lowered his head to observe below, only to find himself plummeting in an instant. Ah, system. Damn it. Gu Yuna looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. Just moments ago, this human had soared into the air, so why had he fallen? Nevertheless, she swiftly darted forward and caught Su Chen. Su Chen glanced around, feeling himself and realizing he was unscathed, which brought him a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. He discovered that it was Gu Yuna who had caught him, and the position they were in. Goodness, what on earth was this princess carry? Gu Yuna gazed at Su Chen with a smile, saying, "You are Su Chen, aren't you? Rest assured, I mean you no harm." Su Chen, however, was far too preoccupied with his own frustrations, having cursed the system 1,000 times over. Misunderstandings, mere misunderstandings. Ah, what a lovely day it is. Do not divert the conversation, she retorted. Let me tell you, after what you did to me, from today on, you shall be my husband. What? No, no, no. I absolutely refuse. I am only 21. This notion of marriage is far too premature. Look at you. So young, following me would only bring you misfortune, wouldn't it? I currently possess not even a single piece of clothing. I am utterly destitute. I am over 10,000 years old. Oh, you see, you are merely over 10,000? What? You have lived for over 10,000 years? Have you feasted on the fruit of immortality? How have you endured for so long? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna became displeased, tossing her hand dismissively before vanishing back to her own abode. Chapter 3. You must take responsibility for me. Su Chen now desires to run. Yet the dog system has constrained his abilities. Alas, it truly is a predicament. Nevertheless, he resolves to take it one step at a time. Su Chen returned to Gu Yuna's residence. He glanced around and noticed Gu Yuna lost in thought. Curiosity piqued, he approached her and inquired, "What are you daydreaming about?" Upon seeing Su Chen approach, Gu Yuna rolled her eyes and replied, "It's nothing, just pondering some matters." "What matters?" He pressed. "Feel free to share them with me." Gu Yuna looked at Su Chen with intrigue. "Can you assist me in dealing with those individuals?" Su Chen appeared bewildered. "Whom do you wish for me to confront?" "Gods. Are those deities truly formidable?" "Indeed, they possess great power. My current injuries are a testament to their might. But where are your wounds? I fail to see them." Su Chen glanced at Gu Yuna, noticing the veins on her forehead throbbing. Of course, it was impossible for her to see. "Well, I am now your husband. And you cannot leave me at this moment?" "What? This is too hasty, isn't it?" "There is nothing hasty about it. I do not mind at all." "What do you care?" All right. Su Chen found himself in a state of helplessness, inexplicably becoming the husband of a dragon. "System. Can I confront the deities that Gu Yuna speaks of?" he inquired. "Rest assured, host, a mere finger could suffice to resolve the matter. In fact, even a mere glance would do. Is it truly that impressive?" "Certainly, Gu Yuna, I shall assist you in dealing with those gods." Gu Yuna gave Su Chen a dismissive glance. You are merely a human." "True, I do appear as a human, and indeed I am one. However, I am no ordinary human. For the gods you mention, a mere glance from me could bring about their demise." Gu Yuna fixed her gaze upon Su Chen. "Do you see whether I believe you? Could you perhaps don some clothing? Your current appearance makes me quite uncomfortable." Gu Yuna blushed and lowered her head as she spoke. Su Chen suddenly realized that he was devoid of any clothing. "Dog system, do you possess any garments?" "Surely. You cannot leave me entirely without attire." "Indeed, I do." "Then hasten to provide me with some. I implore you." "Fine. I beseech you, grant me clothing." Ding. The system wardrobe has been unlocked. Please make your selection, host. Su Chen glanced around and noticed a plethora of garments. "Oh, system, this ancient outfit is rather impressive. It exudes a commanding presence," he remarked. "Indeed, host, you possess a discerning eye. This is the eternal battle garb of the Emperor of the Wasteland." "Ah, it is indeed battle attire. No wonder it radiates such formidable energy." "And what about this white garment?" he inquired. "This piece is the leisure attire worn by the Emperor of the Wasteland in the Celestial Realm," the system responded. "Very well. I shall select these two, the battle armor for combat and the white attire for leisure." In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped Su Chen, and the white garment materialized upon him. His hair was tied in a ponytail, adorned at the back with a golden headpiece. Clothed in white, he donned golden white pauldrons and white boots. His facial features were striking, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of dominance and vitality. His hands accented with red ribbons. Gu Yuna, observing from the side, was left utterly astonished, her mouth agape. This outfit is quite nice. It feels rather comfortable," she commented. Suchin gazed at his new attire. How did you conjure these garments? Douluo inquired, looking utterly bewildered. Oh, I have my own methods. No need for so many questions, he replied. But they do seem quite lovely. Of course, your husband is renowned for his striking appearance. How vain, she teased. All right. Let's go. Take me to the divine realm you mentioned. I shall handle them. Isn't that a bit hasty? My wounds have yet to heal, and I cannot protect you. Who said anything about you protecting me? I will take care of it myself. Suchin communication system, restore my powers. And I shall assist Gu Yuna in dealing with those gods. Responding to the host, I advise against your involvement. Why? I am now Gu Yuna's husband. It is only natural for me to support her. Responding to the host, if you engage now, what will happen to the subsequent narrative? The narrative is of no concern to me. Expedite the restoration so I can resolve this matter swiftly. Very well, host, I can grant your request. But do consider that if you wish to return home afterward, you may encounter fewer tasks. Should you fail to return, do not hold me accountable. What do you mean by that? Su Chun was perplexed, as there would be tasks related to the gods in the future. Then why not assign me those tasks ahead of time? Responding to the host, that is beyond my control. Although I am a system, the tasks are assigned by my superiors. My role is merely to assist you. What good are you then? Host, do you not wish to experience another union? I would not mind. No. My back still aches. If it happens again, I truly might be done for. Suchin recalled the scene from earlier. Feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him. Once or twice was tolerable, but over 20 times was nearly too much to bear. He had come perilously close to losing everything. Very well, there are no tasks for you at the moment. You may take a respite. I shall remind you when a task arises. All right, he replied. Suchin returned and sat beside Douluo, saying, let us discuss this once your injury is healed. It would be inappropriate for me to intervene at this moment. All right, I shall heed your advice, she replied. Suchin suddenly realized that he had not eaten anything for quite some time. Although he did not feel particularly hungry, he thought it prudent to consume something. System, where are my spicy strips? Host, they are in the system's warehouse. You may retrieve them yourself. How remarkably advanced. Suchin opened the system's repository and gazed at the spicy strips before him, his expression darkening instantly. System, you wretched entity, come forth and face me. How dare you present me with this? Is this truly a pack of spicy strips? So diminutive in size? Although I have heard of the brand. Known as Spicy Prince, what is the meaning of presenting me with the smallest variant? I have sacrificed my first experience for this? Responding to the host, it is because your system, am impoverished. Begone. Alas, it is still better than having nothing at all. I never imagined that my first sacrifice would yield merely a pack of spicy strips. If my mother were to discover this, she would surely be furious. Suchin was once again haunted by the image of his father wielding a 7-card wolf against him. Trembling uncontrollably. Suchin, why are you shaking? Hee, it's nothing. The weather is just really cold. Oh, is that so? Yes. Then is it still cold? Gu Yuna embraced Suchin, who turned to her with a bewildered expression. How can you trust me so easily? We've only known each other for a short while. Well, I don't know, but you are my husband now, and I believe I should trust you. Suchin was momentarily touched. He embraced Gu Yuna and exclaimed, what a delightful young lady. Gu Yuna, taken aback, inquired, what does young lady mean? Suchin elucidated, it refers to someone of petite stature. She pondered for a moment and responded, I see, do you find me too small? Suchin quickly reassured her, not at all. I cherish your presence. Out of 10 young ladies, 9 are affluent, and 1 resides in a villa. I am delighted. Gu Yuna gazed at Suchin with a puzzled expression, sensing a disconnect in understanding. All right, you must be weary. Would you like to take a moment to rest? Suchin gently patted Gu Yuna on the back and said, well, I shall take my rest now. But you must not wander off. Gu Yuna reassured him, rest assured, I shall not stray far. I merely wish to take a stroll. Suchin regained his strength and ascended into the sky. He contemplated the need for money to procure some food. That pack of spicy strips was something he could scarcely bear to consume. Who knew how long he would remain in this place? Once eaten, it would be gone. In truth, the system had not informed Suchin that these items were indeed redeemable. Suchin surveyed the terrain, glancing around to discover an array of peculiar creatures. Each more bizarre than the last, none of which he recognized. Ah, it appears there is a rabbit over there. Excellent. Today, you shall be my target. The delicate-boned rabbit was engrossed in feasting upon the azure-silver grass, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Suchin descended from the heavens like a superhuman, landing on the ground with a force that caused the earth to crack several meters wide in an instant. Su Chen was taken aback. He had exerted no force. Merely a gentle touch, yet it still resulted in the disruption of the earth beneath him. He felt a profound sense of remorse. Stay still, rabbit. The delicate creature, startled by the noise Su Chen made upon landing, had already bolted, hopping away in fright. Don't run, rabbit. With a swift step, Su Chen unleashed the true dragon treasure technique, a skill that emerged from the memories of the awakened martial soul, inherited from the great emperor of the wilderness. Eager to test its formidable power, a magnificent array materialized behind him, revealing an immense golden dragon that surged forth to strike at the delicate bone rabbit. Su Chen pointed forward, exclaiming, "Go forth, Pikachu." No, it is truly the dragon treasure technique. A dragon followed closely behind Su Chen, and upon hearing his command, it lunged directly at the soft-boned rabbit. The rabbit, taken aback, stood frozen in fear, trembling uncontrollably. However, Su Chen's precious technique failed to strike the rabbit, veering off course. With a roll of its eyes, the rabbit collapsed, motionless on the ground. As Su Chen gaped at the true dragon treasure technique, he witnessed the moment the golden dragon descended to the ground. An explosion ensued, obliterating everything within a radius of several kilometers in an instant. He sighed, realizing that he would need to temper its power in the future. This technique was akin to a nuclear bomb, and even at its minimal potency, it still wrought such devastation. Upon landing, Su Chen noticed a fallen rabbit on the ground. With a perplexed expression, he picked it up for a closer inspection. How could this rabbit appear so peculiar? Is it edible? What if it is poisonous? Yet, it seemed the rabbit had perished from fright. Nevertheless, as his grandmother often said, one must not waste. Su Chen flew directly back to the entrance of Gu Yuna's cave. He tossed the rabbit aside and sought out some dry firewood. System, do you have any seasonings or similar items? Host, with your abilities, why not simply go to the humans to dine? Why must you complicate matters for yourself? I am a good person, all right? Enough with the chatter, bring it to me quickly. I know you must have it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired all seasonings from Earth, now stored in the warehouse. Exactly, that's the way. Su Chen retrieved the condiments from the warehouse and surveyed the array before him. Everything seemed to be in order. System, where is the lighter? He inquired. It is absent. With your abilities, you dare to ask me for a lighter? Depart. What purpose do you serve? Su Chen shook his head, disregarding the system. With a snap of his fingers, the dry wood on the ground ignited instantaneously. System, how can I cook without a pot? Hurry, bring me a pot. What do you mean what? Hurry up, stop dawdling. Alas, just like that, Su Chen obtained all the necessary utensils for cooking. Even an electric rice cooker was produced. Su Chen found it peculiar. Was the system foolish? How could one use an electric rice cooker without power? Su Chen expertly handled the rabbit's carcass, skillfully skinning it and performing all necessary tasks with remarkable efficiency. It seemed that the process was not particularly arduous. My mother often remarked that preparing chickens and fish was quite troublesome. Yet, this rabbit, being an animal as well, posed no significant challenge. Su Chen placed the rabbit upon the grill, generously sprinkling it with cumin and various spices. The finest ingredients are often prepared in the simplest of manners. Perfection is achieved effortlessly. He chuckled, finding the task rather straightforward, and decided to prepare a rabbit soup as well. Before long, Su Chen had everything ready. He settled into a chair, patting down his trousers, knowing he would need to wait a bit longer. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Reaching Gu Yuna in her cave, curiosity piqued, she ventured outside. What are you doing? She inquired. I'm cooking, he replied. You've arrived just in time. This is my first attempt at cooking, and you are in for a treat. Cooking? Is it for eating? Indeed, indeed. Come, sit here and wait. All right. At that moment, a cold sweat broke out on Tian as he returned to his lair. The image of Su Chen attacking the rabbit was still vivid in his mind. Initially, upon noticing a human intruding into his territory, he had intended to drive them away. However, upon witnessing Su Chen's prowess in the attack, he was left utterly dumbfounded and fled hastily. Damn it! Why is that human so formidable? Could he be from the divine realm? This cannot stand. I must inform the big sister, otherwise, she may be in peril. Su Chen reclined upon Gu Yuna's lap and inquired, My dear wife, are you not feeling bored here? She replied, Not at all. I find it quite pleasant. This place is indeed suitable for my recovery. He then asked, Where are you injured? And why would a deity wish to harm you? Su Chen was equally perplexed, prompting Gu Yuna to recount to him all the events that transpired in the divine realm. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a surge of displeasure. How utterly hypocritical. So, have you been here all alone? Not at all. Within this forest, There exist other spirit beasts, such as my subordinate, the divine beast Emperor Tian, who is tasked with overseeing this region. Why haven't I seen him? Because I instructed him to venture out and investigate the situation on the human side. Rest assured, you are my wife, and I shall ensure your safety. No one can harm you. At that moment, Emperor Tian transformed into a human form, tall and imposing, clad in black attire, with his muscles prominently displayed. Boss, something is amiss. The deity is here. As Emperor Tian was about to convey his message to Gu Yuna, he suddenly recognized a familiar face, causing him to stutter while pointing at Su Chun. Gu Yuna, wearing an unhappy expression, glared at Emperor Tian. What do you mean something is wrong? Boss, quickly distance yourself from that deity. He has been sent by the divine realm to deal with us, Emperor Tian said anxiously, casting a worried glance at Su Chun. Su Chun and Gu Yuna were both utterly bewildered. Tian, what are you babbling about? He is my husband. How could he possibly be sent by the divine realm? Hey, old man, what nonsense are you spouting? I've been with my wife the entire time. How could he be from the heavens? Chapter 4. In astonishment to all, once the rabbit was roasted to perfection, Su Chun tore off a leg and offered it to Gu Yuna. System, I inquire about my current strength. I am uncertain of its status. You neither allow me to confront the Son of Destiny nor permit me to venture into the divine realm. Responding to the host, the system has already diminished your capabilities. Presently, your strength aligns with that of a divine king. However, should you encounter someone of greater prowess, the system will automatically lift the restrictions. I see. That's acceptable then. It's quite the challenge to control my strength. Just moments ago, while catching the rabbit, I utilized my minimal power. Su Chun, what is this? It tastes rather peculiar, yet quite delightful. This is roasted rabbit, exceedingly delicious. Rabbit? Is it the soft-bone rabbit? Indeed. Tian, standing nearby, was salivating as the aroma of Su Chun's roasted rabbit wafted through the air. Big brother, could you spare me a morsel? Su Chun glanced at Tian, then turned his attention to the rabbit, realizing there were not many left. He refused, pondering why he should consume such an adorable creature. Tian looked bewildered and asked, Then what is it that you hold in your hand? With a sigh, he conceded. Feeling aggrieved, Tian departed, wondering why he couldn't simply distance himself a bit further to avoid the enticing aroma. My dear, I cannot remain in the forest forever. I have other matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna was momentarily taken aback. Are you implying that you wish to leave? Where are you headed? To the realm of humans? Yes, for I have certain obligations to fulfill. I understand. I shall await your return. Indeed, my dear. Su Chun believed that since the system had designated him as the antagonist, it was inevitable that he would seek trouble with someone surnamed Tang. Therefore, he had to depart from the forest. After finishing his meal, Su Chun tidied up the pot and casually tossed it into the system space, allowing the system to clean it thoroughly. Dear, he said, I'm going back to rest for a bit. I feel a bit drowsy. Su Chun took Gu Yuna's hand and returned to the cave, lying down on a stone slab as Gu Yuna prepared to begin undressing. As Su Chun turned his head and caught sight of her, his eyes widened in surprise. He immediately interjected, Ahem, dear, we are merely resting. There is no need for that. Gu Yuna looked at Su Chun with a hint of confusion, yet he released his hold and lay down beside him. Gu Yuna continued to gaze at Su Chun, who had already succumbed to slumber. He was utterly unconcerned about any potential dangers, jokingly thinking, with the protection of the canine system, what is there to fear? 3 hours later, the sky began to darken. Su Chun stretched lazily as he rose from his slumber. Glancing at the side, he noticed Gu Yuna and approached to gently ruffle her hair. Why aren't you sleeping? He inquired. I rarely sleep, she replied. Ah. I almost forgot that you are a dragon. Su Chun awoke and stepped out of the cave, glancing up at the sky. To his astonishment, he discovered that it had turned dark. Goodness, have I slept for so long? It is already evening. Su Chun felt a sense of discomfort. He had grown accustomed to sleeping on a plush, soft bed on earth, and suddenly resting upon a stone felt rather foreign to him. Su Chun gazed up at the sky, squinting slightly. Are there shooting stars in Douluo as well? My dear, come quickly. There's a shooting star. Make a wish. Gu Yuna, puzzled, approached Su Chun. Su Chun, what exactly is a shooting star? She looked up at the sky, and immediately her demeanor shifted to one of alertness. Grasping Su Chun's hand, she swiftly darted away. Su Chun was utterly bewildered. Wife, why are you running away at this late hour? They have already discovered me, she replied. Who? Su Chun was taken aback, realizing it was from the divine realm. I am unsure how they managed to locate me. Su Chun, we must flee. Gyuna is still recovering and is not fit for battle. How many have come? A multitude. How many exactly? 3. What? Just 3? What is it? Suchin wore a look of utter disbelief, thinking it would be a formidable army, only to find 3 lunatics instead. Suchin halted his steps, and Gyuna followed suit. With a look of confusion, Gyuna turned to Suchin and inquired, "Why have you stopped running? We must hurry." "I cannot protect you alone." Suchin smiled brightly as he gently ruffled Gyuna's hair. "Rest assured, your husband is invincible." Suchin, "What nonsense are you talking about? We should hurry and escape. How could a mere human, who cannot even fly, possibly stand a chance against a deity?" Upon hearing these words, Suchin clutched his chest, expressing that it was all the fault of that wretched system. Had it not been for the system, he would not have plummeted from the sky mid-flight, resulting in an unexpected princess carry with Gyuna. Suchin gently rubbed Gyuna's face and reassured her. "Rest assured, I have declared that your husband is invincible." Observing Suchin's expression, Gyuna stood before him with a serious demeanor and replied, "Very well. Then let us confront them head-on." Suchin released Gyuna's hand and raised his gaze to the visibly approaching meteor. As the meteor drew nearer, 3 divine beings emerged. Gyuna prepared to take flight, but suddenly, a force restrained her. It was none other than Suchin. "My dear wife, simply enjoy your popcorn and watch the spectacle. I shall return shortly," he declared. Gyuna, bewildered, responded, "Suchin, what nonsense are you talking about? Hurry and leave. I will hold them off." Suchin disregarded their words and descended into the void with astonishing speed, heading towards the 3 deities. The 3 gods stared at Suchin in bewilderment, questioning how this terrestrial soul master dared to approach them. "No more idle chatter. He surely intends to buy time. Let us hasten our actions, for Lord Azura has commanded us to swiftly eliminate the Silver Dragon King." "Agreed." Suchin glanced at the 3 deities before him and disdainfully remarked, "How utterly repugnant. Human soul master, you should depart swiftly, lest I become less than courteous." Suchin disregarded Shin's words and unleashed a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, declaring, "What qualifications do you, who live in luxury and comfort, possess to threaten me?" With a singular, divine punch, Suchin struck the god's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air, colliding violently with the mountain and obliterating his form. The other 2 gods remained momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding event. Suchin effortlessly dispatched them with a single punch each, exuding an air of nonchalance as if expending no energy at all. Gyuna, witnessing the spectacle from below, was left utterly astonished. Upon landing, Suchin glanced at Gyuna and remarked, "So, my dear, I told you I am quite formidable." However, she hesitated, stammering, "Wait, I was just tired." "Yes, indeed, I was merely fatigued." Gyuna looked at Suchin with a puzzled expression, wanting to articulate her thoughts but finding herself at a loss for words. "But enough of the buts," he interjected. "Let's go home now, dear." "Very well," she replied. What Suchin was unaware of was that his recent assault had stirred all factions across the continent. In the hall of worship of the Spirit Hall, a golden-haired man opened his eyes and glanced towards the direction of the Douluo forest. Curious, he thought, this power. Could it be that individual has emerged? Tang Hao also sensed the energy emanating from the Douluo forest. He pondered, why is there such a formidable wave of energy from that forest? Could it be one from the Spirit Hall? Jian Dao Qinshin of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School also cast a look towards the forest, his brow furrowed in silence. "Suchin, are you truly formidable?" Gyuna still wished to inquire, her curiosity piqued by the situation. Suchin responded courteously, "Of course, I am remarkable. I am your husband. If I am not impressive, who else could be?" Gyuna squinted her eyes at Suchin. "Why do I sense something peculiar in your words?" No, there is nothing strange about it." Suchin glanced around, noticing the absence of others, and then effortlessly lifted Gyuna into a princess carry. Retreating into the cave, the Azura of the divine realm stared intently at the mirror before him, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Who could this individual be? That even I sense a hint of peril? Yet, they are merely human. How could they possibly rival a deity? Suchin returned to the cave, reclining on a stone as he sipped water. "Suchin, let us have a baby," she said, playfully. Suchin gazed at Gyuna in astonishment. "Ahem, well, isn't it a bit premature? We have only known each other for less than 8 hours. Isn't it too soon to be discussing such matters? Are you unwilling? I have heard that for you humans, once a girl becomes a boy's wife, she is obliged to bear children. Is that not the case?" "Where did you hear such nonsense?" Gyuna retorted. "It is what your kind says. Is it not true?" "Very well." Suchin found himself in a predicament. Well, let us have a child, he suggested. Wait, wait. You are a dragon, and I am but a human. How could we possibly conceive? What would be born from such a union? A little dragon-human hybrid? If it were a girl, then she would be a little dragon maiden. No, no, no. I refuse. I refuse. Suchin expressed that the thought of allowing Long to conceive and bear children was utterly unimaginable to him. Nevertheless, curiosity began to take hold of him. Could it be possible for dragons to reproduce with humans? System, is there something you require, host? I am merely inquiring hypothetically. If I were to be with Guyuna, could we potentially have children? Why do you ask such a question, host? I am simply curious. Of course, it is entirely feasible. Moreover, the lineage produced by the two of you would be remarkably potent. In that case, if Guyuna and I were to have offspring, would they resemble those little dragonfolk with ears and tails? Host, have you lost your senses? In this world, the children of destiny are born from humans and blue silver grass. Others appear quite ordinary. Do you truly believe that your offspring with Guyuna would be anything but normal? Is that so? Very well, I understand now. You may depart, system. Suchin pondered carefully and concluded that it is indeed too early for him to exist in this realm. Ah, I almost forgot to mention, host. Conversing with Guyuna may pose significant challenges. Why, you ask? Because in this world, you are regarded as an outsider, compounded by the fact that you possess a trace of the bloodline of the Wild Heaven Emperor. The denizens of this realm, including spirit beasts and others, find it exceedingly difficult to produce new offspring. Upon hearing this, Suchin appeared utterly bewildered. He seemed unable to comprehend. System, what are you referring to? I find myself somewhat perplexed. Ah, the meaning is rather simple. Your strength is exceedingly formidable, and Guyuna's power in this world is also quite formidable. Thus, the greater the strength, the more challenging it becomes to conceive. Do you understand? I see. Furthermore, regarding your earlier statement about possessing a trace of the bloodline of the Emperor of Desolation, it strikes me as rather peculiar, almost as if I were his offspring. Host, you hold yourself in too high esteem. It is merely a minuscule fraction that has been integrated by the system, approximately 99.9999 of your essence is your own, while a mere 0.00001 is derived from the Emperor. Nonsense, not wishing to elaborate. What? Just a tiny fragment, and yet it possesses such strength? Of course. Now, regarding your previous inquiry about having children, what is your intention? Surely, you do not intend to procreate with Guyuna? How could that be? I am perfectly capable of finding someone on my own. Why would I seek out a dragon? Ah, suit yourself. After bidding farewell to the system, Suchun turned his head and cast a complex gaze at Guyuna. Logically speaking, he could never abandon her. However, given the stark differences between humans and beasts, he found it difficult to reproach her. What's wrong? Guyuna asked, her expression filled with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. Just lost in thought. Guyuna, do you really think it's good for the two of us to be together? Upon hearing these words, Guyuna was momentarily taken aback. But she quickly responded, I wouldn't say that I have feelings for you, but since we shared that kind of relationship today, you are now my husband. Suchun gazed at Guyuna in disbelief. How naive this dragon was, so easily swayed to follow another. I believe our union is ill-fated. Why, you ask? Because you are a dragon, and I am merely a human. Is that so? I bear no objection. What concerns you? It is not a matter of preference. Allow me to elucidate. It would be exceedingly difficult for us to conceive a child together, and as a human, I must have offspring with my own wife. Do you understand? Ding. The host's abilities have been sealed. What nonsense is the system up to now? Suchin appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the system's inexplicable antics at such a late hour. Meanwhile, Guyuna, standing beside him, suddenly felt a rush of warmth envelop her. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling as she gazed intently at Suchin's silhouette. Hey, system, show yourself. What on earth are you up to? Suchun was completely oblivious to the presence of Guyuna behind him. At this moment, Guyuna was devoid of any clothing, her icy hand gently brushing against Suchin's back. Suchun felt a chill creeping up his back, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Stop it, Guyuna. I'm quite occupied at the moment. Guyuna, however, did not respond. Instead, she extended her tongue and began to incessantly lick the back of Suchun. Suddenly, Suchun felt a shiver run through him. Guyuna, what are you doing? Guyuna, my dear wife? Suchin called out a few times, only to realize that Guyuna was ignoring him. Curiosity piqued, he turned his head to look, and to his astonishment, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this some trick of the system? Host, how could I possibly be that kind of person? Damn it. Hurry and dispel the effects of the medicine on Gu Yuena. If not, the only way to counteract this poison is through extreme measures. What? No, no, no. My body cannot endure this. I can already feel an ache in my lower back. If I go through this again, I fear I may perish. Su Chun recalled the scenes from earlier in the day. It was his first experience. What began as a sense of comfort gradually morphed into dread, and the mere thought of it sent shivers down his spine. It's all right, host. The system believes in you. Why do I feel that this entire affair was orchestrated by you, this wretched system? Host, I have finally witnessed your brilliance. Su Chun. Very well, system. I must inform you that your time is over. You are truly finished. No. Gyuna, sister Na, please, help. Gyuna displayed her two sharp canines and lunged towards Su Chun below. Chapter 6. The Encounter Between the Rabbit and the Grass. Host. It is not yet time to resolve matters with you, Xiaojiang. Su Chun wore a bewildered expression. Why? He was not even surnamed Tang. Su Chun was at a loss for words. He could not comprehend the peculiarities of this system. It responded to the host, claiming that he was the son of fortune and a pivotal character, hence could not be eliminated at this moment. All right, I understand, he replied. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed behind him, prompting Su Chun to swiftly evade by sidestepping. Su Chun turned his head with a frosty expression to gaze at Tang Shan, realizing that this fellow had actually launched a sneak attack on him. Why did you attack me? Su Chun inquired. Tang Shan retracted the silent dart and replied solemnly. Those who betray their masters have already sealed their own fate. Su Chun did not dwell on anything. For the time being, he could not eliminate the repugnant Tang Shan. Yet he would inevitably do so in due course, if not for the desire to return home. Su Chun lowered his head to observe the barely conscious Yu Xiaojiang, giving him a firm stamp with his foot before proceeding into the academy. Su Chun entered the academy and inquired about someone before proceeding to seek the principal. The principal was engaged in his work, observing the treatment of students when suddenly a knock resounded at the door. Who is it? It is I, here to register. Come in, the principal beckoned, lowering his gaze to regard the young girl before him. Where is your Wuhu and Hall certification? Su Chun was taken aback. Is this really necessary? I don't have it. Then you may take your leave, the principal replied dismissively. I could simply pay the tuition fee directly, couldn't I? Very well, the principal retorted. That will be 100 gold soul coins. Su Chun rummaged through his pockets, suddenly realizing that he seemed to be devoid of funds. System, come forth. What is the matter? Hurry and provide me with some money. Otherwise, how am I to enroll? I warn you, should you refuse, I may very well obliterate Tongshan right this moment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 million gold soul coins, now deposited in the system's repository. Ready for automatic retrieval. Su Chun reached into the system repository and produced 100 golden soul coins, tossing them before the principal. Is this sufficient? Upon seeing the money, the principal immediately adopted a courteous demeanor. Yes, indeed, this is quite adequate. So, am I now officially enrolled? Absolutely. May I inquire your esteemed surname? Su, she replied. Miss Su, to be precise. Please, may I proceed with the registration of my enrollment? Certainly, Miss Su. May I ask how old you are? I am 26. Su Chun nearly let it slip. May I ask, Miss Su, what is your soul power? Level 10. Su Chun believed that this matter was trivial and could be casually mentioned. After all, it was merely a task to be completed. What? You were referring to level 10? What is wrong? Is that too little? Upon hearing Su Chun's response, the principal nearly spat blood. Do you have any idea how many 6-year-olds achieve level 10? You think it's as common as cabbages? No. Miss Su is truly a once-in-a-century prodigy. Stop flattering and resolve this quickly. All right. Su Chun swiftly achieved success in his enrollment, with the principal assigning him a luxurious single accommodation. Su Chun sat on the bed, eagerly addressing the system. Have I completed the task? Hurry, present me with the next one. And let your potential be unleashed so I can return home. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received 100,000-year soul ring card, successfully acquiring a 0.01 energy supplement. Su Chun doubted his own hearing. System? What on earth is this? Starting from 0.01. Indeed, that is quite a sum. What on earth? How many tasks must I undertake? Let me assure you, I refuse to comply. There is no trust among people anymore. I am not even human. Fine. Why didn't you mention this sooner? In this situation, I might as well spend time with my foolish wife instead of wasting it here. You never even asked. Well, Well, how unfortunate was your previous host. I genuinely feel sympathy for him. Being paired with you, this repugnant system. Respond, host. My previous host was invincible. Who are you trying to deceive? Invincible, indeed. Go away, go away. I'm off to do some shopping. Do not come near me. Your presence is irritating. Suchin felt that since he had already come to the human realm, he might as well indulge in some amusement. He had little interest in the tasks assigned by the system. As Suchin exited the school gate, he noticed that Yu Xiaojiang had vanished from sight. He couldn't be bothered to dwell on it, considering him merely a charlatan. However, as Suchan continued on his way, a lively little girl approached him, bouncing with enthusiasm. Hello there. Suchan was taken aback, gazing at the strikingly pink dress before him, adorned with 2 sets of pink ears that would terrify even the most formidable of men. Is there something you need? He inquired. May I ask which direction leads to Nodding Academy? Suchan, rendered speechless, pointed behind him, yet he swiftly discerned that the little girl before him was no ordinary child. System, manifest. Is there something you wish to convey? He inquired. The presence of this girl radiated an aura reminiscent of Dition from the Stardow forest. Ah, I see. Since she is a spirit beast, she must be associated with Gu Yuna's group. Very well, I shall let her be. The system responded, host. She is the wife of the Child of Destiny. Upon hearing this, Suchin nearly stumbled. What? Although I am compelled. This is a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. How could anyone from Tongshan possibly subdue it? To respond to the host. Allow me to elaborate on the story of the 2 of them. Here is how it transpired. Upon hearing this, Suchin was profoundly moved. It turned out that their companionship was fraught with challenges. Host, spare me the theatrics. With your temperament, you would readily eliminate anyone who crosses you. All right. You've seen through me, but I must say, the double standards in Tongshan are quite pronounced. Well, I'm not here for idle chatter. I shall notify you when the time comes for eradication. Fine, you may depart now. After bidding farewell to the civilization of Suchin, he glanced at the young girl before him, who was of a similar age. What is your name? He inquired. Upon hearing Suchin ask for her name, she promptly spun around in place and exclaimed, I am called Xiaowu, the dancer. Suchin couldn't help but twitch his lips upon seeing it. Goodness, a 10,000-year-old rabbit. Still pretending to be cute, and who knows how many offspring it has produced. Suchin suddenly realized that having a pet beast was not as appealing as having a devoted partner. Oh, it's you, Xiaowu. Greetings, and welcome to the academy. Thank you. What is your name? I'm surnamed Su. Oh, so you're Sister Su. Very well, Xiaowu. I have other matters to attend to. Please proceed with your registration. Thank you. With that, Xiaowu skipped away. Suchin gazed at Xiaowu's silhouette and sighed. What a polite rabbit. It would be most exquisite to prepare spicy rabbit heads. As Suchin turned around, preparing to purchase something, he suddenly sensed the presence of an individual nearby. Someone he could effortlessly dispatch with a mere fingertip. He felt a surge of vigilance. How could such a formidable character exist, one capable of eliciting such a response from him? Clearly, this was no ordinary person. Humph. I found you. Suchin ventured into a secluded area, instructing the system to dissolve his petite, youthful form. In an instant, he transformed back into a boy with striking features. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. At that very moment, Tang Ritian was concealed within the grass, keenly observing. Meow meow. Upon hearing the sound, Tang Ritian swiftly turned, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. Who are you? Wuhuan Temple, Su Feiyu, of no consequence. Came the response from Suchin. Upon realizing Suchin's affiliation with the Wuhuan Temple, Tang Ritian immediately summoned his Meow Meow hammer. Since you have discovered me, you shall meet your demise. With that, Tang Ritian raised the hammer in his hand and swung it towards Suchin. Suchin exclaimed in astonishment. What a colossal hammer! Subsequently, Suchin extended a single finger. Upon witnessing this gesture, Tang Ritian scoffed dismissively, chuckling. Ha ha ha. It seems you have conceded, young one. If you wish to cast blame, let it be upon your existence in this world. The hammer collided with Suchin's finger, unleashing a formidable shockwave. Crack. In an instant, Tang Ritian's martial spirit shattered, sending him flying and creating a deep crater. He immediately gazed at Suchin with a look of sheer terror. Suchin found himself in a state of helplessness. The presence he exuded was indeed impressive, yet it lacked a certain potency. Who exactly are you? He inquired. The Spirit Hall? I have never heard of such a figure. I am, of course, from the Spirit Hall. What of it? Otherwise, why would I seek you out? Enough of this. I intend to take you back, to elevate my status and amass wealth. Su Chen immediately assumed a posture as if he intended to apprehend Tang Ritian. Sensing the imminent danger, Tang Ritian swiftly rose to his feet, enduring excruciating pain, and soared into the sky. Su Chen immediately returned to his original demeanor. System. This person cannot be killed, correct? Indeed. Very well, you may depart now. Su Chen pondered. Since killing was not an option, why not stir up some trouble? System. What gives? You just let me go, and now you're calling me back. Is there something wrong with you? Who is this hammer-wielding individual? He is the father of the child of destiny. Enough already. Is there anything else? Impatiently. Can you enlighten me on his storyline? Very well. His narrative unfolds as follows. Upon hearing the system's recounting of the plot, Su Chen exclaimed in astonishment. What a peculiar family. One is a rabbit, and the other is grass. Are they at odds with nature itself? That seems about right. Now, is there anything else? No, that's all. You may leave. Su Chen stroked his chin, casting a glance towards the direction in which Tang Ritian had fled. In this realm of Douluo, none were virtuous. The spirit hall was no exception. Nor was the son of fortune on this side. They were all entities that oppressed the common folk. Do you not harbor grievances against one another? Allow me to stoke the flames further. In an instant, Su Chen vanished, soaring directly towards the spirit hall. The map had been provided by the system, otherwise he would have truly found himself at a loss. Spirit hall. Come forth, all of you. You are now encircled by none other than myself. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, the inhabitants of the spirit hall immediately grew vigilant, their gazes fixed upon the skies. Soon, a flamboyant man from within the Pope's palace ascended into the air, boldly audacious. How dare you offend the sanctity of the Pope's palace? Su Chen beheld before him a figure, neither distinctly male nor female, a transvestite. System, who is this individual? He inquired. Responding to the host, this transvestite is Juhua Guan, an elder of the spirit hall. Can he be eliminated? My greatest aversion in life is towards transvestites. No. Why not? Is this not an enemy of Tangshan? I could assist in his resolution, and yet it is not permissible? Because of the mission. Energy all right. Fine. Su Chen gazed at the chrysanthemum gate before him and spoke directly. You, demon, step aside. I cannot slay you. Summon one who can. The countenance of the chrysanthemum gate darkened as it trembled in response to Su Chen's words. Go to your death. It retorted, unleashing its fifth soul technique. Golden petals radiating sunset. In an instant, a formidable chrysanthemum crafted from blades surged forth, launching several flying daggers towards Su Chen. Su Chen gazed speechlessly at the chrysanthemum gate. Su Chen remained motionless, fully confident that these tiny flying daggers posed no threat to him. The sound of steel clashing resonated through the air. Su Chen remains unscathed. Hee. You have attacked. Now it is my turn. Su Chen swiftly vanished from sight, unleashing merely 0.01 of his formidable strength. With a resounding crack, he appeared before Juhua Guan, who, upon noticing Su Chen's sudden disappearance, was immediately engulfed in terror as he scanned his surroundings. In an instant, Su Chen materialized before him, delivering a powerful slap across his face. The impact sent Juhua Guan hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Alas, who dares to proclaim invincibility when faced with such feeble opponents? At that moment, two figures emerged from the Pope's hall, one, a woman wielding a scepter, and the other, a gaunt man of frail stature. Su Chen glanced over and inquired of the system. System, who are these two? Although the woman was quite attractive, she appeared somewhat aged. The system responded, that lady is the current pontiff, Bibi Dong, and the other is the partner of the one you just dispatched. The pontiff, indeed, Su Chen mused. She is rather striking. Bibi Dong regarded Su Chen with an icy stare. Who might you be? Shrek, Su Feiyu, hardly worth mentioning, he replied nonchalantly. Initially, Su Chen had consulted the system about the storyline and the lineup of Tang San's team. We of the Spirit Hall seem to have no enmity with you, do we? Indeed, there is no animosity. Well then, I shall take my leave. I must have mistaken you for someone else. My apologies. You have offended the Spirit Hall. And it seems you cannot leave so easily today. Su Chen cast a disdainful glance at Bibi Dong, smirking as he thought, if I wish to depart, who can stop me? Su Chen playfully delivered a slap through the air, landing a light smack on Bibi Dong's backside. Smack. Ha ha ha, farewell, High Priestess. Your posterior is rather soft. Upon witnessing Su Chen's hand move, Bibi Dong's instincts kicked in. Suddenly, a sharp, fiery sensation ignited in her rear, igniting a surge of indignation. She glared at Su Chen, seething with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Did not even think about escaping. With that, she swiftly pursued him. Su Chun has vanished without a trace. Bibi Dong immediately unleashed her soul power, her fury palpable as she bellowed. Members of the Spirit Hall, heed my command. With all your might, locate a place called Shrek and eliminate it without hesitation. Any disobedience will be met with dire consequences. The members of the Spirit Hall trembled in fear, all kneeling before her. Bibi Dong had never endured such humiliation, especially in front of so many witnesses. Having been so brazenly disrespected by a stranger. Upon returning to her chamber, she glanced behind and discovered a large handprint on her backside, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. You scoundrel, should I ever find you, I, Bibi Dong, will ensure you suffer 1,000 deaths. Su Chun assessed the texture and discovered it to be soft. Host, Bibi Dong has already been favored by the former pope. Upon hearing this, Su Chun appeared utterly bewildered. Could such a thing truly exist? Well, the matter unfolds as follows. Upon hearing this, Su Chun suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Bibi Dong. Recognizing her as a pitiable woman, he pondered whether he should take it upon himself to care for her. However, she was already involved with someone else. Now, amidst the forest, what if they were discovered and a conflict ensued? Chapter 7. Mandala Snake, Lonely Bamboo. Upon returning to Nottingham Academy, Su Chun transformed back into a young girl. She tidied her bed and arranged the blankets. Today has truly been extraordinarily amusing. Bibi Dong must be scouring everywhere for someone named Shrek. When she eventually locates Shrek, oh dear, Tang Ritien. Bibi Dong would never suspect that within the Spirit Hall, there is not a soul named Su Feiyu. Host, you are quite the crafty one. What is the matter? You prevent me from eliminating them and disallow me from engaging in other endeavors? Well, that is acceptable. Ding. Please, host. Disrupt Tang Shan to absorb the Mandala Snake Soul Ring. Reward, National Guardian Divine Spear X1. Reward, Earth Doll X1. Failure, punishment none. Su Chun immediately leapt out of bed. System, I am indeed familiar with this National Treasure Divine Spear. I encountered it during the absorption of my martial soul. However, what on earth is this earthling? Surely it cannot be one of those inflatable dolls. Responding to the host, the system is not merely observing your solitary existence. It seeks to provide you with an outlet for your frustrations. Go away, go away. All right then, I shall take my leave. After careful contemplation, Su Chun realized that he could indeed pursue the system's reward. At present, he found himself in need of a weapon. Although the Haiba Dong martial spirit could transform into an ice spear, it hardly constituted a true weapon. Would he then consider the destruction of Tangshan to absorb the Mandala Snake? Su Chun contemplated for a moment. Realizing that there were no stipulations regarding the number of years to absorb, thus, it would be better to. Su Chun inexplicably burst into laughter, emitting a peculiar cackling sound. Over in Tangshan, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself desiring to take Yu Xiaojiang as his master, despite witnessing the latter's evident incompetence. Once a teacher, always a father. Knock, knock, knock. Good child, rise quickly. The master and disciple gazed affectionately at one another, and Yu Xiaojiang appeared quite pleased. As he now had another specimen to work with, this time, he would thoroughly validate his theories. Master, why did that little girl strike at you today? Cough, cough, cough. That was merely a test for her, my dear disciple. Remember, if you encounter such individuals in the future, do not place your trust in them, understand? Yes, master. Very well, little disciple, you may return now. Once Tangshan departed, Yu Xiaojiang immediately revealed his true feelings, clutching his backside and wailing in pain. Oh, why did that little girl strike so forcefully? Yu Xiaojiang, will not let this go. When my students grow stronger, I will have you kneel before me. Licking my feet. Ah, what a surprise. Who is cursing at me? Host, it is Yu Xiaojiang who is cursing at you. What? You know this? Of course. Consider who I am. I am the all-knowing, invincible system, it replied with pride. Then why don't you send me back to Earth? The system is currently offline. Invincible. You say? What a joke. Why is that little buzzcut cursing at me for no reason? Could it be because I just gave him a beating? Or should I go back and give him another? Host, please refrain from acting recklessly. This character will play a crucial role in the main quest later. I truly cannot fathom why someone so inferior is deemed so significant when there are far mightier characters. Ask the author, not me. Fine. Tomorrow they will go to absorb soul rings. It seems I cannot sleep just yet. Su Chun intends to eradicate all the Mandala serpents within the starry forest, as well as other soul beasts. Naturally, he will spare a few lesser soul beasts. According to his understanding from the system, Master Yu Xiaojiang is utterly ignorant. having previously led his students astray with his flawed theories, rendering them ineffective. Such a person cannot be dealt with now, but I shall address him in due time. Although I, Su Chun, am not a paragon of virtue, I cannot abide such repugnant individuals. What kind of good person exploits even their own cousin? Host, the system interjects. As long as you do not absorb the mandala serpents, other soul beasts are inconsequential. There is no stipulated time limit, is there? I plan to have Tang San absorb one that has been around for a decade. Very well, do as you wish. I feel there is no need for excessive measures. Correct? What do you think, system? I don't know. Do not inquire of me. I should compel that Tang San to absorb a worthless soul beast when acquiring his soul ring. Wouldn't that be fitting for a villain? Yes, indeed, host. You are correct. Su Chan immediately broke into a wicked grin. Tang Shan, you cannot blame me. After all, the system is targeting you. I must fulfill my mission. And only when the system accumulates energy can I return home. Thus, Tang Shan, you are sacrificing yourself to save me. In this light, my actions are indeed commendable, as they serve to prevent the outbreak of future conflicts. Su Chen pondered carefully and realized that he had done a good deed. Thus, it was imperative to proceed. At this moment, Tang Shan became acquainted with Xiao Wu and suddenly felt a chilling sensation engulf him. Uncertain of the cause, he thought, Tang Shan, what is the matter? Why are you trembling? It's nothing, Xiao Wu. Let us take a break. All right. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then took out a card representing 100,000 years of soul rings. With a firm grip, he crushed it, producing a resounding crack. A crimson soul ring materialized beneath Su Chen's feet. System, based on my current true strength, what is my rank in this world? Host, in this world, you are invincible. Su Chen sighed. I truly cannot comprehend it. Even with such invincibility, why am I unable to return home? With such power, wouldn't it be a delight to flaunt it upon my return to Earth? Host, there will be opportunities. All right then, I shall await your promise. Hoping you are not deceiving me, system. Rest assured. After finishing his conversation with the system, Su Chen lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. As dawn broke, Yu Xiaojiang took Tang Shan to the Star Do Great Forest to obtain soul rings. Of course, at that moment, Su Chen was still deep in slumber. Feeling no urgency, to him, time was merely a sequence of steps. Yu Xiaojiang had rendered a carriage, and he and Tang Shan settled inside, engaging in conversation. Noticing Tang Shan's unusual expression, Yu Xiaojiang inquired about his discomfort. Perhaps I did not rest well last night. It's nothing, teacher. Please continue sharing your knowledge about soul beasts. Tang Shan replied. Yu Xiaojiang, satisfied with this response, continued, we typically categorize soul beasts into 5 ranks: 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year. Each corresponds to a specific color of soul ring: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. The longer a soul beast cultivates, the stronger it becomes. And the effects of the soul rings it produces improve correspondingly. The hunting soul forest in Nodding City serves as a sanctuary for the Empire's soul beasts, primarily housing 10-year and 100-year beasts, with very few exceeding 1,000 years. However, given your current circumstances, 10-year and 100-year rings should suffice. Tang Shan listened intently. Curiosity piqued as he asked, Teacher, in what aspects does the power of a soul ring manifest? That is an excellent question. Soul rings can enhance a soul master's attributes and bestow special effect skills. For instance, if you acquire a 10-year soul ring of the same attribute, your control over blue silvergrass will increase by 10. However, with a 100-year soul ring, that control will amplify by 100. The skills granted by a 100-year soul ring typically far exceed those of a 10-year ring. Tang Shan lowered his head, pondering. Couldn't powerful nobles exploit their family influence to hunt down formidable soul beasts? Yu Xiaojiang nodded approvingly. Indeed, it appears you have contemplated this matter thoroughly. Nobles do possess certain advantages in hunting soul beasts, yet the requirements for obtaining soul rings are exceedingly stringent. Meanwhile, Su Chun had finished his morning routine and inquired, System, has Tang Shan reached the Star Do Great Forest? Response to the host, not yet. Not there yet? How much longer will it take? Response to the host, Tang Shan and the others will not be going to the Star Do Great Forest. What? Where are they headed? To the Hunting Soul Forest. Is there such a forest? I have never heard of it. Response to the host, because Yu Xiaojiang cannot tackle 100-year soul beasts, and those in the Hunting Soul Forest are bred by the Empire, they tend to be more docile. So, he is merely inept, afraid even of a 100-year soul beast. Wait a moment, didn't I clearly see Yu Xiaojiang with 2 yellow soul rings yesterday? How did he acquire those? Through his family. Is his family that powerful? Should I eliminate them? According to the narrative, the host is indestructible. However, should the host desire to bring about annihilation, it is indeed possible. Nevertheless, the host must first assume the role of the underdog. Upon hearing the system's response, Suchin immediately retorted, "Do you even know how to speak? What an absurdity! That was merely an opportunity for Tang Shan to enhance his physical prowess. He will surely comprehend my noble intentions." Indeed, you are correct, host, came the reply. Very well, activate the navigation for the soul-hunting forest. I am about to undertake a significant endeavor. Ding! The navigation has been activated. Suchin donned his attire, transforming into the guise of a young man. With a disdainful smile, he vanished in the blink of an eye. At that very moment, Tang Shan and his master were traversing the soul-hunting forest. Yu Xiaojing had just slain a decade-old soul beast, expounding on the duration of its disappearance and its effects. Suddenly, Tang Shan's expression shifted to one of caution as he gazed intently at Yu Xiaojing's back. "Teacher, be careful." What is it?" Yu Xiaojing inquired, perplexed. As he lifted his gaze to meet Tang Shan's, Tang Shan pointed towards his master's back. In confusion, Yu Xiaojing turned to see a boy clad in white. It was none other than Suchin. Should he employ the Sea Wave East martial spirit, it might take some time, but with the Emperor of Desolation martial spirit, it was merely a matter of steps. Su Chun disdainfully approached the bewildered Yu Xiaojing and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap that sent him flying. Yu Xiaojing fell into a state of unconsciousness, frothing at the mouth. "Teacher!" Tang Shan immediately shouted, swiftly drawing his concealed weapon to launch an attack against Su Chun. Su Chun could hardly be bothered to evade such trivialities. He observed with utmost clarity the concealed weapons employed by Tang Shan. "Tang Shan," he declared, "I have come this time to present you with an opportunity." Tang Shan, with a piercing gaze, regarded Su Chun skeptically, unwilling to accept his solitary narrative. Su Chun shook his head in resignation and approached Yu Xiaojing. With a swift motion, he aimed a foot at Yu Xiaojing's head. "Go and eliminate that solitary bamboo spirit. It is well suited for you. Why should I obey your command? Because I hold a hostage. If you wish to spare your teacher's life, you will comply with my instructions. What is it that you require of me? Quite simple. Did your teacher not mention that I need you to absorb that decade-old solitary bamboo? Is it truly as straightforward as that?" Tang Shan mused, considering that a 10-year spirit should not pose much of a challenge, especially since he possessed 2 martial souls. "Very well, I accept your terms. Then hasten, my patience is finite." "Understood." Tang Shan turned to face the solitary bamboo, executing a silent but deadly strike. In an instant, he pierced the bamboo spirit, and a decade-old white soul ring materialized around its lifeless form. "I trust you do not require guidance on how to absorb it?" Su Chun lowered his head to gaze at Tang Shan. "No need." Tang Shan seated himself, guiding the soul ring to rest upon his head. He then closed his eyes as the soul ring gradually descended to his chest, gently floating there. Su Chun gazed at Tang Shan, a mischievous smile curling upon his lips. He then directed his foot towards Yu Xiaojing beneath him and pressed down with considerable force. In an instant, his form vanished, and he found himself back in his chamber. Tang Shan, it is not my intention to target you. Rather, it is the system that seeks to do so," he mused. System, have I completed my task? Pray, bestow upon me my reward, for I am yet without a weapon." Ding! Congratulations, host, for accomplishing the task. You have been awarded the National Guardian Divine Spear and a terrestrial doll. Su Chun immediately conjured an ancient, copper-colored halberd, reminiscent of the Feng Tian Huaji. "Oh, this isn't bad," he mused. "But why not a sword or a spear? A sword is the aspiration of every man. Host, I must say, if you do not desire it, simply return it to me. Must you express disdain? Who said I do not want it? I have diligently completed my tasks. This is rightfully mine. You may depart. You have worked hard? Of course. I rose early. How could it not be arduous? System, has Tang Shan completed his absorption? Response, absorption has been completed. Very well. I am curious about the nature of his soul skill. Response, his soul skill is blue-silver bamboo blade. Is it formidable? Response, this soul skill pales in comparison to Yu Xiaojing's. Well, it appears I have succeeded. On Tang Shan's end, he had already completed the absorption of his soul ring and was incessantly shaking Yu Xiaojing. Teacher, how are you? Yu Xiaojing, groggy, opened his eyes to see Tang Shan's worried face. I am fine, merely a bit of a headache and some discomfort in my chest. Teacher, I have absorbed the soul ring. What? How did you absorb it? Which soul ring did you acquire? Yu Xiaojing immediately became alert. Tang Shan, somewhat shy, pointed to the solitary bamboo nearby. Teacher, it is this 10-year-old solitary bamboo. Upon seeing the solitary bamboo, Yu Xiaojiang began to ponder. Xiao Shan, according to my theory, solitary bamboo is a plant type, which is quite compatible with your blue-silver grass martial soul, as they both belong to the plant category. Although its age is slightly lower, the impact should be negligible. Really? Teacher? Yes, help me to my feet. Tomorrow, I shall examine your soul skill. Certainly, teacher. However, who exactly is that individual? Tang Shan remarked that the individual had already embraced the path of death. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his first soul skill had already been rendered ineffective. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang was assisted by Tang Shan, trembling as they returned. Chapter 8. The Great Battle Teacher. Do you think I could absorb 2 soul rings at once? Perhaps adding one to my hammer? Be silent. Xiao Shan, remember this. You must never attempt such a thing. If you do, all your efforts will be in vain. Do you understand? I understand, teacher. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tang Shan lay on his bed, feeling despondent. Xiao Wu, noticing his demeanor, curiously inquired, Tang Shan, why do you wear such an expression? Nothing much. I am merely curious as to why teacher forbids me from doing so. Tang Shan felt that, apart from his teacher and father, he could trust no one. Oh. Xiao Wu, finding it unamusing, departed to play. Su Chen was still contemplating what to do. It was still rather early. Should he attend class? Perhaps not. On Earth, he faced daily zero progress, let alone here, where he couldn't recognize a single letter. System. I ask you, why, among the countless individuals on Earth, have you chosen this handsome fellow? Respond, host. Because, in the grand design of fate, there exists a plan. That certainly makes sense. Indeed. Su Chen found this situation rather tedious. How about we take a stroll outside? Su Chen made up his mind. Rising from his seat and departing the dormitory, he surveyed his surroundings and found the academy to be rather unremarkable. Initially, upon his arrival, he felt a spark of interest. But now, endowed with formidable strength, he discovered it to be rather mundane. Wow, what a stunning beauty, exclaimed a few boys, their eyes lighting up as they noticed the dazed Su Chen. They quickly approached him, with one of them saying, Hello there, beautiful. I am Xiao Qingyu. May I ask your name? Su Chen furrowed her brow and shot a glance at Xiao Qingyu. I am your father. No. I do not have a son as unaccomplished as you. Xiao Qingyu was utterly bewildered. How could this young girl speak so harshly? Ahem, sister. Would you care to join me for a meal? It's on me. Get lost. You little brat, still in the early stages of growing up. And already trying to charm the ladies. I am the master here. You should step aside. Su Chen waved his hand in impatience, dismissing the trivial matter entirely. Xiao Qingyu exchanged knowing glances with a few of his companions, instantly grasping the unspoken understanding. Hey there, how about this? Let us have a little competition. If I emerge victorious, you shall become my girlfriend. If you win, I will be yours. What do you say? Indeed, being our leader's girlfriend would be an honor. Su Chen's forehead throbbed with visible veins. He truly wished to disregard these troublesome youngsters. It is entirely the system's fault. Why must it transform him into a male? Suddenly becoming an adorable little girl is quite absurd. For someone as domineering as you, who uses wealth to intimidate the common folk, I propose a wager. Indeed, this is splendid. However, should you emerge victorious, I would not mind being your girlfriend. But if I win, I shall claim your life. Su Chen believed that individuals like this, who exhibited such behavior in their childhood, would inevitably become worse as they grew older. Today, they bullied him, not out of fear, but because they felt empowered. If it were another child, they would have been thoroughly defeated by now. If he were on Earth, he might have refrained from resorting to violence. However, this place is not Earth, and there are no laws to uphold. In his eyes, these insufferable commoners were inferior, while the nobility indulged in their lavish lives, oppressing the populace, a sight he found utterly intolerable. Xiao Qingyu felt that he could never be bested by a mere young girl. The girl before him was only slightly younger. How could she possibly stand a chance against him? Su Chen cast a curious glance at Xiao Qingyu, pondering how this foolish child truly believed that I would refrain from taking his life. At that moment, Xiao noticed a large gathering of people on the playground and, driven by curiosity, approached the scene. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted Su Chen and exclaimed, Sister Su, I had no idea you were also a student at the academy. Upon hearing the sound of the clip, Su Chen curiously turned her head to look. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, her eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Hello there, spicy little one. Sister Su, what are you all doing? Nothing much, just 2 dogs trying to bite me. That is all. Oh, is that so? Then Sister Sue, why not chase them away? Sigh, what brings you here? Oh, nothing really. I just saw Sister Sue here and felt curious, so I came over. Sister Sue, let us go have something delicious. I'll join you once I finish dealing with this. If you're hungry, you can go ahead. Xiao Wu, with her pink pupils, glanced at Su Chen, then at the group of boys nearby. With her hands on her hips, she declared, Humph, you naughty boys. Sister Sue, let me help you teach them a lesson. As Xiao Wu prepared to take action, Su Chen intervened. Although the boy's behavior was quite excessive, it did not warrant severe punishment, so Su Chen intended to administer a light reprimand instead. Su Chen's lips curled into a smile as he instantaneously appeared before Xiao Chenyu, delivering a swift slap that propelled Xiao Chenyu into the air like a cannonball. Unfazed, Su Chen dusted off his hands, pleased that the trash had finally been disposed of. After all, this was not his world. Why should he adhere to so many rules? In the vastness of the universe, one should simply seek happiness. Xiao stared in astonishment at the sky, exclaiming, Sister Sue, you are truly remarkable, being able to send someone flying so far. How impressive. Oh, it's nothing. Su Chen replied nonchalantly. By the way, why are you looking for me instead of Tang Shan? Tang Shan? He said he had no time. So I came out on my own. All right. In that case, why don't you head to the cafeteria first? I have a little matter to attend to. Su Chen contemplated for a moment. As a modern individual who had traversed into this unfamiliar realm, he felt an invincible courage. Yet, in his heart, he yearned to return home, for his parents awaited him there, along with the system. Tell me, he inquired, if I were to go back, could I bring Douluo with me? What is this? Are you reluctant to part with your wife? How could that be possible? Ultimately, this world is but an illusion. Though I sense the possibility of returning, I cannot bring myself to abandon my beloved. Ah, the host has certainly matured. Su Chen system, it is a rare occasion for me to converse with you in a normal manner. Could you refrain from disrupting the current atmosphere? Is that acceptable? Ahem. Theoretically speaking, it is not feasible. Why, you ask? Because your world cannot accommodate a character such as Douluo, who is, in essence, non-existent. Are you implying that she would be obliterated if she were to enter my world? Indeed. Are you not omnipotent? I am indeed omnipotent. However, the true omnipotence resides within your world. What do you mean by that? It pertains to the hierarchy of worlds. Are you suggesting that worlds possess a hierarchy? Then please enlighten me on the classification of my world. It is classified as a special grade world. Oh, and how is the Douluo world categorized? It is deemed a lower grade world, and indeed, the lowest of its kind. Su Chen, let me illustrate with an analogy. Consider the case of the Emperor of Desolation and his martial spirit. Were he to manifest in this realm, it would inevitably collapse. For this world cannot accommodate a being of his caliber. What you are implying is that if Douluo were to traverse to my world, regardless of the circumstances, she would be unable to exist within it and would meet her demise upon arrival? Precisely. Su Chen pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat conflicted. He longed to return home. Yet his principles forbade him from abandoning his wife. However, he believed there must be a solution. Su Chen immediately became alert upon hearing the news. Quickly, tell me, what is the plan? You must seize the copyright and then make the necessary alterations. Upon hearing this news, Su Chen's expression darkened. What? You are aware of the complexities surrounding copyright issues. If it were an ordinary matter, it would be manageable. However, the novels of this world are under the purview of Penguin. Do you comprehend the formidable nature of Penguin Corporation? This has nothing to do with me. Damn it. Are there no alternative solutions? There is one. Truly. Speak swiftly. That is to eliminate her. Then I shall extract her soul and transport it to your realm. Su Chen, your words are as good as silence. What you mean is to eliminate her and allow her to reincarnate. Am I correct? Well, that's about it. Ha. The system. You are truly remarkable. Indeed. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to me? Yes. You have successfully offended me. What does that have to do with me? I don't care. If you don't come up with a solution, you've offended me. What do you want from me? Let me tell you. I am your host. And you ought to heed my commands. I assure you, I will complete the task. However, you must resolve the matter concerning my wife. All right. So you enjoy bullying the system, do you? Correct. After politely bidding farewell to the system, Su Chen glanced around, realizing there was nothing of interest, and then returned to his room to sleep. Su Chen paused, scratching his head, pondering, have I forgotten something? He shrugged it off. Never mind. Xiao Wu. It struck him as odd. Why hadn't Sister Sue arrived yet? Hadn't she resolved her matters? Achio. Who's thinking of me? He sighed, forget it. I'll just continue sleeping. Su Chen declared that even in the face of the world's destruction, his rest must not be disturbed. A task was issued. Please choose to join a faction. Joining the Spirit Hall, gain 5 energy. Joining Shrek, gain 0.01 energy. Su Chen sat up in bewilderment. A look of confusion etched across his face. System? What on earth are you up to now? The system responded, please select your lineup. Is it possible for me to abstain from this choice? Would it be acceptable if I opted to join my wife's lineup instead? What are your thoughts on this? I find it to be quite agreeable. 3, 2, wait. You must provide me with a reason. There is no particular reason. I simply wish for you to remain active. Su Chen pondered carefully and concluded that his decision to join the Spirit Hall was quite simple. After all, he was compelled by the villain system. How exciting it was to embrace the role of an antagonist. The host's mind had finally awakened. With such a delightful enthusiasm, he mused whether he should head to the Spirit Hall now. However, he decided against it, opting to wait until after graduation from school. If that is the case, then why assign me tasks? He wondered aloud, seeking a moment of repose. Son, I am your father. He jested. The system retorted, are you out of your mind? What song are you playing? I'm not ill. Feel free to strike me if you wish. Su Chen, with a furrowed brow, donned his shoes and activated his crystalline wings, soaring towards the Douluo forest. Host, what is your intention? I need to vent my frustrations. Is that not permissible? If you deny me sleep, am I not entitled to engage in other pursuits? Ah, I see. Host, your tastes are rather peculiar. It seems even soul beasts are not spared. Shut it. I'm off to find my wife. Within the depths of the Douluo forest, Douluo was bathing in a spring, delicately wiping her fair and tender skin with her slender fingers. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Douluo was taken aback. Glancing towards the entrance. Wife. Upon hearing this voice, Douluo furrowed her brow, questioning why a child's voice could be heard. Su Chen surged forward with explosive speed to the entrance, retracting his wings. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed the bathing Douluo. Who are you? She exclaimed, as an energy sphere began to coalesce in her hands, gazing at the young girl before her. Upon witnessing Douluo's playful demeanor, Su Chen glanced at himself, realizing that his inexpensive spouse had misconstrued the situation. My dear wife, it is I, Su Chen, he exclaimed. How have you transformed in such a manner? Douluo gazed at the Su Chen before her in disbelief, promptly rising to her feet, unadorned in attire, and approached him for a closer inspection. Su Chen stared in astonishment at Douluo. He recalled her as a petite girl, yet now she had transformed into a striking woman. From her previous height of 1.50 meters, she now stood at 1.70 meters. System, restore me to my original appearance. Just contemplate it yourself. I am too lazy to make changes, as it is quite bothersome. How am I to contemplate? Well, simply utter the word transform and I shall assist you with the alteration. Oh. Transform. In an instant, Su Chen regained the visage of a dashing young man with sharp brows and bright eyes. Upon witnessing Su Chen's transformation, Douluo gazed at him in bewilderment. How did you achieve that? Could it possibly be a soul technique? Su Chen disregarded Douluo, instead embracing her. Douluo trembled as if electrified by his actions. Yet, what truly captured his attention was the astonishing change in her physique. What once was A B cup had transformed into A D cup. He found himself questioning the very fabric of existence. Are you referring to my original form? I have grown accustomed to this appearance. Today, I simply reverted to my original state out of idleness. This is my true visage. What of it? Do you not fancy it? Douluo gazed at Su Chen with an innocent expression. Of course I like it. How could I not? I adore your natural self. You are truly a wonderful partner, she exclaimed with a laugh, though playfully chided him. Under the moonlight, amidst their light-hearted banter, Douluo suddenly pondered. What prompted your unexpected return? Is life among humans rather dismal? Not at all. I merely thought you might feel lonely on your own. I believe it would be delightful for you to have a little one to alleviate your solitude, he suggested. Oh, how shameless, she retorted, her face flushing with warmth at the notion of having a child. Su Chen effortlessly lifted Douluo in a princess carry, making his way towards the stone bed. My beloved, I have made up my mind. If I must depart, I will undoubtedly take you with me. Otherwise, I shall never return. All right, she replied. Under the moonlight, the two engaged in an intense battle. Chapter 9. Su Chen, the Outsider. After a night had passed, Su Chen donned his attire and cast a gentle glance at Douluo. He smiled softly before quietly departing. At that moment, Douluo opened her eyes and glanced in the direction of his exit, letting out a sigh before resuming her slumber. Meanwhile, Su Chen soared through the sky towards Nodding Academy, observing a throng of people gathered below. What could be happening? What were they engaged in? Su Chen initially had no intention of meddling in affairs that did not concern him. However, his curiosity proved irresistible. He descended quietly, only to be met with a shocking sight. A group of men was viciously tearing at a girl's clothing. "Hey there, beautiful. How about you join us for a little fun?" One leered. "Come on, let me have the first turn." Another chimed in. "Get lost. I spotted her first." "I'm in no hurry. You all go ahead. I just want to have a taste," a third added. Upon hearing the words of these individuals, Su Chen furrowed his brow. The girl cried out in anguish, her voice piercing the air as she screamed for help. "Stop it, all of you." Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Chen, who regarded himself as no saint, reflected on his past in Blue Star as a player of capital. Yet, the scene before him bore no distinction from the basest of animalistic behavior. Everyone was left in a state of confusion, turning to look at Su Chen. "Who the hell are you?" One of them sneered. "I'm in a good mood today. If you kneel and apologize now, I might forgive you." Laughter erupted among the crowd as they dismissed Su Chen, perceiving him as a mere pretty boy devoid of any fighting spirit. "Who are you people? I have no desire to engage in idle chatter." Su Chen's expression grew icy, his gaze directed at them as if they were nothing more than corpses. From within the throng, a tall figure emerged, wearing an expression of disdain. "Do you recognize this emblem? I am affiliated with the Martial Soul Hall. Boy, kneel and admit your mistake, and I might consider sparing you." Su Chen squinted at the towering figure before her, exclaiming, "You may all perish." In an instant, an overwhelming pressure was unleashed, causing the men to crumble into mere masses of clay. The girl sat on the ground, her heart racing in terror, rendered momentarily speechless. Su Chen gazed at the girl, his heart heavy with unspoken emotions. He approached cautiously, extending a hand. "Stop. Do not come any closer. Please. It's all right. Those wicked individuals have been dealt with. You are safe now," his gentle voice reassured her. The girl lifted her gaze to meet Su Chen's eyes, and in an instant, her composure crumbled, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Wah, they were all terrible people. They killed my mommy and daddy," she sobbed, her heart breaking under the weight of her sorrow. Su Chen was at a loss, addressing the system. "What is happening? Can I save them?" The response came. "I am sorry, but it is not possible. Their souls have already departed. Shouldn't they be sent to the underworld? How can their souls be lost?" "Because this world does not possess an underworld." "Very well, I understand now." Su Chen lifted the girl effortlessly, and she clung to him, weeping uncontrollably. With arms wide open, he felt at a loss, overwhelmed by the situation. He was now a married man, bound by his commitments and unable to take advantage of other women. "Big brother, I miss my mom and dad," she sobbed. Su Chen, unable to endure the sound of her weeping, gently patted the girl on her back in a comforting manner. "It's all right. Your parents only wish for your happiness. The bad person has been driven away by me. You wouldn't want your parents to feel sorrow, would you? I understand now. Thank you, big brother. It's nothing. I too detest those who bully the weak." Su Chen reached into his pocket, only to discover the absence of tissues, which left him in an utterly awkward predicament. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Little sister, how old are you?" Immediately after posing the question, he wished he could slap himself. What a distasteful impression to give. The girl gazed at Su Chen, sensing that this older brother figure was likely a kind-hearted soul. "I am 13, she replied. Su Chen gasped in disbelief. He could not fathom how the individuals from the spirit hall could stoop so low as to target a girl so young. "Well, it's all right now. You may return home," he reassured her. Su Chen prepared to take flight. Ascending into the sky, he observed the girl still standing motionless on the ground. A look of confusion etched on his face. He descended once more, gazing at her, and inquired, "Why don't you return home?" Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the girl lowered her head, her eyes filled with tears. "I have no home left. Those people just burned my house to the ground." "What on earth?" Su Chen exclaimed, incredulous. While the oppression of the weak exists in every nation, the destruction of one's home truly crosses a line. "What shall we do now?" He sighed, reaching into his pockets. "Here, this is all the money I have." He extended all his gold coins towards the girl, but she shook her head, refusing to accept them. Su Chen pondered carefully and realized the validity of his thoughts. A girl, seemingly delicate and defenseless, carrying such a significant amount of money could easily fall prey to unscrupulous individuals. "Would you like to accompany me to school?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded her head. "You will go to school with me? That's wonderful. But do you possess a martial soul?" The girl, upon hearing this question, shook her head in disappointment. No martial soul? Suchin sighed. That complicates things regarding your admission to school. I could potentially bring you along, but if we were to be discovered, it would create quite a predicament. Frustration washed over him as he scratched his head. Darn it. I stayed up too late yesterday, and my mind feels a bit foggy. The girl then chimed in. Big brother, why not help me find a job? A job? You're so young, he replied, contemplating the situation. All right, I'll find you a place to stay instead. Suchin found himself at a loss. So he decided to find a place for the little girl to stay. Very well, what is your name? He inquired. I am Suchin, she replied. Suchin? How interesting that we share the same surname. I am Suchin. Just like you, I am alone, without family. Would you consider me your brother? I could become your family, if that pleases you. Suchin raised her eyes to look at Su Chun and said, All right, I shall call you Brother Su. If that pleases you. As you wish, he replied. Now, we may depart. With one hand, Suchin grasped Suchin's arm and soared into the sky. Wow, Brother Su. Are you a soul master? Soul master? What is that? I am unfamiliar with the term. All I know is that I am currently at level 150. What of it? Brother Su is truly remarkable, at level 150? Suchin gazed vacantly at the soaring figure of Suchin in the sky, feeling that her brother must be boasting. How could it be possible for someone to reach a height of 150? Suchin glanced at Suchin, noticing the look of confusion on her face. What is the matter? Do you not believe me? It's perfectly fine if you don't. Starting today, you are my sister. Anyone who dares to bully you shall face my wrath. Brother Su is truly formidable, she replied. But isn't this flight a bit too slow? Perhaps we should accelerate a little? Suchin looked up at the sky and noticed that the sun had already risen. Suchin summoned the martial soul of Haiba Dong, manifesting a pair of icy wings behind him. He then unleashed a sonic burst, enveloping Suchin in an additional layer of protective shield. Suchin gazed around, her eyes flitting swiftly. Brother Su, how fast everything is. Suchin, there are faster options available, but I fear you may not be able to endure them. Faster options? Suchin gazed at Suchin with a puzzled expression. Clearing his throat, he added, never mind, we shall arrive shortly. Suchin also sensed that his words were somewhat amiss. After they reached Nottingham Academy, Suchin rented a modest abode nearby for merely 2 gold soul coins. Here. Dear sister, this is your pocket money. Should it prove insufficient, do not hesitate to ask for more. Understood? Suchin handed Suchin 2,000 gold soul coins, a sum he had requested from the system. No, Brother Suchin, you are giving too much. I only require 2. Is that too much? Not at all. Take it without worry. I have ample funds, Suchin replied, equally bewildered. He had merely asked the system for a small amount, believing it would not be excessive. Well then, I shall accept it, she conceded. Suchin lowered her head, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she accepted the money. Well, let it be this way. You should rest for a while. I will take you to buy some clothes later. I have a few matters to attend to. I also packed some food for you, which I've placed on the table. Remember to enjoy it while it's still warm. I understand, Brother Suchin. After Suchin departed, Suchin lifted her gaze to observe Suchin's silhouette. She then lowered her head and retrieved a blue necklace, astonished that she, Suchin, could encounter such a kind-hearted individual. Suchin glanced at the sky as he departed. It was already afternoon. He soared into the heavens, heading towards the direction of the spirit hall. Host. Suchin halted, a puzzled expression adorning his face. What is it? I sense something amiss with that little girl. Suchin. What? She's just a frail girl. How could anything be wrong with her? Don't tell me she's a soul beast. No, it's not that. I can't quite articulate it, but I feel an absence of her aura, as if she doesn't belong to this world. System? What's the matter? I've noticed that you have become increasingly adorable. What do you mean? You claim Suchin is not of this world. Am I not also an outsider? Why did she not attempt to save herself in that situation? Shouldn't someone from another world possess a system? Who says that individuals from other worlds must have a system? What about me? You're merely bound to me by the arrangements above. But that little girl, Suchin, her soul's essence is entirely different from her own. Are you suggesting that she, like someone with the surname Tang, has experienced a soul takeover? Yes, that is precisely the implication. Do you think I would believe you? Although I am not well versed in anime, I am aware that the male protagonist of this world bears the surname Tang. There are no others. As the second outsider in this world, could there truly be a third? Do not jest. Are traversers as common as cabbages? Is it possible that I have misobserved? That cannot be. Even if she is a traverser, should I fear her? She is my sister. If she were to betray me, I would not shy away from the consequences. With my strength, is it not feasible? It is indeed possible. Yet, one must always exercise caution. All right, all right. I must head to the martial spirit hall now. I will observe further and see if your assertions hold any truth. Suchin also found it peculiar that a girl had inexplicably appeared in a desolate area. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was not a spirit beast. If she were, he would have dealt with her without hesitation. Suchin did not ponder much and directly headed towards the spirit hall. System? Are you saying that Brother Suchin is not from this world? Yes. Suchin gasped in astonishment, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. From the very beginning, she sensed that something was amiss with Suchin. This was my 18th world, yet why was it that every time I ventured into another realm, I encountered an individual devoid of any prowess? Truly, there was not a shred of combat capability. Host, if you were to possess strength, this world would unravel. The worldview is fundamentally different. Suchin furrowed her brow, pondering the fragility of this world. What purpose did she serve here? To complete her mission and ascend to unparalleled strength, as these powers would gradually be returned to her. All she needed to do was traverse 50 realms. And her task would be fulfilled, leading to the salvation of her world and the revival of her family. Very well, she sighed. But I cannot fathom how I am to grow stronger in a realm where I lack a martial soul. A system exists to resolve all your dilemmas, came the reply. But first, you must distance yourself from Suchin. Why would I leave such a handsome and kind individual? She retorted. Did I not mention that he is not from this world? And neither am I. What if Suchin turns out to be a villain? What then? What you require is to be close to the child of destiny in this realm. The child of destiny? Where might I find this individual? Right in the academy beside you. In the academy next to me? Very well, I shall observe this child of destiny and assess their character. If they possess virtue, I shall follow them. If not, what purpose would it serve? Host, as long as you become stronger, does character truly matter? It does. After all, I am the empress of a realm, the immortal emperor of Xianshou, a savior to millions, striving to grant the common folk a life of prosperity and harmony. How can I disregard character? If it comes to it, return me home. I would rather forego the powers of this world. Host, what does it mean to be powerful? Strength is not solely derived from hardship. Luck plays a crucial role as well. My luck has always been favorable. I shall observe the child of destiny in this world. Suit yourself. I am weary. What of my martial soul? She inquired. You need to be near the child of destiny, and it will automatically unlock your martial soul. Is that so? Very well. You may leave. I wish to retire for the night. Why do you speak so strangely? Is my manner of speaking odd? I am, after all, a revered deity of a higher realm. Is it not customary for me to refer to myself in such a manner? All right, I understand. Suchin stretched languidly and glanced at the food that Suchun had brought her. She walked over and picked up a chicken leg, indulging in its flavor. Ah, the cuisine in this world is rather delightful, she mused, savoring the taste. I wonder if my brother Suchin feeds me like this every day, will I become plump? Suchin glanced at her belly and shook her head. After all, she was a stunning beauty, pure and flawless like an ethereal fairy. How could she possibly gain weight? Although she could overlook the notion of purity, today she had been touched by those wretched mortals. Once she became powerful, she would ensure that all mortals in this world met their demise, except for the good ones, for even among mortals, there exist both virtuous and vile individuals. Suchin altered his appearance, for he had previously troubled the spirit hall and had even playfully slapped Bibi Dong's backside. The atmosphere around the table was laden with a sense of oppression. Leaning against his chair, Su Chun gazed at the woman across from him. She was indeed quite attractive. However, it was rather absurd that she was now governed by the regulations of this nation. Who are you, really? Do you comprehend the consequences of intruding upon the spirit hall? Chapter 10. The Empress, I do not grasp your words, she replied. I have come here seeking trouble today. You are the current pope, and I wish to inquire. What is your understanding of the current state of various factions? What are your thoughts on the Spirit Hall? The Douluo Empire and the Heaven-Do Empire? What is the perspective of you nobles towards the common folk? Suchin gazed at Bibi Dong with an expressionless demeanor. Curious about the true nature of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong's icy gaze fixed upon the unfamiliar man before her. Who are you? She demanded. Are you attempting to defy the authority of the Spirit Hall? You are merely a passing commoner. Though you allow the ordinary folk to awaken their martial spirits for free and receive subsidies for soul masters. What does the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents by your spirit hall imply? I do not comprehend your words. Such individuals cannot exist within the spirit hall. Is that so? Suchin retorted. Today, I encountered a young girl, a mere 13 years of age, who was besieged by over a dozen of your spirit hall soldiers. They not only humiliated her, but also murdered her parents and burned down their home. I wish to inquire of your highness the Pope. Is this what you claim to be non-existent? Su Chen's gaze was imbued with a palpable ferocity. He truly desired to eliminate the Pope of the spirit hall before him. If necessary, he would take charge, uniting all nations into a singular entity, fostering harmony across the realm. Yet, his longing for home restrained him. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. Even if you assert such things. With the multitude within the spirit hall, it is inevitable that some will refuse to heed authority. However, it is not your place to govern them. Damn it. If you were not a woman, I would genuinely consider delivering a resounding blow to you. As the current pope, this nation falls under your jurisdiction. Yet you cannot neglect the welfare of the common people. Without the populace, how can a nation exist? I am aware of these truths. But what concern are they to you? Bai Dong gazed at Su Chen, perplexed. Why was this man so agitated when even she, the pope, remained unfazed? Right. Why am I so anxious? Regardless, if you fail to manage your people and continue to perpetrate unjust killings, I shall obliterate your spirit hall. Insolence. How dare you defame the spirit hall? You seek death. A striking figure clad in golden armor, radiating an alluring presence, strode into the scene. Su Chen wore a bewildered expression, remarking on the peculiarities of the spirit hall members, particularly their acceptance of individuals who defy conventional norms. Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong cast a glance at Zhu Huaguan, pondering the matter. She realized that she had scarcely paid attention to Zhu Huaguan's appearance when he joined the spirit hall, only recognizing his utilitarian value. Now, upon closer inspection, it was indeed unsettling to see a man adorned with makeup more extravagant than that of a woman. You little brat, you're courting death. Zhu Huaguan, who despised any discourse regarding his appearance, suddenly materialized before Su Chen, launching a powerful punch towards his face. Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he deftly evaded the attack. Then, with a flick of his finger, he deflected the punch aimed at him. Crack! Ah! In an instant, the assailant was sent crashing against the wall, his arm fracturing with a sudden, sharp sound. Su Chen shook his head in resignation. Tell me, am I mistaken in calling you a cross-dresser? A gentleman should engage in words, not in violence. Do you not understand? After all, you are a titled Douluo. To strike down an unfamiliar person without cause is simply absurd. Bibi Dong, regaining her composure, stared in astonishment at Su Chen. The events had unfolded too swiftly for her to discern how he had acted. All she witnessed was Su Chen turning around, and inexplicably, the person behind him was sent flying. Su Chen stared blankly at Bibi Dong. Why are you looking at me like that? While I am aware of my handsomeness, I am already married, and such scrutiny is rather inappropriate. Ahem, who exactly are you? I am utterly unable to discern your strength. Bibi Dong, unfazed, replied. Is it really too early for you to underestimate me? As for the current policies of the Spirit Hall, we are already in collaboration with the Tiando and Xinglua empires. The Spirit Hall provides manpower to assist commoners in awakening their spirits at no cost, while the subsidies are provided by other empires. However, these contributions are merely a drop in the bucket. The Tiando Empire has not funded us for quite some time, and the current subsidies are being advanced by the Spirit Hall itself. Our financial resources are rather limited. As for the allegations of Spirit Hall soldiers engaging in pillaging, I will conduct a thorough investigation. Su Chen's expression turned serious. Will your Spirit Hall request subsidies from other empires? We have tried, yet every envoy we sent returned empty-handed. As the other empires continuously declined our requests, it seems my suspicions were correct. War is looming on the horizon. How can you be so certain that war will ensue? Bibi Dong regarded Su Chen with a mocking gaze. If you disregard the plight of the common people, the subsidy policy is a decision of your Spirit Hall. Given your current financial strain, it is unsustainable. I suspect that either your Spirit Hall will instigate a conflict, am I not right? Those who govern nations are inherently greedy. Bibi Dong scrutinized Su Chen. I am uncertain how you came to know these matters. Indeed, I plan to confront other empires, with the Heaven-Do Empire being my primary target. If this continues, the populace will suffer, and those lands will inevitably become the territory of the Spirit Hall. Very well. I understand, Su Chen replied as he rose to leave. You have yet to answer my question. Who are you? Does that answer truly hold such significance? Su Chen looked at Bibi Dong with a bemused expression. Indeed, I wish to know. I am Su Chen, a commoner. Now, I must attend class. He nonchalantly dismissed the conversation. Class. You are still a student? Which academy do you attend? Bibi Dong gazed at him in disbelief. Taken aback that the man before her was a student. Why do you concern yourself with my affairs? Do you wish to meddle in my life? Su Chen regarded her with disdain. What do you think? How about this? Join my ranks, and I shall grant you boundless wealth and honor. Once you join, you will be an elder of the Spirit Hall. Really? Su Chen feigned surprise. So, do you intend to join? I may consider it, but I have conditions. Pray, do share. You must become my wife. He laughed heartily. Just kidding. Goodbye. With a playful wink, Su Chen vanished into thin air. Bibi Dong was left fuming, having never been toyed with in such a manner before. We shall see. Su Chen returned to Su Qing's side. He opened the door and glanced at Su Qing on the bed, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Goodness! Su Chen exclaimed loudly and immediately turned around to leave. To his astonishment, he discovered Su Qing asleep on the bed, surprisingly in the nude, holding a drumstick in her hand, with drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. Su Chen felt as if struck by lightning. The sister he had just encountered today, who had seemed to be a refined and elegant lady, now appeared in such a disheveled state. Su Chen's loud shout startled Su Qing, who was still in bed. Oh no! Hurry, hurry! Why did he come back so soon? Damn it, I just finished eating. I didn't anticipate that this world would be so sweltering, and having grown accustomed to sleeping without clothing, I had unconsciously stripped myself bare. I had thought that Su Chen would return only later in the evening, but to my astonishment, it was merely a quarter of an hour. Now, my flawless body has been laid bare before Su Chen. Su Qing felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Stunned, she donned her clothes and blushed as she opened the door. She glanced at Su Chen by the window, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and a fierce glint flickered in her eyes. Ah, what a coincidence! I was just about to come and call you, and here you are, awake. Su Chen awkwardly turned his head and whistled. Is that so? Indeed, what a coincidence. Do you think this emperor would believe your nonsense? Yes, by the way. I want to take you shopping for some clothes. Your current attire is somewhat worn out. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Su Chen. When I have money, I will repay you handsomely. Just wait, you little rascal. Daring to gaze upon this emperor's form, I shall make you wish for life but find none, and wish for death yet cannot. Ahem, is the repayment you mentioned serious? Buffed Su Qing was about to enjoy a cup of tea when she was unexpectedly choked by Su Chen's words. Serious? What does that mean? Just wait, you little brat. When I gain strength, I will show you what seriousness truly entails. No, it doesn't mean anything. By the way, let me take you shopping for clothes. Su Chen said, feeling too lazy to explain further. All right then. As Su Chen was preparing to leave, a notification suddenly appeared in his mind. Host, I have confirmed that the girl Su Qing is not a local. What? Are you absolutely certain? Yes, 100% certain. It seems she also possesses a system, though it is not as reliable as mine. I have rewards, while hers merely allows for time travel. What purpose does her time travel serve? I'm not sure. But her system is quite formidable, albeit slightly inferior to mine. Let me confirm this. Su Chen turned solemnly to face Su Qing and directly inquired. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Ah? Su Qing looked at him, bewildered. Cough, cough, cough. Wenzhou, Zhejiang. Wenzhou, Zhejiang. Ah? Su Chen glanced at Su Qing, whose expression was one of utter bewilderment. He was filled with confusion. Was he mistaken? Are you truly so naive, host? Su Qing could very well be from another realm. Is that so? Which world might she hail from? I am uncertain. Even you lack this knowledge? What use are you then? I genuinely cannot help it. Su Qing's soul is exceedingly powerful, and I can only perceive a fraction of it. Exceedingly powerful? How does she compare to the Emperor of the Desolate Heavens? Without a doubt, it is the Emperor of the Desolate Heavens. Su Chen's heart sank at the admission. Is she truly that formidable? Indeed. I have seen 3,000 laws encircling her. However, I am curious. If she is so powerful, why has she come to this inferior realm? The combat prowess here is rather low. Hold on, you claim 3,000 laws encircling her? Surely, you jest. Is she not more formidable than Pangu? Even the heavenly Tao would kneel in submission. I assure you, I can only glimpse her silhouette. Beyond that, I cannot ascertain. Host, I believe a preemptive strike may be wise. Perhaps we should eliminate her? How can you be so heartless towards such an innocent girl? Will you or will you not take action? At present, she possesses little strength. However, should she gain power, she could become a troublesome obstacle for your future endeavors. Are you implying that Su Qing is her true self? I am uncertain. If I were to eliminate her, what if she is merely a projection and her true self arrives? Would that not spell my doom? Such an impressive individual, though the Douluo star has perished. I would not perish myself. The issue lies in my inability to contend with her. That seems to be the case. Do you have any alternative solutions? Let me ponder for a moment. I have it. Speak swiftly. What if you were to, take her out? In doing so, you would gain a formidable ally to assist you in future tasks. What? I have yet to resolve the matter in the forest. And now you wish for me to tackle this newly acquired sister? Do you take me for someone of the Tang surname? I assure you, system, that is entirely out of the question. Then what options remain? She is likely contemplating your demise. Why would that be? I have not wronged her in any way. You have seen her completely. As a powerful figure, do you think she would let you off the hook? But I am her brother, albeit not by blood. Blood ties, however thin, should count for something. At the very least, she would not repay kindness with malice. Ordinary individuals may not act thus, but those of her stature are often quite petty. Suchin, what should we do then? Let it all end. I'm weary. You refuse to sleep with her. And do not ask me what to do, for I am equally lost. Is there truly no other solution than this? What else could there be? Do not be deceived by her having a system. Had she not willingly come to this world to have the system preserve her strength, that very system would be on its knees. Isn't that what we desire? I can make the system kneel as well. I will force it to submit, or I shall take my own life. Do you still have any shame? I am speaking to you now, and yet you demand I kneel? All right, all right. I shall take her shopping for clothes. Suchin, feeling indifferent, thought it best to disengage. After all, we cannot afford to provoke her. Brother Suqing, why do you seem lost in thought? Suqing inquired, gazing at Suchin with a puzzled expression. No. I was merely reflecting on certain matters. He chuckled. Suchin promptly took Suqing shopping for clothes. Brother Suchin, this outfit is so beautiful. I'll buy it. Brother Suchin, look at this dress. It's stunning as well. I'll take it. Brother Suchin, look at this ring. I'll buy it. Brother Suchin, I'll purchase it. Brother Suchin, look at that child. They've made a purchase. Brother Suchin, I meant the child. Can a child truly buy something? Suqing gazed at the irritable Suchin beside her, utterly bewildered. No. How could a child possibly make a purchase? I am a good person. Have you completed your shopping? Yes, I've finished. Well then, where are the items you bought? Why haven't I seen them? Brother Suchin, that pile over there. Suqing felt a bit embarrassed as she pointed to a heap nearby. Suchin widened his eyes and gaped in astonishment. This is simply too much. Chapter 11, Daimu Bai. After purchasing daily necessities with Suqing, Su Chun returned to the house, greeted briefly, and then departed for the academy. Alas, why do girls have such an affinity for peculiar objects? Who are you? The gatekeeper obstructed Su Chen's path. With a scowl, Su Chen replied, Do you not recognize me? I am a student of this academy. The two gatekeepers, bewildered by the towering figure of Su Chen, exchanged glances and responded. We do not have any students of your stature here. Please leave. Su Chen, alas, I forgot to transform into a little girl, leaving Su Chen utterly speechless. Su Chen, grumbling and muttering, discovered a secluded and deserted spot where she transformed back into a little girl. Su Chen strode confidently into the academy. Sister Su, where have you been? Upon seeing Su Chen approach, Xiaowu immediately bounced over, exclaiming, Little rabbit? Su Chen promptly uttered this phrase, leaving Xiaowu wide-eyed with fear. Her mind racing with a single thought. Oh no. How does Sister Su know my true form? Su Chen realized she had misspoken and immediately began to clarify. Haha. Xiaowu is truly adorable, bouncing around like a little rabbit. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, Xiaowu let out a sigh of relief. Sister Su, where have you been? I've been looking for you for quite a while. Me? I had some matters to attend to with my family. What is the matter? Oh, nothing much. Sister Su. Shall we head to the cafeteria for a meal? All right. I happen to be feeling a bit hungry. Su Chen gently rubbed his belly, feeling a slight pang of hunger. Although it was a mere pretense, he found it rather unfamiliar. Xiaowu took Su Chen's hand and led him to the cafeteria, where they fortuitously encountered Tang Shan and his companions. Xiaowu, you're here too. Tang Shan greeted her immediately. Xiaowu gazed at Tang Shan with a delightful innocence. Yes, I am here as well. I came to accompany Sister Su for a meal. Then let us dine together. Tang Shan proposed. Of course, Sister Su. Let us go together. Xiaowu exclaimed eagerly. Su Chen cast a disapproving glance at Xiaowu and Tang Shan, wishing only to enjoy her meal in peace. She harbored no interest in the antics of these youngsters. Thus, the group finished their meal in its entirety. Xiaowu expressed a desire to share a bed with Suchin. However, Suchin declined, citing her preference for solitude while sleeping and her discomfort with sharing a bed with a girl. Consequently, Xiaowu had no choice but to sleep alongside Tang Shan. Suchin returned to the dormitory, reclined on the bed, and gazed at the ceiling. "Oh, host, why do you refuse what others offer so readily?" Upon hearing the system's words, Suchin was utterly astonished. "What on earth, a system? How could you utter such despicable remarks? She is still but a fledgling. How could I possibly bring myself to act? As for Gu Yu Na, that's one thing. At least others possess their allure, but this rabbit is entirely a lowly. A sight I can hardly endure. What a disappointment. Suchin, enough, let us rest." However, Tang Shan's first spirit ring has already been rendered useless. Will the second one require him to absorb it for 10 years as well? There is no need to rush, even if he absorbs it under normal circumstances. He still cannot defeat you, can he? So how do I acquire energy? I still need to return home. There is no hurry. Our system is not anxious. So why are you? Oh, a night without words. In the blink of an eye, 7 years have passed. A man and a woman stroll along the road. Their figures clad in blue and pink. "Brother, let us stay here." "All right, Xiaowu, as you wish." A man with golden hair, embracing the two, strides into the hotel. "Boss." The same room as usual. The boss, upon hearing this, looks troubled as he glances between Tang Shan and Xiaowu, then back at the golden-haired man. Sir. Your room has already been booked." "What? Boss, do you know who I am? How dare you give my room to someone else?" Tang Shan, sensing the situation escalating, quickly interjects, "This brother seems to have arrived before us." "And so what?" The man replies rudely. Xiaowu, witnessing the unfolding situation, places her hands on her hips and retorts, "So what? Get lost." The man chuckles at her defiance. "Very well. Heh, you dare speak to me like that. I see you are also spirit masters, aren't you? Come on, let us see what you can do. I'll give you a chance to make me leave. Or perhaps, perform a little act of leaving." The atmosphere turns icy. Xiaowu is about to step forward, but is restrained by Tang Shan. At that moment, the boss senses the tension and rushes over. "Dai Xiao, let us talk this over." Dai Xiao scoffs. "Humph. Wang boss, your business acumen seems to have improved." "Please don't say that. Dai Xiao, today it's my fault for not understanding the rules. I apologize, I truly apologize." The boss turns to Tang Shan and Xiaowu, bowing in apology. "I'm sorry, esteemed guests. That room has been reserved by Dai Xiao, so please choose another establishment." "We refuse to leave. What will you do?" Xiaowu retorts defiantly. The atmosphere remains tense. "Boss, this room is mine." A voice calls out from a young man dressed in a verdant sword-fighting outfit, holding a flute, followed by a girl. The boss inwardly curses. The previous issue is yet unresolved, and now another has arrived. The young man recognizes Tang Shan but is curious about the golden-haired figure. "System? Who is this golden-haired Lion King?" "He is Douluo Bai, the Prince of Xingluo." "Oh, another prince. Yet, a prince still needs to check into a hotel? Does he lack for women?" The host, due to the peculiarities of his martial soul, possesses the sinister-eyed white tiger, which necessitates a form of release. How intriguing. Such a martial soul indeed. The young man clicked his tongue in astonishment while casting a glance at Douluo Bai. The girl beside him tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Brother Su, it appears there are no available rooms here. Perhaps we should seek accommodations elsewhere." Suchin glanced at Su Qing. After leaving school, he had completely distanced himself from Tongshin Shiwu. It was unexpected to encounter him at a hotel, especially one chosen by Su Qing simply for its charming name, Rose Hotel. It's natural for a girl to be drawn to flowers. At that moment, Douluo Bai approached with a frown. "Friend, this room belongs to me. You should seek another." "What are you?" Suchin retorted. "Who is your friend?" "Very well, it seems no one has ever spoken to me in such a manner. Enough of this chatter. It appears I must teach you a lesson, young man." Suchin and Su Qing were both taken aback, with a playful glimmer in her eyes. Su Qing turned to Suchin and remarked, "Brother Suchin, is this yellow-haired boy truly so audacious?" "Pfft, yellow-haired? Ha ha ha. Yellow-haired, my apologies, it brings back memories of past sorrows." Suchin covered his mouth, his shoulders trembling with laughter. Su Qing gazed at Suchin with a look of utter confusion. She did not find the situation amusing at all. Douluo Bai's expression darkened with palpable menace as he directed his fierce gaze at both Su Chun and Su Qing. He had, of course, heard the words that had just escaped Su Chin's lips. "You, do not force my hand to eliminate you wretched pair." As Douluo Bai's words echoed through the air, an instant chill enveloped the surroundings, visibly freezing the ground beneath them. Those nearby shivered in fear and hastily fled the scene. The smile had vanished from Su Chen's face, and he regarded Dai Mubai with the same expression one might reserve for the deceased. He stepped forward, but was suddenly halted by a delicate little hand. Confused, Su Chen glanced down to discover it was Su Qing. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "It's nothing. This insolent brat dares to speak to me in such a manner. I wouldn't mind rendering him mute," Su Qing replied coldly, her gaze fixed on Dai Mubai. Unperturbed by the gravity of the situation, Dai Mubai scoffed. "Ah, so you are merely a waste, hiding behind a woman, are you? I was inclined to offer you a chance to take your own life as an apology. Otherwise, I shall make you suffer." Su Qing's eyes gleamed with lethal intent as she glared at Dai Mubai. "Ha ha, how amusing. I've never encountered such a fierce woman before. If you wish to tear me apart, let us see if you possess the capability." With that, a radiant golden yellow aura enveloped Dai Mubai. "White Tiger, protect me," he declared. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, level 37 Soul Master. "I await your guidance." Tang San gazed at Dai Mubai in astonishment. Never having anticipated that he possessed a 1,000-year spirit ring, let alone being a level 37 Soul Master. Su Qing cast a disdainful glance at Dai Mubai, and she promptly unleashed her martial soul, a chaos azure lotus adorned in shades of purple, red, and black. "Su Qing, a level 69 Soul Emperor, at your service." In an instant, Dai Mubai was struck by the sight of the soul rings beneath Su Qing, and a cold sweat poured down his back, his body trembling uncontrollably. 100,000 years soul rings. Su Qing glanced at the soul ring on the ground, then turned her gaze to Su Chen behind her. The 100,000-year soul ring was bestowed upon her by Su Chen. She could not fathom the methods he had employed to attain such a remarkable achievement. Su Qing gazed at Dai Mubai, drenched in sweat, and gracefully approached him, teasingly inquiring, "Well, young man, what do you say? Did you not claim you wished to bed me? Do you possess such capability?" With a swift motion, she unleashed her first soul skill, Lotus Blade Blossoms. In an instant, a multitude of lotus flowers materialized around Dai Mubai, their petals cascading down to transform into a flurry of sharp black blades, hurtling towards him. Dai Mubai, taken aback, swiftly invoked his third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, followed by his first soul skill, White Tiger's Protective Barrier. With a piercing sound, the blade struck. In that fleeting moment, both of Dai Mubai's hands were grievously lacerated, flesh torn asunder. Some blades hovered ominously before his eyes as he collapsed to the ground. His gaze filled with terror at the sight of the lethal edges. "Why can't I kill him? How utterly dull," Su Qing muttered, dismissively waving her hand, causing the blades to vanish. The system had just informed her that the blonde youth could not be slain, as it would disrupt her progress in this world. Su Chen had already discerned that Su Qing was an outsider. Initially, he contemplated taking action to eliminate her. However, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. The moment he attempted to act, an inexplicable pressure descended upon him, rendering him immobile. The system informed him that it was the handiwork of Su Qing's system, rendering any attempt to harm her utterly futile. Upon awakening, Su Qing glanced at Su Chen, who lay on the ground. Initially, she intended to confront him, but soon discovered layers of transparent shields surrounding him, rendering her efforts futile. Thus, their conflict remained unresolved. At first, they exchanged cold glances, but as time passed, they reconciled over a meal, and now they sit side by side, sharing chicken legs as if they were brothers. Su Qing gazed at Su Chen with a sense of grievance, rushing over to embrace his waist, exclaiming, "Brother Su Chen, you terrified me." Su Chen wore a grim expression. He truly could not afford to provoke this woman. Never mind. Perhaps it would be best to bury it while it is still fresh? As Su Chen spoke, Dai Mubai was taken aback, his trembling finger pointed at Su Chen in disbelief. You, he stammered. "What do you mean? When adults are speaking, children should not interrupt." Undeterred, Su Chen retorted boldly, prompting Dai Mubai to faint from the shock. At that moment, Xiaowu curiously approached, only to be halted by Tang Shan, who shook his head in disapproval, leading Xiaowu to relent. "Brother Su Chen, I'm still so frightened. What should I do?" She lamented. "Do not be afraid. I am frightened too. Why don't you comfort me?" Before Su Chen could finish, he glanced at his waist, where Su Qing was massaging his kidneys. "Brother Su Chen, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly," Su Qing said with a mischievous grin. No. I meant to say don't be afraid. I will comfort you." "Ouch, that hurts," Su Chen exclaimed. "Is that so? Brother Su Chen is so annoying, utterly intolerable." Su Chen expressed his regret, realizing that had he known better, he would not have brought this woman into his life. Suchin glanced at Tang San, then approached the front desk with a slight smile. Excuse me, could the room be made available to us now? The proprietor wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded in response. Satisfied, Suchin led Su Qing upstairs, while Tang Shan detained Xiao Wu as they left the hotel. Brother, why did you stop me just now? Xiao Wu inquired. I sense that man is extraordinary. For the time being, we should refrain from making him our adversary. But brother, the girl just called that man Su Chun, which is identical to Su Jia's name. Xiao Wu protested. It could merely be a coincidence of names. He replied. Is that so? She pondered. In the hotel room, Suchin and Su Qing gazed in astonishment at the roses and a decorative character symbolizing happiness arranged on the bed. Is this the wedding you adore? In a room you cherish? Su Qing blushed, her neck thick with indignation as she glared at the bed. Defiantly, she directed her gaze at Su Chun. You, sleep outside. How could you say that? I'm your brother. That doesn't matter. The money for this hotel room is mine. I don't care. I refuse to share the bed. What if you turn out to be a scoundrel? Me? A scoundrel? Rest assured, even if I were to develop an affection for a pig, you would not be the object of my affections. What? Su Qing, filled with indignation, leaped towards Suchin, executing a swift locking maneuver. The two of them tumbled to the ground, with Su Qing firmly grasping Suchin's arm, rendering him immobile. It hurts. It's going to break. Let go of me, please. He pleaded. No, I will not release you. How dare you say I am inferior to a pig? Wait, I have more to say. Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity to rephrase your words. Cough, cough, at least a pig can be fed. You truly are beneath even a pig. Suchin replied with utmost seriousness. All right, very well, brother Suchin. Allow me to assist you in relaxing your body. 10th soul skill. Bone dislocation technique. Crack. Ah, it hurts. Sister. Dear aunt, I was wrong. I was wrong. Do you understand your mistake now? Suchin glared at Suchin with exasperation. Suchin wiped away non-existent tears, nodding slightly. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake. What was my fault? Well, the error lies in comparing you to a pig. It would be more appropriate to compare you to a human-faced magic spider. Suchin, in a moment of reckless abandon, declared, boom, boom, boom. Very well. You have successfully captured my attention, Su Qing replied with a beaming smile. Chapter 12, Tianshui Academy. Stop, stop, stop. Ah. Beneath the starry night sky, within a hotel room, a man leaned silently against the wall, his hand covering his face in frustration. Humph. This is what you get for provoking my anger. Continue, and I shall ruin you. Su Qing clapped her hands and, in an exceptionally good mood, returned to her room to rest. Suchin, veins bulging and enduring the pain, gritted his teeth and spoke. System, am I not invincible? Why then am I still susceptible to injury? Is this not a trivial matter? That is indeed a man's most vulnerable area, with another being the waist. The issue lies in the fact that Su Qing is merely a soul emperor. She should not be capable of breaching my defenses, should she? Have you considered the martial spirits of others? They are of chaotic caliber. How does this relate to her ability to penetrate my defenses? I am not entirely certain, ordinarily. Even a titled Douluo in this world may not breach your defenses. Perhaps Su Qing is an exception. Very well. Such an ungrateful woman is destined to remain unmarried throughout her life. Su Qing, a Chiu. Suchin was perplexed. He distinctly remembered that when he first met Su Qing, she possessed no martial soul. Why then had she suddenly awakened one? System, why did Su Qing lack a martial soul initially, only to develop one now? I'm not entirely certain. However, her arrival in this world must be linked to the Child of Destiny. It is plausible that her awakening is connected to Tang Shan. Otherwise, such an awakening would be inexplicable. Is she a foe or an ally? It seemed to me that she did not regard Tang Shan with much favor today. I'm not sure about that either, but you should focus on resolving your own matters first. I dare not provoke this lady. Understood. Very well. Let us conclude our conversation here. I shall take my leave to rest. Suchin reclined on the sofa, closed his eyes, and gradually succumbed to slumber. At this moment, Su Qing emerged clad in her pajamas, clutching a blanket in her hands. Without hesitation, she draped it over Suchin. This mischievous boy, without a blanket, fails to utter a word. Host, do you believe he fears the cold? What? Do you dare to oppose my decision? No. Su Qing helped Suchin tuck in the quilt and gently patted her hands before returning to her room to rest. System, I wonder if my subjects are well? Rest assured, your domain is now secure. Aside from some minor disturbances from low-level demonic beasts, everything else is in order. Then I shall feel at ease. If necessary, I will return, for this place is ultimately not the world I am accustomed to. A night of silence ensued, stretching into the early hours of dawn. Suchin opened his eyes and glanced at the blanket draped over him, his expression one of confusion. System? What is this blanket doing here? Could it possibly be that ruthless woman who covered me with it? Surely not. No way. This must be a dream, system. Suqing emerged from her room and noticed Suchin shaking his head in a daze. With a look of disdain, she exclaimed, "You insufferable Suchin. Why are you still lounging about? Are we not supposed to enroll in other colleges today?" "Oh, right. I understand now." Suchin also recalled that he was supposed to visit another academy today. "Which academy do you think we should go to?" Suqing inquired of Suchin. "I am not certain either," he replied. "Suqing, so what brings you all this way? To join the academy? The issue is there are so many academies. You must choose one as well. We ought to find a reliable option. So what are your requirements? I am indifferent to your thoughts. Otherwise, shall we part ways? Is this how we sever our ties?" Suchin gazed at Suqing with fervor. Suqing's sharp gaze pierced through Suchin. "What is it, Suchin? Are you intending to forsake me? I have heard from the elders that casually abandoning one's own kin may lead to a severance of one's lineage." Suqing smiled as she extended a foot, aiming it towards Suchin below. Suchin wore a bitter smile and remarked, "But you are not my biological sister. So why do you insist on following me? Furthermore, did you not once express your desire to love someone freely? I am granting you that freedom now. And I offer you 80 million gold soul coins. Is that sufficient? If not, I can certainly add more. Go ahead, give it a try." Suchin swallowed hard. Cursing inwardly, it was one thing to be bullied by the system, but to be tormented by a cheap sister he had picked up was altogether intolerable. The only one who never mistreated him was Gu Yuna. Indeed, she was a treasure. Sighing, he thought, "I won't try anymore. It's beyond my means." "Humph. At least you know your place. Now tell me, which academy shall we join? Last time I chose one, you complained about the throngs of admirers. I chose another. And you objected to the abundance of males. Then I selected yet another, only for you to dismiss it for being too remote. How am I to choose? Host. You may join Shrek Academy." In Suchin's mind, the system's voice echoed, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Is the Shrek Academy truly reliable? Is it the kind of grand establishment one would expect from an academy of the fated? No, it appears rather dilapidated. Well, I suppose I shall abandon this notion. Suqing, that woman, would certainly not consider attending such a place. She would find it beneath her. As for me, I simply prefer to avoid unnecessary distractions from other males. Suqing hesitated to articulate her thoughts. So, what am I? Am I not a man? You? Aside from possessing an additional limb, you are, in my eyes, akin to a sister. Fine, fine, I understand you wish to avoid an academy teeming with men. However, I happen to know of a female-only institution. Would you be interested? Do share its name. Naturally, it must not be a rundown locale. I believe it's called Tianshui Academy, which is exclusively for girls, with very few males present. Very well, lead the way. Let us explore this Tianshui Academy you mentioned. Meanwhile, Tang San encountered Dean Flinder in this region and learned of the existence of Shrek Academy, prompting him and Xiaowei to prepare for enrollment. Suchin has arrived at Tianshui Academy. I remarked that he had been persistently urging me. Yet I reassured him that there was no need for haste. The map is quite limited, and the academy has yet to open its doors. Suchin, observing the situation beside him, could not help but retort, "How was I to know it would be like this? You ask me, but who should I inquire of? When does this academy open?" He questioned, clearly uncertain. "I have no idea. This is my first visit as well." The two of them stood at the entrance of the academy, exchanging complaints. The guard on duty, rubbing his temples, stepped forward and said, Hey, what are you two doing making such a racket at this hour?" Upon seeing someone emerge from the academy, Su Chun, indifferent to the fierce woman beside him, uttered, "Sawasti Ka, my sister and I are here to enroll at the academy." The gatekeeper, bewildered, stared at Su Chun, perplexed by the unfamiliar greeting. "What do you mean by that? What is this all about?" No, my sister and I seek to join the Tianshui Academy." "Ah, I see. Very well. Please wait a moment while I inform the authorities. That would be much appreciated." Su Chen's courteous demeanor irked Suqing, who, having accompanied him for so long, had never experienced such politeness from him since their departure from Nodding Academy. "Why are you pouting? You're not a toad spirit," she exclaimed. As the grand gates of the academy swung open, a vision of elegance appeared, a lady clad in a cerulean dress, adorned with matching high heels. Her cascading waves of azure hair framing a delicate, rosy visage. She radiated an enchanting beauty as she greeted them. "Hello, are you two here to join our Tianshui Academy?" The gentle cadence of her voice elicited a captivated smile from Su Chen. Su Qing cast a disapproving glance at Su Chen, swiftly delivering another slap. Indeed. My brother and I are considering enrolling in your Tianshui Academy. May I inquire about the registration fee? Shui Binger observed the playful banter between the two, a gentle smile gracing her lips. There is no rush regarding the registration fee. May I ask what level your soul power is? And what type of martial soul do you possess? Would you kindly show me? Su Chen stepped forward boldly and began his self-introduction. My name is Su Chen. In this world, I have no family. The girl beside me is my adopted sister whom I found on the street. Now that she has grown up, I no longer need to look after her. Today, I am here with her. Su Chen turned his head and glanced down, noticing a small hand grasping his waist. He looked up to find Su Qing beaming at him with a polite and innocent smile. Su Chen swallowed hard. Su Qing glanced at Su Chen and began to introduce themselves. We had a quarrel, which caused quite a commotion, yet we are siblings at heart. My martial soul is of the ice attribute, and I currently possess a soul power level of 69. As for my brother, I shall let him introduce himself. Su Chen felt utterly aggrieved. He genuinely wished to sever ties with this woman. Everything had to be monitored, and he found himself unable to retaliate. Not that he was incapable of fighting back, but rather that he could not even lay a finger upon her. My martial soul is akin to my sister's, also possessing the ice attribute. As for my current soul power, let me think. System, how much should I state? Am I really to claim 150? You can simply suggest a number. With the system in place, there's no need to worry about exposure. With that reassurance from you, I can finally relax. Returning to reality, Su Chen spoke directly. My soul power is the same as my sister's, at level 69. Shui Binger looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression, somewhat skeptical. She then produced a crystal. Why don't you test your soul power and see if it meets the qualifications for joining our academy? As Su Qing casually placed her hand upon the crystal, an instant brilliance erupted, revealing the number 69. Shui Binger, astonished, covered her mouth in disbelief at the girl before her, unable to fathom the veracity of what she had just witnessed. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Su Qing was considerably younger than herself. When it was Su Chen's turn to test, he approached with an air of indifference, placing his hand directly on the crystal. Bang! What on earth? Why did it explode? Shui Bingo gazed in confusion at the now invisible crystal in her hand, recalling distinctly that her crystal was meant to test for a soul power level of 70. System, what on earth is happening? Why did it explode? A mishap, indeed. Well, now what? Su Chen was rendered speechless upon hearing the system's response. He immediately apologized to Shui Binger, expressing his regrets and suggesting that perhaps the crystal was faulty. Shui Binger, unable to find the right words, simply urged Su Chen to manifest his martial soul, instructing him to unleash its power. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately resumed communication with the system. System, is there no issue? It seems I currently possess only a few soul rings. Would you assist me in altering that? Of course, no problem, the system replied. Do not worry, I assure you. Upon hearing a satisfactory response, Su Chen triumphantly stamped his foot, causing a soul ring to gradually materialize beneath him. However, the hue of the first soul ring left everyone utterly astounded. Su Chen gazed in astonishment at the soul ring beneath his feet, his mouth agape in disbelief. He beheld a familiar crimson hue. Shui Binger, taken aback, covered her mouth in shock, her voice trembling as she stammered, T10, 100,000-year soul ring. The onlookers around them quaked in fear as they beheld Su Chen. And gradually, several soul rings, all red, began to materialize beneath him, only changing color at the seventh soul ring. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief upon seeing that the seventh soul ring was white. Suddenly, he came to his senses and remarked to Shui Binger that he was only at level 69, and now possessing a seventh soul ring seemed rather deceptive. Su Qing approached with a look of bewilderment, gazing at the soul ring beneath Su Chen's feet. Su Chen, why is your soul ring changing colors? What is this? It can change colors? Su Chen, in disbelief, glanced down and was utterly perplexed. He beheld the soul ring beneath him shifting through a kaleidoscope of hues, while additional rings continued to emerge. In an instant, a formidable pressure enveloped the area, compelling everyone nearby, including Shui Binger, to prostrate themselves on the ground. Su Chen's feet came to a halt only after the 10th five-colored soul ring emerged. Su Chen cursed the system 1,000 times in his heart. He merely wished to remain inconspicuous, yet this wretched system showed no regard for his desires. System, come forth and provide an explanation. He pondered whether he had exerted too much control. After all, what did it matter? It was merely 10 soul rings. If they were exposed, So be it. Yet, why did the last 3 soul rings change color? What was this phenomenon? Those were divine soul rings, the highest echelon of the 5 colored soul rings. He had clearly restrained your power to a mere 10, yet he found himself perplexed by this sudden transformation. Su Qing gazed at Su Chen in speechless astonishment. Aren't you the one who prefers to lead a low-profile life? Is this truly your version of modesty? Su Chen, wearing a wry smile, replied. I have no idea what is happening either. So, what should we do now? Should we eliminate these individuals? Ah, that seems excessive, doesn't it? These people are innocent. After all, there is no need for such drastic measures. Su Qing glanced at Su Chen, who bore a resemblance to the Virgin Mary. She communicated with the system in her mind, requesting, System, grant me some power so that these individuals may forget everything that just transpired. Understood. Restore the host's power to 0. 0.0000000001%. Su Qing felt a surge of power as she clasped her hands and murmured incantations. In an instant, everyone within a 2-kilometer radius fell into a deep slumber. What are you doing? Descending from the mountain like a Taoist? Su Chen gazed at Su Qing with a perplexed expression. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Su Chen and remarked, All right, retract your imposing aura. When they awaken, they will forget everything that just transpired, and I have altered their memories. Once they regain consciousness, we shall successfully enter the academy. Well, that is impressive. By the way, sister, would you mind teaching me that trick you just performed? I wish to learn it, Su Chen inquired eagerly. With your talent, it's impossible. There is no spiritual energy here, Su Qing replied dismissively. Of course I can do it. Just don't ask so many questions, Su Chen retorted confidently. What is spiritual energy, anyway? Su Chen continued to probe, observing Su Qing intently. Chapter 13. Qian Ren Shui. Half an hour later, everyone gradually regained consciousness. Shui Bingo sat up, rubbing her temples. Upon spotting Su Chen and Su Qing, she promptly approached them and ushered the two inside. Su Chen inexplicably found himself enrolled at Tin Shui Academy. After Shui Binger introduced Su Chen and Su Qing to the individuals within the institution, she departed alone, sensing that she had forgotten something. All she knew was that as she stood up, her entire body ached, and beyond that, her memory was a blur. Su Chen sat on the sofa with a dark expression, gazing at Su Qing, who stood before him. Come on, sister, we have separate dormitories now. Do you still intend to sleep here? He retorted. Humph, am I not allowed to be afraid of the dark? Besides, you are my brother, not my biological sister. And even if you were, that wouldn't be permissible. What if things went awry? Do you dare? Su Qing glared at Su Chen. Her eyes filled with icy intensity as she glanced downward. Su Chen immediately covered himself with both hands, gazing at Su Qing in terror. How can you, a girl, be so violent? Be careful, or no one will want you in the future. Humph. In this world, no one is worthy of me. Enough. I shall take my rest now. You can sleep on the sofa while I occupy the bed. Remember, if you wish to leave, you must report to me first. You think you can dictate to me? You are not my wife. What I choose to do is none of your concern, and report. I shall report nothing. Su Qing disregarded Su Chen and headed straight to her room. Su Chen was filled with sorrow. He longed for solitude, preferring to be alone. Dear host, the system remarked. It is not merely my words but your own. Back then, when you had the chance to embrace her, you hesitated. Now, reflect upon your choices. Do you not feel regret? You find yourself unable to strike back, yet equally incapable of parting ways. Su Chen, contemplating the system, found himself at a loss, teetering on the brink of despair. Initially, he had harbored intentions of eliminating Su Qing, but his efforts had proven futile. In his haste to flee, he inadvertently found himself in the Douluo Empire, an expanse so vast that, inevitably, Su Qing managed to track him down once again. They clashed once more, only to discover that he was utterly incapable of breaching her defenses. Moreover, Su Qing had deliberately aimed low, forcing him into a position of evasion. Enough, he thought. I seek solitude. Yet, how was it that she could locate him so effortlessly? Perhaps she had left some mark upon him, allowing her to trace him at will. As a system, you cannot discern this? He pondered. Regrettably, I cannot detect any flaws within your physical form. It may be that she has tampered with your soul in some manner. I am hesitant to meddle with your essence, for fear of rendering you incapable. Resolving to take a stroll outside, Su Chen rose and approached the door, knocking lightly. Knock, knock, knock. Is there something amiss? I wish to step out for a moment to speak with you. Ah, wait for me. I shall accompany you, came the reply. Is that truly necessary? I merely intend to wander a bit. How can that be acceptable? I have encountered a bit of trouble. What sort of trouble? Do share. Perhaps I might assist you in resolving it. Suchin gazed at Su Qing with a mischievous smile, pondering something while stroking his chin. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. I feel unwell. Unwell? Do you require my assistance with a massage? No. I meant that kind of unwell. What kind of unwell? Suchin leisurely approached Su Qing and whispered a few words into her ear. Su Qing's cheeks visibly flushed crimson, her face radiating warmth as she cast an indignant glance at Su Chun. What was that for? Why did you slap my face? She huffed. I shan't speak to you anymore, you scoundrel. How dare you suggest such discomfort? You mean that one? Yes, that one. Just say it already. Su Chun, with a mischievous grin, gazed at the blushing Su Qing. Never mind, I shall remain silent. I have misjudged you, Su Chun. I never anticipated you to be of such low character, seeking solace in such debauched establishments. Please, dear sister, I am a man. After all, I too have my own needs to release. Shall I vent my frustrations on you? You are my sister. How could I engage in such matters? He retorted. Am I not right? Su Qing, filled with indignation and embarrassment, turned her head and made her way directly back to her room. Upon seeing Su Qing return, Su Qin could no longer contain his disdain. Humph, I insisted you accompany me, yet I cannot fathom your willingness to follow me to such a place. Su Qin swaggered away, wearing an expression of uncontainable triumph. At last, he had emerged victorious. In the room, Su Qing sat on the bed, grumbling and cursing. Men are indeed men. It seems that all men in the world are of this ilk, flirtatious and unrestrained. Su Qin soared into the sky and surveyed his surroundings. He sought a suitable place to land, then swept his hand across his face, causing his features to transform instantly into those of a refined gentleman. Where is this place? Never mind, I shall inquire with someone. Su Qin inquired of a passerby, seeking directions, and thus acquired knowledge of his destination. Currently situated within the realm of the Tiando Empire, Su Qin waved the folding fan before his face, creating a gentle breeze. A boy approached him, and as their eyes met, Su Qin smiled. The boy, in turn, offered a polite bow before taking his leave. Su Qin gazed at the boy's retreating figure and smiled, finding it amusing that he was cross-dressing. He was rather handsome, but alas, he paled in comparison to my wife. Never mind, it's none of my concern. As Su Chun prepared to depart, the dreaded system's voice immediately resonated. Host. That is Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue? Who is she? Have you forgotten? She is Bibi Dong's daughter. Oh, quite remarkable. No wonder she is so stunning. I had no idea she was Bibi Dong's offspring. Go for it. You are now the antagonist. Give it your all. Indeed, I am the villain, but the issue lies in the fact that she is also Bibi Dong's daughter. Why should I oppose her? Are you a fool? I am urging you to conquer her, but I already have a wife. Besides, I have no desire to establish a harem. Why would I seek multiple wives? That's madness. My friend, in the world of Douluo, having multiple wives is commonplace. You must adapt to the customs of the land. You speak of multiple wives. Yet I am not interested. I can barely handle one Gu Yuna. However, those experiences are indeed addictive. Yet, if indulged too much, they lose their allure. I believe you are simply incapable. How dare you say that I am incapable? Let me assure you, your provocation holds no power over me. Regardless, having slept with Qian Renxue would be beneficial to you. In what way would that be advantageous to me? Should I thank her for it? Though I am a man, I am not that desperate. Do you understand? Discussing this is futile. Allow me to show you a vision. Half an hour later, Su Qin, initially displaying an expression of mere curiosity, gradually transformed into a state of existential doubt. The system? Could it be that Qian Renxue is unwell? If Tang is indeed her adversary, why does she still show leniency? In truth, her concessions were minimal, yet I remain puzzled as to why she is inexplicably drawn to the son of fate. So, are you suggesting that I should conquer her and subsequently deal with Tang Shan? She would show no mercy and would eliminate any threats without hesitation, correct? A child worthy of guidance. Apologies, but I must decline. What does her preferences matter to me? Although I am to join the Spirit Hall in due course, my sole concern is ensuring its victory. Her fondness for the Tang surname has no relevance to me whatsoever. However, it could prove beneficial for future tasks. Stop. Every time you mention tasks, have you even assigned me one? It has been so long, and I have barely made 10 progress. Even if I were to return to my hometown, my family's assets have been bequeathed to my sister. Even if they hadn't, my parents would have started anew, leaving no share for me. During this period, I have come to a resolution. Whether you assign me tasks or not is of no consequence. I have come to see through the farce of life. Joining the Spirit Hall merely piques my interest. Henceforth, I shall pursue my own path. No one shall coerce me into actions I despise. The question remains, what does Su Qing wish of you, and why are you willing to comply? Need I state the obvious? I cannot defeat her. So what other option do I have? How could you claim invincibility when you cannot even best a single woman? What recourse do I possess? Su Qing's existence is a mere anomaly. Had she not appeared, would you not be invincible? Your reasoning is impeccable. I find myself unable to counter it. Indeed. You speak with great logic. Your parents have indeed gifted you a brother. Su Qing has come to terms with reality. He understands the nature of his parents. Therefore, he does not intend to create a ruckus but instead chooses to lead a peaceful life. Engaging in daily brawls serves no purpose, especially since he is not in want of money. After some time, he plans to bring Gu Yuna to reside with him. As for the divine realm, he can simply obliterate it, allowing his family to live joyfully together. Ah, host, should you not be conquering the world? In this realm, no one stands as your rival. You ought not to languish like this, my host. Conquer the world? I lack the inclination. There are far too many matters at hand. Why should I not continue to take it easy? It is certainly more comfortable this way. There is no hope left. After finishing her conversation, Su Qing sought refuge in a bar, where she ordered a drink. Leisurely, she swirled her cocktail in the elegant glass. A young man caught a glimpse of her silhouette and politely inquired, "May I take a seat opposite you?" Su Qing glanced at the boy beside her, his face a portrait of helplessness as he questioned why Qian Ruxue would venture into a bar, a place she, as a young lady, ought to avoid in favor of more refined establishments. Nevertheless, Su Qing courteously replied, acknowledging that if someone wished to occupy a seat, it was only polite to allow them to do so. Qian Ruxue expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you and ordered a glass of red wine. Mimicking Su Qing's gesture of swirling it, was this young man perhaps a celestial being from Tiando? Upon hearing Qian Ruxue's response, Su Qing shook his head. Is it the Spirit Hall? He inquired. No. Could it be the Douluo Empire? No. But am I not familiar with you? Su Qing showed no regard for Qian Ruxue's demeanor, particularly since her current appearance resembled that of a man. There was no need for him to be overly courteous. Had she retained her original visage, he might have extended some semblance of respect. Beside Qian Ruxue stood an unattractive man clad in golden armor resembling a hedgehog, his red hair strikingly vibrant. He immediately stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Qing and exclaimed, "How audacious! How dare you disrespect the prince?" Su Qing raised her head and cast a disdainful glance at the man, who promptly turned away to rub his eyes. Just Her Royal Highness? How absurd. With such an unremarkable appearance, it's appalling. The man's expression darkened immediately, and he prepared to teach Su Qing a lesson. However, he was swiftly halted by Qian Ruxue. "Uncle Porcupine," she called, and Porcupine understood her intention, stepping back. Qian Ruxue's gaze pierced through Su Qing, as if attempting to see through her very soul. This brother. You must be a soul master, am I correct? Whether I am or not, what business is it of yours? Do not presume that your royal status grants you the right to bully us commoners. The brother has misunderstood. It is my failure to manage my subordinates properly. May I inquire, what brings you to Tiando? As a prince of the Tiando Empire, I believe I am entitled to know. I was merely bored and decided to take a stroll. Is it forbidden for commoners to wander about in Tiando? Qian Ruxue narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Su Qing. Of course not. But as a commoner entering such an upscale establishment, may I suspect you to be a spy? Su Qing gazed at Qian Ruxue with a furrowed brow, questioning her sanity. Am I not entitled to frequent such establishments simply because I possess wealth? Is the entirety of Douluo exclusive to your Tiando? Qian Ruxue's expression darkened. She had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to her in such a manner. Had it not been for her recent perception of Su Qing's soul power, which revealed nothing of significance, and his claim of being a soul master, she might have suspected him to be an agent sent by that woman to surveil her. With that in mind, she decided to take her leave. Enjoy your drink, brother. I wonder when you shall have the chance to indulge again. As Qian Ruxue stepped outside, Sita frowned and addressed her. Young mistress, why must I refrain from disciplining that insolent brat? Uncle C2, did you detect any soul power emanating from him? I did not perceive any. He appears to be an ordinary individual. Uncle C2, remember this. Individuals like him are either friends or foes. It is imperative to ascertain his true nature. If he is an enemy, we must eliminate him without hesitation. If a friend, perhaps we can find a way to utilize him. Your wisdom is unmatched, young mistress. I shall investigate his background at once. In a flash, Sita vanished from sight. Qian Ruxue turned to the man beside her, who spoke. Uncle Shimao, please keep a close watch on this individual. I sense he is far from ordinary and may very well be an envoy from that woman. However, young mistress, your safety, there are no buts. Do you not heed my words? At your command. Qian Rinxue ventured into a secluded area, instantly transforming into a girl. Her skin was as pale as snow, complemented by a high nose and elongated, phoenix-like eyes. Her facial features bore a sharpness, with a small six-winged angel mark adorning her brow. Her golden eyes sparkled like a tranquil spring, exuding an air of unapproachability. After ascending to godhood at level 100, Qian Rinxue's appearance became more youthful. Resembling that of an 18-year-old, her figure more curvaceous. Her large eyes glimmered like black pearls, her lips slightly upturned, and her petite, straight nose added to her allure. Dressed in a golden palace gown, the long dress appeared seamless, seemingly woven from golden threads, devoid of excessive embellishments. Its design was both ancient and elegant, with a golden high collar accentuating her slender, alabaster neck. Her long, golden hair cascaded casually behind her, untamed and unkempt. How intriguing. I hope you can surprise me. Qian Rinxue mused as she cast a final glance at the bar before departing with a light, buoyant step. Suchen smiled faintly. Fully aware of what Qian Rinxue had just said, he handed money to the bar owner, and in a flash, he vanished from sight, leaving the spear-wielding onlooker in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 14. The dispersion of Yin and Yang. Qian Rinxue strolled along the road alone when suddenly a lecherous man with protruding teeth, clad in a purple jacket, approached her with a lewd glint in his eye. Qian Rinxue observed this all too clearly. Confident in her own beauty, she was aware that it would inevitably attract a certain type of attention. Hey there, little sister, where are you headed? As the lascivious man placed his hand on her shoulder, Qian Rinxue's eyes blazed with an intense fury. Remove your hand at once. Suchen observed the scene with great interest, believing that Qian Rinxue would undoubtedly eliminate this lecherous man, for a person like him was a mere waste of sustenance. The lascivious man, however, remained undeterred, and with a finger, he traced a line on Qian Rinxue's shoulder, saying, "Little sister, let me take you to a delightful place. Shall we?" Just as Qian Rinxue was about to take action, the serpent spear lunged forward, grasping the lecher's neck and lifting him high. "Young master, how shall we deal with this individual?" "Uncle Serpent Spear, let it be. I have other matters to attend to." Without hesitation, the serpent spear cast the lecherous man to the ground, rendering him unconscious with a heavy thud. Suchen observed the unfolding scene and found the girl, Qian Rinxue, to be quite intriguing. Typically, one would expect to deal with such a lecherous man by delivering a sound thrashing, yet she had chosen to let him go. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow, addressing Shi Miao. "Did I not instruct you to follow that individual? Why have you returned?" Shi Miao, drenched in cold sweat, immediately began to explain. "My lord, your subordinate failed in his duties and lost track of him. With your prowess, how could you allow this to happen?" "Uncle Shi Miao, if I recall correctly, you are a level 93 title Douluo, are you not?" "Well, my lord, that man was incredibly swift. I was entirely unaware of how he vanished." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's lips curled into a smirk. How fascinating. Could it be due to his martial spirit? If he were to serve under me, it would undoubtedly aid my endeavors. A martial spirit of such remarkable speed would be ideal for investigation. "My lord is indeed wise," came the praises, followed by the sound of applause. Qian Rinxue instantly grew vigilant, scanning her surroundings. Who goes there? To her astonishment, she realized the voice belonged to the striking young man she had encountered at the bar. "Ah, it is you. What brings you here? I assume you overheard my earlier remarks. Would you consider joining the Spirit Hall? Should you choose to accept, you would be bound to follow my commands, but rest assured, wealth and glory would be yours." Suchen glanced at the nearby serpent spear, and Qian Rinxue understood immediately. She cast a knowing look at the serpent spear, which intended to decline but faltered at the change in Qian Rinxue's expression. Reluctantly, he shifted his form to provide protection. "Why didn't you eliminate that lecherous man earlier?" "He has taken advantage of you," she inquired. "Such a trivial matter hardly warrants my intervention. I fear it would sully my hands. By the way, what have you considered regarding our earlier discussion?" "What is there to consider? I could join you, but my sister would never consent. If you can resolve matters with her, I shall gladly ally with you." "Why does your sister refuse?" "How would I know? Furthermore, I must warn you, my sister is quite fearsome. On several occasions, I nearly suffered grave injuries at her hands. My lychee fruit has earned her my forgiveness." In the sky, the exasperated Su Qing observed the unfolding scene, her veins bulging with frustration. "All right then, you claim to favor beautiful girls. I believe this one suits you perfectly. And look at you, calling me fierce." With a delicate flick of her finger, Su Qing directed a wisp of pink essence towards Qian Renxue. Humph, this yin yang powder. If a woman refrains from engaging in intimate relations, she shall meet a tragic end. Su Qin, I am curious to see how you will proceed. Here I am, a grand celestial being before you, and yet you remain utterly unmoved, wandering the streets in search of such lowly company. Host, might this be excessive? What you have unleashed is rather potent. What if silence? I do not require your admonishments. I am fully aware. I merely observe how my dear brother delights in the company of women, and I sought to provide him with a thrill. However, enough. I am weary. I shall return to rest. As the pink essence enveloped Qian Renshue's forehead, her golden pupils gradually shifted to a soft pink hue. She shook her head, gazing at Su Qin's silhouette, slowly succumbing to a haze of confusion. Breathing heavily, she repeatedly struck her head against the wall. Su Qin was taken aback, immediately retreating. Are you not a fool? He exclaimed, astonished to discover that Bibi Dong's daughter was, in fact, rather eccentric. Dear host, have you ever encountered a madman who still indulges in delicate moans? Su Qin, damn it, it must be you behind this system again. Have you drugged it once more? I tell you, this time, even if Qian Renxue dies before me, I won't take care. It wasn't he me. Do you believe your own words have any credibility? Haven't you deceived me enough? I truly swear on my life that it's absolutely not this system. Really? Then, for heaven's sake, stop flattering yourself. Su Qin had yet to finish speaking when he observed Qian Renxue extending her tongue towards his face. Dog system, are you merely going to watch? He lamented. I wish I could intervene, but it seems Qian Renxue has fallen victim to the insidious effects of the infinite box world's yin-yang powder. This concoction is exceedingly toxic, found only in the realms of cultivation, and is beyond salvation. The only remedy lies in the union of yin and yang to quell the raging fire within her body. Are you implying that this is the doing of Su Qing? Yet, I did not perceive her presence with my divine sense. I did. Why did you not mention it sooner? I feared your wrath. What are we to do? Qian Renxue is innocent in this predicament. How could she be subjected to such a fate without reason? Must I truly engage with her? What other option exists? Surely not. I could summon that fellow. What was his name, the spear wielder, to fulfill that role instead? Host, are you truly that Navi? If the spear wielder were to commit such an act, Qian Renshue's grandfather would surely see to his demise. What, then, do you propose we do? System, perhaps you could take charge? Do not remain silent. By heavens, please refrain from tearing my garments. Qian Renxue, in a state of urgency, was panting heavily, persistently tugging at Su Qin's clothing. Su Qin, with an air of furtiveness, glanced around and, upon realizing the absence of onlookers, swiftly executed a princess carry, transporting himself and the unsuspecting Qian Renxue into an unoccupied chamber. Without uttering a word, he unceremoniously deposited her onto the bed. Turning to close the door, he was confronted by an overweight man, who, trembling with shock, pointed an accusing finger at Su Qin. Who are you? Why are you in my room? The man stammered. In an instant, Su Qin diminished the distance between them, appearing before the man and delivering a resounding slap that sent him reeling, stars dancing before his eyes as he collapsed. It's so hot. I'm so hot. Qian Renxue cried out, thrashing restlessly upon the bed. Su Qin felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He was indeed fond of women, yet he was not one to indulge in infidelity. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that this situation also pertained to him. After all, Su Qing was recognized as his beloved younger sister, devoid of any blood relation, yet emotional ties had undeniably formed over their prolonged companionship. Could it be that this girl was feeling jealous? Quickly, Su Qin dismissed this notion. Qian Renxue was incessantly wailing in agony within the confines of her room. Su Qin felt a swarm of ants crawling within him. System, how much time is left for Qian Renxue? I just scanned her. She has approximately 5 minutes remaining. What? She possesses exceptional talents in this world. How can she not endure any longer? Need I remind you? From the very beginning, I suppressed her. Unlike other systems, if I bind you in this world, I cannot exceed the powers of the previous realm by much, as I must relinquish some of my strength to the higher powers. Your martial soul, including that of the Emperor of the Wilderness, is merely what I acquired in my last world. The martial souls you choose cannot surpass this universe by a significant margin, allowing you to become the mightiest with relative ease. The issue lies in the fact that I was unaware of the presence of that old woman, Su Qing. What use are you? If I had my full strength during the Great Wilderness, I could easily suppress such power. Alas, I currently possess only 5% of my strength. What am I to do? Is there truly no solution? Indeed, there is. So hurry and speak. Simply put her to sleep, and that will suffice. The concoction that old woman Su Qing employs is far too tyrannical. For someone like Qian Rinxue, a character from a world akin to a mere floor tile. Managing to hold on until now without succumbing is already a remarkable feat. Su Qing glanced awkwardly at the door, feeling conflicted. What a predicament. If it weren't for my limitations, I would dash right in. Damn it. My dear wife, I am merely trying to save someone. Please do not be upset. As Su Qing finished speaking, he rushed into the room, which instantaneously filled with indescribable sounds. From 5 in the afternoon until 4 in the morning, the tumultuous events unfolded. Qian Rinxue, with tears streaming down her cheeks, drifted into slumber, while Su Qing emerged once again, fatigued and burdened by dark circles under his eyes. He nearly collapsed. Realizing the potency of Su Qing's medicine, it was truly overwhelming. What on earth did that woman mean? Is it impossible for me to have a simple conversation with Qian Rinxue? Must she be eliminated? Alas, it was indeed a tumultuous affair. Far more intense than the potion I had previously administered to Gu Yuna. Surely, there must have been over 80 encounters this night. Damn it. The mere thought of this infuriates me. Here you are, a system, and although you cannot match others in strength, you cannot even rival in the potency of aphrodisiacs. What good are you? This very medicine was one I had clandestinely stashed away, born of my displeasure towards you. Yet look at you now, happily engaged with Gu Yuna, are you not? Aye. Fine, fine. What then shall become of Qian Rinxue? Should I be labeled a faithless scoundrel? She has not even shown affection towards you. You are not worthy of being her betrayer. Your logic is undeniably sound. I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Naturally, you. Hush, continue your slumber. Clap, clap. As Su Qing conversed with the system, the portly man on the ground stirred from his slumber. His eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Su Qing, uttering the word "you" thrice before being swiftly rendered unconscious once more by a sharp slap from Su Qing. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, awakening with a throbbing head and a sense of disorientation, rubbed her temples in an attempt to alleviate her discomfort. As she prepared to rise, a sudden realization struck her. She was entirely unclothed. Panic surged through her as she hesitated, lifting the covers to confirm her fears, only to find the same disheartening reality. The revelation struck her like a bolt from the blue, leading her to exclaim in utter distress, "Ah!" Su Qing covered his ears and innocently opened the door to the room. Qian Rinxue immediately shielded her chest with the blanket, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Su Qing. What have you done to me? Did you not witness what transpired? Everything that should not have happened has occurred. I shall end your life. Qian Rinxue drew forth her angelic holy sword, pressing it menacingly against Su Qing's throat. Su Qing wore an expression of helplessness, his face a portrait of injustice. To be honest, Qian Rinxue also found herself in a similar predicament. Ultimately, the matter at hand was intertwined with his own circumstances. On one hand, Su Qing was indeed his sister, but on the other, she was not of his blood, and thus, he could wholly disavow her. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that she refused to sever ties with him, leaving him no choice but to acknowledge her existence. What do you have to say? I grant you the opportunity to speak your final words. Your sword cannot wound me. Relinquish your efforts. It is likely that you would not believe my explanations. Speak. I am listening. Should you utter any nonsense, I shall swiftly cut your throat. Su Qing gazed at Qian Rinxue with a bittersweet smile, acknowledging the predicament his sister had thrust upon her. What poison did she administer to you? Had I not acted as I did, you would have perished. I truly had no intention of saving you. Yet I felt a pang of guilt for your unforeseen involvement in this matter, which could lead to death. Have you finished? Then go die. Qian Rinxue retorted coldly, drawing a blade across Su Qing's neck. However, the scene she envisioned did not unfold as expected. I told you, you cannot harm me. Surrender your efforts and focus on your recovery. The sword in Qian Rinxue's hand trembled and fell to the ground as tears streamed down her face. She collapsed onto her bed, utterly devastated, grappling with thoughts of death. She was at a loss as to how to explain her situation to her grandfather, who held great expectations for her. With her virginity lost, she feared it might affect her evaluation by the angelic god. Hey. Do not wear such a forlorn expression. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for you. You need not worry. I will treat you fairly. Your affairs will be clarified with my wife. A thunderbolt of realization struck Qian Rinxue. She could hardly believe that this man, whom she had known for less than an hour, was already married. She had thought herself to be making a small sacrifice, only to discover that she was but a mere child in this tangled web. In a moment of desperation, Qian Rinxue swiftly retrieved the fallen angel sword, intending to bring her own life to a close. Su Qing was swifter than Qian Rinxue, and he was acutely aware of her intentions. In an instant, he swiftly picked up the object before her. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Although this situation is undeniably heartbreaking, have you considered what would happen to your grandfather if you were to perish? Wouldn't he be devastated? Your angelic lineage relies on you to flourish. Yet you seem ready to abandon it all without a thought for him. My affairs are none of your concern. That is my sword. Hand it over. I want to give it to you. Go ahead and bite me. You. Fine. Just see if I don't make you pay for this, you wretched beast. Oh. With a sharp crack, Qian Rinxue pouted, feeling wronged as she sat back down on the bed. Chapter 15. Brown sugar water. Rest assured, I, Su Qin, am not the type of irresponsible man you think. Ultimately, this is my fault. If you could kill me, I would certainly allow it. But the truth is, you cannot. Get out. What? I said, leave me alone. Very well. Take a moment to collect yourself. Without hesitation, Su Chan retreated from the room. Qian Rinxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her lips pressed together in a bitter line. How was she to explain this to her grandfather? Su Chan stood outside, gazing at the window, and let out a deep sigh, filled with reflections. I was once a person who took relationships seriously back on Blue Star. I never interacted with any girls, only encountering some executives when signing contracts. Unexpectedly, after arriving in this world, I have completely transformed. I scarcely recognize myself. Naturally, people change. Some are fickle, while others possess a kind heart. Yet, in this world, there are ultimately more villains than virtuous souls. Human nature is thus, host. Although you wish for the common folk to be free from persecution, the majority are selfish and self-serving, which I believe is not worth saving. Indeed, system. Your words hold merit, but my father once advised me to conduct business with integrity, avoiding unlawful actions. He said that despite being a city dweller, one must not forget their roots. The rural folk are the lifeblood of urbanites. Without them, there would be no sustenance for city dwellers. In those times, our ancestors, too, were from rural backgrounds. My father instilled in me the importance of respecting the common people, for we thrive under the flames of their labor. However, this world is vastly different from my original one. You need not force a change. Your country and this realm are entirely dissimilar. I understand. Yet witnessing the plight of the common folk here pains me. At times, I have contemplated remaining indifferent, living freely without concern. Yet, I realize I cannot turn a blind eye, for I foresee a grim outcome for this world, devastation and war. Now that I possess strength, why not attempt to instigate change? I wish to prevent the Spirit Hall and Tangshan from waging war. If they remain obstinate, I shall naturally side with the Spirit Hall. For regardless of whether I am deemed a villain, I have already taken Qian Rinxue as my wife, and Bibi Dong as my mother-in-law. I cannot stand by and allow her sister to perish before my eyes amidst the chaos of war, shattering the spirit of our kin. Host, I understand your plight. We have all traversed this path, but who caused all this turmoil? I had intended to live freely, yet here I am, embroiled in chaos. Tang Shan remains a mere novice. I would prefer to eliminate him directly, yet you restrict me. I cannot return to Blue Star now. Your system still holds me back. What do you truly mean? If I resolve the Tang Shan issue, all will be well. Host, I too desire peace, but this is a directive from higher-ups. If you were to slay Tang Shan now, they would reshape this world and confiscate your powers. We must await Tang Shan's ascension to godhood before you can take action against him. Is your superior perhaps suffering from some grave delusion? Now is not the time to resolve this. Why address it later when complications arise? I am at a loss. How can I possibly know? As for the host, I have already treated you with utmost kindness, granting you the strength you possess. You are now the pinnacle of this world. I have provided you with wealth. Whatever you desire, I have bestowed upon you. What more do you wish from me? The emergence of Su Qin Dong is beyond my control. This woman is not subject to the whims of fate, and even my superiors dare not provoke her. I find it perplexing in a realm dominated by floor tiles. Why must such an extraordinary woman appear? I could even accept a traveler from the Blue Star. Your name is Su Qin, is it not? A voice, reminiscent of the commanding presence of Qian Rinxue, resonated from behind Su Qin. Su Qin felt a tightening in his breath, his neck stiffening as he turned to face Qian Rinxue. When did you arrive behind me? What did you just say? You resolved something with Tang, and then I appeared behind you? Is that so? Well, in that case, are you feeling better now? Much improved. Later, you should accompany me to the Spirit Hall. Ah, must I go? Why? Today, you have occupied my space, so I naturally must inform my grandfather. Whether he chooses to harm you or not is of no concern to me, for it is all your retribution. Cough, cough, cough. What did you just say? Your grandfather would kill me? You frightened me. I thought you were looking for your mother. If it were your mother, it would indeed be difficult to clarify. But if it's your grandfather, I will surely explain myself. Since I have done those things to you, I must take responsibility. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, Qian Rinxue regarded him with newfound respect. Can you elucidate the matter regarding your sister? Why has she treated me in such a manner? We are not even acquainted. Su Chen awkwardly explained step by step, merely omitting the revelation of his identity as a time traveler. After listening, Qian Rinxue gazed at Su Chen with an odd expression. Please don't look at me like that. I don't want to be in this situation either. I am not the kind of fickle man you think I am. Are you implying that your sister is someone you took in? And since she awakened her martial soul, she has been tormenting you? Today, for some inexplicable reason. She drugged me? Indeed, that is the case. Could it be that your sister has developed feelings for you? Otherwise, why would she target me for no reason? How could that be? I could never harbor such feelings for her. That woman is so fierce that I am considering severing ties with her altogether. Then go ahead and sever those ties. And what about your wife? Wouldn't it be better to bring her to the Martial Soul Hall? No. Forget it. She prefers solitude. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Su Chen immediately grew anxious and gestured for Gu Yuna to head to the spirit hall. Was she out of her mind? Do as you wish. By the way, why can't I discern your true strength? Of course, you cannot. My martial spirit is rather peculiar. It can conceal my cultivation. In truth, I am merely a soul saint. You do not look down upon me, do you? Qian Rinxue, upon hearing Su Chen's response, wore an expression of disdain. You are merely a soul saint? Then I truly look down upon you. After all, I am the young master of the spirit hall. You have tarnished my reputation today. And my grandfather will undoubtedly seek retribution. Prepare yourself for his wrath. Ah, is your grandfather truly that terrifying? Then I shall not go. You must go regardless. Remember, if you refuse, you shall be deemed an enemy of the spirit hall. Await the pursuit of the spirit hall. I wonder how a mere soul saint like you will evade them. Goodness, I never imagined that a young lady such as yourself could be so ruthless. It's as if I am taking advantage of you. Enough talk. We are going to the spirit hall now. Right now? Might that not be a bit hasty? Why are you babbling so much? We are going this instant. Can you even walk? Your gait seems rather odd. Qian Rinxue limped towards Su Chen. And upon reaching him, she delivered a sharp slap. A handprint marred Su Chen's face, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Why did you strike me? I don't believe I have provoked you in any way. I merely noticed your discomfort, she protested. Qian Rinxue cast a frosty glance at Su Chen before tremblingly retreating to her room, where she sat upon her bed. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then waved his hand across his face, transforming back to his original appearance. He opened the door and stepped outside. Qian Rinxue turned her head in confusion and glanced at Su Chen. Upon seeing him, she was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Humph. You can't even recognize your own husband? Is that you, Su Chen? You have the ability to change your appearance? Could it be a power of your soul bone? Of course. Impressive, isn't it? Humph. I can transform too. However, Schwer, I am curious about one thing. Be quiet. Do not call me Schwer. What is it? When I first met you, you were a man. I am curious about how you managed to become male. How did you resolve that? Which one? You know the what. What does that mean? Su Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment as he leaned closer to Qian Rinxue, whispering softly in her ear. Gradually, Qian Rinxue's face flushed with color. She shot a glare at Su Chen. Naturally, her thoughts aligned with those of a girl. Could it be that one's transformation in appearance was dictated by gender? What are you talking about? As a man, why would I wish to become a woman? I am certainly not a pervert. Given that you are asking such questions, you might as well be considered one, she retorted. Su Chen, this is your true appearance. And it is quite charming. Your previous look resembled that of a playboy. What do you think? Have I captivated you with my charm? Come. Let me reward you with a warm embrace. Su Chen immediately spread his arms wide and slowly lunged towards Qian Rinxue. Like a nimble kitten, Qian Rinxue swiftly stood up to evade him. You scoundrel! You are nothing but a rogue. Let me tell you, Su Chen, in this world, only those stronger than me are worthy of my embrace. You are unworthy. I am inherently superior to you. Look at me now. I am a soul sage. Have you attained that status as well? Not yet, but it shall come soon. Surpassing you is merely a matter of time. Indeed. You may not possess my prowess at present, so I suppose it is permissible for me to embrace you now. Earlier, you certainly tormented me on the bed. Upon hearing these words, Qian Rinxue was filled with indignation, stamping her foot in frustration. In that instant, she inadvertently aggravated her injury, drawing in a sharp breath. I refuse to consort with a lecher. Once my wound heals, I shall return to the spirit hall, and my grandfather will not let you off easily. This was Qian Rinxue's first encounter with such a situation, Her body ached all over, and all she desired was to lie down. It was shocking that this young man, Suchin, showed no regard for women, and she never anticipated that her first experience would be with this rogue. Suchin, engulfed in boredom, gazed out of the window at the bustling street. A small child was joyfully bouncing along, clutching an unknown toy in hand. Suddenly, a swiftly approaching carriage barreled down the road, on the verge of colliding with the unsuspecting child. Upon witnessing the scene, Suchin leapt through the shattered window from the 6th floor. Time seemed to stand still as he swiftly scooped up the small child, moving to the side just as the carriage passed by in a mere 0.01 seconds. The child, caught off guard and on the brink of tears, found himself inexplicably transported to this new location. Suchin knelt down and gently ruffled the little boy's hair. "Dear child, the road can be perilous. You should seek your parents and refrain from wandering about aimlessly. Do you understand?" The little boy swallowed hard, tears streaming down his face, and he immediately ran away, sobbing. Suchin's expression darkened, realizing that the little brat hadn't even uttered a word of thanks. Qianrenxue, having witnessed the entire episode, remained perplexed about how Suchin had managed to extricate the boy so swiftly. Yet, she was certain that Suchin's speed was unparalleled, even surpassing that of certain titled Douluos. Observing Suchin's comically defeated demeanor, she found herself unable to suppress a chuckle. How amusing this fellow is. Suchin appeared as though he were on the brink of death, instantly teleporting to the 6th floor. There, he beheld Qianrenxue stifling a laugh. What could possibly be amusing? I find no humor in this. Uft. Haha, I find you rather intriguing. I never imagined you would quibble with a child. This isn't a matter of petty squabbling. It pertains to integrity. Presently, in the Tiando Empire, I witness the oppression of the nobility. And there are even auctions for human lives. People can be auctioned off, and some exotic races are treated as mere tools for others' gratification. I truly fail to comprehend it. The exterior of the houses may appear resplendent, but the inhabitants within are nothing but demons. Demons who exploit the common folk. It seems you too abhor such scenes. Would you be willing to assist me? What assistance do you require? He retorted. I must inform you, I am no fighter. I am merely a soul master who excels in speed, devoid of any offensive capabilities. Who said anything about fighting? I wish for you to investigate Avalanche. I suspect this individual is deliberately masquerading as a debauched dandy. I will not assist you. Suchin shook his head in refusal. This is a matter between nations. Regardless of the outcome, as long as the spirit hall remains unscathed, that is all that matters. What? You dare to refuse me? You, who just occupied my space, now have the audacity to deny my request. You scoundrel. Suchin found a seat and settled down, gazing at Qianrenxue. I will take responsibility for you. But that does not imply that I am your servant. I can protect you, yet it does not mean you can arbitrarily assign me tasks related to national warfare. I am well aware of your pretense as the crown prince. However, have you considered the toll of the spirit hall unifying the continent? I must complete this task. Does that woman not look down upon me? I need to prove myself. You can prove nothing. She is your mother, and that fact cannot be altered. She is not my mother. I have no such mother. She is merely my sister. Then how were you born? Your blood flows from her body. And that reality cannot be changed, past, present, or future. Stop talking. I do not want to hear it. I do not want to listen. Please, no more. Qianrenxue covered her ears, shaking her head incessantly, her expression one of disarray and despair. All right. I shall not speak further. Do you still feel pain? If it hurts, then I do not feel pain anymore. We can set off now. Qianrenxue immediately hid away to wipe her eyes, standing up, only to feel her wound tear once more. Weren't you just saying it didn't hurt? Why are you gasping now? Never mind. You are not going anywhere today. I will take care of you. Suchin approached directly and effortlessly lifted Qianrenxue in a princess carry. Gently placing her upon the bed, Suchin rose from his seat, preparing to exit the room. Although he lacked understanding of the complexities of a girl's physical condition, he was aware that girls typically consumed brown sugar water during their monthly cycle. System? Chapter 16, The Destruction of Douluo. What now? Conjure me a cup of hot brown sugar water, quickly, he exclaimed. Why must I do everything for you? I'm not your maid. You fail to complete your tasks and yet wander about aimlessly. What is wrong with you? Enough with the excuses. If I knew how to make brown sugar water, I wouldn't need you at all. I was perfectly content in my own world, and now I must exert extra effort to contemplate this beverage? Sigh. The system, frustrated, conjured a cup of brown sugar water while sulking, choosing to ignore its host. Suchin gazed at the crimson brown sugar water in his hand, curiosity piqued. He brought it to his lips and took a small sip. The flavor was unexpectedly delightful. Su Chun desired to continue drinking. But suddenly he remembered that he had to care for Qian Renxue. He prepared for her some brown sugar water, uncertain of its efficacy. Yet he felt it was worth a try, as it was meant to enhance beauty. Qian Renxue gazed at the brown sugar water that Su Chun offered. Her curiosity piqued. What exactly is this brown sugar water? You aren't trying to poison me with some bizarre concoction, are you? The color appears rather peculiar. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Su Chun glanced at the brown sugar water. Indeed, according to my customs, failing to prepare brown sugar water for a girlfriend or wife would likely lead to a reprimand. However, it seems that such peculiar practices are not required in your region. Are you not from the Tiando area? Certainly not. Regardless of my origins, hasten to taste it. I have exerted considerable effort to prepare this. Does this even make sense? What effort? Not a second's worth. Su Chun, be quiet. Let me tell you, system. If you continue to complain, either allow me to return or obediently comply. System. Qian Renxue sipped the brown sugar water, smacking her lips and rubbing her belly. Realizing that the pain had diminished significantly, this brown sugar water is indeed a miraculous substance. Is there any more? One cannot indulge in it excessively. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? Su Chun casually inquired. I need to remain undercover in the Heaven Do Empire for some time to collaborate with the Spirit Hall. How about you stay and assist me? Qian Renxue fixed her gaze intently on Su Chun, unable to fathom why he, having taken over her body, was unwilling to remain and help her. I'm sorry, but I am merely a student at present. I have other matters to attend to. Su Chun indeed wished to assist Qian Renxue. After all, possessing another's body would mean that person belonged to him. It would be remiss not to extend help. However, the issue lay with that old hag, Su Qing. If he did not intervene, she would undoubtedly return to cause trouble. I had thought you were a paragon of virtue, but you are merely a treacherous scoundrel. You may leave, as though we have never crossed paths. Really? Naturally. My word is Qian Renxue is my bond. Were you not intent on ending my life? Were it not for the fact that I could not eliminate you, would you still be standing here conversing with me? Enough. Rest assured, I, Su Chun, may not be a flawless individual, yet I shall not abandon you. Humph. After their exchange, Qian Renxue took a moment to rest before departing, and Su Chun returned to Tianshui Academy, where he found Su Qing seated on the sofa, displaying a distinctly displeased expression. Su Chun did not show any consideration for Su Qing this time. He furrowed his brows and spoke. Su Qing, what do you mean by this? Don't assume that I am unaware. Do you not think that what just transpired was rather excessive? Su Qing merely smiled and asked, what is the matter? Don't all men indulge in fleeting romances? As your sister, Su Qing, isn't it only natural for me to lend a helping hand? How unreasonable, he retorted. Enough. I wish to take my rest now. I trust this will be the last time. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Oh, how will you be uncivilized? I am so frightened. Do come at me. Su Qing extended a finger towards Su Chun, playfully beckoning him while regarding him with an intriguing gaze. Su Chun gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, his eyes filled with fury as he gazed at Su Qing. Why would you do this? You are aware that I am married. Your actions would surely render me a scoundrel. What benefit do you derive from this? Nothing much. I am merely bored, she replied. Yao Qi was indeed correct. Men are inherently fickle. Yu Qi? Don't you dare compare me to Guanyin. Am I the one being unfaithful? Pray tell. Who created this predicament? Is it not your own disloyalty? You could have chosen not to save that girl. Ultimately, you succumb to your desires. Fine. I find myself utterly speechless. Well then, it ends here. I am weary and shall take my leave. Xiebing Longxiang. 10 colossal ice dragons surge forth, crashing violently towards Su Qing, shattering the surrounding space. Su Qing turned her back to Su Chin's attack, stifling a yawn as she waved her hand. In an instant, the ice dragon dissolved into nothingness. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she glared at Su Chun. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Then come at me. I have had enough. I could live freely on my own. Why must I obey you? We both know each other's weaknesses. We are both outsiders. Why should I become a servant while you assume the role of a master? I, Su Chun, have reached my limit. My strength surpasses yours. Power reigns supreme. You, a worthless waste, should consider it a privilege that I allow you to serve me. Haha. Very well, today we part ways. You shall take your own path while I tread my solitary bridge to demise. In an instant, Su Qing's hair turned visibly snow white, and she donned an ethereal blue gown, surrounded by a cosmic aura, as the surrounding laws made the entire Douluo world tremble in response. Su Chan felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered him breathless, compelling him to kneel on one knee. Remarkably, he could withstand my might. It seems you have concealed your true strength as well. A trickle of crimson flowed from Su Chen's lips. Since you have taken action, let us engage in battle. Today, it shall be either your demise or mine. Su Chen transformed into a spear of formidable length, enveloped in crackling lightning, and swept towards Su Qing. In an instant, the surrounding buildings within a several-kilometer radius were cleaved in two, resulting in devastating casualties. Su Qing, with a stoic expression, extended a single finger, effortlessly parrying Su Chen's assault. Su Chen instantaneously teleported behind Su Qing and delivered a swift strike. The aura surrounding Su Qing emanated waves of energy, thwarting Su Chen's attempt at a devastating strike. Su Chen was taken aback, immediately leaping back a few steps. He gazed at Su Qing with a serious expression. Upon witnessing Su Chen's retreat, Su Qing cast a scornful glance and began to mock. Is this it? The end is not yet in sight. Su Chen cast his weapon into the void, conjuring a single red feather with a flourish. The vermilion bird's 4 strikes commenced, the first strike confinement. In an instant, Su Qing felt a powerful force restraining her, momentarily astonished. It is important to note that such a binding technique could not truly affect her. The vermilion bird's 4 strikes continued with the second strike, blazing fire. In a heartbeat, a meteor of flames surged towards Su Qing, hurtling forward with explosive speed. Su Qing broke free from her constraints, swiftly turning to evade, yet inadvertently brushed against the corner of her garment. She glanced at the fabric, where flames danced, refusing to be extinguished. How intriguing. Could it be the fire of the vermilion bird? Alas, it is not the purest of flames. Nevertheless, the fact that it can ignite my attire is rather impressive. Is that all? There's more. Vermilion bird's 4 strikes. Third strike. Tear through the heavens. Su Chen leapt to his feet, and a colossal virtual image of the vermilion bird materialized behind him. The apparition emitted a piercing roar, its mouth unleashing flames capable of rending the very fabric of space. How intriguing. Since you are so courteous to me, I must reciprocate with a gesture of my own. Primordial Golden Dipper. Activate. In an instant, a flurry of violet petals blossomed beneath Su Qing's feet, dancing gracefully around her. Unfazed by Su Chen's flames, she boldly consumed them in an instant. Su Chen gaped in astonishment, utterly flabbergasted. Goodness, are you cheating? Do you truly possess such a magical artifact? Do you think you are a celestial being? Su Chen pointed at the sky, cursing at Su Qing. Su Qing stared in astonishment at Su Chen, her hand resting thoughtfully on her chin. Do you know Yin Xiao? She and I are close friends, yet I have never heard her mention you. Close friends? I am, after all, the brother of Niwa. You even know the esteemed Niwa? It seems your identity is rather extraordinary. Su Chen wore a stoic expression, internally cursing his misfortune. He never anticipated that Su Qing's influence would be so profound. Wasn't Inwa a figure from the primordial era? He hoped she wasn't a mythological being, for that would spell disaster. Since you have uncovered the truth, I shall no longer deceive you. In fact, Inwa is my sister. For reasons unknown, I suddenly found myself traversing into this unfamiliar world. Little did I know until today that I was among kin. Ha ha ha. It's all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. Su Chen expressed that he could not win, so he decided to let this unpleasant woman have her way for the time being. Su Qing revealed a gentle smile. Su Chen, oh Su Chen, you possess but a mere thread of the law. How am I to place my trust in you? Oh, that is because I am gravely wounded, hence my diminished state. Then why are you so feeble? You cannot even breach my defenses. How dare you insult me so? Come. If you have the audacity, step down and witness what it truly means to be vulnerable. Observe whether I falter. Su Chen could no longer endure it. Was this not an affront to his dignity? After all, he was once at the pinnacle of the Douluo world. Although that status may no longer hold, he was still a formidable contender. How could they be so disrespectful? Scoundrel, may you meet your demise. With a darkened expression, Su Qing struck down with a palm towards Su Chen. In an instant, the surface of Douluo star visibly collapsed halfway, creating a thunderous roar. Su Chen was taken aback. This woman seemed intent on obliterating everything here. Hey, this is utterly excessive. While I understand that conflicts may arise, must you resort to such extreme measures? Though it was never my intention to annihilate this realm, if I cannot withstand even a single blow, then perhaps its destruction is inevitable. Su Qing naturally arrived in this world to fulfill the system's mission. However, upon arrival, she was taken aback to find that there was not even a trace of the law's essence, nor a hint of spiritual energy. In such a feeble realm, the strength gained from completing the task seemed utterly inconsequential. How infuriating. Damn it. I shall fight you to the end. If I have come, then I shall face it head-on. Su Chun immediately activated the system, commanding, "System, unleash all my capabilities." "Understood," replied the system. Su Chun stepped into the void, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, shattering the stillness like a tempest. Countless stars exploded, and the Douluo world could no longer withstand the pressure. Resembling a balloon that had reached its limit and burst forth. "Su Chun, my goodness. My dear wife." Su Qing looked at Su Chun with an expression of utter disbelief. Although she had exerted a portion of her power, it was well within her control. She never anticipated that this foolish individual would obliterate himself in an instant. "This has nothing to do with me. You have brought about your own destruction. I have never encountered anyone so brazenly shameless. Come, let us have a conversation." The two of them unleashed their auras, causing the surrounding starry sky to shatter. They engaged in a fierce exchange, employing the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Su Chun enveloped his fist with the power of reincarnation, striking directly towards Su Qing's face. Su Qing was equally astonished, never expecting that in an instant. Su Chun's aura would transform so dramatically, his strength ascending through countless tiers. The 5-colored divine light. Activate. Su Qing conjured a resplendent, multicolored stone, which intercepted Su Chun's fist with remarkable efficacy. Suddenly, Su Chun erupted in anger, exclaiming, "You cheating scoundrel! How could you possibly possess the celestial repair stone? This is utterly outrageous." Su Qing retracted the 5-colored stone, her expression impassive as she regarded Su Chun. "I possess an abundance of magical artifacts. What can you do about it? While I find your techniques intriguing, the subtle traces of the cycle law in your recent strike are of little significance to me. What is it that you truly desire? Was it not you who initiated this confrontation? You inquire about my intentions? Look at you now, rendered speechless. Here is the deal. You shall apologize to me, and I shan't require compensation for your artifacts, as I have no need for them. I will restore everything to its former state, but from this moment forth, you must heed my commands." "On what grounds?" "Because I hold the power to resurrect all, including your beloved partner." "Humph. Is it merely about bringing the dead back to life?" "I can do that as well." Su Chun is currently in communication with the system. "System, how are you? Is resurrection possible?" "Host, you overestimate my capabilities. I lack the energy. The little I have left must be reserved for critical moments. Yet you refuse to complete the tasks. What can I do?" "Su Chun." Su Chun glanced awkwardly at Su Qing and chuckled. "Well, I suppose I can indulge you just this once." Su Qing gazed at Su Chun with her enchanting eyes, and thus it was settled. Snap! With a snap of her fingers, Su Qing turned back the flow of time and space, restoring tranquility in an instant. Su Chun swallowed hard, expressing his desire for such an ability, to restore things to their original state. Shui Binger and the others, still dazed and terrified, opened their eyes to find everything quiet. Just moments ago, he distinctly recalled, "Ah, no, please don't kill me." Shui Yuer's scream drew everyone's attention. With tear-filled eyes, she rushed to embrace Shui Binger, breaking into loud sobs. Upon seeing that everyone was safe, Shui Binger sighed in relief. Perhaps it was merely a nightmare. Qian Dalu stood suspended in the void, observing the events that had transpired when suddenly an irresistible force yanked him back to the spirit hall. He opened his eyes in shock, glancing around to find himself in the spirit hall, a look of confusion etched on his face. Could it be? Has the old man encountered a heart demon during his training? In the room, Su Chun and Su Qing exchanged glances. "Why are you staring at me?" Su Chun said with a serious expression. "And what of you, staring at me as well?" Su Qing retorted, exasperated. "What shall we do next?" "How would I know? Let us rest. It's already the dead of night." "Ah, the new chapter has officially begun. How long can this system endure?" Chapter 17, The Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. Early morning. Su Chun cast an annoyed glance at Su Qing, who was sipping her tea. Su Qing perched elegantly with her legs crossed, revealing her delicate limbs. "What is this? Why do you gaze at me with such an expression of deep animosity? Is this not preposterous? Why, pray tell, have you summoned me from my slumber so early in the morning? Do enlighten me. What is it that you desire?" "Nothing of consequence. I merely observed that you appeared to be sleeping quite soundly and thought to rouse you for a brief reprieve." "Su Chun, have you lost your mind? Are you just full and bored?" "Indeed, I am not hungry at the moment." Knock, knock, knock. "Su Chun, Su Qing, are you awake?" Shui Binger, hearing the commotion from inside, knocked on the door. "Ahem, yes, we are awake. Come in." Shui Binger, clad in an ice blue dress, with a captivating visage and flawless figure, announced, "Today we are heading to the Soto Great Soul Arena. Will both of you join us?" "Of course we will." This is an exciting event, Su Qing exclaimed. Why are you pinching my ear? Su Qing cast a disdainful glance at Su Chen, based on her observations of him during this period. She was certain of one thing: this fellow was perpetually enamored with his own vanity. Ha ha ha, well, my brother and I naturally have to pursue our studies. After all, we are students of the academy as well. Students? Weren't you both interviewing for teaching positions yesterday? Ah, teachers. Su Qing and Su Chen spoke in unison. And Su Chen felt a peculiar sensation. He grasped Su Qing's arm and turned to her, lowering his voice. Hey, what is going on? Didn't you recover and alter their memories? Well, I did change them, naturally. I left the memory of our successful admission in their minds. But who could have foreseen that I would suddenly become a teacher? You're as foolish as a pig. What did you say? Dare to utter that again. Cough, cough, cough. Let us focus on the pressing matter at hand. Is it possible for you to alter their memories once more? Why should I listen to you? What a joke. Get lost. Shui Binger looked at the two with a perplexed expression. The dean has already approved your request for an interview. From today onwards, you two will be part of our academy. Wait a moment. Excuse me, esteemed teacher, is there an issue? Indeed, there is. We are here to interview students, not to teach. Slap. Su Chen mentally gave herself a slap. A student? Interviewing? Such words could be uttered by a contemporary individual. Ahem, in truth. We are still quite young and ill-suited for the role of a teacher. Little sister, do you not agree? Su Chen glanced at the idle Su Qing beside him and remarked, Indeed, I am still young, merely a few trillion years old. Su Chen. Su Chen immediately pulled Su Qing aside to whisper, Sister, what on earth are you doing? You've lived for trillions of years, even longer than King Gigi. All right. Let us just brush this off for now, shall we? However, I find merit in what this girl has said. I believe that with our capabilities, it is only natural for us to become teachers. Become teachers? I still need a teacher myself. What do you understand? Teaching others the art of immortality? Do you expect to turn them into ancient saints? There seems to be some truth in that. In a world devoid of even a trace of spiritual energy, it appears I cannot teach at all. After underestimating their situation, the two made a decision to become students of the academy. Su Chen turned his head handsomely and looked at Shui Binger. He spoke directly, We are here to register at the academy. You left too quickly yesterday. Come. Here's the registration fee. Su Chen directly handed a snakeskin bag filled with gold coins to Shui Binger. She was left bewildered, intending to offer an explanation. But before she could, Su Chen placed the bag in her hand and swiftly took Su Qing out of the room. That was far too much. In reality, only 3 silver coins would suffice. With a sigh, Shui Bingo gazed at the snakeskin bag on the floor, feeling somewhat perplexed. How much money could this possibly be? Are students nowadays truly so affluent? Su Qing and Su Chen held hands, with Su Qing's gaze fixed upon their intertwined fingers. A smile gracing her lips as silence enveloped them. Host, how are you? A voice interrupted her reverie. I believe it would be prudent for you to maintain some distance from Su Chen. Why? She inquired. You still have a task to complete. I have come to this world and discovered that none here pose a challenge to me. I see no fault in eliminating the child of destiny in this realm. Furthermore, you mentioned that by vanquishing the most formidable individual in this world, I would be rewarded. Su Chen, like myself, is an outsider. Hence he does not fit your description of the target. Why should I keep my distance from him? The secrets of the universe must not be divulged. Very well. I feel invincible. I see no need for excessive contemplation. It is best to let things unfold naturally. What occupies your thoughts? Are you lost in daydreams? Su Chen, stroking his chin, looked at the dazed Su Qing with a puzzled expression. And no, it's nothing. Where are we headed now? What on earth have you been thinking this whole time? We've traveled such a long distance, and you still don't know? Su Chen, with an expression of disbelief, pointed towards the group from Tianshui Academy behind him. I don't understand. Why not just tell me now? He said, feeling somewhat helpless. Nevertheless, he patiently began to elucidate. Are you suggesting that we are to travel to that place known as Soto City, to the Grand Soul Arena, in order to hone our practical combat skills? Indeed. What's the matter? Is it strange? Not particularly, but won't we be exposing ourselves later? Well, it seems that way. Ah, you truly are astute. Upon hearing Su Qing's remarks after the meeting, Su Chen was enveloped in deep contemplation. He pondered how to maintain his facade while simultaneously striving for victory, all the while feigning a struggle. Alas, how exasperating. Why are these individuals so inept? Su Chen had been scratching his head incessantly, to the point that his hairstyle resembled a bird's nest. Su Qing slightly parted her lips, then fell silent, tacitly acknowledging Su Chen's words. She was uncertain how to maintain her facade, so she summoned her strength, believing that the pressure from her presence would be overwhelming enough to eliminate the individual. I have an idea. What have you thought of? Of course, a solution. Do share it with me. Suchin glanced around, noticing no one was present. He merely overlooked the rear. Leaning close to Su Qing's ear, he began to murmur excitedly, "We could feign defeat or continuously evade each other's skills, and then, like this. This, and also this." Su Qing looked at Suchin, who was speaking nonsense with utmost seriousness, utterly speechless. Like this? And then like that? What else? Where is your common sense? We have already revealed our strength when we registered. We are all level 60. You just mentioned that the highest level of those participating in the competition is only 40. Are you saying you would lose? Or even struggle? As long as others are not foolish, they will think this is a fixed match. Indeed, perhaps we could masquerade as support-type soul masters? You expect me to play second fiddle to others? How dare you? What other solutions do you propose? Forget it. We might as well eliminate them instantly. I believe we will be exposed sooner or later. It is better to reveal ourselves sooner. Exactly. What was I even worrying about? Why should I be concerned? I am not being hunted down. Even if someone were after me, I could eliminate them immediately. Is it really necessary to pretend like this? In an instant. Su Chen's mind became clear and untroubled. He lifted his head high, exuding an air of pride. Su Chen, the dean proclaimed. He believes you are not suited to join our esteemed institution, for we only accept girls. The inclusion of a boy like you feels rather peculiar. Su Chen's smile gradually faded as he turned his head like a machine to gaze at the young girl from the academy. Why? I possess a soul power of level 60 at this age. With such strength, why am I not allowed to join? Because you are a boy, she replied. Su Qing casually interjected, roar. The impact on Su Chen was akin to a bolt from the blue. You all, this is sheer gender discrimination. Just because I am male, you refuse to let me join? The dean, visibly embarrassed, approached, clearing his throat. Ahem, it is not gender discrimination. It is simply that our academy comprises only female students, and having you as the sole male would disrupt the environment for the girls. Su Chen found himself at a loss for words. So, shall I leave with my sister then? The dean responded, well, what I meant was, your sister may remain. While you may take your leave. Su Chen, all right, I shall take my leave. Su Qing, will you accompany me? Su Qing sat beside, indulging in a watermelon of unknown origins. She spat out the seeds, and I remarked, naturally, I shall accompany you. A devoted servant like you must not be easily forsaken. Upon hearing your response, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Next time, refrain from speaking so casually. Oh, by the way, is there any watermelon left? Might you share a piece for me to taste? No, I shan't share. This is a mystical fruit, quite rare indeed, and I have but a modest portion. How stingy. Su Chen and Su Qing leisurely departed from the crowd at Tianshui Academy. Shui Bing furrowed her brows and stepped forward. Dean? Is what we are doing truly appropriate? Oh, why might it be inappropriate? Surely you wouldn't wish for a male to suddenly appear at our academy. You are well aware of their intentions towards you. But what? There is no but. It is inconceivable for Tianshui Academy to accept males. We have already accepted his payment. It would be rather unseemly to drive them away. What? When did this happen? Why was I not informed? About an hour ago, Dean. Su Chen, what shall we do next? Well, the world is vast, and there are countless places for us to explore. Did you not say that living freely is the essence of perfection? The issue is, we must also have a destination. Su Chan halted in his tracks, pondering for a moment as he cast his gaze over Su Qing's entire figure. A mischievous smile crept across his face. Upon perceiving the perilous gaze of Su Chen, Su Qing immediately became alert. What do you intend to do? I am your sister, she exclaimed. Enough with the theatrics. You speak of sisterhood as though it were a bond of blood. In truth, we are merely cousins. I have a rather amusing idea. Shall we give it a try? Do not approach me. Simply stand there and speak. All right, she chuckled. We can engage in roleplay and then participate in a competition. Roleplay? How does that differ from mere pretense? You do not comprehend. Pretense involves being forced to endure blows, whereas a role player, she grinned, can strike freely. We can hit without role-playing as well. Could you refrain from undermining my script? At this rate, I am at a loss for how to proceed. Oh, then enlighten me. Allow me to share a tale, one titled The Legend of the Little Dragon Girl and the Calabash Brothers. I am listening. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. What do you think? I can portray a Calabash brother, and you can take on the role of the Little Dragon Girl. Can I not play as Guer instead? I find him to be quite impressive. No, Only the Calabash brothers and the little dragon girl. Ugh, the little dragon girl. Very well, then I shall be the little dragon girl. As Su Qing completed her turn, a transformation enveloped her. She donned a flowing white gown imbued with an ethereal charm, her cheeks blushing with a delicate pink hue, and her skin radiating a pristine whiteness. Su Qin was astounded. Looking up from below, he was momentarily petrified upon seeing the top of her head. There were a pair of horns atop the head of the girl known as the Little Dragon Maiden. Given her title, how peculiar could that be? The issue at hand, however, was that the Little Dragon Maiden was human. Quickly, those horns must be eradicated. For in such a manner, one might mistakenly believe she was a transformed spirit beast. Ah, it is now my turn. Let me transform. In an instant, Su Qin transformed into a striking figure clad in elegant white ancient attire. With starry eyes and a countenance so handsome that he seemed capable of plucking the very stars from the sky. Su Qing, in disbelief, rubbed her eyes. Is this truly the 1-meter-tall Calabash boy from your story? I can't help but feel that you are pulling my leg. Ah. The Calabash boy was referred to as such when he was younger. Now that he has grown up, he should be called Brother Calabash. Well, shall we proceed to the Great Soul Arena in Soto City? All right, let's go. In an instant, the two figures vanished, leaving the multitude on the street utterly bewildered. A minute later, they came to a halt. Su Qing shot a disapproving glance at Su Chun. Did you not say we were headed to the Great Soul Arena in Soto City? Why have you brought me to the sea instead? What exactly do you mean by this? And to top it off, we encountered a fish that seems blissfully unaware of its predicament. This cannot be blamed on me. I was unaware of the route. So what now? Never mind, let's just grab someone and inquire. Su Qin suddenly materialized on the street, glancing around with keen interest. His eyes brightened as he spotted a familiar figure, the lecherous man whom Qian Ringshu had spared. What mischief was he up to now? The man, clad in a purple suit, was revealing his two prominent front teeth while extending his hands toward a little girl who was shivering and clutching her chest in fear. Where are you off to? Little sister? Let your brother take you, shall we? The little girl paused, her large eyes filled with confusion. Are you a woman? At this, the man halted his actions. A tear of resentment trickling from the corner of his eye as he touched the emptiness below. Do not say such things, little sister. Though I may lack in certain areas, I shall not forsake my true self. Upon hearing this, the girl sighed in relief, standing up and nodding. All right. Then I will go with you. The man found solace in her response and prepared to take her hand. Let that girl go. Release her at once. Spit. Spit. Pay no mind to the aftermath of my travels. Just let her go. Su Qin descended gracefully before the two individuals, his feet hovering as if in midair. Upon witnessing this, the man in the suit attempted to flee, but with a mere gesture of his hand, Su Qin effortlessly drew the lecherous figure towards him. Su Qin cast a sharp glare at the lecherous man before immediately turning her gaze gently towards the little girl. Hee, dear sister, you are safe now. Upon witnessing Su Qin's flower-picking smile, the little girl turned pale, taking a few steps back before bursting into tears and fleeing. Wah! There's a pervert. Chapter 18. The Shattered Unhappiness. Upon witnessing the little girl flee in tears, Su Qin scratched his head in bewilderment. He glanced at the lecherous man he was holding and exclaimed, Look at what you've done. You've frightened the poor girl away. You ought to be ashamed. The man, utterly perplexed, dared not utter another word and merely nodded in agreement. Yes, you are correct, sir. What is your name? Sir, I am called Douluo. The man replied. Well, if you are truly content at this moment, I shall ensure that you remain devoid of joy for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I would be remiss in honoring your name. Su Qin prepared to extend a foot towards Buli's lower region. Upon noticing this, Bula hastily began to explain, Sir, that part of me has long ceased to exist. Did Qian Rinxuan not say she would only disable your martial soul? How could she have rendered you incapable in that regard as well? Su Qin gazed incredulously at the pitiful Bulu. My lord, I was initially just a mere waste of a martial soul, yet some young lady's subordinate first rendered my martial soul useless, and then proceeded to destroy my precious belongings. I find myself in such a wretched predicament. Ulu wiped away the tears from his face. Su Qin let out a sigh, exclaiming how excessive it was. This Qianren Shui. Indeed, my lord, you also find it excessive, don't you? Yes, it would be better to simply end it all with a swift kill. I beg for your mercy, my lord. I can serve you like a beast of burden. What use do I have for you? By the way, do you know the way to the Grand Soul Arena in Sachua City? Nodal, seizing the opportunity, immediately responded, My lord, I can guide you there. Even a lecherous man like you knows the way. How could a normal handsome man like me be unaware? It truly is perplexing. My lord, everyone from Douluo continent except for newborns, is familiar with this place, even if they have never been there. Suchin glanced at Douluo, shaking his head, sighing. He acknowledged the truth in the statement. In such a small place, why not utilize his spiritual awareness? Instead, he was running around with that madwoman. Indeed, he conceded. Since you, my lord, can locate it, there is no trivial matter for me. May I proceed? Certainly, came the reply. Really? Uli's spirit soared, and he prepared to express his gratitude. Suddenly, with a snap, in an instant, Douluo transformed into a statue of ice, shattering into fragments. I am a good person, he lamented. I am merely ridding society of its evils. You, of all people, have harmed countless girls. Becoming an ordinary person is too lenient for you. Suchin finished speaking and swiftly appeared beside Su Qing. Upon seeing Suchin approach, Su Qing noticed that he had not brought anyone back with him. A look of confusion crossed her face as she inquired, Did you ask? Yes, I did inquire, he replied. In the end, it appears you were rather foolish. As my sister, how could you not remind your brother to utilize his spiritual sense? Alas, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Let us part ways and go our separate paths. Suchin wore an expression of utter disappointment. At the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City, stood a bruised man and a breathtakingly beautiful girl, idly lingering about. Is this the place? Yes, you are right, sister. TSK, Suchin. You must remember to call me sister from now on. Do you understand? It is already a privilege for you to call me sister. You should feel honored to have such a stunning sister. Upon hearing these words, Suchin gazed at Su Qing with a look of profound skepticism, questioning the very essence of his existence. Should I express my gratitude for being reduced to this state? He lamented. Oh, this is something for which you ought to thank me. No need for gratitude. As the two entered the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City, the receptionist, upon noticing the striking pair of Suchin and Su Qing, greeted them warmly. Hello. Welcome to our Grand Soul Arena. How may I assist you today? We are here to register. What is the fee? Registration, you say? Very well. Here is your entry certificate. Kindly fill it out, and shortly, we shall assess your soul power to determine if you meet the competition requirements. The duo stared at the certificate, overwhelmed by the densely packed text, their scalps tingling with apprehension. Su Qing awkwardly pushed the certificate in front of Su Chun. As Su Chun felt overwhelmed, he caught sight of Su Qing's actions and was filled with exasperation. What mischief are you up to now? He questioned. I cannot write the characters here. You must assist me. What, pray tell, is your purpose in this world if you cannot even inscribe a single character? Who decreed that one must understand the script of this realm to exist within it? If necessary, we could simply alter the characters of this world. Can you effect such change? Perhaps by vanquishing everyone, we could indeed transform it. Never mind, it would be best if you remained silent. I fear the consequences of nightmares. Suchin had once attended classes at the Nodding Academy for a brief period. However, during that time, he found it difficult to absorb the teachings presented by the institution. Despite possessing formidable abilities, he dismissed the instructor's lectures, which primarily focused on soul beasts and soul masters, and succumbed to slumber instead. System? What's the matter? Can you comprehend these characters? What is this? Speak up. Apologies, but I too am unable to decipher it. Suchin wore a bewildered expression, akin to that of a panda, questioning, You brought me into this world, yet you claim to be unfamiliar with its characters? This just is hardly amusing. What do you comprehend? I do know several scripts, but alas, they are indecipherable in this realm. Spare me the frivolities. What shall we do? Why not simply seek assistance from another to compose it for you? Assistance from another? Wait, I just recalled, the last time in the Starry Forest. The letter I left for Guyuna was also penned by you, was it not? How can you now profess ignorance? I did not anticipate your laziness, system. Well, that was not my own writing. Then whose was it? It was my effort to accelerate time within this world, slowly transcribing it. Goodness, you truly are formidable. That is only natural. However, I realize I have yet to encounter your true form. I am quite curious. What is there to behold in my true form? It is but a drop of blood. Ha. Do you think I would believe that? Regardless, seeing it would serve little purpose. After bidding farewell to the Suchin system, he surveyed his surroundings. Upon catching sight of a striking silhouette of a beautiful assassin, his eyes sparkled with realization. This is the one. Suchin, observing Su Qing's bewildered expression, stood up and, with utmost gallantry, approached the figure in the distance. Hello, beautiful. Might you assist me with a small favor? The waitress, still in a daze, had yet to regain her composure. Suchin furrowed his brow as he gazed at the waitress, and with a gentle yet firm motion, he lightly slapped her face. making a sound that echoed slap. Hee, have you awakened? Oh, I am awake. How may I assist you? Here, this is it. Please write for the two of us. The waitress took the paper with one hand and glanced at it. Upon reading the contents, she narrowed her eyes and looked at Su-chan. Isn't this a registration form? Are you two here to compete? Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. Here, this is your remuneration. Su-chan retrieved a substantial bag of gold soul coins from within the space and presented it to the female attendant. Upon witnessing such a considerable sum, she hesitated to accept it, her hands trembling slightly. You wouldn't require any additional services, would you? After all, I am a married woman. Su-chan, enough with the idle chatter. Can you just help us both write this quickly? Oh, all right. May I ask for your name? Su-chan, apologies. I meant to inquire about this lady. Su-chan, can you articulate your words clearly? Her name is Su-chan. You only need to ask me. Su-chan, oh. Then may I ask what her measurements are? Su-chan, what? Are you serious? We came here to register. Do we really need to provide our measurements? Shouldn't we also include our zodiac signs? Su-chan, I'm not sure. It's what the system prompted. The female attendant, feeling a bit anxious and on the verge of tears, replied, You don't know? You work here, and you're unaware? Attendant, well, I'm still in my probationary period. I just started yesterday. Su-chan, oh dear, poor thing, let me handle this. Attendant, that's a bit troublesome. Just write 100, 100, like this. Su-chan, is that really acceptable? Su-chan, enough with the nonsense, just write it down. We're here to compete in the soul duel, not for a beauty contest. Attendant, very well. May I inquire what level you both have reached? Su-chan, I'm level 30, and my sister is also level 30. Attendant, may I ask what your team name is? Su-chan, well, it's called Pumpkin Brother vs. Dragon Warrior. Attendant, that name is a bit. Su-chan, what? Is it not acceptable? Attendant, no. That is perfectly fine. The attendant hurriedly finished writing and bowed as she handed the paper to Su-chan, who took it and stroked his chin, pondering. Can you comprehend this? Su-chan shot a disdainful glance at Su-chan without reservation. Su-chan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in confusion. All right. Let us head to the front desk. Upon his arrival, the attendant stood up and politely bowed. Hello. May I inquire if you have completed your preparations? Yes, we have. Very well. Next, I would like to explain the rules here. Go ahead. You are quite perceptive, aren't you? Most people don't allow me to finish. Enough with the idle chatter. Please, proceed swiftly. All right. We are at the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City, and I assume you've heard of it. Isn't that rather obvious? How else would I have arrived here? Are you aware of the ranking system within our arena? I am beginning to lose my patience. Could you please continue without pausing? Su-chan's forehead was etched with prominent veins as he resolutely clenched his fists. Su-chan cast a discontented glance at Su-chan, then lightly whispered into Su-chan's ear. How about we eliminate it? Upon hearing Su-chan's words, Su-chan turned to her with a perplexed expression, as if questioning her. Su-chan waved her hand dismissively. Noticing her impatience, the receptionist hastened to explain. Allow me to clarify. Our badges are categorized into 8 distinct ranks. From lowest to highest, they are iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. Here, victories earn you points, while losses bear no penalties. Upon reviewing your registration forms, I see that both of you are at level 30. We shall proceed to arrange a duel among soul masters within that rank for you two. Su-chan, feeling a sense of ennui, idly poked at his ear and flicked his fingers. All right, then, please guide us now. Very well, let us proceed to assess your soul power. For in the grand arena of Soto City, there are instances of inflated rank claims. Su-chan inwardly lamented, Oh no, I am at level 150. What is there to even test? As for Su-chan, I am uncertain about her capabilities, but I am certain she surpasses me and will undoubtedly excel. The receptionist presented a testing crystal, saying, Mr. Su-chan, please place your hand upon it. This is a testing crystal of level 40 soul power. Well, very well then. He replied. Su-chan, feeling a pang of guilt, placed a hand upon the crystal, only to hear a sharp crack. The crystal shattered instantly. The receptionist, eyes wide with astonishment, glanced from the broken crystal in her hand to the seemingly indifferent Su-chan. Mr. Su, have you perhaps misrepresented your level? She inquired. Impossible. It must be that this crystal is expired, is it not? Enough. All your crystals are defective, and you seem to have none left. Please, proceed with the arrangements for us, she insisted. Apologies, but we still have some available. The receptionist regarded the flustered Su Chun with skepticism. She returned to the drawer at the front desk and retrieved a level 90 crystal, the only one available in the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Initially, she had deemed it unnecessary, but now she suspected that Su Chun must indeed have exaggerated his level, as the crystal he had just presented was still brand new. Hello, Mr. Su, would you kindly present it once more? She requested, exasperated. What a nuisance. Su Chun, feeling impatient, placed his hand upon the crystal, shattering it once more. The receptionist stood there, bewildered, gazing at the fragments in her palm. She glanced at Su Chin's youthful visage and immediately shook her head in disbelief. It was inconceivable. How could someone so young, seemingly no more than 20, possibly hold the title of a conferred Douluo? Could it truly be that the crystal was defective? No. What on earth is happening here? Are we allowed to participate in the soul battle or not? Of course, that is permissible, came the reply. Then let us proceed. It is quite astonishing that your company is unaware of the expired crystal. I shall leave a negative review. Apologies, we have indeed overlooked this matter. Please, follow me. Thus, due to the issue with the expired crystal, Su Qing did not undergo any testing and directly entered the soul battle. On the arena, a host, microphone in hand, exuberantly announced, next up, please welcome our sibling duo. Their team name is the Gord Brothers versus the Tyrannosaurus Warrior. The audience erupted in confusion, their faces adorned with expressions of disbelief. It was the first time they had ever encountered such a childish name, and soon, laughter filled the air. Ahem, all right. The next contenders against the Tyrannosaurus Warrior are the Rhino Brothers. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as two muscular men took to the stage. Upon spotting the diminutive figures of Su Chin and Su Qing, they could not suppress their laughter, clutching their bellies in amusement. Aha, little ones. This is no place for you. Brother, please don't tease them, or they might start crying, came the jovial response, accompanied by more laughter. Upon hearing these words, Su Chin felt indifferent. However, Su Qing could no longer contain herself. She gazed up at the host, the one bellowing into the microphone, "Can we commence?" The host glanced at the microphone in his hand and, upon hearing Su Qing refer to it as a horn, felt a pang of indignation. This is no mere horn. It is my martial spirit. Enough with the trivialities. Let the competition begin. Brothers of the Rhino, give it your all. I am rooting for your victory. The Rhino Brothers, upon seeing the diminutive figures of Su Chin and Su Qing, expressed their disdain. Su Chin sensed the murderous aura emanating from Su Qing. Contemplating for a moment, he chose silence and swiftly teleported in front of the Rhino Brothers. With a single strike to each, he sent them hurtling away. Smack, smack, bang. The two brothers were forcefully slammed against the wall, leaving an imprint behind. Su Qing pouted her lips, gazing angrily at Su Chun. Why did you intervene? Oh, never mind the details. Just look at our victory. Oh, indeed. Such insignificant beings do not warrant my effort. The host, upon hearing the commotion, dropped his sole microphone in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Su Chun wore a puzzled expression as he glanced at the host, wondering why the announcement had yet to be made. Could it be that our victory does not count? Indeed. Indeed. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Well then, Douluo and the Tyrannosaurus Warrior have emerged victorious in this round. Chapter 19. Blood in the World. Xiao San, teacher Zhao Wujia, is a formidable soul sage. His martial soul being the powerful great strength Diamond Bear, a beast martial soul of tremendous strength, exhibiting no weaknesses whatsoever, with an exceptionally terrifying defense. Even soul masters of the same rank find it exceedingly difficult to inflict harm upon him. Tang San adopted a serious demeanor, as did the others. Daimobai continued to elaborate on the examination details. Initially, speed was teacher Zhao's Achilles heel, yet due to the vast disparity in your soul powers, that weakness has become utterly irrelevant. Within the academy, Zhao is known by the epithet Immovable King. A girl clad in a blue dress gasped, covering her mouth. Ah, he is the Immovable King? Daimobai looked at her in confusion. What? Have you heard of teacher Zhao's reputation? The girl began to recount. Many years ago, the Immovable King offended the Spirit Hall and was besieged by 16 Soul Emperors. However, the ambush was unsuccessful. The Immovable King single-handedly faced off against 16 adversaries and managed to break through the encirclement, disappearing from the world of Soul Masters. I never imagined he would be here as a teacher. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, was equally incredulous. He's that powerful? At that time, teacher Zhao was merely a Soul Emperor. At least, I have never witnessed teacher Zhao unleashing his full might. So I suggest you all prepare yourselves and see how long you can endure under him. Aim to last as long as possible. Filled with confidence, Tang San stepped forward. I am Tang San, a control-type soul master with the blue-silver grass martial soul at level 28. Xiao Wu, beast martial soul rabbit, level 29, assault-type soul master. Zhu Shiqing, beast martial soul nethercat, level 27, agility-type soul master. Ning Rongrong, tool martial soul 7 treasure glaze tile, level 26, support-type soul master. Are you from the 7 treasure glaze tile sect? Tang San inquired curiously. Is it not the one reputed to possess the strongest support-type tool martial soul? The 7 treasure glaze tile? Xiao asked with keen interest, to which Ning Rongrong modestly replied, Do not look at me. I am no different from an ordinary person. I sneaked out from home. Let us first overcome the immediate challenges before discussing further. My 2 soul rings can enhance everyone's speed and strength by approximately 30%. And the effect can last for the duration of an incense stick without issue. Upon hearing this, the group huddled together to strategize. Suddenly, a girl adorned in a golden gown opened a door radiating a sacred aura. Grandfather. Ah, Xiao Shui, why have you returned? Were you not in Tiando? Qianren Xue gazed at her gently smiling grandfather. Qian Douluo, momentarily unsure of how to explain. Grandfather, feel free to speak your mind. It concerns my loss. What loss? Qian Douluo was left utterly bewildered. I mean, I have already. Oh, so you are referring to that. It's nothing to be ashamed of. What? Have you lost your virginity? In an instant, Qian Douluo felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His expression morphing into one of furious embarrassment as he pointed at Qianren Xue. Xiao Xue, do you comprehend the significance of this? You represent the future of our angel clan. And yet you. Grandfather, I am truly sorry. Do not address me as grandfather. Shall I call you grandaunt instead? Now what shall we do? I am uncertain if the angel inheritance is still viable. Grandfather, this is not like you. Qianren Xue gazed at Qian Douluo with a look of innocent bewilderment. Feeling that her grandfather's demeanor had shifted dramatically. That was due to your provocation. Humph. You need not visit the Tiando Empire for the time being. Let the 2 of them keep watch over it. However, you must inform me who this audacious young man is that dares to take advantage of my granddaughter. His name is Su Qin. He is enigmatic and possesses considerable strength, though he is rather narcissistic. Upon recalling that night, Qianren Xue's face flushed with warmth. Xiao Xue, bring that rascal to me so I can have a look. Grandfather, I do not know where he has gone, but he assured me he would not abandon me. Qian Douluo interjected. Xiao Xue, are you certain that lad is trustworthy? Not really. Uffed. Grandfather, are you all right? Qian Daoliu's initial smile vanished in an instant upon hearing Qianren Xue's words, his anger surging to the point of spitting blood. Cough, cough. Xiao Xue, how can you so readily trust a stranger's words? I know you're loyal. But you must not. Sai, let us first allow the angel god to examine your condition and see if you can still accept the inheritance. What if I cannot? Qianren Xue inquired with curiosity. If that is the case, the angel clan may face annihilation, and that woman will prevail. Qian Douluo led Qianren Xue to a statue of the angel god, kneeling before it in worship. O great angel god, your messenger seeks your assistance. The statue, seemingly responding to Qian Daoliu's voice, transformed from its lifeless state as its eyes glimmered with golden light. What is it? O great angel god. My Xiao Xue has lost her virginity. I am uncertain if she can still inherit your legacy. Without a pure body, she cannot inherit my legacy. Ah, angel god. Xiao Xue was merely confused for a moment. I believe she is still worthy of your inheritance. Is that so? The angel god's gaze turned toward Qianren Xue, who could discern nothing significant. She scrutinized more closely, and with a crack, the moment unfolded. The angelic deity was suddenly engulfed by darkness. Her gaze ensnared by a pair of immense eyes. A profound sense of oppression enveloped her, causing cold sweat to beat upon her forehead. She yearned to flee, yet found herself utterly powerless. Raising her eyes to behold the visage behind those eyes shattered her spirit. It was him. Indeed, it was he. The very individual who had once been dispatched by the god of Azura to capture a silver dragon king, effortlessly trampling 3 first-tier gods as if they were mere insects. The colossal eyes regarded her with disdain. Begone! The angelic deity's essence was forcefully yanked back into the statue that represented her. With a resounding crack, the statue began to fissure, culminating in a catastrophic explosion of its head. Qian Douluo and Qianren Xue stood by, utterly bewildered. Grandfather, why has the angelic statue fractured? I have no idea. Neither do I. I am not a deity. In the divine realm, a woman clad in a white gown suddenly spewed forth a jet of golden blood, still reeling from the harrowing scene she had just witnessed. Who could this individual possibly be? One utterance had left her gravely wounded. The sea god approached the injured angelic deity, his expression filled with confusion. Angel, what has transpired? The angelic deity shot a dark look at the sea god, incredulous at his naivety. Do you not possess eyes? Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, Douluo could only fret and await the angelic deity's response. Grandfather, even if I cannot attain the angelic legacy, I believe I can grow stronger on my own. Xiaoxue, with your talent, you can indeed become more formidable. However, you must understand that since the dawn of the continent, the opportunity to ascend to godhood is elusive. Mortals will inevitably perish while deities endure. I only wish for your well-being. If you ascend, I will rest assured in entrusting the angelic race to you. Do you understand? But grandfather, I am uncertain if I can even obtain the legacy. Let us await news from the angelic deity. The duo remained transfixed by the cracked statue. Congratulations to the Tyrannosaurus warrior team for their victory. Once again, congratulations to the Tyrannosaurus warrior team for their triumph. Truly invincible. The Tyrannosaurus warrior team has secured yet another victory. Oh my. The Tyrannosaurus warrior team has achieved an astounding 20 consecutive victories. Congratulations. Can you cease with the incessant congratulations? It's utterly unbearable. At first, Suchin found the discussion quite beneficial. However, after listening for an extended period, he grew increasingly irritated. All right. The host immediately fell silent. Suqing yawned, boredly picking at her fingernails. I pondered whether our actions held any significance. Haha, have you only just realized? What does it matter if we win 100 times? The inability to lose, now that is truly outrageous. How about I take you to see my world? Is that permissible? It probably isn't, right? Nonsense. If I say it is, then it is. Respond, host. It is not permissible, X2. What? X2. Why is it not permissible? X2. With a perplexed expression, Su Qing inquired of the system. She felt that given her capabilities, there should be no reason preventing her from bringing someone into her world. After all, while others could traverse the realms, a soul could not. What did that imply? This body was not a native of this world. It was a mere creation. Yet, how did that pertain to her desire to bring him along? It was indeed relevant. His physical constitution met the criteria. Yet his soul was not permitted to exist in your realm. What does that mean? Su Qin's soul originates from the primordial true realm. That world is untouched by any laws. They can create anything, and even you can be effortlessly erased. Is it truly that formidable? Then why did Su Qin come to this world? I find this realm inferior, akin to a mere stone in my own. The specifics remain unclear. It is possible he perished in his original world, or his soul was extracted. However, I am uncertain how he breached the dimensional barrier to arrive here. For a non-existent world cannot coexist with an existent one, and thus, the life forms from both cannot survive together. What do you mean by non-existent and existent worlds? Your world, encompassing countless realms, constitutes the realm of non-existence, while Su Qin hails from the realm of existence. We are all products of their creation. How can one traverse to his world? Did you not say that the dimensional barrier is unbreakable? It can indeed be breached. Yet the odds are akin to finding a needle in a vast ocean, merely a 1 in a billion chance. Requiring an immense release of energy capable of annihilating countless universes to attain that slim possibility. Su Qin was equally perplexed, utterly bewildered by the peculiarities of the system. System? What do you mean? It means nothing of consequence. You simply cannot venture into her world. I sense that you are concealing something from me. How could that be? I am utterly honest. I have divulged everything to you. All you need to remember is that I am here to save you. Please, enlighten me with the reason. What is there to tell? Enough. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Su Qin observed the system hastily departing. A lingering suspicion gnawed at him that the system harbored secrets it was unwilling to disclose. Su Qing did not pay attention to Su Qin. Instead, she continued to listen to the system as it spoke of various intriguing matters. Did I not mention that there are numerous types of systems? Yet, I cannot find any information regarding Su Qin's system. I sense that Su Qin is likely being exploited. Exploited? Su Qing's serious expression appeared as she glanced at the dazed Su Qin. She believed that Su Qin possessed such unparalleled strength that, had she not intervened, he would have remained an unmatched entity in this world. It perplexed her to comprehend the means by which this was achieved. Indeed, there are formidable beings whose very essence may persist even after their demise. From what you just implied, it seems that Su Qin is, in a sense, akin to a deceased individual who, through some fortunate circumstance, has found himself reborn in this realm. This notion is plausible yet uncertain, perhaps when Su Qin lost consciousness. He fell prey to a grave illness, during which a powerful entity seized the opportunity to extract his soul alter his memories, and reconstruct his physical form. Reconstruction? Precisely. By employing other flesh and utilizing certain techniques, the soul could be fused anew. Yet, why has Suchin never mentioned any of this? The reason could be that he himself is unaware. If you doubt this, you might inquire of him whether he harbors a desire to return home. Upon hearing the system's words, Suchin found them somewhat persuasive. She then turned to Suchin and inquired, "Suchin, do you wish to return home?" Suchin looked at Suchin with a puzzled expression, scratching his head. "Is it possible? I doubt you can assist me. Initially, I had a way to return home, but I found it too difficult, so I gave up." I see. The system? It appears Suchin has indeed forgotten. This is natural. Yet it has little to do with you. I believe it would be prudent for you to keep your distance from him. Why? Do you not have a mission? Indeed. To eliminate the strongest in this world and complete my task. What is the matter? What if hypothetically your mission required you to eliminate Suchin? What would you do? Suchin is not from this world. I believe he is unrelated to it. Flesh and blood are tied to the world. I don't understand. Never mind. If it's not feasible, then let it be. As you wish. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the night of the bright moon over the 20 bridges, Tang San hurled countless hidden weapons towards Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie activated his defenses, and as the weapon struck him, sparks flew. Due to the alteration of his first soul skill, Tang San found himself struggling unlike in the original tale. A perfect opportunity. Go, Dragon Whisker Needle. Utilizing his purple extreme magic eye, Tang San immediately identified Zhao Wujie's weak point. He leaped and waved his hand at the soul guidance device on his waist, conjuring several golden needles out of thin air. Aiming at Zhao Wujie's vulnerability, he launched them directly. Zhao Wujie, in pain, became enraged and activated his sixth soul skill. The black soul ring on his foot illuminated. Fifth soul skill, gravitational compression. A black sphere appeared above Zhao Wujie's head, drawing everything nearby into it and pulverizing it. Due to his low soul power, Tang San was also drawn into the void. Seizing the moment while everyone was distracted, he swiftly produced a hammer. Zhao Wujie, seeing the hammer, displayed a look of disdain. What use could such a small hammer be? He casually deflected it, believing there was no need to employ a soul skill. He never anticipated that such a diminutive hammer could breach his defenses. Second soul skill, Mighty Vajra Palm. Zhao Wujie thrust his palm towards Tang San's abdomen. Tang San attempted to evade, but it was too late. Zhao Wujie struck him, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 20, The Black Tiger's Heart Extraction. Tang San, are you all right? Brother, how are you? Are you okay? Everyone concerned rushed over, with Xiao anxiously cradling the unconscious Tang San on the ground. A boy with white hair, sporting glasses and a scruffy beard, approached. Upon seeing the boy, Zhao Wujie slurred, "Oscar, give me a sausage." Oscar, noticing a bruised and battered man on the ground, picked his nose and responded, "Who are you, old man? No time for nonsense. Hurry up. I am Zhao Wujie." It turns out to be Teacher Zhao. What has become of you? Just a moment, Teacher Zhao. Please wait. First soul skill, Super Invincible Sausage. A grand sausage suddenly appeared in Oscar's hand as he lewdly raised his eyebrow. Without a second thought, Zhao Wujie snatched the sausage and began to eat it, gradually healing the wounds on his face. He shakily stood up, and Oscar hurried to assist him. Tang San also awoke, equally bruised and battered. When he initially unleashed his first soul skill, the bamboo blade shattered into fragments before it could even approach Zhao Wujie. Tang San wore a look of skepticism. Hadn't he, the teacher, stated that, according to his theory, the impact of a 10-year spirit ring on another plant-type soul master was minimal? Teacher Zhao, have we passed? Zhao Wujie, harboring a grudge, waved his hand dismissively. Alone in the room, Zhao Wujie chuckled to himself. Since they were little monsters, they surely deserved special treatment. He wondered if these little creatures could endure. Suddenly, a thunderous voice pierced the air, echoing in Zhao Wujie's ears. The doors and windows were flung open by an unseen force, and Zhao Wujie, unwilling to back down, rushed outside into the forest. "Come out. I know you are here." Turning around, he spotted a mysterious figure cloaked in a cape atop a tree. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "Who are you?" The man spoke in a deep voice, "To encounter the immovable king in such a small place. It has been a long time since I have stretched my limbs. I wish to spar with you." The man leaped down and approached Zhao Wujie. His spirit rings illuminating sequentially, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Zhao Wujie scoffed at first, but the man's spirit rings continued to glow black, 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 red. A cold sweat broke out on Zhao Wujie's forehead as he trembled, exclaiming, titled Douluo. The man revealed his martial spirit, wielding a silver giant hammer. Fear gripped Zhao Wujia's heart, yet he mustered the courage to bow and ask, "May I inquire which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence? Please do not jest with me. Isn't it delightful to bully those children during the day? I have discovered that the thrill of intimidation seems quite satisfying. Allow me to indulge in a bit of bullying with you. Of course, you may consider this an act of the strong oppressing the weak." Zhao Wujia, bewildered and frightened, pondered the identity of this person. As the man with the hammer approached him, a sudden commotion arose from behind. He quickly called out, "Since you have come, you might as well reveal yourself. 1 or 2 makes no difference." A man resembling an owl leaped down. Upon seeing him, Zhao Wujia's eyes filled with hope. "Boss, you have arrived. And this esteemed elder?" The man resembling an owl is none other than the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, Dean Flander. With a sigh, Flander activated his martial soul, his feet striking the ground. Enveloped in the hues of yellow, purple, and black, he respectfully clasped his fist before the man, exclaiming, "I have the honor of meeting your excellency, the Haotian Crown. Spare the formalities. I have come seeking trouble." The Haotian Crown responded, his martial soul, the cat owl, revealing his formidable level of 78. Indeed, Flander, once the main combatant of the illustrious Golden Iron Triangle, was the protector of Shrek Academy. "Yes, your excellency. May I inquire what grievance Zhao Wujia has committed against you? Might you grant me a modicum of leniency? Enough with the pleasantries. Step aside, or I shall deal with you as well." Flander glanced at Zhao Wujia, who had no other recourse but to sign resignation. "Zhao Wujia, I offer you a chance. I shall refrain from using my martial soul. If you can endure for the duration of an incense stick, it will be commendable." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia cursed internally, realizing that the pain would not befall Flander, and found the situation vexingly simple. "Your Excellency, I truly do not comprehend how I have offended you. Could you clarify? For I wish to die with understanding." "Humph. Do I need to elaborate? When the young are struck, the elders naturally seek retribution. It is but a matter of principle. Let us commence." In an instant, the Haotian crown vanished, reappearing before Zhao Wujia. The latter, confronted by the unfamiliar visage, felt a surge of terror in his pupils. Zhao Wujia was sent flying by a single punch, the forest echoing with his cries. He collided with several large trees before finally coming to a halt. Observing the two vanish from sight, Flander promptly activated his martial soul to take flight in search of them. It was not until they had fought for the duration of an incense stick that he managed to locate them. The Haotian crown addressed Zhao Wujia, who lay on the ground. "Do you understand now?" Cough, cough, cough. "Thank you for your guidance, your excellency." Indeed, the familiar visage of the Haotian crown was revealed to be none other than Tang Hao, the father of Tang San. "However, you must remain vigilant against the Spirit Hall. They have been actively searching for Shrek Academy, and a mysterious figure of equal strength to my own has recently emerged. Exercise caution." "What? A figure of equal might to the Haotian crown? Could it be a high-ranking member of the Spirit Hall?" "Not quite. I have encountered the high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall, and he is not among them. Nevertheless, you should be cautious." Tang Hao, still feeling sore all over, had only come out to maintain his own dignity. "We understand, your excellency." "Very well, I entrust little San to your care." With that, Tang Hao vanished. Zhao Wujia scratched his head. "Flander, who exactly is this esteemed elder? I cannot shake the feeling that he shares a connection with Tang San." Flander shot him an exasperated glance. What a foolish question. A man bold enough to strike the Pope cannot be a mere trifler. "Oh, I see now. Hey. Do not run away. Let me join you quickly. Hurry up. I refuse to be left out. Can't you entertain yourself? Why must you insist on playing with me?" Su Chan felt a pang of regret. Initially, he noticed Su Qing lost in a trance and appeared bored, which stirred his compassion. He earnestly implored the system to grant him 2 permanent mobile phones with unlimited internet access. To his astonishment, the system obliged, claiming they were a gift from Brother Yi. Without further ado, he presented one to Su Qing and proceeded to download the immensely popular game, Honor of Kings. At first, Su Qing struggled to grasp the mechanics, but Su Qin patiently guided her through playing Cheng Yaojing. To his surprise, she became utterly captivated, favoring the character Yao due to her preference for minimal movement. "Can you please not follow me? I'm playing by Li, and your choice of Yao is of no use to me," Su Qin exclaimed. "You're actually scolding me? Oh. The stark contrast is astonishing. Are you still that boisterous Black Mountain demon? How could you insult me as a demon? I'm clearly Yao Yao." Su Qing intentionally made the sound of the clips. Su Qin looked at Su Qing with a peculiar expression, as if he had just encountered something extraordinary. "You truly are a celestial being." he remarked. Of course, I am divine. But why the addition of being? Ah, it's simply that I find it melodious, she replied. Is that so? He inquired. Indeed. Therefore, could you possibly accompany the jungler or mage? And what does it mean for you, a Yao, to carry a kill? You have already amassed 10 kills, while I, as a marksman, have merely 10 assists. Can we not enjoy the game in harmony? People have no desire for that. She retorted. Stop. I currently feel a throbbing at the crown of my head, reminiscent of past memories. You would do well to refrain from speaking to me in that tone. What tone do you mean? He asked. That one, she exclaimed. Which one? Let me think. Oh, I've got it. Hurry, tell me. Are you prepared? She asked. Yes, please speak quickly. Well, it's just that I have recently turned 18 this year. As Su Qin's voice, reminiscent of a male's, echoed, Su Qin felt a sudden chill run down her spine, accompanied by a wave of nausea. She was astounded by the existence of such a repugnant individual. The audacity was simply beyond comprehension. How outrageous. Indeed. Such a person deserves to bear sons who are utterly dismal. How can you utter such crude words? How else should one express it? This ignorance deserves to be chastised and transformed into a more refined demeanor. Ah, you speak most truthfully. By the way, what did you just say my voice resembled? The voice of a male? What of it? I must inform you. It is you who has deemed yourself disgusting. This matter bears no relation to me. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Su Qin was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly broke into a radiant smile. She then extended her hand, invoking her second soul skill. The palm descended with a resounding clap. Victory! Su Qin, with his handsome visage, captivated countless young maidens while simultaneously inducing bewilderment in numerous rivals. All right. I shall cease this amusement. I am off to rest, he declared. So early to retire? What alternative do you propose? You may entertain yourself alone while I take my respite. Oh, sleep away then. Thus, Su Qin retreated to his chamber to slumber, leaving Su Qin to occupy herself on the sofa with her phone, spending a silent night. Grandfather, why has the angel god yet to respond? It has been 5 hours. Could it be that the angel god also neglects his promises? Silence. Little Snow, the angel god embodies the glory of our celestial lineage. How dare you utter such words? But, grandfather, you have worshipped the angel god for so long. Why has he not replied? Well, I am uncertain. Perhaps the angel god is preoccupied. In the divine realm. The angel god lounged leisurely, sipping coffee with a sense of contentment. He had heard the summons from Douluo but chose to remain indifferent. Although the legacy was significant, one must still possess the life to inherit it. With the essence of soul energy within Shui, it could vanish at any moment. How is the angel god faring? The sea god, having offended the angel god, was now apologizing, gently massaging his shoulders. Quite satisfactory, he mused. Hey, angel god. Did you just mention that a human more fearsome than the Shura god has appeared on the continent? Indeed. I believe it is prudent to refrain from involvement in this matter. Shall we not inform the Shura god? Why would I do that? Are we on familiar terms? Then shall I be the one to convey the news? If you wish to be a lapdog, by all means, I shall not partake. Oh, and I must inform you. The last individuals sent by the Shura god were all vanquished by that man. What? It was he. The sea god recognized the gravity of the situation, halting his actions. This incident had stirred considerable commotion within the divine realm. He could not remain oblivious. Farewell. The sea god clasped his fists and departed directly towards the Shura god. Observing his actions, the angel god shook her head, a true hypocrite. Welcome, one and all, to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. Now, let us welcome our contestants. The demon spider sisters, though not as formidable as the human-faced demon spider, were nonetheless impressive, particularly with their martial spirits capable of controlling deadly toxins. I believe the audience eagerly anticipates the performance of these sisters. Without further ado, let us invite our ace duo to the stage, the brother-sister team. Known as Gourd Brother and Tyrannosaurus Warrior, rebranded as the latter due to Gourd Brother's disdain for excessive chatter, the name alone exudes power. Can you refrain from flattery? Hurry up and commence. A voice from the audience interrupted, with Su Chun pointing at the host in exasperation. The host clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Let the competition begin. Sister, unleash our martial spirit. All right, sister. Martial Soul, Blood Spider, level 39 Control Type Battle Soul Sovereign. I seek your guidance. Martial Soul, Blood Spider. Level 37 Control Type Battle Soul Sovereign. I seek your guidance. Su Qin was prepared to resolve the matter swiftly when suddenly a delicate hand rested upon his shoulder. He turned his head, bewildered, to gaze at Su Qin. What is it? He inquired. This time, allow me to take charge. It has been a long while since I warmed up. You? Well, all right then, but do not overdo it. Understood. Su Qing, adorned in a flowing white gown, delicately gestured with her slender fingers and proclaimed, "Surrender, for I am the Dark King, and the forces of the universe are on the verge of an explosive awakening." Su Qin, dear sister, what on earth are you up to now? From where did you acquire such lines? I have never watched this anime, and I cannot comprehend it. Could we not expedite this process? Why can't you understand? This is from that black box you gave me last night. I watched something called a video on it. I found that girl exceptionally impressive, and I suddenly developed a fondness for this sensation. Ah, the innocence of a maiden's heart. All right. Could we please wrap this up quickly? I'm starting to feel quite awkward. No. I shall dispel the evil in your name. I can resolve all matters. I can't take it anymore. This is absurd. Had I known, I would never have given you my phone. Have you lost your mind? Oh, never mind. I shall handle it myself. They are not deserving of such a fate. Su Chun, when others provoke me, I shall retreat 3 steps. Should they provoke me again, I will eradicate the source entirely. The 2 individuals across from her scratched their heads, wearing expressions of confusion. What on earth are they doing? What nonsense are they spouting? It was unclear, yet one could not afford to be careless. After all, their opponents had achieved over 50 consecutive victories, even defeating Hu Qiu. How could this be? Hu Qiu, a formidable adversary at a remarkable 39 levels, was rumored to be on the brink of reaching level 40. His martial soul was an offensive type, rendering him virtually invincible among his peers. How could he possibly lose to these 2 at merely 30 levels? We should remain vigilant. One of them suggested. Indeed, I understand, replied the other. Unbeknownst to them, Su Qin had already positioned herself before them, eavesdropping on their whispered conversation. Su Qin smacked his lips, uttering something incomprehensible. No matter how cautious one is, what good does it do when defeat is inevitable? The 2 girls, drenched in sweat, looked up to see Su Qin's face adorned with an innocent and carefree smile. Su Qin cleared his throat and cast a glance at the host. That host? If I were to strike him now, would it be considered against the rules? The host's expression darkened, yet he had grown accustomed to such antics. After all, he was well aware of Su Qin's character. At times, he could be utterly shameless, and thus, he would naturally be permitted to act as he pleased. Upon receiving the response, Su Qin leapt up with exuberance, exclaiming, "Behold my black tiger's heart extraction. Witness my 1 young finger. Hey, observe my 18 dragon-subduing palms. Roar. No. Ugh." In an instant, the 2 girls collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Su Qin beamed, revealing a shiny tooth, and turned to Su Qing, giving her a thumbs up. Su Qing appeared utterly perplexed. She promptly unlocked her phone, searching for that martial art technique which Su Qin had just mentioned. Chapter 21. The Chuanyu Tyrannosaurus. Congratulations to the Tyrannosaurus warriors for yet another triumphant victory. The crowd erupted in cheers. However, Su Qin had grown weary of the incessant noise. What shall we do next? Nothing in particular. I believe our remarkable achievements will attract attention. I refuse to believe that others are unaware of our existence. The Spirit Hall will undoubtedly be the first to reach out to us. Are you so certain? Of course. Given that I am the owner of my company and the wealthiest person in the world, I possess a modicum of intellect. What if the Spirit Hall is unaware? Also, why must we necessarily join the Spirit Hall? Indeed, the Spirit Hall is quite a distance from here. It would be illogical for me to join another faction just to confront the Spirit Hall. True, attacking one's own partner is not something I would condone, even if it is not my affair. Su Qin suddenly looked at Su Qing with curiosity and said, "I do have something to ask. After all this time, have you never had someone you liked? Like? Such a notion does not exist in my world. My sole focus is on becoming stronger. Matters of romance and affection have long been cast aside. Moreover, do you truly believe anyone could be worthy of me? That is indeed a valid point. It's unlikely anyone would want someone like you, who has quite the ample posterior, and on top of that, is rather fierce. Being fierce is one thing, but you also have a propensity for physical altercations. And as if that weren't enough, you tend to be rather indolent, and to top it all off, your mind seems to wander to peculiar places." Upon hearing these words, Su Qing remained unperturbed, her hand now brandishing a verdant sword. "What? Am I mistaken? Your earlier demeanor was entirely normal? Have you not struck me enough already? How many idle pursuits have you indulged in? Humph. And what of it? What can you do to me? You are now bound to me, and until your task is fulfilled, you shall remain mine for eternity." "Mine?" She scoffed. "I refuse to believe that you can possess my body yet fail to capture my heart and soul." "Perhaps you've indulged in too many videos," he retorted. "Is that so? Otherwise, how would I respond? I cannot hope to match you in combat. Ah, a teachable child indeed, he replied, as the two engaged in their verbal sparring. They remained oblivious to the audience's gaze fixed upon them. The host, initially reluctant to intervene, found it unavoidable as others awaited their turn to engage in soul combat. Ahem. The Tyrannosaurus warrior duo, it is time for you to take the stage for your duel. May I kindly request you both to proceed backstage? Upon hearing those words, Su Qin could no longer contain himself. Ever since he and Su Qing had achieved consecutive victories, numerous soul masters had flocked to witness their prowess. Although they had only arrived the previous day, their relentless triumphs, often concluding with swift eliminations, had undoubtedly drawn the attention of various factions. The Soto City Great Soul Arena was now utterly packed, far exceeding its usual capacity. And now, they dared to demand the departure of their representative? Hey, you. Blowing the horn, if you have the courage, come down here and see if I won't strike you down with a single blow. Since childhood, Su Qing had never been driven away in such a manner, with the sole exception of one individual, Su Qin. Why on earth are you angry? What they said holds true. We have indeed occupied someone else's space. So what if I'm upset? If it comes to that, I might as well buy this place outright. Upon hearing these words, Su Chun felt a slight urge to laugh. Do you possess wealth? Allow me to inform you that you must not utilize my funds. Su Qing naturally understood the implication of Su Qin's words. She cast him a disdainful glance and directly tossed a ring into his hand, saying, Just let a drop of your blood fall upon it, and you shall behold everything within the ring. Su Qin, filled with skepticism, bit into his own skin. Yet before any blood could surface, he feigned excruciating pain. Alas, my defensive capabilities are too formidable. I cannot be breached. Suddenly, a swift flash of a sword sliced through the artery in his wrist, golden blood sprang forth. Ah, golden blood. But is that truly significant? What are you doing? Why are you attacking me with a sword? This is merely an act of goodwill. Did you not boast of your formidable defense? I find it rather unimpressive. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry, stop the bleeding. I'm finished. I'm going to die. You truly are ineffectual, merely a trickle of blood. Fear not. You are quite safe. However, I must admit, I am intrigued by your blood. It appears to be of the royal lineage. You are rather remarkable, a natural-born sovereign. While I may not be well-versed in such realms, I possess a modicum of understanding. So, what now? Nothing of great consequence. Now, inspect the storage ring I provided. You may discover an unexpected delight within. Su Chan gazed silently at the ring, astonished to find that he could indeed see inside it. Goodness, how on earth do you possess such wealth? So, you are a wealthy woman after all? Wealthy woman? Such worldly possessions hold no allure for me. Then from whence did it come? The gold and soul coins within this ring could easily be counted by the peaks of Mount Everest. There must be at least 100 million of them. Did you not already know me? I too possess a system. Well, I suddenly feel as though my system is utterly useless. Perhaps we should exchange? That is impossible. My system is, in fact, something I inadvertently created when I traversed the realm of chaos that day. I cannot fathom how it became bound to me. But I can sense that it has become one with my very being. Su Qin gazed at Su Qing with an expression of profound skepticism, lost in contemplation. Could it be that his system was intrinsically linked to his very being? Your system is somewhat akin to your destiny, he mused. I sense that perhaps your system may not be a system at all. This is something I cannot ascertain. My understanding of other worlds is rather limited. But feel free to inquire whenever you wish. You can discern my innermost thoughts, he exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I am fully aware of the matters that occupy your mind. Came the reply. Goodness, does that mean I possess no secrets? Essentially, yes. However, I have stumbled upon some intriguing revelations. Yet, I am curious about how you arrived in this world. You previously mentioned that you were unexpectedly brought here by the system. However, I sense otherwise. Is that not the case? Yet, that is what the system conveyed to me. Perhaps it simply chose not to divulge the truth. Since you arrived here by chance, why does your constitution differ from that of your origin? The supreme body, the child of fortune, is destined to ultimately conquer all. Very well. But I fail to grasp this. Isn't there already a child of fortune in this world? Isn't your task to eliminate him? Surely that is a simple endeavor. One that could be accomplished with a mere flick of your hand. Is it? But if the child of fortune were you, would you permit me to slay you? Then let it be so. I am not of this world, and you may dispose of me as you wish, even in the most brutal manner. Su Qin waved his hand dismissively. System 6. What is the system doing here? Could it be that what Su Qing just said holds any truth? Rest assured, it is certainly not true. I am merely your fate, your causation. Once this world's task is complete, that shall be the day of our separation. Is that so? Indeed it is. Su Qing, utilizing her telepathic abilities, sought to glean the thoughts residing within Su Chen's mind. To her astonishment, she could only discern Su Chen's voice. She mused inwardly, wondering about the true nature of this so-called system, which even eluded her perception. Meanwhile, the combatants observing the duo, Su Chen and Su Qing, grew increasingly irked by their apparent disregard for decorum. Hey, Tyrannosaurus warrior duo, this is a public combat area. Is it not excessive for you to monopolize it in such a manner? One exclaimed. Indeed, you should step down. Just because you've achieved a few consecutive victories does not render you invincible. Especially you, girl. Come forth. I've had my eye on you for quite some time. Do not compel me to take action, or else. Su Qing appeared utterly bewildered, and was abruptly disturbed by an inconsequential individual who lacked even the merit of sand. What was more, he dared to utter such crude words to her. How could one endure this? You may as well perish. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. The man's crown burst open, revealing a vivid display of crimson and white. As he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, in an instant, the scene fell into a profound silence. Su Qing gave a thumbs up to the man, acknowledging his superiority. You are truly impressive, brother. May your journey ahead be smooth, and I hope our next encounter involves a cat rather than a fierce tigress. Su Qing, what are you doing? How dare you insult me by comparing me to a tigress? You truly dare to liken me to such a beast? Look at you. Look at you. Aren't you being fierce again? Isn't that precisely the trait of a tigress? Who says a tigress is only capable of anger? A tigress can also be gentle, you know? I'm gentle? You call this gentleness? You have no idea what true gentleness is. My wife, Gu Yuna, is the epitome of gentleness, while you are more ferocious than a raging dragon from Sichuan and Chongqing. Sichuan and Chongqing dragon. What does that mean? It means nothing. Oh, it seems that having a dim-witted companion is indeed exhausting. I will not back down. If you dare to challenge me, know that I am the supreme being of the heavens, and I fear no one. Humph. Supreme by birth. I prefer to call myself celestial. What business is it of yours? Go ahead, bite me if you dare. Come on, if you have the ability, reach out. Let us see if I will bite back. Su Chen directly extended a foot and placed it before Su Qing. Su Qing's expression darkened abruptly, and she swiftly drew out a leather whip. Crack. Hiss. You must be out of your mind. I never anticipated that you were such a woman, one who delights in bondage, and even wields a whip. Su Chen sat on the ground, blowing air onto the soles of his feet. He glanced at the red stripe on his foot and remarked, If you dare to put your stinky feet in my face again, I won't merely resort to a whip. Next time, I shall wield a knife. A dragon-slaying blade, perhaps? Oh, you actually know about the dragon-slaying blade? I happen to possess one. Care to give it a try? Goodness, you really do have one? The one that slices for 999? What 999? Mine is the blade that shatters souls. Is it truly that formidable? Indeed. Thus, amidst the trembling of countless onlookers, they sat upon the dual soul platform, munching on sunflower seeds while engaging in idle chatter throughout the day. Are you all right, brother? Xiao Wu, I'm fine. You know this is Teacher Zhao testing us. I feel we have not performed to standard today. Is that so? Don't worry, brother. I will become stronger so I can assist you. Yes, Xiao Wu, you will. Together we shall grow stronger. So, brother, shall we seek out Teacher Zhao tomorrow for another test? I believe we will perform even better then. Xiao Wu clenched his fist with fierce determination. Ahem. Xiao Wu, truthfully, it is not right to trouble Teacher Zhao like this. We can gradually become strong by ourselves. Indeed, brother, you are correct. You two should cease your flirtations. This is a boys' dormitory after all. Xiao Wu, when will you leave? Will you allow this single dog to survive? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face flushed. Humph. What nonsense are you spouting? I shall ignore you. Brother, rest early. I shall take my leave now. All right, Xiao Wu, you too. After Xiao Wu departed, Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged knowing glances with Tang San. Well, Tang San, it seems things have progressed. Have you made a conquest? Indeed, indeed. Tang San, fully aware of their insinuations, immediately flushed and protested, Do not speak nonsense. Xiao Wu is merely my sister. By blood? No. By bond? No. Then she was adopted? Upon hearing Oscar's deduction, Dai Mubai stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. That could very well be the case. Otherwise, why would Xiao Wu not share the same surname as you? I implore you to cease your baseless conjectures. My relationship with Xiao Wu is entirely innocent. Not as you suggest. Is that so? Then what is the explanation for your red cheeks? Though I have only known you for a short time, It is apparent that you are not one to blush easily. Daimubai, have you known each other from the start? Yes, we met briefly at the Rose Hotel. The Rose Hotel? Well, Tang-san, you claim to be pure yet have visited such a place with Xiaowu. How can you still maintain that purity? Cough. That was an accident. By the way, I'm not staying here. It's the girl who was beaten half to death by Mubai. Damubai, let me express my gratitude. By the way, the moon tonight is quite round. The moon tonight? Oscar, puzzled, looked up and opened the door to gaze at the sky. Boss Dai, it's clearly overcast. By the way, what did Tang-san just say? I didn't catch it. Something about a beating? Half dead? Well, Tang-san, noticing Dai Mubai's anxious demeanor, raised an eyebrow and said, you wanted to provoke me. So I let you experience my feelings from earlier. Tang-san, we have to gather tomorrow, so let us rest early, shall we? Indeed, Mubai. Your reasoning is sound. The two of them collapsed onto the bed, closed their eyes, and embraced a serene silence. Oscar, Boss Dai, when did you start sleeping so early? ISNT nightlife just beginning? Oscar, what's wrong? If you keep babbling, I'll reveal the incident about the sausage comparison. Boss Dai, you're being rather harsh on your brother. 3. Boss Dai, actually 2. 1. Wow, Boss Dai is right. Early to bed and early to rise is good for health. I'm still so young. I need to keep my body in tip-top shape. Dai Mubai smiled slightly, closing his eyes without uttering another word. Chapter 22. The mysterious copper coffin, Your Holiness. We have not located the Shrek Academy. Useless. All of you are worthless. Bibi Dong sat in the papal chair, her brow furrowed. Ever since she humiliated that person named Yifei from Shrek last time, the repulsive images haunted her, robbing her of peace. She vowed to make Shrek Academy pay the price. You may leave. I hope this is the last time I hear such nonsense. Elder Jew, I truly do not comprehend what purpose your presence serves. If you cannot find that person, you cannot even locate an academy? Your Holiness, have mercy. I assure you I have been searching diligently, but for some reason, there has never been any mention of a Shrek Academy on the continent. Are you implying that the person was fabricating stories? Your Holiness is wise. I believe that person must be fearful of the Wuhuan Temple's retribution, hence their fabrications. Is that so? Indeed, it must be so. Very well, Elder Jew, you may depart. Bibi Dong waved her hand, massaging her temples. She had been quite irritable lately, particularly troubled by the return of Qian Rinxue. Bibi Dong was puzzled. Based on her understanding of Qian Rinxue's relentless nature, how could she suddenly give up? Su Feiyu, do not let me find you. Qiao. Who is thinking of me? Su Chen was playing cards with Su Qing when he inexplicably sneezed. Is it because a woman called the Pope has been cursing you? Quite impressive, Xiao Chenzi. You certainly have a way with the ladies, appealing to both young and old alike. Who would have thought that even the esteemed Pope remembers you? What nonsense are you talking about? What Pope? Have I ever met her? TSK, Tisk. Judging by the Pope's expression, it seems highly likely that she has known you for quite some time. Really? A female Pope? Goodness. I just remembered. Hurry up and tell me, I have my watermelon ready. That day, I initially planned for the Spirit Hall to face off against Shrek, deliberately pretending to be one of Shrek's people and smacking Bibi Dong on the backside. But now, I believe such actions are unnecessary since Qian Rinxue is from the Spirit Hall. I will undoubtedly support them. Is that all? If you're dissatisfied, I admit my fault. When you struck her, how long ago was that? Not too long, let me think. It seems like around 7 or 8 years. Though 7 or 8 years isn't long, she is your future mother-in-law. Are you certain you don't want to explain? What do you mean? Do I need to explain anything to her? Qian Rinxue is mine. She cannot escape. Why should I explain to that Bibi Dong? That woman is just infatuated and unworthy of being my mother-in-law. What do you mean by that? Bibi Dong was once a naive girl who unexpectedly fell for a worthless fellow named Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang, with his nonsensical capabilities, managed to charm Bibi Dong. And they fell in love. That's not unreasonable. Isn't it wonderful for two people to love each other? Of course, it's wonderful. However, Bibi Dong's master, the former Pope, forbade her from pursuing Yu Xiaojiang, looking down upon him as a useless individual. He confined Bibi Dong in a secret chamber and forcefully took her, which is how Qian Rinxue came to be. So that master Yu Xiaojiang. Wait, I feel like I've heard that name before. You certainly have. And you've even met him. Remember back in the academy when I took you to see Tang-san? The man dressed in dark robes, scruffy beard, and crew cut behind him is Yu Xiaojiang. It's him? Well, he doesn't look appealing at all. What kind of taste does Bibi Dong have? Hee. You have yet to witness the terrifying nature of infatuation. And what about you? Are you like that? I could never be. Suchin shook his head in denial. He could never be like Bibi Dong. His feelings for Gu Yuna were merely physical, while his emotional connection was almost non-existent. Gu Yuna? She seems to be your partner. Do you not harbor any feelings for her? Yes, of course I do, but it is not as intense. Throughout my childhood, I have never truly experienced what emotions are. I have only learned what my father taught me. They allowed me to study, but prohibited games, television, or even casual outings. Sometimes, I had to play in secret. How strict. But what does that have to do with Gu Yuna? It is unrelated. I merely wish to express that I do not know what it feels like to genuinely like someone. However, I understand that engaging with a girl entails a responsibility. You don't seem to show it. You usually appear so carefree, yet I did not realize you carried such burdens. I am carefree only because I cherish the present moment. I must return eventually. However, my only concern lies with Gu Yuna. I cannot abandon my wife to run away alone, which is why I have been delaying. What about Qian Rinxue? Qian Rinxue? I am uncertain of what to do with her. Logically, I should take her along, but whether she agrees is another matter, as she has quite a fiery temperament. So, you intend to give up? Not exactly. I must consider my options. Currently, I cannot find a way to bring Gu Yuna and the others back with me. I could choose not to return, but I cannot neglect my parents, as I am their only child. Indeed, you must return to continue your lineage, or else your generation will come to an end. By the way, do you have a way to help me return? I do have a method to assist you in returning, including your partner. Suchin gazed at Su Qing with disbelief etched across his face. He immediately grasped her hand with fervor, urging, "Hurry. Tell me, how can I return? I will reveal the way back to you. But first, I must take you to a certain place." What place? Su Qing did not respond to Su Chun. She grasped Su Chun with one hand as she stepped into the shattered space before her, moving towards the edge of the realm's ocean. Su Qing and Su Chun arrived at this place. Su Chun observed the surroundings filled with clusters of black bubbles, his expression one of bewilderment. Where is this? This is the Sea of Realms. You may regard it as a passageway to your world. And where is the passage? Why can't I see it? Because it needs to be shattered. I am currently unable to do so. Once I complete this world task, I should attain a level akin to the Great Path, at which point I should be able to break through. Am I unable to break it? Isn't that an obvious statement? I cannot. Do you think you can? You are right. Let us go back. Shrek. Little bunny. Come here. Xiaowu stared intently at the rotund figure with red hair across from her. Stop fighting. Hong Jun is actually a good person. We just aren't suited for each other, so we broke up. I'll clarify things with him. Mind your own business. Step aside. Tang San. Fatty. Hearing the commotion, Dai Mubai approached. What is going on here? What is going on? Why don't you ask him? Xiaowu retorted indignantly. This fatso is bullying a girl in broad daylight. Tang San noticed that Xiaowu's shoe had come off during the earlier scuffle, and he retrieved another pair from his soul guide. Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, Dai Mubai immediately sought to clarify. Xiaowu, I think you've misunderstood. Just as Xiaowu prepared to respond, she suddenly noticed Tang San holding the shoes before her and felt a bit embarrassed. I can manage on my own. Seeing that the misunderstanding seemed to have been resolved, Dai Mubai turned to the girl, Sui Hua, who was about to break up with Ma Hongjun. Sui Hua, what about you? Sui Hua merely looked aggrieved, covering her face as she cried and ran away. Tang San, puzzled, inquired of Dai Mubai. What on earth is happening? Dai Mubai glanced at Ma Hongjun. Will you explain, or shall I? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ma Hongjun opted for Dai Mubai to speak. You go ahead. Dai Mubai stepped closer to Tang San, resting a hand on his shoulder as they walked away. Xiaowu huffed at Ma Hongjun before following suit. Ma Hongjun, appearing indifferent, trailed behind them. Within the academy, Dai Mubai began to recount the matter concerning Ma Hongjun to Tang San. In the academy, including myself, there are a total of 3 students. Tang San seemed to grasp the implication. Oh, you mean? Dai Mubai then looked at Ma Hongjun, who was leaning against the wall. Ma Hongjun simply scratched his ear and nodded slightly. Yes, Fatty, he is the 3rd one. He was the last to join the academy before you all arrived. Though I did not witness the earlier incident, I could surmise what transpired. Yet, this cannot solely be blamed on Fatty. Rather, it is his grass Kuan martial soul that is at fault. Ma Hongjun immediately protested. Nonsense. Your martial soul is the grass Kuan martial soul. Mine is clearly the phoenix. Even if my elder's martial spirit is of the earth, mine is a phoenix. Have you not heard that even a humble nest can give rise to a golden phoenix? Dai Mubai could only chuckle. Ha ha ha. A phoenix? Very well. Let it be a phoenix, Tang-san. The rotund youth possesses a rather peculiar martial spirit, the dean remarked, noting that it is a mutated form. A mutated martial spirit? What do spirits have combined to create such a phenomenon? I have no idea. Not even the chubby one knows. In his village, all martial spirits are non-offensive poultry. Yet somehow, his has mutated to possess innate fiery abilities. His flames are extraordinarily bizarre, not only reaching extreme temperatures, but also exhibiting remarkable adhesion, making them difficult to extinguish. The dean continued, after the mutation, it is indeed possible for him to become a phoenix. However, there is a significant flaw in his martial spirit. What flaw? The chubby one's martial spirit tends to go berserk, and each time it does, it wreaks havoc in the vicinity, incinerating everything in its path with a moment's carelessness. Xiaowu inquired, what does this have to do with the young lady? You know nothing. Ma Hongjun retorted brusquely. This fat fellow has already been rejected multiple times. And now that this girl has finally accepted him, his mentality is bound to waver. In certain aspects, he may become a bit, well, you understand. Thus, the young lady finds it unbearable. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's expression turned to one of confusion. What does that mean? What is that? Everyone stared at Xiaowu in bewilderment, prompting Tang-san to clear his throat and interject. Ahem, Xiaowu, it's nothing. Let's go eat. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Xiaowu rubbed her stomach and nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Tang-san declare his hunger, Dai Mubai took the lead. Come, let me take you all to dine. As the group made their way to the cafeteria, they suddenly spotted Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing. Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he leered at the two. Hands raised in a rather lascivious manner. Dai Mubai cast a disapproving glance at the lecherous Ma Hongjun. Behave yourself and keep that unruly fire in check. Ma Hongjun, bewildered, asked, why? Are you planning to make a move? I mean, Dai, even if you are the leader, you should leave a bit for your brothers, right? Ignoring the chubby one's comment, Dai Mubai approached Zhu Zhuqing directly. Noticing her indifference towards him, he deliberately shifted the topic. Humph. That Oscar is still sleeping in. Allow me to introduce this chubby fellow. He is another student from our academy, Ma Hongjun, whose martial spirit is a grass phoenix. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong exchanged words that went unheard, but Xiaowu soon glanced up and exclaimed, oh, is that not Uncle Sausage? Oscar, radiating with joy, approached the large group, and with a wave of his hand, greeted them, hello, Uncle Sausage. Upon hearing this, his previous exuberance transformed into a look of exasperation. Well, let's just go to the cafeteria together. All right, came the reply. Everyone followed Dai Mubai's lead as they made their way to the cafeteria. Amidst the vast expanse of the universe, Suqin seems to have discovered something peculiar. Suqing, take a look over there. What on earth is that object? Suqing's gaze followed the direction indicated by Suchun. Why would such a place harbor such an object? Suqing, filled with curiosity, pulled Suchun closer to the enigmatic object. What an enormous skeleton! Surely, fossils of such magnitude do not exist. Suchun inhaled sharply, feeling that in comparison to this skeletal structure, he appeared as insignificant as an ant. Suqing realized what it was. It was a dragon bone. How could such a place harbor a dragon bone? Is it truly a dragon bone? Is it peculiar for a dragon to manifest in such a location? Suchun gazed at Suqing with an innocent demeanor. Suqing chose to disregard Suchun, waiting for me to approach and take a closer look to test the waters. Suqing soared directly above the dragon bones, only to reveal their true form. 9 magnificent dragon bones, accompanied by an ornate bronze coffin. Who could possess such formidable power and authority? Wait. Do not approach. What if there is danger? TSK, why is this child so disobedient? Suqing completely dismissed Suqin's words as nonsense. Driven by her curiosity, she approached the bronze coffin directly. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged forth, pressing down upon Suqing. Suqing wished to depart swiftly, only to realize that her powers had inexplicably vanished. What a bizarre ability! It cannot possibly belong to my realm. I have already ascended to the Tao of heaven in my own world. This phenomenon is exceedingly strange, capable of rendering my strength null and void. Upon noticing that Suqing's situation was amiss, Suqin initially wished to remain uninvolved, believing it preferable to face matters alone rather than with another. However, after some contemplation, he realized he could not return home alone. He had also neglected to inquire about his system. With an impulsive determination, he approached Suqing, urging her to turn away. Suqing initially intended to stop Suqin, but found herself staring blankly at him. What on earth is this pressure? Wait, how come you are unscathed? Su Chun felt a wave of pressure that caused beads of sweat to form on his brow, while Su Qing remained expressionless. Hell, what brings you here? Of course, it is to rescue you. So, have you saved me? Well, I am currently devising a plan. But why has this coffin shrunk? Could it be that we disturbed it, and it has emerged? Impossible. There are no living beings within this copper coffin. It is entirely devoid of vitality, shrouded in a suffocating stillness. Then what accounts for its diminishment? I am uncertain. The pressure we are experiencing seems to emanate from this peculiar copper coffin. Should we attempt to push it open? But what if a zombie emerges from within? What then? Zombie? What kind of absurdity is that? Su Qing stared blankly at Su Chen, who wore an innocent expression. She yearned to comprehend the meaning behind his recent words. Alas, a zombie is merely a corpse. Well, I cannot articulate it any further. Let us just push it. Shall we? All right, let us proceed. Chapter 23. The Deep-Sea Demon Whale King Ah. The two of them exerted all their strength to push open the bronze coffin. Crack. It opened. It opened. As Su Chen and the other individual observed a slight opening, their curiosity piqued. A sudden burst of bluish-gray light emanated from the copper coffin, striking them with force. Ah, I will kill you. Father said that one would feel immense pain without a heart. Would you grant my father the heart of Xiaoyu? Their meeting was a bittersweet farewell. Young master. Run. Su Chen. Why? Why have you betrayed me? Why? I would rather die than allow you to harm them in the slightest. Ah, I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Xiaowu. Ah, Xiao San. Tang San. With a resounding boom, the copper coffin sealed shut, and the two were forcefully thrown apart by an unseen force. In an instant, Su Chen was overwhelmed by an excruciating headache, while Su Qing fared slightly better, her expression serious. What were these sounds? Could they be events yet to unfold? Ah, I am at a loss. Whether it pertains to the future or the past, my head feels as though it might explode. Upon witnessing the crimson tinge in Su Chen's eyes and the swirling dark aura enveloping him, Su Qing immediately channeled her spiritual energy to heal him. After her ministrations, Su Chen's condition improved significantly, eliciting a sigh of relief from her. Why am I unscathed while you suffer this affliction? Could it be that this copper coffin hails from your realm? Impossible. Though my world contains coffins, it could never possess such a peculiar one. This is truly absurd. Su Qing gazed at Su Chen with a look of skepticism. The voice she had just heard might have differed from what Su Chen perceived. What did you just hear? She inquired. Oh, you heard it too? I thought I was the only one. Nonsense. Hurry up and speak. I heard a cacophony of disjointed phrases. Something about how I would never allow anyone to harm me, regardless of the circumstances. What does that even mean? Su Qing shook her head. What I heard differs from your account. I only heard one phrase. Kill me. Kill me. Is that all? Yes, that is all. Su Chen was filled with skepticism as he gazed at the copper coffin. Could this truly belong to my world? Who possesses such extraordinary prowess to cast a coffin into the cosmos? It remains unclear. This object may be a relic of reincarnation. Perhaps it could aid you in returning home, utilizing this enigmatic copper coffin. Goodness, you wouldn't expect me to sleep in a coffin, would you? Su Chen immediately took a few steps back, sensing the immense danger radiating from Su Qing. Why are you keeping your distance? Am I truly that terrifying? Don't you intend to conduct experiments on me and toss me into a coffin? Ah, you've misunderstood. I can't even open this bronze coffin. How could I possibly throw you in? So, you mean if you could open it, you would indeed throw me in? Well, if that's how you perceive it, I might give it a try. Don't. Let's go back now. Su Qing swiftly transported Su Chen into the room. Once they departed, the copper coffin creaked open, revealing a mysterious figure with crimson hair, obscured features, and a hand that cradled hundreds of droplets of golden blood. As his palm shimmered subtly, the blood instantly disintegrated into nothingness. We shall meet again, the desolate emperor, he proclaimed, before vanishing, leaving behind an eerie silence. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, everyone was exuberantly preparing to head to the cafeteria when they were suddenly summoned by Flinder, who instructed them to gather in the square. Your beard? Tang Sen inquired with a puzzled expression at Oscar. Oscar raised an eyebrow and adjusted his hairstyle, contemplating that with the arrival of several new beauties, he ought to appear more presentable to capture their attention. Zhu Zhiqing cast a sidelong glance, while Xiaowu stifled laughter, her shoulders trembling. Ning Rongrong shook her head in disbelief. Tang San? Is that not the merchant uncle? What merchant uncle? Oscar retorted. This is our esteemed dean, the founder of Shrek. The four-eyed cat Eagle Flender, a soul sage of level 78, even mightier than Teacher Zhao. He possesses the rare ability of a flying beast martial spirit. It is he who declared, I only accept monsters, not ordinary people. Upon hearing Oscar's introduction, Xiaowu breathed a sigh of relief, silently pondering. Thank goodness he is merely a level 78 sausage uncle. Our school does not have any soul dull level soul masters, does it? Unable to tolerate being referred to as sausage uncle, Oscar promptly introduced himself. Please call me the sausage specialist, Oscar. As for the soul Douluo you mentioned, do you think they are as common as vendors selling vegetables? There are fewer than 100 soul Douluos across the continent, all sustained by the empires and their subordinate kingdoms. Together, the two empires harbor only about 10. They are not easily encountered. Xiaowu exhaled in relief and nodded. That's good. Tang San regarded Xiaowu with concern. Xiaowu, what troubles you? It's nothing, Tang San. Do you think that merchant uncle remembers us? It has only been 2 days. He shouldn't have forgotten us, right? But considering he is the dean, he likely will not hold our previous offenses against us. Back in their room, the two were engrossed in their phones. Hey, Suchin, I heard that there's a 5-person competition at the Soul Arena. What are we going to do with just the two of us? Upon hearing Suchin's words, Suchin ceased his actions, gazing at her with a look of bewilderment. What is it? Is there something on my face? No. It's just that how did you come by this news? Everyone knows. Surely you are not oblivious? Well, of course I know. How could I not? System. Is there something you need? Why did you not inform me there were 5 participants? What? You didn't know that? While you were in the Soul Arena of Soto City, did you not notice the 5-man competition? I was there in person. Goodness. What were you even thinking? Isn't that rather obvious? I only just learned of it. So what now? All right. I'm at a loss for words. Goodbye. Summon a few spirit masters. And if they are reluctant, teach them a lesson to win them over with virtue. Upon hearing Su Chen's solution, Su Qing raised her thumb in approval. I truly admire individuals like you who place great importance on the competition. This idea is exceptionally splendid, isn't it? I knew it would be. So, where shall we seek it? Where shall we search? I recall that on that day, we encountered an island known as Poseidon Island out at sea, didn't we? On this continent, we have indeed discovered some lesser options. Shall we not venture to Poseidon Island instead? Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. She immediately stood up, saluted Su Chen, and proclaimed, Understood. I am always prepared. Upon witnessing this, Su Chen appeared utterly bewildered. He pointed at Su Qing and exclaimed, Where on earth did you learn that? I certainly did not teach you such things. Su Qing took out her phone, directing the screen towards Su Chen's face. Su Chen finally understood that you were watching World War II, the German battle. It is no wonder. I find this particularly intriguing. I have never encountered such fascinating things before. Haha. Next time, if you happen to find yourself in such a situation, you have come to the wrong place. This place is of no use. Oh. Su Chen tossed his phone into the void and brushed off non-existent dust from his attire. All right. It's time to create some chaos. Understood. Silence. You need not comprehend. Your understanding holds no value. I myself do not fathom that place, so what could you possibly grasp? Let me tell you. Even if you wish to understand, it would be futile. So, have you truly comprehended? Slap. In the sky, Su Qing, still yearning for more, clapped his hands. Have you understood now? Su Chen's face was swollen and pitiful as he nodded slightly, comprehending the next steps. I don't understand, he murmured. Oh, now I see, I understand. We shall proceed towards the sea. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Su Qing directly grasped Su Chen and instantaneously transported them to the depths of the ocean. Su Chen gazed at Su Qing in utter disbelief. What on earth are you trying to do? Did you not claim to be in the ocean? Is this not indeed the ocean? I never said it was this ocean. He retorted. Oh, my dear siblings, I appreciate your efforts. As the two engaged in their bickering, a colossal eye suddenly opened, revealing a giant pupil that scrutinized the two minuscule figures arguing beside it, disturbing its slumber. In an instant, it became enraged, roaring. How dare you, humans? You have gone too far. The creature sensed an immense power emanating from the two individuals. If it could absorb that energy, it would undoubtedly reach unparalleled heights. Su Qing and Su Chen turned their heads in bewilderment to gaze upon the colossal figure before them. Su Qing stroked her chin, gazing thoughtfully at the colossal creature before her. This fish was larger than the one from the island at sea. She wondered if it would be palatable. Wait, is that a whale? Aren't whales protected species? Is that really a thing? Of course. In my world, all animals hold more value than humans. Whether it's snakes or the king of Gigi, they are deemed more significant. But the issue is, this is not your world, is it? Ah, right, the after effects. Nonetheless, This fish appears quite unappetizing. Just look at its injured eye. It must have been caught by fishermen who recognized it and subsequently released it. So, are you suggesting that this fish is unappetizing? Naturally, as a business owner, I have a discerning palate. I am well aware of which fish are delectable and which are not. What shall we do then? Let it go. It seems quite pitiful with one eye blinded. We ought to embody compassion, refraining from taking advantage of the less fortunate. Su Chen gazed earnestly at Su Qing, articulating profound truths. Indeed, it appeared rather pitiable. Su Qing produced a large bag of golden soul coins and presented it to the formidable creature before her. The colossal being could no longer contain itself, exclaiming, "Ah, I am the Sea Demon Whale King. How dare you two insignificant ants look down upon me? Perish! The Sea Demon Whale King? Is it truly formidable?" With a face full of curiosity, Su Qing inquired of Su Chen. "I don't know." He rushed over. "Ah, I want to absorb you all." Smack. "Ouch. My lord. Sister. Elder, I was wrong. I was wrong. I implore you, spare me." A burly and muscular man knelt down, grasping his ears with both hands, weeping with regret as he repeatedly bowed his head. "Did you not just say you wanted to absorb us? How can a man absorb men? You ought to absorb women instead." The deep-sea demon whale king replied, "No, no, no, my lord. I do not absorb either men or women. I only wish to consume small fish and shrimp. Please, my lord, spare me. It has not been easy for me to cultivate thus far. Rest assured, I shall no longer bully either men or women." Smack. "My lord, why did you strike me?" The deep-sea demon whale king looked perplexed at Su Chen, who said you could not absorb women. "From now on, you are only permitted to absorb women, understood? Understood? What does that even mean?" Smack. "As foolish as a pig. Understood means to comprehend. Do you grasp it?" "I understand. I understand. I comprehend now. Understood means to comprehend. I shall certainly obey your command and only absorb women." Smack. The deep-sea demon whale king turned his bewildered gaze to Su Qing, who had just struck him, with an innocent smile. Su Qing gazed at the king of the deep-sea magic whales. "My lord, have I erred in any way? I have adhered to the instructions, only absorbing females. Do you know what I am? Please, my lord, enlighten me." "I am female." The king of the deep-sea magic whales exclaimed, "Ah, you have gone too far in your deception. I shall fight you to the end." With a swift motion, he declared, "Ah, it does not hurt. Not at all. For I am the sovereign of the ocean. How could I possibly be outmatched by two mere ants?" "Su Chen? This creature dares to call us ants." Su Chen shrugged, indicating a reluctance to speak further. Hee, no one has ever referred to me as an ant. You were the first to make such a comparison. Ant, minuscule creature, today I, Su Qing, shall unveil who the true ant is. Heaven and earth, heed my call." In an instant, Su Qing's form surged, expanding 3,000-fold, breaking through the heavens. Su Chen, much like the king of the deep-sea magic whales, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. "What on earth are you up to now? Goodness, this is truly immense. Aren't those abilities akin to those of Erling Shun and Sun Wukong? Can you actually wield such powers?" He cast a disdainful glance at the king of the deep-sea magic whales. "I have come to realize that it matters not whether I absorb male or female. I prefer to absorb small fish and shrimp. Those are my favorites." "Oh, why should that concern me? Were you not just lamenting her diminutive stature? And now? You are but a mere cell." "A cell? What does that imply?" "A cell," he coughed, "brings forth a plethora of explanations. Firstly, it serves as the fundamental unit of structure and function in living organisms, manifesting in a myriad of shapes." Half an hour later, Su Chen cleared his throat, conveying his understanding. The deep-sea demon whale king pondered for a moment, then lifted his gaze, meeting Su Chen's with unwavering determination. Su Chen expressed a sense of relief upon witnessing the expression of the abyssal leviathan, pondering the nature of such a creature. "What am I? Alas, it seems futile. There's no hope. As foolish as Su Qing, it might as well be over." "Master, what does over mean?" "Oh, I was merely contemplating whether to indulge in braised fish or spicy stir-fried fish chunks tonight, with an abundance of options. Given your considerable size, it should suffice." Su Chen, with a serious expression, patted the astonished deep-sea demon whale king. Spare me, my lord. Please refrain from calling me my lord. It reminds me too much of Wu Dalong. What should I call you then?" "Brother." "Very well, brother. As long as you spare my life, I shall heed your every command. I am willing to follow you through fire and water, not seeking to be born on the same day, but merely wishing to share the same year, month, and date." "Stop right there. Are you mixing up your lines? Have you watched too much of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Who would want to perish alongside a fish? Yes, yes, brother, your reprimand is well deserved. I shan't die. I shan't die. Indeed, a fish may yet be taught. So, brother, have you decided to spare me? Su Chen sighed and gently patted the shoulder of the deep-sea demon whale king. My dear brother, do not hesitate to speak. In truth, matters at home are overseen by your elder sister. Elder sister? You mean the one who has grown larger? Indeed. Remember, I am the elder brother. And she is the elder sister. Do you understand? From now on, address her as elder sister. Su Chen gazed at the deep-sea demon whale king with an encouraging expression. And the deep-sea demon whale king, taken aback by the unexpected support, promptly nodded in response. Su Chen whispered into Su Qing's ear, Hey, don't be so loud, your feet reek. Are you a fairy? How dare you say my feet stink? She retorted, You have no idea how many people wish to catch a whiff of my divine feet. You are truly oblivious to your good fortune. Do you think they smell good? Su Chen turned to gaze at the quaking deep-sea whale king. Delightful. Of course they do. I can feel my cultivation level has ascended by a notch. The deep-sea whale king nodded excitedly, leaving Su Chen utterly speechless. What on earth? Are you a fish from a San's household to find this fragrant? A San? Who is that? The whale king asked, perplexed. Oh, you've never heard of him, right? That's because my brother San has extraordinary skills. He can balance a motorcycle with 20 people on it without toppling over. Ah, a motorcycle? Is it a soul bone? Ah, yes, yes. Don't speak. Come with me to see God Island. We plan to retrieve something from there. Upon hearing this, the deep-sea whale king immediately protested. You can ask others to fight. But to engage in a battle you cannot win is tantamount to seeking death. It's better to die here. Brother, I am truly at my wit's end. That sea God Island is guarded by a peerless Douluo of level 99. I genuinely have no means to contend. Oh, you little brother are quite something. Selling out your big brother right from the start. Sharing fortune, but not burdens, huh? Brother, please don't put me in a bind. I really can't face them. Are you sending me to my demise? Isn't that also betraying your own brother? Brothers? When did you two become brothers? Su Qing looked at the two with an expression of curiosity. What kind of brotherhood is this? I have never been so terrified of death in my life. The key is, he keeps rambling nonsensically. I beg you, spare him. He talks about braving fire and water without hesitation. But just look at him. Wasn't that all just empty talk? Braving fire and water? How about I toss you into the boiling pot instead? Add a bit of chili and hot pot seasoning, and I guarantee you'll be the one without hesitation. But isn't this setting a trap for the strong? This is just the beginning, and you're asking me to march to my doom? Who would willingly accept such a fate? The deep-sea demon whale king pouted in grievance as he spoke. Su Chen merely chuckled. Su Qing, what is the matter? A knife. Today we shall indulge in sashimi. A delectable dish I discovered on my phone. It involves meticulously slicing the fish flesh into delicate pieces, then adding my special blend of seasonings to ensure an exquisite and delightful experience. But you just mentioned that this fish isn't palatable, did you not? That was a misjudgment on my part. In truth, this fish is naturally succulent, melting in the mouth, and utterly flawless. Consuming it even enhances one's beauty. Truly, the deep-sea demon whale king promptly retreated, gazing at the two demons approaching him with sinister smiles. Wait a moment. The two halted, their expressions filled with inquiry. Brother, you are indeed correct. We share both joys and hardships. Today, this old fish shall stake its very life on this fish to accompany you. Dear brother, what's the matter? Are you afraid? Fear is simply out of the question. Brother, I harbor a deep-seated enmity with the sea god. This I bears the mark of his wrath. You need not worry. I shall fend off all human sea soul masters outside while you procure what you need. Today, I am resolute. Su Chen squinted slightly, uttering no words as he tossed the knife to Su Qing. Confused, she gazed at the deep-sea demon whale king with stars in her eyes, swallowing hard. What's the matter, Su Chen? Are you unable to take action? It's all right, come here. You can prepare the ingredients while I assure you that each slice will be meticulously crafted. Sister, how can you possibly consume your own subordinate? How could I bear such a thing? The deep-sea demon whale king knelt down, weeping profusely before Su Qing. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, but her face quickly darkened. You dare to call me big sister? Am I really that old? Ah, then what about miss? A miss is not old. Indeed, she replied, her satisfaction evident as she nodded. With a sigh, she expressed her regret at the absence of sashimi to enjoy. Su Chen blushed and chuckled, while Su Qing looked at her curiously and gently tapped Su Chen. What are you laughing at? Ah, miss, no, I mean Su Qing. I actually think you are quite suited to be called Miss. With your exquisite features and graceful figure, you are a rare beauty, truly unparalleled. Rest assured, if I were back home, I would charge 100,000 for just one encounter. What nonsense are you spouting? Suchin was laughing so hard that she could scarcely breathe. Ha ha, miss. If she were to discover that in my hometown, a miss refers to someone who sells services to men. Ha 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 ha. Su Qing's puzzled expression gradually transformed, her face resembling that of an African. With a trembling voice, she patted Su Qin's shoulder and coughed lightly, saying, "Ha ha, what is the matter? Are we in a hurry to set off?" "Hee, of course, I shall assist you on your journey." Su Qing directly performed a one-punch man move, striking Su Chun in the abdomen, causing him to retch. Su Chun spat out a mouthful of water, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. The ocean floor trembled violently, and the deep-sea demon whale king turned pale. He had just begun to sense the peril of Su Qing's punch. Never before had he experienced such an intense warning of impending doom. Su Qing turned her gaze towards the abyssal whale king, remaining silent as she followed the direction in which Su Chun had just been sent flying. The abyssal whale king exhaled in relief upon witnessing Su Qing's departure, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted from its heart. It thought, "What a frightful creature. It seems I must consider relocating. If you dare to move, just know that I will hurl a sun into these waters. I wish to see whether the vastness of the ocean can rival that of the sun." Alas, what shall I call you? Simply refer to me as Sister Su. And do not lag behind. Should I catch sight of you fleeing, rest assured that I shall ensure the loyalty of the entire abyssal whale clan will be put to the test. Yes, indeed. You are absolutely correct, Sister Su. I shall follow you immediately. The abyssal whale king moved with unprecedented speed to keep up, only to come to a sudden halt. Sister Su, where are you now? I've lost sight of you. You imbecile. A beast remains a beast. Stay right where you are and remember, should you dare to flee, you know the consequences that await. Fear not, Sister Su. I assure you, I will not run away. As Su Qing concluded her transmission, her gaze fell upon Su Qin, who knelt on the ground, retching. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a pang of compassion stirred within Su Qing. She crouched down to assist Su Qin, exclaiming, "How could you accuse me of being such a sordid individual? Do you not realize the gravity of your error?" Su Qin's complexion turned pale, and his lips trembled as he gazed at Su Qing. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly retched, and in an instant, he vomited, the contents splattering directly onto Su Qing's face. Su Qing felt a twitch in her eyelids. She touched the stain on her face and brought it to her nose for a whiff, only to blanch in horror. "Ugh, Su Qin, have you consumed something foul? It reeks. Cough. I didn't do it on purpose. My apologies. I've cleared my stomach now. Are you all right?" "Athe, the stench is unbearable. I shall have your head for this. Look at you, all riled up again. Let me tell you, a girl who is easily angered ages swiftly. Spare me your smooth talk. Who are you? State your name." A purple sea spirit master from Sea God Island unsheathed his knife, aiming it at Su Qing. "Wait, who are you? Your timing is impeccable, arriving just when I'm about to meet my end." Su Chan gazed at the purple sea soul master with an expression of utter disbelief. "How audacious. Do you have any idea who I am?" The sea soul master unsheathed his blade, preparing to approach Su Qing. However, as he caught a whiff of the air, he instinctively covered his nose and recoiled several steps, his face a mask of fear as he regarded Su Qing. "What in the world are you all doing? It reeks. What have you consumed? Offending me is one thing. But Su Qing, just look at this. He dares to call us foul. You need not speak. I can hear you perfectly well. Who are you? Why do you impede our path?" "Goodness, Su Qing, shouldn't you confront him directly?" Su Qing leaned closer to Su Chen's ear, whispering softly. Su Chen was acutely aware of the scent emanating from Su Qing. With one hand pinching his nose and his cheeks puffed out, he resolutely listened to the end. "Isn't this just superfluous? We are here to see something, so we ought to exhibit a modicum of politeness." Su Chen stared in disbelief, releasing his grip as he helplessly gazed at Su Qing and remarked, "You come to steal, yet speak so politely. You truly are a good person, aren't you?" "Hee. I think so too. I am indeed here to benefit the world." Could you step back a bit?" "Why?" "Because I am finding it rather hard to breathe. Your odor is quite overwhelming." "Su Qing, that old hack. Do not presume that your flamboyant attire can entice me. I must inform you that the scent emanating from your being has already betrayed you." The purple sea soul master, with an air of arrogance, lifted his head and pinched his nose, exclaiming, "Goodness, brother, you are even more formidable than the last one. You are akin to the infamous Black Mountain Witch." I sincerely hope that in your next life, you do not take on human form. Su Chan gazed at the Purple Sea Soul Master with a look of deep sympathy. What could it mean? The Purple Sea Soul Master was still pondering the words that Su Chen had just spoken. Su Qing's gaze radiated a lethal intensity as she instantaneously appeared before the Purple Sea Spirit Master, delivering a powerful punch directly towards him. The Purple Sea Spirit Master, taken aback, attempted to defend himself immediately, but the speed was utterly incomparable. With a resounding thud, Su Qing struck the Purple Sea Soul Master's head down onto the ground with a single punch, causing it to burst apart like a watermelon. Su Qing did not relent. She drew her longsword and struck the corpse repeatedly, reducing it to mere dust in an instant. A gust of wind swept through, gradually merging it with nature. Su Chen gazed at Su Qing in astonishment. You not only killed him, but you also desecrated his remains. Surely, this could be considered a form of exorcism. Spare me your Western doctrines. I have an aversion to those two bald figures who speak of deserving death. Is this what you referred to as politeness? My understanding of courtesy has been utterly transformed by you. Enough of this chatter. We find ourselves in a realm of demons and monsters. We shall vanquish evil to uphold righteousness. Su Chun, let us charge in together. Take what you desire. And for that which does not please you, let it be consumed by flames. Su Chen halted, a bewildered expression adorning his face as he gazed at Su Qing. In the vast wilderness, there are bandits? Nonsense, of course not. Where did you learn that? Humph. Naturally, I gleaned it from television dramas. Su Chen, who goes there? A few guards rushed out immediately. I am your father. Die. With a single stroke of her sword, Su Qing cleaved through dozens, severing them in twain. At this very moment, Su Chun bore only the expression of Jojo, gazing at Su Qing with a countenance filled with existential doubt. Su Qing glanced at Su Chun, who followed her closely. What are you doing? This is something I've only seen in dramas. Goodness, have you gone too far? As an inhabitant of Earth, I have never encountered such a television series. Do such songs even exist in these dramas? That's simply because you cannot keep pace with the times. You have grown old. Su Chen, is that so? Are you being polite? You, who are 1,000,000,000 years old, dare to call me a mere 20-year-old? Old? It turns out you are still so young. Never mind. I shall overlook your rudeness. After all, I am still your younger sister. Alas, I find myself in awe of you. Su Chen felt a twinge of regret. He should never have introduced Su Lingsh into the world of mobile phones. The more she engaged with it, the more eccentric she became. Just imagine, a primordial sage prancing about in the heavens, dancing in a whimsical manner. Su Chen shook his head. Unwilling to entertain such a fantastical image, it was simply too delightful for his mind to grasp. Perhaps he was merely one of those pillars? The person we seek should reside within that realm, so let us venture forth to the first. Su Qing grasped Su Chen's hand as they soared towards the pinnacle of the Sea God Island. Who dares to intrude upon the Sea God Island? A feminine voice echoed. Su Qing and her companion lowered their heads to investigate, only to discover a diminutive shark. Goodness, this fish is far too small. It appears unappetizing, she remarked. Sister, is this really about the taste? Could you possibly behave in a more sensible manner? Oh, then what do you suggest? I shall simply speak my mind. Su Chen cleared his throat and politely addressed the sharks below. May I inquire, esteemed Sister Kuan, where might we find the most formidable soul master in your midst? Rest assured, if you provide us with this information, we shall not inflict any harm upon you. The sharks in the water bristled with indignation, their veins visibly throbbing. Do you take us, the great white shark clan of the demon soul, for fools? We are the guardian soul beasts of Sea God Island. I advise you to depart swiftly, lest you provoke our wrath, land soul masters. Su Chen let out a sigh, lamenting once more about yet another foolish fish. The last encounter with that creature, whose name involved something like dark whale evil tiger, was also a mere shark currency. Why does this world seem devoid of protective measures for animals? The most crucial point is that this soul-eater great white shark is not even as clever as its own orca. Bang! Su Qing struck with a palm, exclaiming, The demon soul great white shark clan. Oh, Su Qing, it's not my intention to criticize you, but do take a look at yourself. How could you behave this way? Are you channeling the spirit of the Virgin Mary? No, that is not what I meant. Just observe the abundance of ingredients before you. To see them squandered in such a manner is truly excessive. The shark's arm is quite delectable. Su Qing wore a perplexed expression. Do sharks have arms? Indeed. Sharks possess arms. All creatures of nature have them. What then do you say about insects? Insects? They are not part of nature's bounty. They are pests. Do you not recognize pests? I see. When encountering a pest, one simply eradicates it. Wait. Not all insects are malevolent. Take silkworms, for instance. Ah, the taste. When fried to a golden crisp, they are utterly delightful. Gurgle, you must prepare some for me next time, or I shall no longer acknowledge you as my brother. Humph. As if I would be inclined to do so. What did you say? Nothing. Look, the mermaid is coming. She's soaring through the sky, approaching us. A mermaid. Oh. What a delectable name. Su Qing immediately turned her head, her eyes sparkling, as she gazed upon the mermaid. However, upon closer inspection, all desire evaporated. This was no mermaid. This was clearly a human. Su Chun must be blind. Oh, my apologies. Who could blame her for wearing something reminiscent of a fish beneath? I must have glanced too hastily and overlooked it. Hey, you with the white hair. What is your name? State it, for I, Su Chun, do not slay nameless individuals. Poseidon halted in midair, casting a serious look at Su Qing and Su Chun. She felt an overwhelming pressure, even more terrifying than that of the sea god himself. Oh. So you are Poseidon? Poseidon? What Poseidon? I am referring to Poseidon, land spirit master. Are you not being exceedingly unreasonable? What SI? Slap. Ah. Su Qing, you lunatic. Why did you hit me? Have you lost your mind? She clearly said Poseidon. Oh, I see. Poseidon, Poseidon, Poseidon. I might as well be calling it Boston's dragon. Look at you, getting all flustered. I am not flustered. How could I possibly be flustered? All right, enough of this nonsense. After Su Chin's uproar, he gazed intently at Poseidon and exclaimed, Hey, yes, you, the one associated with Quan Quan. You are called Poseidon, correct? May I inquire why you and your companions have come to my sea god island to indiscriminately slay the innocent? I fail to comprehend where we have offended you. On land, they have indeed wronged us. Oh, how so? Look here. I entered with Su Qing in a spirit of courtesy, only to find your people resorting to violence. Are we to be subjected to their blades? Is there no law? Is there no sense of justice? Is there no legal recourse? Poseidon gritted her teeth, inhaling deeply to compose herself. So, are you suggesting that we owe you an apology? Ha! Who asked for your apology? We have come to seize what is ours. You are being excessively domineering. My sea god island is not to be trifled with by your land-dwelling spirit masters. Look around, look around. Strength in numbers, I see. I had expected you to be noble. Instead, you are nothing but a rabble of insignificant creatures. Such arrogance. Su Qin had not anticipated your audacity today. To utter such words. Cough, cough, cough. It seems I learned this from a television drama. Su Qing, Poseidon intends to unleash the ninth soul skill directly, allowing the sea god to handle the matter personally. She had just witnessed the scene of the deep-sea demon whale king in the depths of the ocean and realized that she was no match for it. Su Qin, look above. There is something luminous. Is it the light bulb you mentioned? I'm not sure. Go and take a look. Su Qing instantly teleported towards the luminous spot, and Poseidon felt a sense of impending doom. Without hesitation, she unleashed her ninth spirit skill, the summoning of the sea god. In an instant, the heavens parted, revealing a colossal azure silhouette. Great sea god. Poseidon's eyes sparkled with admiration as she knelt in the air. Just as the sea god was about to speak, a voice interrupted. Get lost. You look like a blue elf. Su Qin teleported directly before Poseidon and delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying, leaving the surroundings in utter silence. Poseidon, taken aback, was rendered speechless. Su Qing teleported over, wielding a golden trident in her hand. Upon encountering the trident, Su Qin couldn't help but smirk mischievously as an amusing thought struck him. Chapter 25. Return to the Starry Forest. Lord of the Sea. Poseidon stammered, his voice trembling with an unsteady cadence. TSK, TSK, TSK. I expected something grand, yet upon his arrival, I thought he was a master, only to discover he is no different from that other fellow, merely embellished with a touch of special effects. Su Qin inquired, how on earth does one wield this thing? Su Qin gazed at the trident in his hand, casting a glance at Poseidon. Poseidon stepped back a few paces, terror evident on his face. What are you planning to do? I warn you, your indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent will not be forgiven by the Lord of the Sea. Are you not a fool? That blue creature you refer to as the Lord of the Sea, TSK, 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 has been reduced to this by you. Enough, enough, come with me. Impossible. Oh, really? Su Qing. Come. Bind her. Yes. Su Qing took out a rope and casually threw it towards Poseidon. The rope seemed to understand Su Qing's intention, swiftly binding Poseidon in a tight embrace. Su Qing clapped her hands, her demeanor exuding confidence as she eagerly awaited Su Qin's commendation. Su Qin was utterly speechless. He glanced at Su Qing and remarked, Why are you tied up like this? Oh, don't all men prefer such bindings? She retorted, I checked my phone and noticed many men discussing this teacher song. Intrigued, I searched for her. Although she is not exactly a paragon of virtue, she certainly captures the admiration of many men. The films she stars in prominently feature such bindings. Suchin, so? Did you also watch that thing? What thing? Are you referring to that so-called short film? I find it rather uninteresting. Cough, cough. Hand me your phone. Confiscated. You can play games. But why indulge in such nonsense every day? At your young age, learning to watch these things, it's quite concerning for your future. No way. Humph. Oh. So you've taken a rebellious stance, have you? The two engaged in a lively argument, completely oblivious to the searing gaze of Poseidon above them. This was beyond her control. The binding was simply too shameful. Forget it. You are forbidden from watching that stuff again. It's detrimental to your health. I will watch it. I even watched Goblin. All right. I haven't seen it. Yet you have? By the way, where did you acquire such resources? Can it be discussed in the video comments? Hey, it cannot be posted there, but it can be sent privately. High Priestess, we have come to rescue you. 7 figures emerged from the pillars of the 7 saints, soaring towards Poseidon. Poseidon looked bewildered. What are you all doing here? Even the sea god is no match for them. What use are you? Suchin squinted as he observed 7 more creatures approaching, resembling the monsters from Journey to the West. Among them, he spotted a girl akin to a mermaid, gracefully holding a flute. Suchin gazed at the trident in his hand, murmuring to himself, in ancient times, there was run too piercing through the chaff. In modernity, there was Ma Chao vanquishing the minions. Today, it is I, Suchin, who shall pierce the mermaid. Suchin gripped a trident in one hand, aiming it at the oncoming mermaids, and casually hurled it forward. A strike that cleaved through the fabric of space targeted the 7 assailants. This is bad. Everyone, take cover, shouted a man with 2 horns atop his head, though a flicker of fear danced within him. As a guardian of the 7 pillars, how could he merely stand by and watch as others engaged in battle? The combined strength of the 7 coalesced into a formidable shield. I implore you, spare them. They are innocent. I will go with you. Do with me as you will. Tears of despair streamed down Poseidon's cheek. Is it not clear to you? The laws of the world dictate survival of the fittest. You are the villains. Do you truly believe I would allow you to escape? Upon hearing Poseidon's plea, Suchin merely smiled. Aren't we the villains here? Suchin, standing beside him, questioned with a hint of disbelief. Are we truly the bad guys? Have we ever bullied the common folk? No, we only slay those who are wicked. Besides, did you not just proclaim the need to vanquish demons? Look at them. How many resemble humans? They are neither fish nor fowl, and Poseidon is the only one whose appearance is somewhat decent. Suddenly, the sea witch shrieked, You scoundrel! I shall kill you. In an instant, her shield shattered, and the trident pierced through her form like a beam of light. She let out a wretched cry, disintegrating into ash. The other guardians glared at Suchin and his companion, their teeth gritted and their eyes aflame with rage. We must advance. He no longer wields the trident. We still have a chance. No, do not engage. You are no match for them. Flee at once. They seek only me. Poseidon shouted with all his might. Suchin entrusted the remaining individuals to Suchin, as they were ultimately indistinguishable. He soared before Poseidon, who seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze as he glared at Suchin. I swear, the events of today shall be repaid 100-fold. I shall have you torn to shreds. He laughed maniacally. Come, strike me with a planet. It shall not faze me. But you? The Lord of the Sea shall not let you escape unscathed. You shall come to regret your actions today. Suchin wore a sly grin as he gazed at Poseidon, stroking his chin. Look here. I have just eliminated your subordinate. What can your deity do for you now? Suchin clapped her hands and waved them dismissively. It's over, truly. I told them not to fight, yet they insisted on doing so. Now, it has all come a naught. You all. I shall take you down with me. Posey struggled fiercely, only to find herself utterly devoid of strength. She gazed at the ropes in astonishment. It is the ropes. Oh, how clever. The binding rope of the immortals, even a golden immortal cannot break free from its grasp. Engaging in thievery and human trafficking, you truly deserve this. Suchin, is that not the very staff from the monkey? Surely, a monkey cannot lack the prowess of a golden immortal. A stone monkey born of heaven and earth? Perhaps it is similar. I am uncertain. However, I do possess one on my side, albeit it has yet to emerge. Nevertheless, this being is undoubtedly not of trifling nature. As for me, I have left it to my friend Nuwa and her companions to deal with. I can hardly be bothered with this matter. Well, consider this. I could eliminate all of you, and what could your deity possibly do for you then? I firmly believe that you wicked beings shall face retribution. Indeed, I hold this conviction. Su Qing shall be taken away. Now, do we still require this trident? What purpose does it serve? In this modern era, are we still mimicking the ways of primitive man? Oh, then I shall discard it. Go ahead and throw it away. However, I must admit, it seems somewhat familiar to me. Su Qing gazed at the trident in Su Qing's hand, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. He recalled having glimpsed it while watching videos, albeit without paying much attention. A system? What is the matter? This trident cannot possibly be related to Tangsan, can it? Indeed, it is undoubtedly connected. What is the connection? This is the divine artifact essential for his ascension. Without it, he cannot attain divinity. Then shall I return it to its rightful owner? No need. Do as you wish. But won't this affect the plot? Indeed, it will. However, the true enemy has yet to appear. Why do I feel that you were deceiving me from the very beginning? Alas, it is true. I initially misled you. I merely wanted you to rest and not act recklessly. What is the situation now? Are you implying that I could not return home from the start? You can return. But what? The truth is, you are already deceased. Your soul has been drawn into this inferior realm. Cough, cough, cough. System, this just is truly amusing. Do not utter such things again. How could a virtuous person like me possibly? What do virtue and life and death have to do with one another? Haha, you are right. So, does this mean I can never return in this lifetime? Naturally, you can return, but your lifespan will be limited. For your body on the other side has already what? Ah, it is nothing. Just do your utmost to refrain from using the powers of the Emperor of the Wasteland. I have not yet recovered and cannot contend with those individuals. Once I recover, those individuals? Who are they? Su Qing furrowed his brow, perplexed by the words of the system. Initially, he yearned to return, but the system insisted on the completion of tasks. Now, it merely instructed him to behave obediently, leading him to abandon his pursuit of the tasks. Now, the system suggests that the tasks are inconsequential, merely forbidding him from utilizing the arcane emperor's martial soul. Could it be that the true adversary is remarkably formidable? Su Qing. What troubles you? Should I truly discard this trident? No need to discard it. It should be returned to its rightful owner. Also, release Poseidon. Are you out of your mind? After going through so much to capture it, you wish to let it go? It matters not, just release it. But we still lack personnel. How else shall we participate in the soul duel? Let us find a few randomly. After all, victory seems assured. Su Qing directly collected the rope and casually tossed it, casting Poseidon into the depths of the sea. With a flick of the trident, the item returned to its rightful owner. The deep-sea demon whale king observed everything on Sea God Island, initially convinced that Su Qing and Su Qing were doomed. To his astonishment, these two exhibited remarkable strength, proving to be formidable even against the sea god. His heart raced with shock, yet he breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging that at least he had recognized someone as his superior. Su Qing, where shall we seek out others next? I do not wish to engage in meaningless skirmishes. It lacks purpose. We cannot resort to killing. Let us venture to the starry forest. Humph. Where do you intend to go now? Are you perhaps seeking assistance from your wife? She is but one person. Trust me, we shall go. Should we bring this fish along? Su Qing pointed towards the deep-sea demon whale king lurking within the depths of the ocean. Su Qing pondered for a moment, then nodded. Let him join us. It would be unwise for him to become someone else's soul ring. It is safer for him to accompany us, and neither of us requires such a thing. Moreover, he can serve as our enforcer for trivial matters. Indeed, that makes sense. Su Qing addressed the depths of the sea, calling out, "Little brother, come forth, and you shall accompany us henceforth." The deep-sea demon whale king, taken aback, soared into the sky, wearing a grin and nodding incessantly, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed. Sister Su speaks the truth. Well, I ought to bestow upon you a great fortune, yet it appears you may not be able to bear such a gift. So let us forego it. Ha ha ha, there is no need for that. Simply following you is already the greatest blessing for me. I dare not seek more from the Su family. Are you suggesting I should request less? No, no, no. I desire nothing at all. I wish for nothing. Very well. As long as you understand. You must realize that should I grant you something, it would truly be a disservice to you. Su Qing, listening nearby, wore a perplexed expression. Initially, he believed that Su Qing was reluctant to give, but observing her, it seemed she was not unwilling, rather incapable of providing anything. Why would giving to him be detrimental? Nonsense. What could I possibly offer him? He is a product of this world, and the items from my realm. Even a low-grade elixir would be beyond his capacity to endure. I possess no elixirs suitable for cultivators. All I have are those meant for enhancing cultivation. How could I possibly give him anything? Weapons? Could he even wield them? He struggles to lift even that trident. Am I correct in my assessment? Of course. Why not you give something? Me? Perhaps I could impart the techniques of concealed weapons? But would that truly benefit him? You still possess such knowledge? Isn't that the prized treasure that Tang-san has always guarded? Indeed, however, I have scarcely utilized it since acquiring it, as I deem it ineffective. It's true that gifting it to this fish would yield no benefit, yet you could. What might we achieve? We could vigorously promote this technique of concealed weapons, ensuring that all common folk are made aware. Suchin stared wide-eyed at Su Qing, nodding in agreement. It makes sense. By then, we won't even need to intervene. Tang-san will become the first male protagonist in the history of anime to have been killed by sheer frustration. Your tactic of exploiting vulnerabilities is truly impressive. However, if I truly wish to eliminate him, a mere fingertip would suffice. Nevertheless, my system informs me that once he matures, there are still certain matters he has yet to resolve. Personally, I am indifferent. I believe that by the time he ascends to divinity, he will at least be able to endure some blows, unlike now when he cannot withstand the slightest pressure. You are indeed a commendable person. Naturally. Suchin and Su Qing were leisurely soaring through the sky, accompanied by the bewildered deep-sea demon whale king. The starry forest loomed below. Boss, he may never return. Humans truly cannot be trusted. Tion exhaled with a regal air. No, I have faith in him. Su Chun is not that kind of person. Boss, do not cling to false hopes. That fellow hasn't shown up in years. What are you waiting for? I trust him. Sigh, boss, I'm not criticizing you, but why persist? I don't know. I just feel an inexplicable notion in my heart. I can't quite grasp what it is, yet I think of him constantly. Tion cast her a sidelong glance, recognizing yet another lovesick individual had emerged. Tion, you may leave. I shall continue to await his return. Tion, at a loss for words, merely sighed and departed. Having never experienced love himself, he could not fathom such dilemmas. Chapter 26. What has been lost, O la la? O la la. O la. O la. Hey, the great river flows eastward, while the stars above align with the Big Dipper. The two of them, suspended in the air, took out their phones and began to sing. Behind them, the deep-sea demon whale king covered its ears, wearing an expression of bewilderment. Big brother. Sister Sue. We're family. What do you mean? Is our singing not to your liking? It's wonderful, truly wonderful. I have never heard such enchanting sounds in my life. I could listen to it over and over again. Tears of emotion streamed down the deep-sea demon whale king's face. See, my singing is not bad either. Suchin, how could you say I croaked? You simply lack appreciation. Look at little Shinsi. He understands the beauty of it. After Su Qing finished speaking, she continued to close her eyes and sang with deep emotion. Suchin was utterly bewildered upon hearing this. He incredulously turned his gaze towards the deep-sea demon whale king and then glanced at Su Qing. What on earth was he saying? This was a matter of life and death. Did he think he was Bogang? Who would dare to criticize the deep-sea demon whale king? With that expression of his, what could anyone do? Su Chun felt utterly speechless. How could he sing a song that was a matter of life and death? Su Qing pouted at Su Chun. No. Could you please stop eavesdropping on others' thoughts? It's inappropriate. I have no privacy left. I dislike you. Is that clear? Fine. I'm not disliked. I'm not like you. Hey, Su Qin, are you looking for a fight? Forget it. You can just fight on your own. What? You actually look down on me? Come on. It's been ages since I last fought. Ages? The last time you fought was at 30 minutes and 21 seconds today. You call that ages? Let me tell you, I don't wish to hit girls. Any man who strikes a girl is beneath contempt. Wow. Su Qin, not bad. You actually understand this principle. I suppose my time spent beating you wasn't in vain. But wait, shouldn't it be that you can't beat me? A gentleman does not engage in combat with a lady. Ever heard of that? No. Who said that? It's a saying that is often echoed by charming and graceful men, leaving countless women in tears. Su Qin, please spare me from your nonsense. I've never encountered someone so shameless. Exactly. Even the deep-sea demon whale king can't stand it. Do you have a say in this matter? No. My apologies, big brother. Correct. Remember, you are the least significant here. TSK. Always bullying others, little fishy. Do you still have any shame? What do you mean by bullying? What was that expression you just had, like you were slaughtering fish? Did I? Who saw that? Little fishy, did you see it? No. I didn't see anything. Was there even such a thing, Sujia? Suchin was taken aback. You too? What about the two of us? Oh, it's nothing. I just learned today how Erguzi came to be. Look, this is how it happened. Who are you calling Erguzi? Suchin, I've noticed your audacity has grown. It seems I have been too indulgent with you lately. Hand over your phone. Humph. No, why should I give it to you? You've already gifted it to me. When did I ever say that? Evidence. Evidence. Weren't you the one who said I could play with it? That was for playing, not a gift. Do you understand? Then I shall not give it to you either. Go away. By the way, how much longer until we reach the starry forest? I'm utterly exhausted. Indeed, it is tiring. Who would have thought a fairy could become fatigued? If the netizens catch wind of this, they might burst into laughter. A fairy is still a girl, you know. How annoying. We've arrived. So soon. Suchin, speechless, pointed towards the shattered space ahead. Who decreed that one must fly through? Simply passing through would suffice. It truly is foolishness. Suchun entered the space with a sense of triumph. Suchin curled her lips and followed them inside. The deep-sea demon whale king trembled with trepidation, wondering, brother, sister Su, can this creature of the sea truly enter? Will it perish? Yet, the two had already ventured in, oblivious to the concerns of the deep-sea demon whale king. In the vast expanse of space, Suchin floated gracefully with her legs crossed, indulging in some ethereal fruits. What a delightful treat. May I have one? No, I shan't, came the retort. How stingy. I feel as though something is amiss. Oh, woo. What could it be? It seems we are lacking a fish, he mused. Oh, he has followed us? Indeed. Why didn't you mention it earlier? I am doing so now. Fine, let us return. This fish is truly clumsy. At this moment, the deep-sea demon whale king hesitated, torn between the instinct to flee and the fear of doing so, remaining stationary. Suddenly, with a crack, the fabric of space shattered. And Suchin emerged with a stern expression. Without uttering a word, he seized the deep-sea demon whale king and tossed him into the spatial realm before following suit. In an instant, they arrived at the starry forest. The deep-sea demon whale king stood bewildered, surveying his unfamiliar surroundings. Brother, may I inquire where we are? Why waste words? This is my wife's territory. Let us proceed. Thus, the two of them, along with the fish, traversed the forest, encountering the oblivious human-faced demon spider, which was swiftly dispatched by the deep-sea demon whale king. Suchin stretched lazily and sighed. Having someone to assist is truly delightful. It allows me to be rather idle. The little fish jerky is splendid. Indeed, indeed, they replied. Sister Su is absolutely right. It is my honor. Suchin led the way, brushing aside the grasses that obscured his view. He beheld a familiar figure. Guyuna was seated upon the very stone where they first met. Guyuna, upon hearing his voice, the dazed expression on her face vanished, replaced by one of discontent. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked up at him. Suchin, it is truly you. You have finally arrived. Dtion said you would never come back, yet I always believed you would. With a sigh, she lamented, oh, how words can only bring tears. I wish to take all of you to the realm of humanity. What are your thoughts on this? Suchin, do you not understand the relationship between human soul masters and soul beasts? I am aware, he replied. I am bringing those who can transform into humans, not the ones who cannot. After all these years, you remain as beautiful as ever, though I may have failed you in the past. I cannot betray you for a lifetime. Very well, I shall accompany you. However, Dtion and the others are not particularly amiable towards human soul masters. I fear they might not agree. Not amiable? Little Yu was not friendly to us at first either, yet did we not become friends in the end? Suchin continued to savor the spiritual fruit, remarking, if you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. Can it truly be the same? This fish persistently tormented the soul beast within the ocean, yet the Stardow forest is different. Others bear a deep-seated enmity. What concern is that of mine? Alas, I shall refrain from conversing further with you, you foolish wretch. Suchin expressed his reluctance to engage with Suchin. Guyuna gazed at Suchin, her face a portrait of confusion. Suchin, who is this? Oh, she is merely a velociraptor I stumbled upon on the road. She appeared so pitiable that I felt compelled to bring her along, as if I heard the call of the Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary? Who is that? Hee. Just someone insignificant. All right, let us three stay here for the night. Tomorrow, I shall inform Dtion and the others. Well, tonight you shall sleep with me. It has been quite a while since we last shared a bed. Of course, little Nana. Suchin's voice became strained, and Suchin stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene alongside the deep-sea demon whale king. Suchin now feels a chill running down her spine. Oh, how utterly cheesy. Do not speak to her in such a manner. Silence. If you continue to babble nonsense, do you believe I won't confiscate your phone? Su Qing rolled her eyes and then nodded. Su Chun let out a sigh of relief, then released his grip. Su Qing, with a playful smile, instantaneously appeared beside Gu Yuna and embraced her arm. You must be sister-in-law Gu Yuna, right? Who are you? I am Su Chen's younger sister. My name is Su Qing, Hiki. Oh, I see. Nice to meet you, Su Qing. Well, sister-in-law, you are so gentle. Truly, my brother, that big oaf, is quite fortunate. Is that so? I believe Su Chen is a wonderful person. Sister-in-law, you have no idea. Let me tell you, my brother has been keeping a mistress behind your back. Su Chen wished to intervene, yet he hesitated to pull Su Qing too forcefully, fearing he might inadvertently harm Gu Yuna. He feigned indifference, whistling as if it were none of his concern. However, upon hearing Su Qing's words, it became increasingly difficult to maintain that facade. Indeed, the person known as Little Third is a friend of mine. He is currently pursuing his studies. What? How could Little Third be your friend? ISNT, that's supposed to imply a different kind of relationship? Cough, cough, cough. My dear sister, you seem to have misunderstood. Do you know Tang San? Yes. What of it? Well, knowing him is sufficient. Tang San's nickname is Little Third. If you don't believe me, just search it on your phone, and you'll see. Su Qing, filled with a mixture of doubt and curiosity, opened her phone to search, and indeed discovered that it was indeed called The Other Woman. However, the other woman I referred to is your lover. I witnessed the two of you in bed together, and it was rather intense. No. You must have seen it wrong. I was actually playing Ludo with him. But what about the sounds I heard? That was simply because the game of Ludo was too exhilarating. Then why did you say you had to take responsibility for that woman? That was merely a jest. A playful wager. Is that so? Indeed. Absolutely. Su Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling in relief as he experienced the ebbs and flows of emotion. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over him. No. What happens at home has nothing to do with you. You are overstepping your bounds. Go away. It is your responsibility to respond. Besides, I asked you to answer. Can you really blame me for that? The two of them engaged in a heated argument, leaving Gu Yuna with a throbbing headache. This was her first encounter with such a situation, and she was at a loss as to how to intervene. Su Chen, could you please stop arguing? She is your sister. Shouldn't you show her a little more consideration? Su Chen, how infuriating. It appears the dramas speak the truth. Women are indeed a united front. Just look at that. Your wife is asking you to yield to me. Did you hear that? Yes, I heard it. Now, go on, step aside. The sky is nearly dark. The forthcoming scenes are not suitable for children. You can go play with the king of the deep-sea whale. What scenes? I wish to see them. Hurry up and tell me. Haven't you already watched Teacher Song? Why are you still watching that? Do you wish to join in? You're welcome anytime. After all, it was merely found. They say blood is thicker than water, but is that truly water? It is but a solution. Su Qing immediately understood the situation. She took a few steps back, scratching her head, and exclaimed, Oh, I see. Haha. No. Oh. It just struck me. I have a little matter to attend to. Please arrange a 5-player match for Li Bai. I must head to that now. Goodbye. After she left, Su Chen gazed affectionately at Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna met Su Chen's gaze, her beautiful eyes fluttering slightly. I naturally know what your sister intended to say just now. Ah, you know? How could that be? It was merely a misunderstanding. Rest assured. I only consider you my spouse, Su Chen replied. Actually, I wouldn't mind if you found others, but I do not wish for you to deceive me. Goodness. Where could one find such a remarkable woman, capable of accepting such matters? Su Chen stared in astonishment at Gu Yuna. I know you have deceived me. Perhaps you did so to spare my feelings. Thank you, Su Chen, for being so kind to me. Gu Yuna embraced Su Chen tightly, her hands clasped securely as if fearing he might depart. Su Chen's expression was intricate as he gazed at Gu Yuna. His feelings for her were rather complicated. It was not love, but rather an overwhelming sense of guilt. Under normal circumstances, one would be elated to have such a beautiful partner, yet Su Chen was different. Throughout his life, he had been subjected to the relentless demands of his parents, who incessantly urged him to focus solely on his studies. Upon graduation, he yearned to indulge in the simple pleasures of life, such as playing on his phone, but his parents forbade him, insisting he shadow his father in learning the intricacies of the family business. This unyielding pressure led him to grapple with depression. He had never wished to become this person. He longed for a life akin to that of ordinary individuals, filled with joy, gaming, savoring street food, and enjoying the freedom of social indulgence. However, His parents' restrictions extinguished his only source of happiness. Strangely, upon arriving in this new world, he felt a sense of relaxation he had never known before. Rest assured. I will no longer deceive you, he said. I believe you, she replied. Tonight, you shall sleep outside alone. This is your punishment. Haha, of course, he responded. Giyu now returned to her room, still nursing her injuries. Previously indifferent to her health, she now found solace in her recovery, spurred by Su Chen's presence. The night unfolded quietly. Su Chen sat alone upon a stone, gazing at the celestial stars above. Su Qing approached and sat beside him. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? No, I was merely contemplating the validity of my parents' words. I believe your parents are correct. As the eldest son, you must shoulder the responsibilities of your position rather than act selfishly. But I have lost my happiness. Is that truly fair? In countless realms and universes, fairness is a mere illusion. It is a matter of survival of the fittest. Perhaps there are those who suffer more than you do, yet they persist. Why can't you? Because I feel as though I am on the brink of losing something vital. My soul aches. Perhaps this is the bond between mother and child. It is possible that something has happened to your parents. Chapter 27. Shi Batian Xiao Chun, I am so sorry. Your father and mother can no longer care for you. A Rolls-Royce was firmly pinned beneath a heavy truck. Inside the back seat, a man and a woman lay. The man had already lost his breath, while the woman's breaths were faint. She gazed at the photographs on her phone, tears streaming down her face. It is your father and mother who have failed you, forcing you to exist in this unhappy world. They only wish to spare you from suffering in the future. Yet now, you lie in the hospital, clinging to life. And we never even had the chance to meet. Xiaochen, I am so sorry. Her voice faded away. Siyu was acutely aware of her brother's precarious condition. Without hesitation, she boarded a flight back to her homeland from the United States. However, the aircraft encountered severe turbulence, causing it to shake incessantly. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. This is merely ordinary turbulence. Kindly fasten your seatbelts and ensure your safety. Siyu trembled in fear aboard the airplane, gripped by a profound dread of calamity. So young, she was unwilling to embrace the notion of death. Her family awaited her return, especially her younger brother. She yearned to reunite with him. Oh, how she implored the universe for her safety. This was not the end. She would see her brother again. Yes, it was merely turbulence, a common occurrence in the skies. Yet, in an instant, the aircraft jolted violently, causing the flight attendant to fall and luggage to cascade to the floor. The cabin erupted in a chorus of desperate cries. Siyu gazed outside with terror in her eyes, her expression shattering in an instant, filled with despair and pallor. She witnessed the explosion of the aircraft's engine, causing the plane to extinguish all its lights, the systems to fail, and the navigation to vanish. As the sky disintegrated before her, Siyu cried out in despair, No, please, I do not wish to perish. Boom, boom, boom. In the starry forest. Ah, no, sister. Su Chen suddenly awakened, his breath coming in rapid gasps. He glanced around, inquiring, What is the matter? Su Chen, with tears in his eyes, embraced Su Qing tightly as he wept. Woe is me. I dreamt that all of my family had vanished, utterly gone. In a fleeting moment, Su Qing trembled. Yet she still comprehended Su Chen's plight. She gently patted Su Chen's back, reassuring her that it was merely a nightmare, nothing more. Indeed, it must be just a nightmare. Su Chen wiped away her tears and continued to close her eyes, succumbing to sleep once more. Su Qing sighed deeply. But is this truly a nightmare? I am at a loss on how to console you. Perhaps withholding the truth is the best course of action in reality. Lying on the hospital bed, the bald-headed Su Chun resembled a vegetative state, devoid of any consciousness. Xiao Chun, it's Uncle Li. I used to hold you when you were little. Please wake up. Will you? Your parents have encountered misfortune. Why do you harbor such resentment towards them? Li, Su Chen's father's driver for over 30 years, had always been treated like a brother by Su Chen's father. Initially, he could hardly believe the news of Su Chen's father's accident. It was only when the police spoke that the grim reality set in. He hurried to the scene, but was met with the sight of 3 cold, lifeless bodies, 2 of which were beyond recognition. Xiao Chen, Uncle Li has no family left. Now that your father is gone, you are my only kin. I implore you to awaken. Why, a person as good as you, has it come to this? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Li Yi quickly wiped his tears. Come in. 3 police officers entered, holding a partially burned photograph. Excuse me, are you a family member of Su Yu? We went to her home and found no one. Based on our investigation, please accept our condolences. The officers handed the photograph to Li Yi, who trembled as he examined it. This is. Earlier today, at 5 in the morning, Flight A7361 from the United States disintegrated in midair. These are the belongings of the missing persons we recovered from the sea. Upon comparison, we identified a Suyu, who has a brother that is ill and unresponsive. Is this individual named Suchin? Why not search further? Why cease the search? Li Yi's laughter turned into anguished cries. Xiaochen has no one else. He has only you. Why give up like this? Is it a matter of finances? I have resources. Please, expedite the search. His voice was a raw wail, a torrent of disbelief. The officers bowed their heads in sorrow. We are truly sorry. We have done all we can. Over 10,000 personnel have been deployed for the recovery, and we have yet to locate the black box. Coughing violently, Li could no longer contain himself, and in an instant, blood spewed forth as he collapsed. Xiao-san, is this truly of any use? Little Five looked at the stones on the ground with a bewildered expression. We should trust the teacher. But I've never heard that carrying stones can enhance soul power. The teacher mentioned that this was to improve our teamwork. All right then, Mubai, let us carry more stones. Ning Rongrong and Oscar are support soul masters and have weaker physical attributes. Okay. The 7 of them began to carry the stones. At first, it was manageable. But after a while, they could hardly endure it. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to collapse. Let's take a break, said Ma Hongjun. Collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion, Tang San glanced at everyone and said, just a little longer, we're almost at the top of the mountain. Zhao Wujin urged from the front, put in a bit more effort. The first one to reach the summit 1T have to train today. Upon hearing this, everyone felt invigorated and pushed themselves towards the peak. Finally, they reached the summit. Tang San instructed everyone to set down the stones and begin regulating their breathing. Little Five curiously inquired, Brother San, what is the purpose of carrying stones up the mountain? Tang San smiled and explained, this is a method to train willpower and physical strength. Moreover, while carrying heavy objects, your soul power circulation will be influenced, which will aid you in better controlling your soul power. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. At that moment, Zhao Wujin approached, nodding in satisfaction. Well done. You have all passed the test. Today's training ends here. Class dismissed. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in cheers. Although the training had been arduous, they had gained much from it. You've all worked hard today. I've prepared a lavish dinner for you, said the master, approaching with a contented expression, confident in the validity of his theories. Hooray! The entire Shrek team rushed to the dining hall to indulge in a feast. The night swiftly passed. As dawn broke, Suchin awoke, his eyes filled with confusion. No, big sister, I disagree. We do not wish to have any dealings with land soul masters. Yes, I don't trust land soul masters either. We cannot stake our lives on a stranger. Gyuna looked at everyone, unsure of what to do. Upon hearing the sound, Suchin approached, and all the soul beasts turned their gaze towards him. Ditian did not offer Suchin a warm welcome. So you have arrived. Indeed. Humans are insatiably greedy. The leader constantly thinks of you day and night, while you, on the other hand, enjoy a carefree existence among your kind. Ditian. May I inquire who this individual is? He is merely a hypocrite, attempting to lead us to the realm of humanity. My trust in him is utterly non-existent. Su Chun was not angered. He found a seat and sat down. I acknowledge that I have let Gu Yuna down, yet that was ultimately an accident. During this time, I have come to realize many things. Humans can be even less admirable than soul beasts. I do not wish to betray her again, this time. I wish to take her away and truly accompany her. Then why must you go to the human side? You can still be with her here. Because I have obligations that I must fulfill. I have, in fact, formed a relationship with a human girl on the other side. I cannot neglect my responsibilities to others. Bai Ji, gazing at Su Chin, noted that this was her first encounter with him. Initially, she had received word and prepared to meet the human described by Ditian. But upon seeing him, she found him rather unimpressive. Although she stood on the side of virtue, she detested those who straddle two worlds. Her true form was that of an emerald swan, boasting an impressive cultivation of 590,000 years. She was the kindest among the top 10 fierce beasts and the guardian of the Stardow forest. I believe you may leave this place. We do not welcome humans like you. Who says you do not welcome me? If I say you must welcome us, then you shall. Su Qing entered with an air of indifference, taking a seat beside Su Chin. Ditian cast a perplexed glance at Su Qing, inquiring, Who are you? I am her sister, she replied. I acknowledge that my brother has been remiss in visiting Sister Gu Yuna all these years, and I concede that it is his fault. However, he has never wronged her. The only incident that occurred was due to my influence, which led my brother to a situation he wished to avoid. not wanting to drag her into his troubles. Consequently, they became involved. My brother had no choice but to take responsibility. Is it acceptable to simply abandon someone after such an encounter? Do you truly believe that is commendable? But what does this have to do with us? The laws of the forest dictate that we, the soul beasts, are adversaries to the soul masters. Therefore, we shall not consent to departure. Moreover, the Douluo forest requires our guardianship. Are you suggesting that if someone were to take your place as guardians, you would be free to leave? Naturally. We shall contemplate that. It is not something we can agree to hastily. Suchin communicated with the system. System, what is the matter? Can you provide me with something that can protect the forest? Within Suchin, a small golden figure sat in meditation, recuperating and restoring its vitality. It gently touched its head and sighed, I truly hesitate to part with you, but given your strength, it should not pose a problem. A round stone with eyes and a mouth floated down from above. Sure, how? Do you no longer want me? It is not that I do not want you. I am currently assisting Suchun. I need to gradually recover by relying on his soul body. I was gravely injured in that last battle. Very well, rest assured. For I am none other than Sherbatian. Indeed, go forth. A beam of light emerged from Suchin's mind, captivating everyone's attention. Ah, it hurts terribly. Why did you not catch me? A stone? Goodness. A talking stone. Suchin exclaimed in astonishment as he picked up the stone, cradling it in his hand. Are you a gift from the system? Humph. I am not merely a gift from the system. I have a name, Sherbatian. You need not worry. For from this moment on, you shall dine on meat alongside me. What nonsense. Sherbatian? You are nothing but a talking stone. What a miserly system to provide me with just a stone. What? You dare to look down upon me? Ah, I want to go back. Sure, how? I must return. This fellow has such poor taste. Suchin sighed and inquired, You are Sherbatian, are you not? Can you safeguard this place for me? Sherbatian. His stone-like eyes glinting, replied, Certainly, I can do that without hesitation, but I am rather famished. Nearby, Suching, with a hint of exasperation, produced a small 5-colored divine stone and tossed it into Sherbatian's mouth. Instantly, Sherbatian was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, Delicious. Ah, this is exquisite, truly delightful. Suchin harbored a tinge of doubt. The system? Is it truly reliable? Why do I feel that a single meal could potentially lead to my downfall? It ought to be dependable. After all, it has never betrayed me during our time together. If it were to betray you, it would simply indicate your own shortcomings. Alas, how am I to sustain it? You have a sister. Why not have her take care of it? She possesses an abundance of resources and can easily manage the upkeep of a divine stone. Is that so? Well then, I shall see if Suching is willing to part with it. If you are unwilling, I can offer you something else. I happen to have a tower. Never mind. I shall keep this item. Unlike Suchun and his companions, Guyuna and her group remained acutely aware of the ominous threat posed by the divine stone. After Suchun conversed with the system, he glanced around and noticed that all the soul beasts were keeping their distance from him. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, Why are you all so far away from me? Ha ha ha. No, big brother, we have agreed to accompany you to the human side. Is that all it takes for your agreement? Well, I sense you are not a malevolent being. Dtion perceived an aura emanating from Sherbatian, a presence that instilled a feeling of death within him, a sensation he had never experienced before. This was a first for him. You are Suchin, correct? I am Baiji. What is your martial soul? This is our first meeting, so I should at least get to know you a bit better. My martial soul? Suchun initially intended to release his full potential. However, he only unleashed the martial soul of Haiba Dong, withholding the other. The system had advised him to remain discreet, as the true adversaries had yet to manifest. From your martial soul, I sense a formidable power, yet I have observed that you seem to lack a soul ring. How do you manage to safeguard yourself? Upon hearing the question, Suchin glanced around and immediately spotted his sister, Suching, who was lost in her thoughts while playing with her phone. He pulled her over, exclaiming, Look, this is my sister who protects me. I must tell you. She is extraordinarily formidable. Is that so? That certainly piques my interest. However, is there a specific reason you summoned us to the realm of humans? Not really. We are merely attending the soul duel. Have you noticed that fish over there? I believe it is called the deep-sea demon whale king, and it too is participating. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the deep-sea demon whale king, naturally recognizing this marine overlord. The deep-sea demon whale king. To think you have also come. From the very beginning, I sensed a strange yet powerful aura emanating from you. It is quite unexpected that a soul beast nearing 1,000,000 years of age would also make an appearance. Chapter 28. Gathering in the hall, there is much to lament. Yet it is better left unspoken. The deep-sea demon whale king wiped away tears, displaying a profoundly aggrieved expression. Indeed, it is true. Well then, Su-chin. Shall we depart today? Yes, let us go today. It is still early, and we have ample time. Very well, however. Our soul beast aura will inevitably be detected by any tidal Douluo level soul masters on the human side. How do you intend to manage our presence? Is that so? I had thought it was only I who could perceive it, Su-chin replied, looking bewildered as he glanced at Su-ching. Su-ching cast a glance at Su-chin, then waved her hand. All the soul beasts within the cave were cloaked in white robes, an artifact that conceals their presence. Do you have any further inquiries? She inquired. Haha, if such an item exists, we certainly have no objections. However, what is it that you wish for us to do? Are you referring to the soul battles you mentioned? Baiji asked, her expression one of confusion. Su-chin promptly offered an explanation, stating that it was not merely a matter of competing in the arena. Rather, he wished to accompany Gu Yuna for a brief sojourn, as he felt he had wronged her and did not desire to let her down again. Since you intend to take the esteemed leader on an outing, why should I still join? Questioned another. Isn't the strength of the deep-sea demon whale king sufficient? With a mischievous grin, Su-chin replied. I plan to take you all on a thrilling fishing adventure. Bronze ranks will swiftly transform into glory matches. What does that even mean? Do not ponder too much. Simply follow along. Very well, let us gather our belongings for the journey to the human realm. We may require certain items. What belongings are you referring to? There is no need to gather anything. We can simply purchase what we need. My sister is quite affluent. Su-chin gently patted Su-ching on the shoulder. Su-ching glared at Su-chin, indicating that she had already responded. This matter can certainly be arranged. All right, Xiong-jun, you shall be in charge of guarding here. Remember, the Imperial Divine Beast must be protected at all times. Understood, Xiong-jun replied. Baiji felt that Xiong-jun might not be adept at handling such responsibilities. She then turned to Ditian. Brother, you should stay as well. I'm concerned that Xiong-jun alone may struggle to manage everything. What? Am I to stay too? But who will guard our leader? Ditian exclaimed. Baiji looked at Ditian with exasperation, pointing to herself and Su-chin. Su-chin may not be capable. But do you think I am not? However, you are merely a healing soul beast. How can you provide protection? Perhaps you should remain, and I will accompany them instead. Stop hesitating. This is just a temporary arrangement. We still have Sherbat Tian here, right? Sherbat Tian. Am I not correct? Sherbat Tian? Sherbat Tian? Su-chin wore a puzzled expression as he lowered his gaze to the slumbering Sherbatian. He regarded the peacefully sleeping figure with incredulity. Do you truly believe that this peculiar stone is reliable? Gu Yuna inquired with a curious demeanor. Of course it is dependable. Do not be deceived by his mere slumber. The moment any enemy approaches, he will instantly sense their presence and activate his attack mode, effortlessly eliminating all threats in an instant, including deities. Is he truly that formidable? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Su-chin let out a sigh of relief, pondering to himself that he had managed to deceive them, thus avoiding further time wastage. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed as the space fractured. You may proceed, rest assured. Traversing this passage will lead you directly to the realm of humanity. At that moment, the deep-sea demon whale king adjusted his collar and strode confidently before all the soul beasts, exuding an air of assurance as he entered the portal. Observing the absence of any apparent danger, the others followed suit, entering one by one. Inside the chamber, a spatial passage materialized, and Su-ching's, along with the various soul beasts emerged. They surveyed their surroundings with curiosity. Su-chin, have we arrived? Yes, indeed. What do you think? Is it swift? Yes, indeed. It is remarkably fast. I have never experienced such speed before. Su-chin patted Su-ching, exclaiming, What are you doing? Do you not see that I am in the midst of a ranked match? Take them with you and purchase some items. I shall assist you in the match. Rest assured, victory is guaranteed. Really? Su-ching inquired. Of course it is true. After all, these are elements from my world. How could I possibly lose? All right. Here you go. I must admit, I played somewhat poorly this match and gifted a few kills. Are you certain you can secure a win? Isn't it merely a few kills? What significance does that hold? Trust me, victory is a certainty. With unwavering assurance, Su-chin dispelled Su-ching's doubts, leading everyone to embark on a shopping excursion. Su-chin shook his head and glanced at Su-ching's phone, only to be taken aback by the disheartening score. What on earth? 0-17-1? They've practically invaded our territory, and you're playing Li Bai with a mage build. He sighed, conceding defeat. It's hopeless. Let us move on to the next match. Defeat. TSK, 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 encountering a Smith account. How unfortunate. On to the next game. Defeat again. Another Smith. I refuse to believe that a platinum tier could be this challenging. 3 hours later. Defeat. Su Chen's fingers trembled with rage. His face flushed, and his neck thickened with frustration. He contemplated smashing his phone, yet reason prevailed, restraining his hand. After tirelessly playing day and night, Su Qing had finally ascended to platinum, only to fall back to gold. What a disaster! Would she not take her wrath out on me? As Su Chen contemplated the volcanic temperament of Su Qing, he shuddered momentarily. I'm back. Ha ha ha, Su Chen. How are you? Did you manage to help me reach diamond rank? Yes, I did, but unfortunately, I encountered some rather incompetent teammates and fell back down. It's all right. As long as you ascend to the stars. How many have you achieved? I've ascended. How many stars have you gained? Why are you trembling so? Is it because you were overly excited? And no, it's just that. Su Qing, you once promised to be gentle with me and not to hit me, right? Just look at you. So beautiful and understanding. Surely, you wouldn't bully your brother for no reason, would you? When did I ever say such things? Su Qing gazed at Su Chen in bewilderment. Just admit that you are indeed beautiful and considerate. Humph. This fairy is certainly understanding. You must not go back on your word. Of course not. Well, I didn't perform well today, so I've deducted 10 stars from you. Wow. 10. Wait. What did you just say? Ahem. 10 stars. Ha ha ha. Su Chen, you truly love to joke. Tell me the truth. You must be planning to surprise me. Here. See for yourself. Su Chen trembled as he extended his hand to Su Qing, who received the phone with a radiant smile. However, upon glancing at the screen, her expression suddenly froze in disbelief. She rubbed her eyes, only to find the familiar golden hue glowing back at her. A shiver coursed through her body as she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness!" Su Chen was poised to tiptoe away, his breath stifled in silence, when he suddenly heard Su Qing call his name. In an instant, he was rendered speechless, realizing the gravity of the situation. Oh no, this is disastrous. Su Chen. Do you have any idea how long I struggled to attain platinum? How could you let me down to gold? You are finished. I assure you, I shall enact the family law today. Is it really necessary to take a game so seriously? Are we resorting to family law now? Su Chen replied, attempting to lighten the mood. Rest assured. I will certainly assist you tomorrow. You think I can be reassured by such words? I promise you, today I shall respond with force. At our age, we must stand by our words. Su Qing playfully squeezed her hands, smiling as she approached Su Chen, the sound of her knuckles cracking echoing. Wait. Oh? Do you have any last words? I grant you this opportunity. Well, I do have something to say. Could you please refrain from hitting me? Su Qing. This farewell message is useless. Have you finished speaking? Next, I want to wait a bit longer. Let me tell you, one may only utter a single farewell phrase. But considering our relationship, I shall grant you another opportunity. Thank you. No need for thanks. You have finished speaking, haven't you? Prepare to be struck. Oh, no. Wait. My farewell message is not yet complete. Hold on. Do not slap my face. Su Chen, what has happened to your face? Guyuna, perplexed, gently touched Su Chen's swollen cheek. Hiss, ha. It's nothing. I accidentally fell. It's of no consequence. Is that so? Very well. By the way, have you purchased the items? Yes, we have. It was your sister Su Qing who guided us. Good. As for the arrangements for your room, I shall take care of that. You will share a room with me, to avoid disturbing Bai Ji and the others. I spoke with Su Qing and decided to acquire another room next door for convenience. All right, I will follow your lead. Now call them over. The next step is to make arrangements. Su Chen was taken aback for a moment. He immediately pulled Gu Yuna to sit down. Haha. How could I trouble my wife with such matters? This series of actions left Gu Yuna utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, hadn't she asked him to summon Biji and the others? It seemed that Biji was currently enjoying a bath. Well, the human realm is quite delightful, filled with so many intriguing things. Biji, indulging in her bath, remained oblivious to the presence approaching her room on the second floor. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Brother, if you knock again, I can sense Biji is right inside. Indeed, I can feel it as well. But would it not be exceedingly rude to intrude without cause? Oh, come now, brother, it's fine. They are all spirit beasts in one mind. Is that so? Yet I am but a human. Brother, never mind, I shall handle this. The deep-sea demon whale king stepped forward, taking a deep breath before forcefully kicking open the door. Brother, please. Su Chen's eyes widened, and he immediately regained his former proud demeanor. Not bad. Breaking down doors and asserting oneself is indeed commendable. Hiki, brother, I learned all of this from you. Suchin entered and glanced around. Discovering that Biji was on the second floor. Driven by curiosity, he ventured further inside, followed closely by the deep-sea magic whale king. Upon seeing Biji in a room, the deep-sea magic whale king approached with a demeanor that suggested he was willing to risk everything. Brother, I have come. Suchin was undoubtedly aware of what Biji was up to. He cast a glance at the deep-sea demon whale king and, seeing its demeanor, felt it prudent to concede. He took a step back and gestured invitingly. Please, go ahead. I shall await you on the first floor. Rest assured, I have it all covered. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed that you, young one, were destined for greatness. Suchin chose to avoid the scene and swiftly descended the stairs, finding a sofa to settle upon. Surely, there should be no issues among spirit beasts. Meanwhile, the deep-sea demon whale king inhaled deeply, understanding this was his elder brother's test, and he was determined to succeed. It was merely a door, after all. With a resounding crash, the door shattered into fragments. Bijia, who was bathing, looked bewilderedly at the entrance, locking eyes with the incoming deep-sea demon whale king. Upon noticing Bijia's immaculate skin, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. My elder brother, forget it. On the first floor, 3 individuals lounged on the sofa. The deep-sea demon whale king sporting a bruised visage, his expression radiating grievance. Wait, Suchin, were you unaware that I was bathing? You let him in. And not only that, but he barged in so violently. I assumed spirit beasts would be indifferent to such matters. Who told you that? I genuinely didn't know. Hence my curiosity. Besides, the deep-sea demon whale king seemed unbothered at first. I thought there were no distinctions of gender among spirit beasts. Well, since you're oblivious to these things, I'll let it slide. Now, what did you want to discuss? Nothing much, just planning for tomorrow's soul battle. I'll have Suchin brief you on what to pay attention to. Isn't it merely a 5-person soul battle? It requires teamwork. And participants must meet certain level criteria without exceeding it. You already know that? Indeed. I inquired a bit outside, but I'm quite curious, if you can win so effortlessly. Why involve us? It seems unnecessary. Ahem, just in case. You never know when you might encounter a cheater. A cheater? What is that? Never mind, anyway. We must give our utmost effort and not take advantage of the situation. Is that really necessary? I feel any one of us could secure first place without concern. Such thoughts are ill-advised. Typically, it is those underestimated individuals who later become troublesome. Thus, those with great ambitions do not sweat the small stuff. We merely act. Indeed, Bijia. We shall just act. Silence, deep-sea demon whale king. How do you speak? What have I done? You've already struck me. Besides, I am married and have no interest in you. How could a mere fish fancy a goose? Bijia smiled, extending a hand. All right. We are all allies, no? All spirit beasts. Let us put this aside. My sister, Suchin, mentioned a gathering in the hall for arrangements. While we have enough participants, do others understand the details? We must make some arrangements. I'm indifferent, but I can participate. However, that fish cannot join. Stinky goose. What did you just say? Do you comprehend what my existence entails? It is not something that a mere terrestrial spirit beast like you could dare to confront. Oh my, how lofty you are. I was nearly made into sashimi. Yet you consider yourself an unassailable entity. How did you come to know of this matter? My dear brother, is it truly you? How could it be me? Do I resemble someone of such ilk? Have you lost your mind? Could it be Sister Sue? Obviously. It must be her. Just look at my face. It bears the marks of her hand. What, do you intend to challenge her one-on-one? No. I believe Sister Sue has her reasons for acting this way. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us proceed. Is everyone gathered? Upon observing all those present in the living room, Suchin rose to her feet. What I am about to convey is that we must participate in a 5-person competition. However, we need to represent a particular faction in this contest. The Soto City Soul Arena merely serves as the starting point, as future engagements will involve strategic battles against various academy teams. Are you implying that although we have triumphed in the Soto City Soul Arena, we must subsequently align ourselves with an academy or a faction to represent? Indeed. It seems rather cumbersome. Should we not proceed directly to the Spirit Hall? I am indifferent, yet they will inevitably reveal themselves. The Spirit Hall is populated by titled Douluos. Do you expect them to refrain from bathing or changing their clothes? In that case, where shall our final venue be after the competition? I am uncertain. As this is my first visit as well, why do you inquire of me? What about you? Shall we consult these soul beasts instead? Perhaps we could simply establish our own academy, given our prowess, Surely that is within our capability? Upon hearing these words, Su Qing cast a disdainful glance at Su Chen. You think you can teach others? Are you suggesting that I should take on that role? Teach those little brats to become immortals? Do you truly believe that is feasible? Indeed, I know nothing at all. How could I possibly instruct them? Or perhaps, Su Chen turned his gaze towards the deep-sea demon whale king, who was enjoying a watermelon. Their eyes met, and the whale king exclaimed, "Brother, you cannot possibly expect me to instruct you humans in the art of soul master cultivation, for I am utterly unversed in such matters. However, should you require guidance for soul beasts, I could certainly assist." "I did not inquire of you," Su Chen retorted. "Are you out of your mind to think I would ask you to teach?" Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Who is it?" Everyone became alert, their attention fixed on the entrance. Su Chen and Su Qing exchanged puzzled glances. "Do you know this girl?" "I do not," Su Qing replied. "Yet she appears to possess soul power of approximately level 80. But what could she possibly want from us?" "Never mind," Su Chen decided. "Let us open the door and see what she desires." As Su Chen prepared to rise and open the door, the abyssal Leviathan King immediately halted his movement. Su Chen gazed in bewilderment at the deep-sea demon whale king, questioning its intentions. "What are you up to now? Have you feasted to your heart's content?" "Brother, one must navigate cautiously through treacherous waters. What if there are those who harbor ulterior motives against you?" In an instant, the deep-sea demon whale king unleashed its formidable power, channeling all its might into a single fist. "Su Chen, go away. Do you not understand the value of cherishing delicate beauty? Someone merely knocked on the door, and you reacted so harshly. What nonsense is this?" With a swift motion, Su Chen flung the deep-sea demon whale king aside and stepped forward to open the door. The moment the door swung wide, he gasped in astonishment. "By the heavens, it's Lu Ruyan, the Empress of Mist." The girl was like a vision of ethereal beauty, her gaze captivating and intoxicating. Tall and graceful, she donned a striking red qipao, complemented by a pair of crimson high heels that exuded an air of elegance and allure. "How do you know my name?" "I am here for an interview." "Good heavens, Lu Ruyan. I actually guessed correctly. But wait, is there truly someone named Lu Ruyan in this world?" Lu Ruyan was taken aback by Su Chen's exclamation, her ears ringing from the volume. She covered her ears with her hands, staring at Su Chen, bewildered. "Did I perhaps take a wrong turn? My sincerest apologies for the intrusion." Feeling the weight of the room's attention upon her, she instinctively sought to retreat. Sensing that none of the occupants appeared quite normal, suddenly a hand pulled her inside, the door closing resolutely behind her. Lu Ruyan looked around in fright. Her arms crossed defensively as she recoiled. "What do you intend to do?" "I assure you, I would rather perish than endure indignity." Su Chen remained silent, rummaging through his pocket. "Strange. How could it be missing? I distinctly remember placing it here. Let me tell you, one may kill, but one must not humiliate." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Found it. I never anticipated that today would mark the demise of Lu Ruyan. What on earth are you babbling about? Come, assist me with an autograph. I've always admired you, and to encounter the real you today is simply delightful." "Ha ha." Everyone looked at Su Chen with expressions of disbelief. "Ah, weren't you all intent on killing me?" "Killing you? You must be mistaken. We are, after all, good people. How could we so casually take a life? Now, come on. Hurry and sign. Is it sufficient to write here?" "Indeed. Swiftly now." "All right." Lu Ruyan cautiously penned her name and handed it to Su Chen. He eagerly took it, examining the signature, only to be taken aback. "What is this writing?" "Lu Ruyan, my name. Is it not yours?" "I am Lu Ruyan, indeed." "No, it cannot be. My idol could not possibly be unable to write her own name. Now tell me, who are you really?" Lu Ruyan was at a loss for words, desperate to prove her identity. It seemed that verification of her true self was inevitable. "Rest assured, I shall ascertain the truth. Get away from me." Su Qing could no longer bear it. She wondered what had gotten into Su Chen during the interviews with others. Su Chen gazed at Su Qing with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "What are you doing? Am I not in the right?" "Lu Ruyan. Do you comprehend what kind of being that is? She is an idol to countless compatriots. I cannot allow her to insult my family's idol." "Su Chen, are you out of your mind? I refuse to believe that my beloved Ruyan, the Empress, would stoop to working for someone else." Slap. With a swift motion, Su Qing delivered a resounding slap that left Su Chen dazed and sprawled on the ground. Do you not cautiously approach to drag Su Chen away? "Honestly, if you're not going to assist, at least refrain from causing chaos. What is this about the Emperor Ruyan? I might as well be a brain supplement." "Can I leave? I have no desire to attend this interview anymore." "Absolutely not. After all this effort to have someone here, How could we let you slip away so easily? Good news, you have successfully passed the interview. Ah, just like that? Isn't this a bit too easy? Of course. Congratulations, you are now the dean of our academy. What? I thought I was just interviewing with the teachers? Why the sudden leap to dean? This is too abrupt. Enough with the chatter. You are responsible for teaching and managing all affairs of the academy, while we will serve as your instructors. Ah, is this not a tad too casual? I have only just reached the rank of Douluo. All right. Here is your initial funding. You are to establish your own academy and find ways to recruit students and teachers. Su Qing casually tossed a ring into Lu Ruyan's hand, leaving her momentarily stunned. A soul-guiding device. As Lu Ruyan examined the contents within the ring, disbelief washed over her. It was filled with soul bones and an innumerable amount of golden soul coins. Such precious items, could they truly be entrusted to me? All right, enough of this. After all, these trinkets hold little value. You may take your leave now. Rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. Lu Ruyan reassured herself as she departed the room. Well, everyone, the truly intriguing events will commence tomorrow. I must admit, I have a certain curiosity about your human spirit battles. Count me in for tomorrow, by Ji Chandin. As for me, I, the deep-sea demon whale king, shall also participate. Then, allow me to join as well, Gyuna added, raising her hand in agreement alongside Su Chen. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately ceased to feign ignorance. No, you are still injured. You cannot participate. Yet, he replied, I wish to accompany you. I do not wish to be apart from you. Su Chen felt a tremor in his heart, and a glimmer of tears welled up in his eyes. He had never experienced such concern before. Su Chen grasped Gyuna's hand, vowing to hold her hand and grow old together, promising that upon meeting, they would never part even in their twilight years. Everyone exclaimed, Hey, Su Chen, have you two perhaps wandered into the wrong place? If I do not intervene, are you both truly considering starting a family right here in public? Su Qing looked at the two with a perplexed expression and said, Ah, ha. What a surprise. Let us continue. There is me, my wife, you, along with Bijia, and the deep-sea demon whale king, 5 of us in total, which should suffice. But are 5 truly enough? Should I call upon others? Bijia asked with a puzzled look. It seems we might actually need more. Do you have anyone else in mind? I do know of 2 individuals. They are currently in the extreme north. One has achieved 700,000 years of cultivation, while the other is nearing 400,000 years. We usually refer to them as the Snow Empress, her name being Tian Xuannu, and the Ice Emperor, whose true form is the Ice by Emperor Scorpion. They could indeed join us. Have they transformed yet? Not yet. In that case, you can send this husky. I shall provide them with 2 transformation pills, once consumed. They should be able to take human form. I have a name. I am Chi Wang. I am not merely a husky. Understood, husky. Hurry along now. Take these pills to the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor, explain the situation to them, and give them these garments to conceal their presence. Bijie glanced at Chi Wang and nodded in resignation. Chi Wang sighed, looking at the pills and clothing in his hands. Today's meeting ends here. Everyone, your special training has concluded. I have enrolled you in the Soul Arena for soul masters seeking to become more powerful. The Soul Arena is a place every soul master must experience. It is rife with danger and the machinations of various soul masters, making it the best opportunity for you to enhance your strength. The Soul Arena? Teacher, are we departing today? Indeed, we are. Little San, I have great expectations for you. Rest assured, teacher, I will not disappoint your expectations. As the Shrek group made their way to the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, laughter and chatter filled the air. Suddenly, a flamboyant man descended from the sky, holding a yellow chrysanthemum. Halt! Who goes there? The master immediately shielded his students behind him, recognizing the visitor. He breathed a sigh of relief. Juhua Guan, what brings you here? Juhua Guan surveyed the Shrek group and spoke softly. The Pope has decreed that all from Shrek must not be spared. Elder Yu, I did not expect you to be among them. This truly surprises me. The master was utterly bewildered. He couldn't recall offending Bibidong in any way. Could it be that the matter of stolen information had been discovered? Yet, surely that wouldn't warrant his demise. The master quickly signaled himself to remain calm, producing the elder's token and tossing it into Juhua Guan's hands. Do you know what this is? The elder's papal order. To see the papal order is akin to seeing the Pope himself. Juhua Guan. We are both elders of the Spirit Hall. Why must you resort to such ruthless measures? Juhua glanced at himself in the mirror, then retrieved a papal decree from his chest. I possess one too, adorned with even more intricate designs and of a higher rank. Surprised, are you? The master immediately recoiled, his fingers trembling as he regarded Juhua with incredulity. You. This is an abuse of power. How do you speak so? What qualifications do you possess as merely a third-level soul master? In an instant, Juhua teleported before the master, delivering a swift slap that left him dazed. Ah, Juhua, how dare you assault an elder in public? Public? Did anyone witness it? The only ones who saw are those of you who dare to disrespect the Pope. When have we ever shown disrespect? At the very least, you ought to explain your reasoning. Very well, allow me to clarify, Juhua retorted, revealing the incident involving Su Feiyu. The master listened, bewildered, pondering when he had encountered such an impressive figure. Even his idol would not engage in such behavior. Ahem, wait a moment. I believe you're mistaken. We do not know this individual. He must be using us as a scapegoat. Indeed, you are shielding this person, which compounds your crime. Juhua declared. Enough, it is time to send you on your way. Fifth soul skill, gathering of cold blossoms. No. Despair etched on the faces of all Shrek members, their hearts filled with loathing for Su Feiyu. Skyward strike. What? Fortunately, Tang Hao made a timely entrance, saving everyone by striking Juhua away with a single blow. Dad, you've come. Tang Hao's expression turned grave as he gazed in the direction Juhua had been sent flying. Why would the spirit hall seek trouble with Shrek? Could it be that mysterious figure? But didn't he claim to be from the spirit hall? Yes, little 3, you must grow stronger on your own. You have seen it. This world is one where the weak are devoured by the strong. When others wish to kill you, you may not even have the chance to resist. Understood. Your Highness, I did not expect to find you here. Tang Hao's demeanor shifted upon hearing the master's voice. Indeed. I was merely passing by. Why would the spirit hall target you? I'm uncertain, but it seems to be related to someone named Su Feiyu. What? Su Feiyu? It's him. What is it, Your Highness? Do you know this individual? Could he truly be one of us from Shrek? This situation appears to be quite troublesome. You should find a place to hide and avoid detection by the spirit hall for now. I need to investigate this matter. Understood. At this moment, Tang San stepped forward, unwilling to retreat. Dad, I do not wish to evade. I yearn to grow stronger. If one merely exists in avoidance, how can one achieve strength? The esteemed teacher has stated that participating in the soul battle is pivotal for a soul master's ascendance. I believe it is imperative to confront challenges head-on. Tang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the master, astonished that he had not heard of the necessity of engaging in soul battles to enhance one's prowess. Is this not intrinsically linked to innate talent? The master, feeling awkward, averted his gaze from Tang Hao. Little 3, always remember that you can only rely on yourself. Understood? Your teacher is not someone you can depend upon. Dad, I find your words somewhat perplexing. It is nothing. Just take care of yourself. Tang Hao cast a glance at Xiao Wu and instantly teleported away. Chapter 30. The performers in an instant. The 5-person competition commenced. From this point onward, anything is possible. Everyone, this is not my concern. Were it not for the arrangements of the big sister, I would not be inclined to assist you, Bai Ji said helplessly. As for Su Chen, I am left pondering why, with such invincible strength, he does not dominate all. This leaves me utterly speechless. Su Qing silently gazed at Su Chen. At this moment, all she desired was to indulge in gaming and savor delicious food, allowing the chosen one of this world to flourish, and then effortlessly resolve matters on her own. Su Chen, too, finds himself in a state of helplessness as he gazes at the ceiling, reflecting on the intricacies of life. Do you understand the reason behind this? Why? You may ask. It is simply because I am utterly bored. Furthermore, my other half hails from the spirit hall, and it would be unwise for me to oppose her. She has shared her aspirations with me, expressing her desire for the spirit hall to dominate the continent, rather than remaining in our current state of division. Su Qing absent-mindedly scratched her ear, pondering our connection. If you aspire to be the master of this world, I would not hesitate to assist you. However, the question remains. Who exactly is Qianrenxue? I can perceive her arrogance and haughtiness, which far exceeds that of Gu Yuna. Do you think I desire this? It is merely a consequence of your actions. Initially, I sought only to alleviate my boredom, perhaps engage in minor mischief, but your presence has escalated matters significantly. Is it not customary for men to indulge in fleeting romances? Do you not revel in the pleasures of life, only to discard them afterward? Thus, I consider myself to be aiding you. Where did you acquire such platitudes? Su Chen gazed at Su Qing, utterly bewildered. Su Qing cast a glance at Su Chen, lifting her phone screen towards him. This is it. Initially, I failed to comprehend your kind, believing that men were merely fickle, drawn to multiple women without consequence. However, what I find utterly intolerable is when men abandon women after they become pregnant, in the instances of drunken domestic violence. That truly vexes me. Su Chun grimaced at her words. So, must we condemn all men for the actions of a few? Women have their flaws too. Do you assume every woman is as pure as Gu Yuna? Indeed, I acknowledge that some women are not virtuous, yet they are but a minority. Nevertheless, men seem to have a far greater share of faults, she retorted. This must be what they refer to as the T0 level. I had never encountered such a phenomenon in reality until now, and to think I would meet one from the primordial era. Goodness. Su Chun, what do you mean by that? Can you not engage in a rational discussion? Engage in reason with a woman? That would be sheer madness. Focus on your game. Since you are unwilling to assist me, I shall resolve this myself. I have faith in my own abilities. When will you return my rank? Wait, we were discussing men and women. And now we're on ranks? Rest assured, I will help you reach the rank of king. You must trust in me. Trust you, men? I would sooner believe in the existence of ghosts than take your words at face value. Cough, cough. Ghosts do exist in this world. Initially, I was a skeptic. But now I am convinced. Su Chun was spouting nonsense with utmost seriousness. Enough. There's no need for the two of you to quarrel. Since the meeting has concluded, let us adhere to the regulations and register together tomorrow. Bai Ji rubbed her temples, remaining silent, as she anticipated that these two might end up in a brawl. Look at Bai Ji, how gentle she is, like a graceful goose. And then there's you, a human, yet you lack the gentility of a mere goose. Domestic violence, every day. What does that even mean? I swear I'll bite you to death. Look, you're at it again. Biting. Are you afflicted with rabies? Off you go. Off you go. If you're unwell, seek treatment. I'm not a veterinarian. Su Qing's face flushed and her neck thickened. She puffed her cheeks and instantly transported herself to Su Chen's front, raising her head to deliver a forceful strike. Bang. The room trembled violently, resembling an earthquake. This was a singular occurrence, and indeed the final one. Next time, I shall wield not my head but a blade. Su Chen felt a rush of stars in his eyes as he shook his head. He was about to speak, but upon witnessing Su Qing's expression, which resembled that of someone preparing to slaughter a pig, he found himself at a loss for words. Never mind. A true gentleman does not engage in quarrels with a lady. Couldn't he help but stifle a laugh? She thought the large bump on Su Chen's forehead appeared rather disproportionate. Su Chen, are you all right? I'm fine. Your husband is indeed a man. Oh, really? A man? You say? Are you certain you are not merely a trainee who has been practicing for 2.5 years, you little pigeon? Su Qing, with a smirk, derided. How dare you utter another word? You audacious child. How dare you insult my beloved pigeon? I shall not hold back. If you have the courage, let us settle this one-on-one. Humph. Unable to contain their disbelief, Bai Ji and Emperor Tian stood silently to the side, covering their faces in exasperation, as they found Su Chun and his companion to be quite the oddities. Su Chun, I feel weary. Shall we retire for a while? Gyuna grasped Su Chen's hand gently. Su Chun was rendered utterly flustered by that gentle voice. He gently tousled Gyuna's hair and said, Very well. My dear, I shall accompany you to sleep. Su Chun turned her head, shifting to a defiant expression. Let me tell you, Su Qing. Today I have chosen to spare you. Next time, I shall undoubtedly seek a decisive victory. Humph. Who is afraid of whom? Su Chen escorted Gyuna back to their room to rest. Su Qing continued to ascend to her rank, while everyone else gradually prepared themselves. In the early morning, everyone donned their attire and enjoyed a light breakfast before heading to the Grand Seoul Arena of Soto City. Remember, do not be afraid, just go for it. Those novices are not a match for you, someone remarked. Such needless chatter. I am being cautious to ensure our success. Do you not understand? Another responded. Unfortunately, that vessel of yours will never be shattered. Upon arriving at the Seoul Battle Conference Room, Master gazed solemnly at the documents in his hands. This is our first battle for Shrek. We must showcase the might of our academy. Master, are you certain? From what I understand, our first opponent is the Tyrannosaurus team, who have never been defeated, Ma Hongjun expressed, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure. The master shot a stern look at Ma Hongjun. According to my research, the Tyrannosaurus team appears to have no background, as if they materialized from thin air. This team was founded by a brother-sister duo named Su Chen and Su Qing, possessing unknown martial spirits and a soul power of level 30. While I recognize this as a monumental challenge, remember that Shrek exists to cultivate monsters. Teacher, I understand. Let us devise a strategy. I believe that united, we can overcome any obstacle. What nonsense! Do you grasp the significance of winning 60 consecutive matches? Unity alone cannot dictate the outcome, Dai Mubai interjected, showing no regard for the master. Tang Xin frowned at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai? You must not speak like that of our teacher. He is your mentor, not mine. Besides, this is inherently an unfair soul battle. You are all aware of the Tyrannosaurus team's strength. They have achieved consecutive victories without even invoking their martial spirits. I must ask, can you accomplish the same? I will take on the challenge. That is how one grows stronger. Sighed Tang San. One must confront reality. You know that. You may consider yourself a genius, but remember, every soul master possesses varying talents. Enough, the master admonished. Before we have even begun the competition, you are already bickering amongst yourselves. How will you stand united in battle thereafter? Tang San clenched his fists, fully aware of the daunting nature of the upcoming fight, yet he never shied away from adversity. Meanwhile, Su Chen and his companions in the conference room were having the attendant present information about their opponents. Su Chen toyed with the golden soul coin in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. He had not anticipated encountering Tang San so soon. The spectacle was about to commence. Su Chen, why is it that just as we prepare for the five-man competition, we find ourselves facing Tang San and his team? Are they here merely to cause trouble? Su Chen rolled her eyes, dismissing the matter with indifference. Let us take them down one by one. By the way, Su Qing, do be gentle later. We mustn't accidentally kill that fellow. After all, he is the protagonist, and if he perishes, our enjoyment will be thoroughly diminished. Su Qing smiled gently, assuring herself that she possessed the discernment needed. She cast a glance at the others, reminding them that they were to address all matters with utmost seriousness. Remember, she said, let them witness hope, only to be met with despair. As both teams took to the stage, anticipation for this battle was palpable. Enough with the trivialities, she declared. The forthcoming clash will pit the Tyrannosaurus squad against the Shrek 7. With the judge's command, Tang San and his companions promptly summoned their martial spirits, bracing themselves for the confrontation. In contrast, Su Chun appeared remarkably at ease, not even releasing his martial spirit. Observing this scene, the members of Shrek understood the implications and dared not underestimate their opponent. Just then, Su Qing made her move, her speed akin to lightning as she teleported behind Ning Rongrong. Realizing the urgency, Tang San immediately shouted a warning to Ning Rongrong. Overwhelmed by Su Qing's imposing aura, Ning Rongrong stood frozen, her body trembling and drenched in sweat. Su Qing gently tapped Ning Rongrong's shoulder with her delicate fingers, exclaiming, "Ah, what an impressive hidden weapon! How utterly shameless you are!" Su Qing was immediately sent flying by Ning Rongrong, crashing to the ground and clutching her chest. Ning Rongrong appeared utterly bewildered, as did all the members of Shrek, who stared at her in astonishment. Su Chen's mouth fell agape, a wave of goosebumps coursing through his body as he experienced an unprecedented sense of embarrassment. Su Qing collapsed onto the ground, raising an eyebrow at Su Chun, silently asking, "What do you think? Is my acting superb?" BG regarded Su Chun with evident skepticism, questioning, "Didn't you say that he was supposed to overcome the girl at the tower, only for her to strike and send Su Qing flying? This doesn't seem right to me." "Of course it doesn't. I'm utterly mortified. My intention was to instill hope in them, only to then plunge them into despair. I never anticipated feeling this despair myself. What a disgrace. Brother, why don't I just intervene directly? I feel I could effortlessly crush these little human kids," the Sea Demon King remarked indignantly. "It's so simple to resolve this. I don't understand why we must perform. It's unacceptable. We must respect this profession. But this is exceedingly frustrating. Enough chatter. Are you the elder brother or am I? All right, I understand. Ning Rongrong, are you all right?" Ning Rongrong remained dazed, unable to regain her composure. "Am I really that formidable? I could sense the aura of death just now." A voice interrupted everyone from Shrek Academy. "I apologize. My sister can be quite mischievous. I hope you all will forgive us. However, the competition must continue, and we won't be going easy on you." Su Chen cleared his throat and stated firmly. Tang San, with unwavering resolve, declared, "We shall not back down. Let our strength speak for itself." No sooner had he spoken than Tang San charged forward. He understood that a swift resolution was imperative, or the situation would grow increasingly unfavorable for them. However, Su Chen merely sidestepped his attack with ease, and then delivered a powerful punch towards Tang San's abdomen. In response, Tang San activated his purple extreme demon eye, stepping on Su Chen's fist to create distance. Su Chen wore a solemn expression. Although he was aware of the presence of water in the equation, he understood the necessity of performing his role with utmost dedication. Humph. Not bad. You are the first person to make me serious. It appears that you have not exerted your full strength. There are no worthless martial souls. Only inept soul masters. Your statement is indeed flawed. If there are no worthless martial souls, then what of your teacher? And if there are no inept soul masters, what of your mentor? It seems he himself is quite the failure, which is tantamount to self-deprecation. Haha. You seek your own demise. Tang San, filled with wrath, directed his dragon whisker needle straight at Su Chen. Su Chen exchanged a knowing glance with the Sea Demon Whale King, who promptly positioned itself protectively in front of him. With a sudden thud, the Sea Demon Whale King collapsed, clutching its chest, fingers trembling as it pointed accusingly at Tang San, branding him a despicable villain. Tang San was taken aback, astonished at the unexpected potency of his dragon beard needle. The 9 treasures turned out to be exquisite, indeed renowned. Ning Rongrong began reciting the soul incantation of her 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Meanwhile, the other members of Shrek unleashed their abilities, launching an assault towards Su Chen. Su Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he softly remarked, "Have you finally decided to take this seriously? However, that is still insufficient." With that, he swiftly dodged the onslaught of attacks from the crowd. Tang San's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated Su Chen's speed to be so astonishing. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Damubai unleashed a beam of light towards Su Chen. Su Chen, with his hands clasped protectively over his chest, exclaimed, "Damn, is this truly the legendary wave? Indeed, it is formidable." Ah. Su Chen collapsed to the ground. Gu Yuna and Bai Ji gazed at Su Chen and Su Qing, feeling a profound sense of disbelief. "Big sister, must we continue this charade? I feel as though I am losing my mind, following this lunatic here. To be frank, I never anticipated that Su Chen would behave in such a manner. I find myself somewhat repulsed." "Big sister, don't even mention it. I share your sentiments. Only 2 of them remained. Let us conclude this swiftly." Damubai glanced at Gu Yuna and Bai Ji across from him and promptly urged, "Tang San, what are you lost in thought about? Victory is within our grasp. Why are our formidable opponents so feeble? Tang San, what absurdity are you pondering? We must act quickly and decisively." Oh. Tang San also dismissed his thoughts. Victory was of paramount importance. With a burst of speed, Damubai clenched his fist and aimed a strike at Gu Yuna's chest. Su Chen immediately opened his eyes. Damn. His wife was taken advantage of, and she was pretending to be dead. This is not how the story should unfold. Chapter 31. The Rift Between Flander and Yu Xiaojiang. As Su Chen sprang into action, he slammed his palm against the ground, propelling himself forward in a fierce charge towards Damubai. "You seek death," he exclaimed, upon witnessing Su Chen's aggressive advance. Damubai shouted in alarm and immediately raised his hand to defend himself. Bang! Ah! Mubai! Boss die! Damubai! In an instant, Damubai was struck by an overwhelming force, sent hurtling off the stage, landing heavily. A surge of warmth flooded his chest, and with a gasp, he lost consciousness. Bang! Yu Xiaojiang looked on in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. How despicable! What are they doing? They are attempting murder. Su Qing and all the members of the Tyrannosaurus team gazed at Su Chen with expressions of utter disbelief. Su Chen paid no heed to the gazes directed at him, swiftly rushing to Gyuna's side to examine her well-being. "How are you, my love? Are you all right?" Gyuna, exasperated, covered her head and replied, "Su Chen, why are you being so exposed? That person poses no threat to me. Nevertheless, it's unacceptable for others to have direct contact with my wife. Right now, I feel as if the clouds in the sky are all tinted green." The two exchanged affectionate glances. Entirely oblivious to the myriad reactions surrounding them, some gritted their teeth in frustration, others wore expressions of incredulity, while a few looked on with envy, and others clapped in amusement. Su Qing abruptly rose to her feet, her face flushed with indignation. She stormed over to Su Chen, delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling off the stage. How infuriating. While others toiled diligently in their performances, he had the audacity to reveal himself before the act even commenced. It was his idea. Yet he was the first to be unmasked. He was even less reliable than a mere fish. Su Chen was hurled off the arena, momentarily taken aback as he gazed at Su Qing. "What are you doing? Please, my wife should not be touched by other men. How could I possibly remain indifferent?" The pressing question was whether that golden-haired fellow could truly lay a finger on her. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 members of the Tyrannosaurus squad rose to their feet, gathering together. "Boss, what should we do? Our leader is utterly unreliable. Wasn't it said that we should first offer hope before delivering despair? Yet, they have not even despaired." Su Qing sighed. deciding it was best to advance to the next rank swiftly and alone, as it mattered little who took the lead. The likes of Guyu, Bai Ji, and the deep-sea demon whale king stepped back to allow Su Qing to take the position. Tang Xin gritted his teeth, feeling deeply insulted. He desired nothing more than to triumph over Su Qin in a fair battle, rather than be granted an easy victory. "You will perish," he exclaimed, unleashing his first soul skill, blue-silver bamboo blade. Countless blades formed from the blue-silver grass surged forth, aimed directly at Su Qing. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing activated her first soul skill, Phantom Stab. She vanished, accelerating with explosive speed, her fingers transforming into claws as she unleashed her attack. Alas, why must it come to this? Enough. Have you finished with your skills? Now it is my turn. Celestial Technique. All swords return to the origin. Su Qing leaped into the air, a cascade of golden sword rain materializing behind her, launching a direct assault on Tang San. "Everyone, defend yourselves," Tang San shouted urgently. Alas, it was too late. Countless blades of the sword rain pierced through the 4 members of the Shrek team. Tang San fell to the ground, pounding the earth with his fists in frustration. How infuriating. Su Qing clapped her hands, exclaiming, "The boss is truly remarkable. I, her junior, am in complete awe." The deep-sea demon whale king flattered, "Indeed, that's only natural. Little fish speaks the truth. However, we mustn't slay them. Su Qin insists we keep them for some amusement." "Is that so? What a pity. It would have been splendid if I could absorb them. Though these little ones possess low soul power, even ants are still flesh," the boss remarked. "So what exactly are we here for?" Biji asked, her face a picture of confusion as she gazed at Guyuna. Guyuna waved her hand dismissively. "I have no idea. In any case, I am here to accompany my husband. You must be here to watch the show, right?" Su Qin rushed over, gazing at the fallen members of Shrek. "You didn't kill them, did you? If you did, what will we do for fun in the future? Rest assured, I have already spared their lives." "Oh, in that case, let's go." "Wait a moment." Su Qin looked at Su Qing with a puzzled expression. He glanced at the 4 individuals lying on the arena behind her. "Are you intent on eliminating them completely? How could that be? Look at me. It would be excessive to bully the weak. Should we call an ambulance for them?" Su Qin, disinterested in the antics of the eccentric Su Qing, took hold of Guyuna and departed. "Hey, why are you running? Answer me. Are you going to call or not? Call you a celestial board? A celestial board? I am a celestial being. Why is there a board involved? What does that even mean?" Su Qing inquired, her face a canvas of confusion. "It simply implies that you are exceedingly beautiful, that your entire being radiates beauty, both inside and out." "Ah, I see," Su Qing nodded thoughtfully. The deep-sea demon whale king, unable to remain silent, remarked, "Sister Su, he refers to you, stating that aside from your beauty, you possess little else. Isn't that a good thing? This celestial maiden is inherently lovely. How could that possibly be a flaw?" Of course it is good. But he also criticized you for lacking intellect. Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing the words of the deep-sea demon whale king, Su Qing pondered over Su Qin's previous remarks. She swiftly regained her composure and glanced in Su Qin's direction, only to find that not a single shadow remained. "Su Qin, I shall not rest until you and I are at odds for eternity." Su Qing teleported away in an instant, leaving the sea demon whale king helpless to follow suit. The arena fell into a profound silence. Yu Xiaojiang rushed to the platform to assess the situation and turned to Flanders, inquiring, "Flanders, what has become of them?" Flanders, utilizing his soul power, examined the scene and shook his head. "Their bones have endured severe trauma, particularly Mu Bai, whose hands are fractured, and he has sustained grave internal injuries that will take a considerable time to heal." "What? How could this happen?" Yu Xiaojiang's eyes glazed over, and he sank to the ground, his legs weak. "Alas, I warned you before, urging you not to rush. Their strength was still lacking, yet you refused to listen. Now, they may be unable to wield their soul power for a significant period, suffering such grave injuries." "Silence. It is impossible. According to my theory, the Tyrannosaurus battle team cannot be this formidable. They must be cheating." Yu Xiaojiang shouted frantically, his eyes ablaze with desperation. With a sharp slap, Flanders struck him, his gaze filled with skepticism. "I never anticipated you to be this kind of person, Xiaojiang. I misjudged you. I must be right. They are undoubtedly cheating." "Flanders, believe me once more." "Impossible. You may take Tang San and Xiao Wu. They are your students." "What did you say back then?" "I entrusted my students to you. And all you did was have them carry stones. What else did you accomplish?" "Xiaojiang, my doubts do not stem from mistrust in you. It is a legitimate concern that anyone would have. Do not assume that your knowledge is beyond scrutiny. Impossible. All of this is mine. My theories cannot be flawed. Flanders. I warn you, if you continue this nonsense, I will not be courteous. Flanders sneered, showing no regard as he retorted. Do you believe you are still the esteemed elder you of yore? You are now merely a subject of ridicule. You are unworthy of being a teacher. Mubai warned you from the outset, yet your arrogance alongside Tang Sen led to this outcome. Why should others be wrong while you alone are right? I caution you. You Xiaojiang, leave Shrek at once, or do not blame me for disregarding our brotherhood. With that, the two parted ways. Flanders, unable to tolerate arrogance that disregarded the safety of students for the sake of proving a worthless theory. Were it not for the connections of the dragon, he might have resorted to violence. Flanders, stop right there. Yu Xiaojiang called out, but Flanders disregarded him and departed. Trembling, Yu Xiaojiang clenched his fists, filled with discontent. Finally, they arrived back at their lodgings, utterly exhausted. As everyone sipped tea and engaged in conversation, Gu Yuna and Bai Ji sat beside Su Qing, observing her as she played on her phone. Su Qin sat with his legs crossed, lost in contemplation. The group led by Tang San was trivial, akin to mere ants. What truly troubled me was the mysterious coffin I encountered with Su Qing in the cosmos. Why did such an object manifest? The system had previously asserted my invincibility. Apart from Su Qing, yet that day I genuinely felt an overwhelming pressure. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The Sea Demon Whale King strode in. Boss. It appears that Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder have had a falling out. Perhaps, as you suggested, Shrek may no longer exist. Su Qin was momentarily taken aback. This was something he had not anticipated. Elder brother, would you allow me to join them and integrate them into our ranks? Su Qin cast a sidelong glance at the deep-sea demon whale king and remarked, you seem to indulge in your cravings daily. Perhaps you should temper your consumption. The military expenses of this nation do not require your contribution. What do you mean, big brother? I do not comprehend, he replied. That is precisely the point. You must remember to be an obedient fish, came the response. Understood, big brother, Su Qin affirmed. What shall we do next? Su Qing inquired as she played a game. Let us first assess the situation. Alternatively, we may wait for the academy to conclude its affairs. You all can remain here while I seek out Qian Renshua. Su Qin explained. What do you need her for? Isn't sister-in-law here? Su Qing asked, puzzled. I have matters to discuss with her, particularly regarding future developments. As for Tang San, it matters not how he evolves. Even if he commands a myriad of troops, he shall not breach my defenses. All right, I understand. But what is this attire you are wearing? Su Qin glanced at the phone that Su Qing had handed him. After observing it and stroking his chin in contemplation for a moment, he spoke, Isn't this a garment from the Warring States period? What is this? Do you have an affinity for it? Su Qing nodded, appreciating the elegant and dignified appearance of the garment. I have a fondness for such attire. You, a celestial being, find pleasure in mortal clothing? The ancient robe you currently wear is quite splendid, Su Qin remarked, glancing up and down at Su Qing. Are we, as young women, not permitted to admire clothing? She retorted. Hurry, craft me a piece. I wish to wear it. Ah, but I lack the skills for such a task. I am but a man. How can you expect me to create garments? That is of no concern to me. You shall find a way. Su Qin glanced at Su Qing, who appeared indifferent, and sighed. All right, just contact those clothing stores to place an order. Why trouble me with this? When the time comes, you can simply show them the pictures on your phone. Understood. Would you like to have a set made as well? Su Qin suspected that he had misheard. Wait. What did you say? I didn't catch that. I asked if you would like that set. Here are some outfits for boys. Let me show you. Su Qing swiped her finger across the screen of her phone and held it up to Su Qin's face. Su Qin scrutinized the attire before him, tilting his head as he regarded the solemn Su Qing. Brother, this is the dragon robe worn by the first emperor. Are you suggesting that a mere mortal like me don such garments, as if to declare myself an emperor? He pondered briefly. True. Dragon robes are typically worn by mortal sovereigns, yet it matters little here. There are no emperors present. Once I depart, you can manage this place in my stead. With a dismissive wave, he added, Enough. I am earnestly conversing with you, and you propose that I work for you? I assure you, that is out of the question. Su Qin has no interest in becoming an emperor. Who among modern individuals, with their bellies full and nothing to do, would aspire to such a role? In a world steeped in Western culture, the very notion of ruling as an emperor seems utterly bizarre. I shall disregard this matter. My sister is departing. Su Qing took Gu Yuna and departed. Su Qin stroked his chin with a mischievous grin, admiring the graceful silhouette of Gu Yuna. Indeed, Such a figure would be a pity not to be adorned in the elegant attire of the Warring States. However, I seem to recall that the Warring States robe is not meant for such a style. Suchin stood alone in the living room, wearing a smile that was both mischievous and charming. He contemplated preparing some attire for Qian Rinxue as well. As a Han individual, it was only fitting that his wife don traditional garments rather than modest skirts. Such choices would be a disgrace to elegance. With this thought, Suchin felt an invigorating clarity and departed from the room. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue found herself lost in contemplation, her mind too agitated to focus on her cultivation. Xiaoxue, calm your heart. How can you hope to grow stronger in such a state? Yes, I understand, grandfather, she replied. But I cannot bear the thought of encountering that insufferable brat. If I do, I swear I shall eliminate him. Hearing her grandfather's irate admonishment, Qian Rinxue swallowed hard, wishing fervently that Su Qin would keep his distance. Suddenly, a young man appeared in Qian Rinxue's chamber. Qian Douluo and Qian Rinxue, upon hearing the disturbance, turned to face each other. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Su Qin glanced at the man before him, stroking his chin in contemplation. Hey there. Who are you, old man? How dare you intrude into my wife's room? The man bore a slight resemblance to someone familiar. Qian Douluo, listening to Su Qin's words, quickly grasped the situation. This was indeed the pig that had taken advantage of his granddaughter. Humph. So it was you. This wretched brat, who has been so brazen. What is your purpose here? Are you planning to silence me for good? Oh, I must say, I didn't see that coming. Old man. Wait, granddaughter. Su Qin cast a glance at Qian Douluo, who stood behind Qian Rinxue. Uncertain, he gestured slightly, and the silent Qian Rinxue subtly nodded her head. Is this the moment of meeting the parents? Su Qin's breath hitched. Humph. You cannot pretend that we have not met before. I remember vividly what transpired with Bibi Dong. Let me make it clear that I am not oblivious to your intentions. Although I cannot discern the full extent of your capabilities, I am well aware of various matters, both significant and trivial. I could never entrust little Shui to someone like you. I find it utterly impossible to place my trust in a person of your character. Qian Douluo, in a fit of anger, pointed at Su Qin, fervently expressing his grievances, with spittle flying onto Su Qin's face. Su Qin's forehead bulged with veins as he exclaimed, Hey, old Dingbi, do not test my patience. I am here today to rob you. Your granddaughter is quite lovely and would make an excellent consort for my stronghold. Be wise and quickly vacate the premises. What did you call me? Qian Douluo exclaimed in disbelief. Old Dingbi, have you lived too long and become hard of hearing? Ah, you infuriate me. I initially considered sparing you for the sake of Xiaoxue, but today you shall not leave this sacred hall. Pfft. Who do you think you're looking down upon? If it weren't for your connection to Qian Rinxue, you would have already found eternal rest on the ground. Qian Rinxue was at a loss for how to intervene, only able to plead, Xiaoxue, remember that you are my granddaughter, Qian Daoliu's kin. If you choose to associate with this young man, do not call me grandfather henceforth. Grandfather, can you all just cease this quarrel? Qian Rinxue, do you think so little of me, Su Qin? I assure you, if you join me, you shall enjoy a life of luxury. I am far wealthier than your grandfather. Just look at him. Although he appears youthful, the darkness on his brow suggests he has little time left. Ah, you dare insult me. First soul skill, angelic confinement. Su Qin cast a disdainful glance at the unmoving Qian Douluo. He approached and contemptuously patted Qian Daoliu's shoulder. Qian Douluo, bewildered, could not comprehend why he was immobilized. Old man, let me tell you, times are changing. Why must you soul masters announce your skills aloud? They can be unleashed without a declaration, he sighed, shaking his head as if imparting wisdom to a stubborn child. Come on, Qian Rinxue, follow your brother. I'll take you to the bow of the ship. However, grandfather Qian Rinxue appeared hesitant, unable to fathom that Su Qin possessed such formidable strength. Chapter 32. The Three Maidens' Revelry. Don't be like that. First, let me give you a kiss. Su Qin lifted Qian Rinxue effortlessly, planting a gentle kiss upon her lips. Qian Rinxue gazed at him in utter astonishment. You. My grandfather is right beside us. Fear not. Your grandfather is advanced in years and relies on you for his care. He shall not hold this against you. Is that truly the case? Indeed it is. Just observe your grandfather. His hair is as white as snow. How could he possibly hold a grudge against you? Qian Rinxue glanced at Qian Douluo, noticing the patches of silver in his hair. Well, Su Qin, you do make a valid point. However, I cannot leave with you. If I do, will not my martial spirit fall into the hands of that woman? Slap. Ah, why did you strike me? Qian Rinxue exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Su Qin. What do you mean by that woman? She is my mother-in-law. We are family. Why squabble among ourselves? I assure you, if you accompany me, you will come to realize that the spirit hall is not of paramount importance. Furthermore, I have news regarding your father. MMM. Douluo. Upon hearing this, began to struggle vehemently, cursing inwardly, damn. How can this brat-ass skills be so enduring? Suchin looked at Douluo with a face full of skepticism. He then glanced at the inquisitive Rushua and immediately grasped the unfolding situation. Ahem, it is nothing. I suddenly forgot. Rushua, let us proceed. All right then, could you possibly release my grandfather? Ah, this is quite simple. Suchin waved his hand, lifting the restraints on Douluo. Once free from the shackles, Douluo took a deep breath, enduring his humiliation, regaining his composure. He glared fiercely at Suchin and declared, Boy, if you wish to take my granddaughter, you must first contend with me, this old man. Suchin cast a fleeting glance at Douluo, who was resolute in his determination to fight to the death. Kill him. After uttering those words, Suchin swiftly teleported away with Rushua in his arms, leaving behind a bewildered Douluo, who pointed at the empty space in astonishment. So fast. Wait. Where did that brat go? Ah, how infuriating. I, Douluo, shall not rest until we settle this. Upon returning to Suchin's residence, Rushua remained in a daze. She surveyed her surroundings and exclaimed, Suchin, you are incredibly swift. Suchin was taken aback by a remark from Rushua, resulting in an immediate jolt to his back. Ahem, Rushua, you must bear in mind that one should never disclose a man's secrets, right? But why should that be the case? Just consider that night. Upon hearing this, Rushua reflected deeply on the events of that evening, her face flushing with embarrassment, her neck growing warm, radiating heat. So, why have you summoned me today? Surely, it cannot be for those matters, considering you are already married. Do not jump to conclusions. I simply found myself thinking of you unexpectedly. Humph. I knew you would take advantage of me. The two found themselves together, the air around them thick with the sweet scent of budding romance. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed through the room, Bongxia Kalaka. Both were momentarily stunned, and Rushua, with a puzzled expression, looked towards the door and inquired, Suchin, what is that noise outside? Suchin suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. After exchanging a few words with Rushua, he gritted his teeth and departed from his room. Suchin stood at the entrance of the house before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it belonged to Suchin. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open. What is going on? What on earth? You were engrossed in your game, and suddenly you've taken to dancing? Are you rebelling? Suchin stormed in, his expression one of disbelief. He beheld three girls adorned with sunglasses, energetically dancing on the bed, twisting and turning with exuberance. Goodness! Suchin noticed that his wife was among the girls, and his heart tightened. This simply could not be allowed. His gentle and kind spouse must not be led astray by Suchin. He immediately approached and took Gu Yuna by the arm. What are you doing? Let go of my sister-in-law. Come on, she is merely my wife. Why should she listen to you? You are just my adopted sister. And where did you get those sunglasses? They actually look quite stylish. No, seriously, tell me where those sunglasses came from. And why are you taking my gentle and cultured wife to a dance party? Have you lost your mind? It's none of your business. She is my sister-in-law. And I am your sister, adopted. Blood is thicker than water, as you said. Are you looking for a fight? In an instant, Suchin's temper flared, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage. He shouted, Humph. A true gentleman does not quarrel with a lady, especially not with a sister. Fine. I'll let it slide this time, but we need some peace here. And how did this goose end up at the dance party? Suchin, exuding a sense of exasperation, pointed an accusatory finger at the blissfully oblivious Biji. Biji's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she sought refuge on a nearby chair. It's not even your sister, she retorted. Your sister asserts that girls should do whatever they please. Why must we heed the opinions of you insufferable men? Indeed, she continued, her conviction growing stronger, I find her reasoning quite compelling. Am I to be deprived of my ability to dance? As my sister Suchin suggests. This is a time for girls to embrace their freedom. Suchin wore a bewildered expression as he glanced at the smug Suchin. Had he known better, he would never have handed her his phone. Look at you, a girl who neither earns money nor refrains from causing chaos. Today it's dancing at a nightclub, tomorrow. Will it be blowing up planets? Such unruliness. Humph, I have my wealth, so what? You're still spending my money. So what if I rely on my charm? If you're dissatisfied, why don't you try it yourself? The three girls regarded Suchin with disdain. Oh, how shameless. Wait, my dear. How could you say such a thing about me? This is bad. It has even been long. And they say that the folly of one can easily infect those nearby. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Who are you calling foolish? Girls. Let us go. If you come at me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Half an hour later, Su Chen found himself bound tightly by Su Qing, secured to a cross crafted from sacred wood. His visage was marred with expressions of distress. Do you not observe the scene? Sensing that the situation had escalated beyond reasonable bounds. Su Qing, don't you think this is a tad excessive? Sister-in-law, she replied, let me tell you. Men need to be taught a lesson. If we don't, they can easily stray and indulge in frivolities. Just look at him. He has brought back another woman today. Who knows, tomorrow he might return with a whole entourage. Surely, you wouldn't want your husband to be unfaithful, would you? Upon hearing Su Qing's mention of another woman, do you not demeanor turned icy? You are right, Su Qing. Men indeed need to be reprimanded. Hee. You're the best, sister-in-law. Come on, I've just learned a new game that's quite entertaining. What kind of game? Why, it's the thrilling and exhilarating Ludo. Is it fun? Absolutely. Come on, let me teach you how to play. The three women returned to Su Qing's room, eager to engage in their newfound amusement. Meanwhile, Qian Rinshui emerged, having heard the commotion from the outset, her expression one of utter disbelief. Su Chen cast a glance at the departing figures of the three women, then gently lowered his gaze to observe Qian Rinshui. Oh, that little snowflake, can you not? Humph. Scoundrel. As Qian Rinshui walked away, she headed to find Su Qing and the others. Su Chen was taken aback. What had he done this time? It seemed he had not done anything noteworthy. Ahem. Teacher. Teacher. Tang San's feeble voice called out to Yu Xiaojiang. Upon hearing the call, Yu Xiaojiang hurried over. Xiao San, are you all right? Teacher, I'm fine. Where have Mubai and the others gone? Why is only Xiao Wu here? Humph. Flender dismissed us, casting us out of Shrek. But do not worry. I have a plan. Indeed, I have faith in you, teacher. Teacher, this battle has been immensely beneficial for me. It has taught me what it means to be insignificant like an ant. I yearn to grow stronger, so that I may protect you all. Ah, what a commendable disciple. I never imagined that I, Yu Xiaojiang, would be blessed with such a remarkable student. Teacher, where shall we go next? Tang San inquired. Yu Xiaojiang pondered for a moment before responding. We shall seek refuge with others. I believe that their perspectives will not mirror Flinder's. Very well, wherever you go. I shall follow. Su Chen and his companions were strolling down the street when a cacophony of laughter erupted from a group of children, prompting Su Chen to exclaim, Hurry up, let's move quickly. In Su Chen's gaze, a sudden expression of disdain emerged as he witnessed a group of children tormenting a cluster of kittens. One mother cat desperately shielded her offspring with her body, while the children relentlessly trampled upon her. This familiar scene evoked memories of his time on Blue Star. What was the matter? As Su Chen sat in the car, peering through the window, he observed a group of children engaged in some unknown mischief. The driver glanced over and remarked, Boss, these children are bullying small animals. Is this the norm for children nowadays? Su Chen pondered, nodding thoughtfully. Alas, it's unclear. Perhaps their parents have indulged them too much. Indeed. Xiao Su, do you think we should intervene? The driver, Xiao Su, pulled over, his face displaying surprise as he regarded Su Chen. Having been his chauffeur for only a short while, he perceived Su Chen as merely a wealthy young man, immersed in a life of frivolity. Xiao Su shook his head. Boss, you have a meeting to attend shortly. Ah, I see. Very well then, let us proceed. Su Chen, wishing to distance himself from the scene, waved his hand to signal Xiao Su to drive on. Xiao Su glanced back at the children, each resembling a little demon as they continued to torment the kittens. He recognized that such occurrences were far too prevalent to manage, and besides, it was not his concern. He drove away. Su Chen. Ah, what is it? Did you just recall something? Yu Na inquired. It was then that Su Chen realized everyone was gazing at him. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that since he could not manage everything at once, he would tackle each task individually until he could gain control. With this thought lingering in his mind, he strode toward the group of children amidst their curious glances. Su Chen crouched down and gently patted one of the children. The child turned around, displaying an expression of impatience, asking, What is it? Su Chen observed the expression on the face of the little brat and gestured for patience within himself. Why do you torment the kittens, my dear child? He inquired. What business is it of yours? If I wish to bully, I shall. The little brat displayed a blatant lack of respect, responding immediately, And why do you care? Is it not wrong to bully? Sir, he retorted. This is our affair. I take great pleasure in the pitiful cries of these kittens. They sound far more delightful than humans. Suchin wore an expression of disbelief as he gazed upon the child before him, who appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old. To his astonishment, such a young heart harbored such insidious ambitions. Be good and heed your uncle's words, otherwise, your parents will surely punish you, he warned. The other children, however, found this amusing. Ha ha, uncle, you crack me up. My parents would never strike me. They told me I could bully anyone I wished. Just the other day, I commanded my subordinates to break a little girl's foot. Oh, the sound was simply delightful. Ha! Do you even know what your parents do? Suchin could hardly contain himself at this point. He was indifferent to the surroundings, fully aware that in this world, there existed no laws from a previous life. Here, strength reigned supreme. Suqing approached and noticed that Suchin was in a peculiar mood. What's wrong? Weren't you quite happy at first? Why are you upset? Why so petty? Never mind, let me treat you to something delicious. Please don't be angry. Suqing intended to pull Suchin along, only to realize that she could not budge him at all. A look of confusion crossed her face as she surveyed the scene before her. In an instant, she understood the reason. Alas, in this vast world, how many instances of such tyranny exist? It is often better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Our intervention might only incite disdain among the common folk. This is fate, and we cannot attend to every matter. Su waved his hand, releasing Suqing's grip from his shoulder. His expression was frigid as he gazed upon the child before him. So, your father is quite a formidable figure, is he? One of the children stepped forward with a sense of pride. My father is the Bishop of Tiando. He tells me that these commoners are at my mercy. I can do as I please, even to the extent of taking their lives without consequence. Do you believe that is right? Indeed, I find it utterly delightful. Suchin beheld a group of 7 or 8 children before him, their smiles, in his eyes, resembling those of devils. He chuckled softly. It seems you are beyond redemption. Uncle, what are you babbling about? Suchin approached the child with a beaming smile. He pressed on, tauntingly inquiring if the boy feared death, given his father's position as a bishop of the heavenly Douluo. Upon hearing this, the child swallowed hard. But recalling the formidable nature of his parents, he immediately lifted his chin with pride and declared, Humph, no one would dare to harm me. My father and mother adore me. With a surge of strength, Su Chun pressed down forcefully, and in an instant, the child before him transformed into mere clay. The other 7 children, having never witnessed such a scene, were instantly struck with terror and instinctively sought to flee. Suchin waved his hand, conjuring the 7 thunder technique, aiming at the fleeing child. In less than a second, a heap of flesh and ash appeared on the ground. Qian Rinxue, in disbelief, covered her mouth and gazed at Suchin. As the heir of the spirit hall, she felt compelled to intervene. Yet she could not deny that these children had indeed gone too far. Suchin approached the nearly lifeless mother cat, and beneath her lay 7 kittens, of which 2 had already perished, leaving 5 still alive. The mother cat lifted her gaze to meet Suchin's for a fleeting moment before collapsing to the ground, devoid of breath. Chapter 33. The Bucktooth Brother. Why are these children so merciless? Diana inquired, her brow furrowed as she approached. She felt no sympathy for the little ones, believing they too deserved to perish. Perhaps it is a failure in their upbringing, Qian Rinxue weakly suggested from the side. Let us move on. The matter is resolved. My dear, would you kindly gather these kittens? We shall find a restaurant where we can dine and converse. Suchin remarked with a stretch. Diana waved her hand, causing the kittens to levitate and follow behind them. Some soldiers from the spirit hall approached, but were halted by Qian Rinxue. They eventually located a restaurant and took their seats, all eyes upon the little kittens who were lapping up water. Suqing, with a stoic expression, spoke. Suchin, you don't intend to take care of these little creatures, do you? Suchin took a sip of his drink and glanced at Suqing. These little kittens, their parents entrusted them to me. Honestly, if I were a pauper, I wouldn't take them in. However, since I am financially stable, what does it matter? Let them be entrusted to my care. Guyuna raised her hand and said, well, it's a bit troublesome. It's nothing to worry about, he reassured her. Suchin gazed at Qian Rinxue and spoke. Little Shui, I am aware of your thoughts. Do you believe that my recent punishment was excessively harsh? Indeed, I share your sentiments. Those children can be quite detestable. Yet it is ultimately the responsibility of their parents or teachers. Their transgressions do not warrant such severe consequences. He chuckled lightly, adding, at times, we cannot solely blame the teachers or the parents. What do you mean by that? Suqing interjected eagerly from the side, her excitement palpable. Suchin cast a glare at Suqing, who merely waved her hand dismissively. Su Chen took a sip of his drink and remarked, Xiao Xue. Do you believe that character is more important than academics or vice versa? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Qian Rinxue pondered for a moment before responding, of course. Academics are paramount. Without the guidance of a teacher, how could one possibly cultivate good character? Su Chen shook his head and smiled helplessly. They often say that every profession excels in its own way, yet they also claim that all pursuits are inferior and only scholarly pursuits hold true merit. They proclaim that the early bird catches the worm, but simultaneously warn that the one who stands out may be targeted. They assert that studying is for the nation's rise, yet lament that examinations do not truly assess knowledge. They frequently state that grades are unimportant and character is paramount, yet contradict themselves by questioning the value of poor grades. And what about you? Have you come to a clear understanding of such dilemmas, or have you been compelled to make a choice out of necessity? Qian Rinxue gazed at Su Chen, her heart a tumult of emotions. In her view, it seemed that certain commoners would never have the opportunity to rise, let alone animals. The only change possible would be through the unification of a nation, which might bring about transformation. So, do you believe that those children will grow up to be malevolent? Not necessarily. There are those born with malice, yet we often fail to perceive the circumstances behind their actions and refrain from judgment. Conversely, some are innately good, but the hands behind them may be stained with blood. As for those children, are they inherently wicked and beyond correction? The continent has endured for countless years. And in this era, is it not strength that speaks? Perhaps my recent actions will invite scorn or even assassination. Yet I am willing to embrace the role of the benevolent. This serves as a reminder that since I have entered this world, I must strive to contribute positively, rather than walk the streets and witness the oppression of the common folk while the members of the spirit hall turn a blind eye. I am no saint, to me. My perspective is infallible. I will eliminate whoever I deem necessary without the need for justification. Strength alone will suffice. Su Chen gazed intently at Qian Rinxue, who sighed and nodded. I understand. Regardless of the circumstances, since we share a bond akin to that of a married couple, I shall stand by your side. I, Qian Rinxue, am not one to cower in fear. Rest assured, you shall not perish. I shall protect you. Even if deities descend upon us, I will confront them without hesitation. Such grandiloquence! I wish to ascend to divinity, yet it is uncertain if I shall succeed, Qian Rinxue replied, rolling her eyes. Little Shui, do you comprehend? Sometimes, becoming a deity may not be a blessing. The god you envision, while perhaps exalted, wields countless lives in their hands. Heed my words. Forsake the aspiration for divinity, perhaps the outcome would be more favorable. Impossible. If I do not become a deity, what will become of the spirit hall's future? Shall we rely on that woman? I refuse to be looked down upon by her for the entirety of my life. I shall demonstrate that I, Qian Rinxue, can attain divinity through my own efforts. Upon hearing these words, Guiana's expression shifted, yet she chose to remain silent. Su Chen gazed at Qian Rinxue in silence. Xiao Xue, come, let us have a discussion today. Tell me, whose body did you emerge from? Were you perhaps born of stone? And whose blood courses through your veins? Although she may have wronged you, it was due to her inability to accept the truth. You must consider her feelings, rather than blindly seeking to validate your own existence. Why is it that other mothers cherish their children as if they were their very lives, while you do not feel the same? Instead of reflecting on the reasons behind this disparity, you persist in believing you are in the right. I am aware of your mother's situation, but I cannot disclose it to you, for fear that you may find it too difficult to bear. Do not think it is only her. Any ordinary woman would have long since chosen to end her own life under such circumstances. Yet she chose to bring you into this world. Qian Rinxue looked at Su Chen with a face full of skepticism. Initially, she had intended to inquire about her mother's situation, but upon seeing Su Chen's expression, she realized that he would not divulge anything. Let me ponder this for a moment. I think I understand. At that moment, a server approached. Are you two going to order or not? You've occupied this table for quite some time, and other guests have nowhere to sit. Su Chen wore a perplexed expression as he glanced at Su Qing, who was engrossed in playing Honor of Kings. He gently tapped her and inquired, haven't you cast your vote? Su Qing shrugged and shook her head. Isn't it usually you who makes the decisions? Su Chen appeared utterly bewildered as he glanced at the drink in his hand. How did this wine come about? He inquired. Did I order it? The waiter had asked him what he desired, and when inquiring about his beverage of choice, he simply replied, just bring what you usually serve. So, what's the deal? Aren't you going to order food? Isn't that your responsibility? He retorted. Moreover, I never specified a drink, did I? Su Qing blinked her eyes. Su Chen gritted his teeth as he glanced at Su Qing, patting his chest to signal his restraint. He acknowledged his limitations, murmuring an apology for having gotten carried away. Could you please serve us a portion of your restaurant's signature dishes? The waiter scoffed slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Su Chen. Are you sure? You wouldn't want to overextend yourself, would you? It was not that the waiter looked down upon Su Chen. Rather, he had initially intended to select an expensive bottle of wine. However, the manager advised him to opt for a more affordable choice. Su Chen and his companions had taken an inordinate amount of time to consume a single bottle of wine, leading the waiter to suspect that this group was deliberately attempting to dine without paying for their drinks. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting on his own tempestuous temperament, with a swift motion, he slammed a hefty bag of golden soul coins onto the table. The waiter, upon inspecting the contents, was momentarily blinded by the dazzling brilliance, his eyes sparkling with the allure of wealth. That will suffice, esteemed guest. Please bear with me for a moment. I shall arrange everything for you at once. Very well, proceed, Su Chen replied. Su Chen waved his hand with pride, raising an eyebrow at Gu Yuna beside him. My dear, behold this display of prowess. It doesn't seem particularly impressive, does it? Gu Yuna replied, her understanding somewhat vague. Ahem, you fail to grasp the essence. As the saying goes, wealth can make even the devil dance to one's tune. That is my fortune, Su Chen commented while engrossed in his game. Su Chen shot a defiant glare at Su Chen, questioning, what do you mean by that? Where is my money? It was 100 million. I could have spent it all myself. Su Chen cast a sidelong glance and remarked, did you not instruct Lu Rian to establish a school? She approached me alone, lamenting that funds were insufficient. Thus, I provided her with an additional 200 million. Your share is still lacking. Goodness, is so much money truly necessary? How do I feel as though I have been defrauded? This cannot be right. How would I know? Enough, enough. Do not disturb me as I strive to ascend the ranks. Why are you still playing? All day long, it's nothing but your gaming. Have you reached the pinnacle yet? Not yet. Those insufferable teammates dared to insult my skills. As a Lu Ban, did I not sacrifice 10 times merely to defend this bridge? How is it possible that this bridge dares to call me incompetent? This is utterly absurd. Su Chen. Su Chen rose to his feet and glanced at Su Chen's record, 0-15-1. Su Chen, system, is there any way to enhance Su Chen's prowess in this game? It seems impossible. I mean, who knows how she managed to reach platinum, while others like Lao Yi ascended effortlessly? Who is Lao Yi? That's not your concern. In any case, I'm at a loss. Doesn't Su Chen have her own system? Don't you think she has been tirelessly playing every day without consulting her system? Su Chen contemplated for a moment, feeling that the system's words held some truth. Oh. My esteemed host, might I offer you my assistance? No. How dare they insult me, claiming that I rely on others to ascend in rank? If I help you enhance your strength, wouldn't you still be able to rise on your own? That simply won't do. Look at this Lonling Wang. He asserts that if he cannot win, he will resort to cheating, and I cannot bear to be looked down upon by him. So, what do you intend to do? I want to rely solely on my own abilities to rise in rank and earn their respect. But you've been playing for so long and have only reached platinum. That was by my own choice to let them win. All right, enough of this. It's time for team battles. This time, I shall secure a pinnacle. 1 minute later. Damn it. I am being targeted. Why are they focusing on me, a mere Lu Ban? What is all this noise about? Su Chen. Why are you howling in the dead of night? A voice filled with impatience came from outside. Ahem, it's nothing, just that. My period has arrived. Su Chen awkwardly replied. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately fled the scene, clearly feeling that he could not handle the situation. Su Chen pondered for a moment, her lips twitching as she gazed at Su Chen. You are already several trillion years old, and yet you still have your period? What period? Su Chen looked up, bewildered. At Su Chen, don't pretend you don't understand. Let me tell you. Oh dear, I still haven't lost my virginity. Su Chen rushed over to cover Su Chen's mouth. Suddenly, he felt a chilling presence behind him. He turned around and gasped in shock. Su Chen, I never would have imagined that you would even. How could this be? It is impossible, absolutely impossible. I assure you, I am a man of integrity. Huh, a man of integrity? Is a man of integrity truly capable of taking advantage of others' misfortunes? It was clearly you who initiated this, dear sister, wouldn't you agree? Yes, indeed. I would never disclose your opportunistic behavior. You can rest assured that I will keep your secret. Hiki. Su Chen was utterly astonished, his hand trembling as he pointed at Su Chen, who was making a face with her tongue out. Oh my goodness! How utterly outrageous! Su Chen immediately turned his head to look at Gu Yuna and Qian Rinshui. He swore, I assure you, I am not that kind of person. If I were, May Su Qing never marry and be covered in spider webs for eternity. The smile on Su Qing's face gradually faded, and she gazed at Su Qin's retreating figure with a look of utter disbelief. How could you, Su Qin? I never imagined you would stoop to human trafficking. As if that weren't enough, you would even sell your own sister. Do you still consider yourself human? Not only did you sell her, but you even cursed her to be forever alone, adorned with webs like a forsaken spider. With that, Su Qing shouted, Sisters, assemble! In an instant, Qianrenqiue, Gu Yuna, and Biji appeared beside Su Qing. Su Qin was taken aback, his head throbbing. Qianrenqiue, what are you doing over there? He exclaimed. Humph. Sister Su Qing was right. All you men are nothing but oafs. Damn it. Su Qing, I, Su Chun, will never share the same sky as you. A duel? Su Qing raised an eyebrow and replied, Humph. Not a duel, but rather, eating and sleeping. With great confidence, Su Qin took a seat. Those around, eager for a spectacle, shook their heads in disappointment. I thought there would be some excitement, one murmured. Indeed, who would have thought it would turn out like this? This guy is hardly manly. He's actually being bossed around by a woman. Su Qin felt the tension rise as the incessant chatter around him provoked his irritation, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. You dare utter another word? Let me make it clear that arrogance comes at a cost. In an instant, the atmosphere turned frigid. A short fellow, barely 5 feet tall with prominent buck teeth, emerged from a nearby table, defiantly lifting his chin towards Su Qin. What is the matter? Do you wish to settle this one-on-one? With a sharp clap, he expressed his challenge. With a swift slap, Su Qin brought about the valiant demise of the buck-toothed brother. In an instant, everyone else remained oblivious, continuing to partake in their meal. Su Qin cast a disdainful glance at the fallen buck-toothed fellow. Pah. Lacking any prowess yet striving to show off. I am fortunate to be under the guidance of my wife, while you, my friend, attempt to impress the ladies. Have you considered the nature of our relationship? You possess neither charm nor strength, relying solely on your protruding teeth. Su Qin's maneuver left the other 4 women utterly astonished. Su Chun, with an air of nonchalance, playfully tossed his hair, eliciting admiration from the 4 women who raised their thumbs in approval. By the way, where did that fish go? Su Qin inquired, a look of perplexity adorning his face. Oh, he mentioned he wanted to explore the human world, claiming it was more entertaining. Yesterday, he asked a passerby about the Starry Empire and decided to venture there. I see. Let him be as long as he refrains from unnecessary bloodshed. At that moment, the deep-sea demon whale king gazed at the multitude of corpses before him, lost in contemplation. I merely inquired for directions. Yet you resort to plundering and demand proof of my allegiance to the spirit hall. Do I truly need to justify myself? Allow me to inform you that my leader is Su Qin. How dare you not recognize him? And worse, to belittle Su Qin by calling me Sister Su as if I were for sale, that is simply intolerable. Ah, how peculiar. My nose itches slightly. After all, I am a fish. Chapter 34, The Black and White Impermanence Xiao San. Are you all right? Teacher, I'm fine. Have we arrived yet? We're almost there. Just 50 more miles. What? Tang San gasped, overwhelmed and fainting from exhaustion. Third brother. Xiao San. Xiao San. Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, filled with anxiety as he shook Tang San vigorously. Yu Xiaojiang, what have you done to my son? A thunderous voice echoed in Yu Xiaojiang's ears. Hao Tian. Under the Hao Tian crown. Yu Xiaojiang looked around, noticing no one else present. When suddenly a chill crept down his back, he turned to find himself face to face with Tang Hao, swallowing hard. Master, what has happened to Xiao San? Tang Hao glared at Yu Xiaojiang. He crouched to examine Tang San's body, his brow furrowing as he swiftly moved to seize Yu Xiaojiang by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Hao Tian, please, do not kill me. I am Xiao San's teacher. Tang Hao cast a disdainful glance at Yu Xiaojiang before dismissively tossing him to the ground. Master, should you fail to provide a reasonable explanation, do not blame Tang for lacking compassion. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang retorted angrily, your son is not my doing. If anyone should be blamed, it is that Su Qin. Why are you seeking me? Yet Xiao San has sustained such grave injuries. His bones are severely damaged. Why did you not seek a healing spirit master to attend to him? Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang hesitated. He was robbed by that group. What? I shall avenge them. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes gleamed with determination as he nodded. Indeed, under the Hao Tian crown, these individuals are utterly despicable. I had already conceded that we were outmatched. It was clear we lacked the skill, yet the tyrant battle team showed no mercy. Tang Hao regarded Yu Xiaojiang with a skeptical expression, half believing his words. Should I discover that you are deceiving me, you are well aware of the consequences. Rest assured. Your Highness Hao Tian, you are familiar with my character. While my soul-fighting skills may be lacking, my reputation for integrity is known throughout the continent. Here, take these gold soul coins. First, lead Xiaosan away and find a healer for him. If you dare to flee, you need not worry. Your Highness Hao Yan. Tang Hao cast a cold glance at Yu Xiaojiang before vanishing in an instant. Yu Xiaojiang, with a bittersweet smile, watched Tang Hao depart, shaking his head as he looked at Tang San on the ground. Alas, Xiaosan, you have truly brought trouble upon me. He then turned to Xiao Wu, who was lost in thought nearby, and reprimanded, Xiao Wu, why are you just standing there? Hurry over and lend a hand. Startled, Xiao Wu glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, furrowed her brow, and then hurried over to assist. Goodness, you actually defecated on my bed. Su Chen widened his eyes as he watched the kitten make a mess on the bed. My dear, why aren't you keeping an eye on them? He exclaimed, looking at Gu Yuna in exasperation. Gu Yuna, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, I've never taken care of a kitten before. This is my first time. What? Why didn't you mention this sooner? He retorted. It was for our future consideration. If we have a baby someday, we would have some experience in caring for them. Su Chen's lips twitched in disbelief. Who told you that taking care of a baby is akin to caring for a cat? Su Qing mentioned that looking after a child is just as simple as managing a cat. She even showed me that video. What was it called? Upon watching it, I realized that a baby needs to be placed in a crib. I cannot bear it any longer. I'm on the verge of a breakdown. Goodness. You are already contemplating the future before the child has even arrived. You spend your days napping alongside that insufferable Su Qing. How could we possibly have a child? Furthermore, cats cannot be compared to humans. You do understand that, don't you? Would you feed a catfish bones? Would you dare to feed our child the same? Gu Yuna glanced up weakly at Su Chen and spoke. Isn't that the case? Su Chen, I understand. My dear, you may go accompany Su Qing in her play. I shall take care of the cat, and in the future, I will also attend to the child. Is it not the responsibility of women to tend to the children? I am aware that it is traditionally considered a woman's duty, but I fear that our newborn might choke on a fish bone. In truth, cats consume much more than just fish bones. Su Chen, is there anything else you wish to express? Cats too partake in fish. And surely our little one can enjoy it as well. Ha ha ha. My clever yet foolish dear, you truly are remarkable. My beloved, I adore you immensely. You are simply exceptional. And my admiration for you knows no bounds. Is that so? Thank you for the kind words, my husband. I love you too. All right, dear. You may go and play with Su Qing. However, do take care of the child. Gu Yuna pointed at the several yawning kittens on the bed. Alas, if it weren't for the permanence of death, I would genuinely consider it right now. What should I do? My dear, would you lend me your assistance? That's out of the question. Su Qing has declared that a man who contemplates such an act is a coward. I understand. I am not a coward. You go and enjoy yourself, my love. I will tend to the child. Is that acceptable? Gu Yuna slyly glanced at the door whereby Ji was waving to her. Certainly, I would be more than willing. Very well, my husband. I love you. Gu Yuna slipped away like a wisp of smoke. Su Chen shook his head and turned to gaze at the several sleeping kittens. He approached them and exclaimed, What are you sleeping for? Wake up and get ready to play. The 5 little kittens lifted their heads, their eyes wide with curiosity as they stared at Su Chen. Meow, they seemed to say. Your meowing won't help. I'm still awake. He urged, Get up, get up. Allow me a moment to tidy up. Su Chen lifted each kitten and placed them on the ground, then glanced at the mess of cat droppings on the bed. Little did I expect that as the esteemed chairman, I would be subjected to humiliation by cat excrement. Ugh, what have you foolish creatures been consuming? Meow, enough already. Cease your meowing. Su Chen promptly seized the quilt and cast it outside the room, subsequently igniting it with the vermilion bird fire. What do you intend to do now? Silence yourself, he exclaimed. Can you believe it? You are using vermilion bird fire to incinerate cat excrement? Are there not other flames available? If you desire fire, is it not a simple task? Do you comprehend what the vermilion bird fire signifies? What does it represent? It embodies the fire of the vermilion bird. Depart. Oh, really? Why must you seek to steal the spotlight? This is a novel, not a television drama. Do you understand? Su Chen grumbled while tidying up his belongings. I can't believe it. Do not leap up here. I have just organized everything. Su Chen observed a small kitten crouching, seemingly poised to take action. Alarmed, Su Chen raised a hand to intervene, exclaiming, No, wait. Let me teleport over. Whoosh. Su Chen gazed with a furrowed brow at the steaming pile of cat excrement upon the floorboard. Gritting his teeth, he turned his accusatory gaze toward the feline in his grasp and demanded, Who sent you as a spy? Meow, protested the cat, but it promptly silenced itself. Su-chin, rendered speechless, glanced at the cat's excrement on the bed and promptly set it ablaze with a single match. Afterward, with a flick of his wrist, he summoned a gust of wind to carry away the remnants. Sighing, he muttered, "This cat is more terrifying than a deity. I suppose I shall change the bedding. Honestly, if it weren't for my promise to your mother to take care of you all, I wouldn't bother with any of this." Su-chin set down the cat in his hands and instantly vanished from the spot. He arrived at the entrance of a bed-selling store and stepped inside. "Hello, esteemed guest. How may I assist you in your quest for a bed? The finest bed you have. You've come to the right place. Allow me to introduce our latest offerings." "Skip the introductions. I shall pay you directly. Just let me take it away. I fear that if I delay, my dwelling may change before I return." The shopkeeper was taken aback but nodded in agreement. After Su-chin completed the payment, he raised one hand and instantaneously vanished from the room. Inside, two cats crouched low, poised and watchful. Su-chin instantaneously appeared, his eyes widening at the sight of two tiny kittens. He swiftly kicked one away, though not with much force. As the kitten tumbled to the ground, Su-chin immediately channeled his power, causing the kitten to hover midair before gently descending to the earth. Su-chin wiped away non-existent beads of sweat and returned the bed to its original position. With a satisfied nod, he remarked, "Meow, no meowing aloud, meow. If you keep this up, I swear I shall take your kidneys." The little kitten gazed at Su-chin in exasperation, shook its head, and then settled down to sleep. Su-chin nodded with a look of contentment, affirming, "Indeed, this is the epitome of a well-behaved little one." Su-chin stifled a yawn and glanced at the bed before collapsing onto it like a lifeless body. The mattress felt incredibly soft. A minute later, the room was filled with the sound of breathing. "Come on, it's my turn. Let me play with a life." "No way, you've already played with two." "What? Chien Rushiue, remember who introduced you to Su-chin? It was I. I am your great benefactor. Now, come on, be obedient and hand over the phone." "Humph. Should I thank you for that? I am Su-chin's second wife, and this is his phone. I have the right to manage it, don't I?" "Impossible. He wouldn't give it to you." "Oh, I know you're not his biological sister. How could a non-sister compete with me, his wife?" "What? Hiss, calculating vixen." Su-chin gasped. "Ah, yes, I am a calculating vixen. Stop playing with the phone and hand it over. It is mine. It belongs to my husband." Yuna glanced at the side where Biji was, asking, "Whom should we assist?" Biji, observing the battle between the two women, shook her head. "Big sister. You can take Su-chin's phone. He has another one, doesn't he? He. While they fight over it, we can go have some fun." Yuna's eyes brightened. She left Su-chin's room and went to find Su-chin. Arriving at his door, she noticed 5 sleeping kittens on the floor. With a serious expression, she looked at the fragrant Su-chin on the bed. It seems that without his women to care for the children, things fall apart. How could he let his child sleep on the floor? Truly, men are unreliable. Yuna picked up the 5 kittens and entered Su-chin's room. Spotting the phone on the table, a mischievous smile crept across her face as she gently placed the kittens on the bed and carefully took the phone. Su-chin remained in bed, lost in a beautiful dream, humming joyfully to the music and dancing gracefully. Su-chin, adorned in a dragon robe, gazed at the figure before him, clad in ancient attire, gracefully performing an elegant dance. He erupted into hearty laughter, all the while sipping his wine. "Where's the wine?" Su-chin wore an expression of displeasure as he glanced at the maid beside him. With a forceful thud, he struck the table, exclaiming, "Su-chin, how audacious you are. You dare to deprive me of my wine." Su-chin immediately knelt down in fear, repeatedly bowing her head and pleading, "Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, I beseech your mercy." Su-chin lifted her head proudly and declared, "Bring forth the offender, administer 50 strokes of the rod, then tend to her wounds, and repeat the punishment, back and forth without cease." At that moment, the deep-sea demon whale king entered, kneeling on one knee. "Your Majesty." Su-chin shook her head and was directly dragged away by the deep-sea demon whale king. She lay on the ground, desperately pleading with Su-chin, "Your Majesty, your Majesty, please spare me. Your Majesty." Su-chin waved his hand, seated upon the dragon throne, and with a smile said, "What are you still standing there for? Continue the music, resume the dance." In an instant, Su-chin experienced the euphoria of an emperor. He gazed at Yuna, who was dancing gracefully, swallowing hard as he beckoned her to approach. Yuna, with her beautiful eyes, glanced at Su-chin seated upon the dragon throne, suddenly overcome with shyness, her cheeks flushed like bubbles. "Your Majesty, my queen. Please do come forth quickly to my side." "Yes, I shall come at once." As Yuna approached Su-chin, she blinked playfully. "My dear, a kiss, Your Majesty, there are others present." "Fear not, Come, come. Let us share a kiss, then I shall comply with your majesty's wishes. The two embraced and kissed tenderly. My dear, why do you extend your tongue? He. In that moment, Suchin realized something was amiss. He abruptly pushed Gu Yuna away. His face a mask of terror as he beheld what was once the enchanting Gu Yuna now transformed into a cat-headed figure. Ah, a monster. A monster. In reality, Suchin opened his eyes wide, awakening from his slumber. He glanced down to see a cat, its tongue playfully licking at his mouth. Suchin was taken aback. What on earth? How did you get up here? Ugh. Goodness, are you a cat spirit? How dare you take advantage of me on my own bed? Suchun exclaimed in utter confusion. Meow, what the hell? Suchun lifted the kitten and approached us, waving his hand to reveal a large machete, which he rested against the kitten's neck, albeit using the blunt side. Listen here, little creature, he declared. I am no longer pure, and today, you shall not remain untainted either. I intend to make you aware of the agony of becoming a eunuch. The kitten gazed at Suchun with an expression of delight. What on earth? You dare to smile? Upon witnessing the kitten's predicament, Suchun found himself at a loss. He could hardly believe that the cat had ventured in on its own. Was it possible that someone had intruded? Typically, the only visitors to his abode were either Guyuna or Qian Renshui. Suchi would only come by when necessary. Given his heightened sense of vigilance, he would have surely noticed any commotion had someone entered. Why then had he remained oblivious? Suchin clapped his hands and declared, Done. The unsolved mysteries of Douluo continent have just emerged. With a snap, he added, Goodness, I'm merely performing a comedic skit here. This simply won't do. Suchin glanced at the several kittens at his doorstep, who nodded at him and shook their little heads in an adorably charming manner. Suchin, stroking his chin, gazed at the kitten with a look of skepticism, observing its white, brown, black and white fur. Suchin pondered for a moment, wondering if he should bestow upon them names. You, this white one here shall henceforth be known as Little White. Do you consent to this name? If so, utter a sound. If not, remain silent. Little White, in silence. Suchin swiftly brandished a large cleaver, resting it against Xiaobai's neck, threateningly proclaiming, If you do not call out, do you dare to believe that I shall offer you as a sacrifice to the heavens? Xiaobai let out a pitiful cry, while three little kittens looked on, amusement evident in their expressions as they regarded Xiaobai. Suchin glanced at the small brown kitten, stroking his chin in contemplation. A spark of inspiration struck him. From this day forth, you shall be named Brown Silk. What do you think? The kitten replied, You might as well just call me Little Brown. Suchin glanced at the discontented gaze of the kitten and understood the sentiment. However, the name seemed rather excessive. How about I call you Brown Master instead? What do you think? Quite a remarkable title. Indeed, Brown Master. The Brown Master smiled with satisfaction, glancing at the little white cat, proudly rubbing its head. Suchun then turned his attention to the black cat. You shall be named Little Black, then. Meow, your single meow signifies your agreement. Does it not? Alas, Little Black is quite obedient, indeed. Little Black, however, thought to himself, I vehemently refuse. Suchin glanced at the black and white kitten once more, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. The proud little creature lifted its head, eagerly anticipating its master's melodious name. From this moment forth, you shall be called. The black and white kitten responded, Finally, it has arrived. Black and White Wuchang. Suchin chuckled. However, the kitten immediately fainted, foam escaping its mouth in shock. Suchin promptly approached, lifting the black and white figures of the supernatural beings. Are you dissatisfied? That shouldn't be the case. You embody both black and white, the duality of existence. Does that not seem fitting? Chapter 25, The Sacrifice. Suchin gazed in bewilderment at the yin and yang guardians, placing his ear beside them, straining to listen. He wondered why he could not hear a heartbeat. Had they perhaps met their demise? Suchun appeared bewildered as he helplessly glanced at the yin and yang messengers. He could not fathom how, on this day, he would find himself in such a predicament. Fear not, he reassured them. I shall take good care of your brothers. Shortly, I will see to your cremation. Meow. The yin and yang messengers widened their eyes in fright. Oh, you're awake, are you? Hee. Suchin gently stroked the head of the black and white cat, nodding slightly. All right, you may continue to rest. When it is time for lunch, I shall feed you some food. Suchin set aside the enigmatic figures of the black and white impermanents and made his way to Suchin's room, intending to inquire about her meal preferences. Haha, you are truly remarkable, my dear sister. Suchun was greeted by laughter and joy. He noticed Guyuna sitting outside, engrossed in her phone. My dear, why are you sitting outside playing with your phone? He inquired. Ah, Su-chin, what brings you here? Wait, how did you wake up? She responded, perplexed. What do you mean by that? Do you wish for me to remain asleep? Su-chin replied, somewhat exasperated. No, it's not that. So, Su-chin, do you need something? Nothing much, just wondering what we should eat later. Anything is fine with me. All right then, but how did my phone end up with you? Su-chin pondered, observing the device in Guyuna's hand. It's BG. She asked me to steal it. BG was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Big sister. You really sold it too quickly. Humph. I am the big sister. Selling out my little brother is a piece of cake, isn't it? Well, it seems to have gone well. Yes, it was I who persuaded the big sister to steal your phone, Su-chin. Su-chin looked incredulous. If you want to play, just come to me. Why resort to stealing? Indeed. Why must we steal? By G's, I sparkled. Never mind. You all continue your game. I shall go find Su-chin. All right. Sounds good. Su-chin opened the door, his expression one of sheer disbelief. My goodness. It is undeniably mine. Su-chin is my man. Su-chin is my brother. You, an outsider, are merely someone he picked up. And I'm his sister. The two of them stood with one foot on each other's face, their hands tugging at the phone. Hey. Is this really necessary? Have you become obsessed with your phone? Upon hearing Su-chin's voice, Qian Rushue immediately released her grip and, with a look of grievance, ran into Su-chin's embrace. Su-chin, your sister is being too much. She is bullying me. Nonsense. It is you who is bullying me. Stop. Speak plainly. Tears welled in Qian Rushue's eyes, her expression pitiful, which broke Su-chin's heart. He comfortingly said, All right, do not cry. Tell your husband. I promise to deliver you justice. Qian Rushue recounted the events that had just transpired, and upon hearing this, Su-chin looked at Su-chin with a serious expression. Isn't this a tad excessive? We are all family, after all. Family? A family that can abandon their own sister without a second thought? A family that beats me mercilessly in dreams? Goodness. Su-chin, could you grant me just a modicum of privacy? No, let me make this clear. Today, it is either Qian Rushue or me. You can choose only one. Su-chin helplessly waved his hand, then promptly embraced Qian Rushue, raising an eyebrow as he declared. Of course, I choose Qian Rushue. In an instant, Su-chin felt a pang in her heart as she pointed at Su-chin. You. I am your sister, she exclaimed. Huh, is this what you call a sister? Climbing on rooftops every day, squeezing my neck at a whim, and threatening me? To have a sister like you is indeed a misfortune, but I suppose I am unworthy of such a blessing. Well then, about what you just said, there can only be one choice. I have made my decision. You may leave. What? I will not leave unless you can defeat me. Su-chin was rendered speechless. Qian Rushue tugged at Su-chin, urging, Come on, even my grandfather cannot defeat you. Hurry and drive her away. Stop it. Don't say it's me. Even you altogether cannot surpass her. Forget it. Just get along well. Su-chin vanished in an instant, leaving Qian Rushue momentarily stunned. She had not comprehended Su-chin's words at all. Humph, sister-in-law, it seems my brother has fled. Humph, your brother merely cannot bear to bully you. All right. Let you play with your life. Upon hearing Qian Runshue's words, Su-chin momentarily questioned whether she had been excessive. Well, sister-in-law, please go ahead. No. You are my sister-in-law, so you should go first. You first. I insist you first. I emphatically declare, you first. The two engaged in a mutual understanding, accommodating one another while playfully deferring. All right then, I shall go first, they both conceded. Am I to go first? You clearly insisted that I should. I am your sister-in-law. Bah, what do you mean, your sister-in-law? I have yielded to you, so do not hesitate. Since you have yielded, I must certainly take my turn. The playful banter between the two resumed. In an instant, Su-chin felt invigorated as he stepped onto the bustling street. Give, I have discovered you. An eerie voice echoed in his ears. Who is it? No one? Give. Allow me to unveil your adversary. It came again. Could it be that I am losing my sanity? Su-chin wore a bewildered expression when suddenly, with a deafening roar, the heavens seemed to shatter, and a radiant curtain of light appeared in the sky. Su-chin wore a grave expression. System, what is this thing you have created? Allow me to see it. This is dire. They have actually come for us. Hurry, flee. What do you mean, flee? System, I sense that you are concealing many things from me. Alas, there is no time for explanations. We must escape this universe post-haste. What nonsense is this? Escape this universe? Did you not claim that I was invincible? You possess only 30% of your true power. I can grant you additional strength, but at a cost. Hee. So you were deceiving me all along, were you? I suspected from the very beginning that you were not truthful. In a room, Su Qing and Qian Renxue were embroiled in a heated argument. Suddenly, a disturbance interrupted them, causing both to pause. Su Qing turned her gaze towards the sky, sensing a familiar presence. She urgently instructed Qian Renxue. Quickly take Gu Yuna and the others away from here. Hurry. What is happening? Qian Renxue inquired. Nothing much. It seems that events are becoming increasingly intriguing. You must leave at once. This is not a place for you. I shall seek out Su Qin. With that, Su Qing vanished in an instant. Su Qin was approached by Su Qing, who gazed at the sky with an expression of profound astonishment. Do you not sense that the expanse above us feels eerily familiar? That very presence? Su Qin, upon hearing Su Qing's words, took a moment to ponder. Indeed, it was the enigmatic bronze coffin we discovered within the world barrier that day. How could such an artifact possibly manifest here? Does this imply that everyone on this continent would? Su Qin recalled that day with a lingering sense of dread. He felt an overwhelming aura of death that rendered him powerless. Su Qin, look, the light screen is stirring. The screen trembled, revealing something that left Su Qin utterly astonished. What is this? Su Qin questioned, her face a canvas of confusion. It's a little boy. Su Qin stammered, his voice trembling. He was not afraid of the power itself. Rather, he sensed that the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. A little boy? Suddenly, the boy tossed something towards the spirit hall, producing a rhythmic ticking sound. We must stop him. Su Qin soared into the sky, wielding the divine spear of Zhenguo, which he hurled forth, resulting in a sonic boom that shattered the surrounding space. Bang! A brilliant radiance erupted in the heavens, rendering all inhabitants of the continent unable to open their eyes. With a wave of Su Qing's hand, a magical formation materialized, enveloping the entire spirit hall in a protective green barrier to withstand the onslaught. Su Qin, what is happening? She inquired. I am uncertain, he replied. Do you not find this aura strikingly reminiscent of that coffin? Ah, no wonder it feels so familiar. And what, pray tell, is this young boy you mentioned? Su Qi asked, her expression one of utter bewilderment. He belongs to my realm. How shall I put it? He is a formidable weapon from my world. I see. She responded, but why is he not present in the phone you gave me? Su Qin stared at Su Qing with wide eyes, questioning why anyone would save such things on their phone without purpose. Su Qin, look, someone is emerging from it. A person? Su Qin turned his head to glance back and discovered a multitude of figures emerging from the dense black mist. However, to call them human would be a misnomer. These entities were acquaintances of Su Qin, yet he harbored a profound desire for their annihilation. Within the haze, they donned yellow military uniforms, their faces adorned with ghastly smiles, skin resembling decaying flesh, and each wielded contemporary weaponry. Su Qin sighed, gazing at the dense throng of Japanese individuals. Why have you appeared? Su Qing inquired, her eyes fixed on Su Qin. I do not recognize these people. They are my ancestral enemies, Su Qin replied. Leave these fiends to me. Oh, should you require assistance? Do not hesitate to call, she offered. I shall not require your help. Such matters are ones our compatriots are always eager to undertake. A fierce smile spread across Su Qin's face as he waved his hand, summoning the nation-guarding divine halberd into his grasp. With unwavering determination, he advanced toward the multitude of adversaries. Before him lay an uncountable number of foes, and Su Qin's gaze fell upon two of them wielding katana, their blades marked with unmistakable traces of blood. System, I wish to unleash my full power. Are you certain? I am resolute, though I may indulge in recklessness. Matters of national significance require no further contemplation. I'm afraid I cannot acquiesce to your request. Why not? Are you not invincible? Because my wounds have yet to heal. I am not yet the enigmatic opponent you seek. Your wounds? Are you not a system? How could you sustain injuries? I have previously informed you that I am but a drop of essence. My form was scattered by a peculiar force, and one of my droplets inadvertently breached the rules, arriving in the original historical world, your world. By mere chance, I encountered you. However, your realm exerts a tremendous strain upon me, compelling me to forcibly enter your body and shatter a barrier, allowing me to reach this inferior world to recuperate. Ha ha ha, system, do not jest with me. I still harbor hopes of returning. I am not jesting. Returning is beyond your reach for now. You require a special period, such as the 3 lives bronze coffin. Are you referring to that coffin? It is of no use. I cannot muster the strength to approach it. The time has not yet come. I possess a means of transformation, but I am currently unable to transmit it to you. Therefore, exercise caution. If all else fails, allow Su Qing to protect you. She too hails from a higher realm. Su Chen took a deep breath. He was certain that the system within his body was a fabrication, perhaps the product of a human mind. He would gradually uncover the truth behind it. Well, just because it was unusable did not imply that he could not resort to violence. Su Chen retracted the national divine spear, and a blue mark appeared on his right hand. With the invocation of mysterious ice dragon source, the ground erupted in an instant, revealing 10 colossal ice dragons emerging behind him. The surrounding air froze, and countless icy particles cascaded from the bodies of the dragons, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Su Chen commanded 10 ice dragons to charge towards the countless adversaries ahead, their speed reaching the velocity of sound, causing the surrounding space to shatter. The structures of the spirit hall collapsed under the force. "Tear them to shreds," he bellowed. The frenzied foes, resembling zombies, accelerated towards the ice dragons, their bloodied mouths agape in a primal urge to bite. With a sweeping strike, the ice dragons crushed them into mere pulp. Yet, amidst this carnage, an unrelenting tide of adversaries continued to emerge, casting doubt in Su Chen's mind. Despite commanding the ice dragons to slay millions, at least 100,000 had perished. And yet, so many remained. Su Chen instantaneously traversed into the void, his hands weaving intricate seals. Behind him emerged a colossal Kuimping, its wings unfurling majestically. Kuimping's divine art. As the Kuimping expanded in size, it grew increasingly immense within Su Chen's gaze. Alas, the Douluo planet could no longer accommodate its grandeur. With a cavernous maw agape, it directed its ferocity towards the enemy, biting down with tremendous force. In an instant, an explosion erupted, rending the ground of Douluo asunder. A sudden collapse ensued, causing several civilians to plummet into the abyss below. The tremors persisted for what seemed like a minute. Boom! The Douluo planet shattered into countless fragments. In the sky, Su Chen appeared disheveled, caught in the tumult of the chaos. Su Chen cast a disdainful glance at Su Chen and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? How could one possibly unleash a creature like Kuimping?" With a snap of her fingers, Su Chen restored everything to its original state. Yet the specters of those malevolent spirits had vanished without a trace. Did time not rewind? Su Chen inquired of Su Chen, "Why have these little fiends not returned?" Su Chen furrowed her brow and remarked, "I am unsure of what is happening. Why are these individuals not affected by the loss?" Su Chen encountered such a situation for the first time. By conventional standards, mastering even one of the principles or laws would be considered quite remarkable. Su Chen gazed at Su Chen, her hand stirred slightly. The grass surrounding Su Chen gradually withered, slowly transforming into ash, yet Su Chen's visage remained unchanged. "I discerned the reason." "What reason?" Su Chen inquired with evident curiosity. "You recognize those clad in yellow garments, did you not?" "Of course, I did." "What of it?" "It is possible that in your world, the concept of laws does not exist. Moreover, there exists a powerful being who has endowed these individuals with certain abilities. To put it plainly, these people are akin to the living dead, devoid of cognitive thought. In truth, they are already deceased. I am aware of that. But the issue lies in your assertion that opening a rift from my world is implausible due to the absence of laws. How could it possibly be achieved? This can indeed be accomplished, albeit it requires a sacrifice. Su Chen could indeed unlock it, but the sacrifice of lives required was far too great. Even if every inhabitant of Douluo Star were to contribute, it would amount to no more than 1%. Thus, she relinquished her curiosity. "Then let us proceed with the sacrifices. Just find some malefactors to contribute, and it will suffice," Su Chen remarked, somewhat exasperated. "But there aren't enough people." "How many do you need?" he inquired. "Let me think. We require energy equivalent to 10 vast realms. Can you procure that? If so, I shall assist you in opening the portal." Su Chen, enough. Bang. Chapter 26. Douluo. Daimubai slowly opened his eyes, glancing around. He attempted to rise from the bed, but the excruciating pain coursing through his body compelled him to recline once more. "Mubai, you're awake," Flender exclaimed, hurrying over with a face full of concern. "Yes, Dean, what transpired?" Flender sighed helplessly and recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing this, Daimubai furrowed his brow. "Dean, I have harbored suspicions about you Xiaojiang from the very beginning. What prowess can a 29th level soul master truly possess? Were it not for Tang Sen's reputation, I would not have heeded his words. By the way, Dean, how are Fatty and the others faring?" "Alas, they remain unconscious. Mubai, let us abandon the competition. You are aware of the overwhelming strength of the Tyrannosaurus team. We must possess the wisdom of self-awareness." "Understood." Su Chen stared at the 3 women seated on his bed with a frown, resembling a serene goddess as they played Douluo. What on earth is going on here? This is my bedroom. Don't you have your own rooms? Su Qing replied. There's no need to heed your words. Since I and Qian Rinxue are your lovers, this home also belongs to us. Do you know? With a shy expression, added. Su Qin was utterly distraught, exclaiming in despair. Su Qing, who on earth has dared to utter such nonsense? This is my property, not merely half belonging to my wife. We three share this. Su Qin shouted vehemently. His words laced with indignation. Su Qing squinted slightly, wiped the drool from her face with her hand, took out her phone, pressed a few buttons, and then handed it to Su Qin, continuing to play Douluo. Su Qin glanced at the words displayed on his phone, his expression one of shock. Marriage law. What the hell? It's one thing to play games, but why are you searching for this? Su Qing casually remarked while playing Douluo. I'm just bored and searching. My sisters are all women, and I am a woman too, so of course, I stand with the women. Am I supposed to side with you, you cheap pigeon? Upon witnessing Su Qing in such a state, Su Qin rubbed his temples, expressing his inability to contend with her, let alone evade the situation. In a fit of frustration, he stormed out of the room. Su Qin sat alone in the living room, lost in thought. Beatrice, savoring her coffee with a contented expression, suddenly noticed Su Qin and walked over, her face etched with curiosity. Did you not retire to your room to sleep? She inquired. Su Qin noticed Bijie approaching and shook his head with a sigh. There's no point in saying anything. The bedroom is overrun by 3 women. Why don't you join them in their revelry? Bijie took a sip of her coffee and replied languidly, I cannot possibly compete with them. Su Qin scratched his head and remarked, aren't you the canine strategist of the Starry Forest? To which Bijie replied with a resigned expression, indeed. Even the canine strategist cannot contend with 2 incompetent teammates. She clenched her fist, recalling the previous day's game of landlord, where not only did she fail to secure the landlord position, but she was also continuously thwarted by Gu Yuna and Qian Rinxue. They're on my side. Yet they target me as if I were an adversary, Bijie lamented, expressing her belief that the arrival of the canine strategist would be of little consequence. Su Chan gazed at Bijie with a look of utter desolation. Bijie met his eyes, rolled them dramatically, and retorted, do not pity me. You are far more pitiable, having lost your bedroom. How infuriating. I was initially inclined to comfort you, but now that sentiment has evaporated entirely. Su Qin pondered for a moment, realizing that it had been quite some time since he last visited Bibi Dong. The events of yesterday must surely have reached the ears of the spirit hall. Su Qin abruptly vanished from sight, and upon witnessing his departure, Bijie merely curled her lips in disdain. Is that all? At this very moment, Bibi Dong was in the papal hall, scrutinizing the letter in her hand, exclaiming in frustration, incompetence. All of you are utterly useless. She cast the letter aside furiously, her countenance stern as she regarded the kneeling Elder Juhua. Elder Ju, you must have sensed the gravity of yesterday's events. Such a significant occurrence, and you dare tell me that no progress was made in the investigation? Should I reconsider your worth? Terrified, Juhua hastily prostrated himself, pleading, Your Holiness, please spare me. I truly was unaware of the situation. When I arrived yesterday, I found chaos all around, and not a single trace of anyone. Just then, Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon the suddenly reappearing Su Qin, recognizing that familiar visage. Her temper flared. So it's you. I thought you were hiding away. Su Qin was taken aback. He touched his face and suddenly realized he had forgotten to change his appearance. Cough, cough, cough. That mother-in-law, I truly did not mean at that time. Hearing Su Qin refer to her as mother-in-law, Bibi Dong wondered if her ears were deceiving her. Su Qin observed Bibi Dong's expression of existential doubt and spoke, in truth. Your daughter has already become my wife. Bibi Dong replied, You are the man of that wretched woman. She clenched her fist, her eyes glistening with indignation as she gazed at Su Qin. Su Qin found himself in a predicament. As he spoke, he realized there was no alternative. If he did not save your daughter, she would inevitably perish. Thus, I remain her savior. Humph. The affairs of that despicable woman hold no relevance to me. You may leave now, for I can overlook the past transgressions. Su Qin wore a look of astonishment, yet he did not dwell on it for long. With a slight raise of his brow, he remarked, I can join your spirit hall and assist you in unifying the continent. Do you recall what I mentioned last time? What do you mean by that? We have met before. I was the mysterious figure on that day. Initially, I intended to be a mere spectator, allowing you both to contend with one another, but the developments took an unforeseen turn. Thus, I find myself compelled to join your spirit hall for the time being. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Bibi Dong's mood lifted slightly, though she regarded him with a serious expression. Are you aligned with my side or that old fool's? I stand with my wife, who also has the interests of the spirit hall at heart. Does she not? Is there any animosity between her and you? Since you align with that vile woman, why have you come to me? Bibi Dong? Because you are her mother. Ultimately, the one to blame here is Qian Xuanqi. Were it not for his clandestine affairs, this situation would not have arisen. Su Chen waved his hand and said, Bai Dong was taken aback. She never anticipated that Su Chen would possess knowledge of her affairs. Upon observing the astonished expression on Bai Dong's face, Su Chen chuckled softly and remarked, Do not overthink it. I possess knowledge of your future. Should you wish to learn, I am willing to share. Bai Dong pondered for a moment before responding. Should I trust you? I could very well suspect you to be a spy from another empire. I lack neither wealth nor followers. Had I desired to unify the continent, it would have been accomplished long ago. However, I see no reason to engage in such thankless endeavors. I have come to realize that the inhabitants of this continent are, from the very beginning, inferior to those on my side. Whether they suffer or flourish is of little consequence. Perhaps it is hypocritical of me. But such matters are beyond my control. While I can ensure that those individuals never face hunger or deprivation, I cannot alter the nature of the greedy. Thus, I have concluded that if assistance presents itself, I shall offer it. If not, it is unnecessary to intervene. Do your words bear any relevance to me, Bai Dong? Su Chen remained silent, gazing into Bibi Dong's eyes. Bibi Dong met his stare, feeling a pang of embarrassment, wanting to turn away. Look into my eyes. Su Chen urged her. Bibi Dong, perplexed yet compelled to continue watching, was suddenly drawn into a realm where a vision unfolded beneath her feet. Her pupils trembled at the sight before her. Tang San, his expression frigid as he confronted the near-dying Bibi Dong, implored, Please speak. With a feeble breath, Bibi Dong gazed at Tang San, pleading, I beg you, swear, she is no longer the goddess of angels. All the misdeeds have been mine alone. And she bears no responsibility. The same goes for Nana. I implore you, spare them. All I desire is for them to survive. Tang San shook his head, responding, This is not a decision I can make alone. Bibi Dong, her breath quickening, exclaimed, Tang San, do you not realize that both of them harbor feelings for you? Shueqing Hanelt, beseeching, teacher, everything in the Heaven Do Empire is bestowed by you. You can decide anything. Tears streamed down Qian Rinshue's face as she looked at Bibi Dong in her embrace, crying out, Tell me how my father died. It is over. Everything is ended. Bibi Dong shut her eyes, her hands falling limply. Qian Rinshue, alone in her sorrow, soared towards the spirit hall, returning to reality. Bibi Dong's expression was one of disbelief as she turned to Su Chen. These matters, yes, they pertain to your future. Your deteriorating character is indeed influenced by the Rakshasa god. However, I can assist you in overcoming this, restoring you to your former self. Bibi Dong shook her head resolutely, declaring, I will not give up. Now that I am aware of the future, cannot it be altered? Do I not appear quite normal? Hee. That is merely because she does not dare to emerge. Su Chen spoke disdainfully. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Bibi Dong, he discerned that a certain small figure cloaked in purple was trembling with trepidation. Bibi Dong, somewhat skeptical of Su Chen's words, replied, I understand now. Thank you for sharing this with me. Su Chen waved his hand, instantly vanishing. Bai Dong, taken aback by his words, pondered deeply, regaining her composure. She glanced at the chrysanthemum pass. Elder Ju, locate one named Tang San for me. You know what to do. Understood, Your Holiness, Elder Ju replied, retreating from the scene. A smile graced Bai Dong's lips. The dual gods, how intriguing. You have yet to mature. I still have a chance. I shall not allow the future to unfold as it may. Why must you be so heartless, Xiao Gang? If you show no mercy, do not blame me for being ungrateful and abandoning the past. Su Chen returned to the room and saw Su Qing and a few other girls still engaged in a game of Do Diju. Sigh. How long are you going to play? Su Qing glanced at Su Chen, whose face was etched with bitterness. If you wish to rest. Do you not know where to find solace in your sister-in-law's embrace? Su Chen, I suddenly find your reasoning to be quite compelling. Upon finishing his words, Su Chen swiftly retreated to Guyuna's room, reclining upon the bed. He inhaled the fragrant aroma lingering on the quilt. Ah, so this is what it is. He had been unaware until now, but the scent of a girl's body is truly delightful. At that moment, Bai Ji entered the room. Her expression one of disdain as she beheld Su Chen, who was engrossed in savoring the scent of the quilt. Upon hearing a commotion, Su Chen lifted his gaze and was met with Beijia's disdainful expression. He inquired, his lips twitching, What brings you here? Oh, it's nothing, she replied casually. I just need to speak with my big sister about a minor matter. It seems she is still engrossed in her activities. Farewell. With that, the door slammed shut. Su Chen's face flushed crimson, and she immediately covered her face with the quilt. overwhelmed by shyness. Oh no, my majestic image has been utterly ruined today. Never mind. What use is pride? Sleep it is. Hurry up. I've been waiting for ages. The plane, no. I have one more card left. I've got a bomb. Su Qing's forehead was marked by prominent veins, and she glanced at the card numbered 3 in her hand. Su Qing trembled all over as she turned her head to gaze at Qian Ruxue, who was earnestly engrossed in the card game. Why did you bomb me? She exclaimed. Qian Ruxue sheepishly scratched her head. I got too excited and forgot you were my teammate. Come on. Can we not enjoy this game anymore? This is the second time. Su Qing protested. I apologize. I'll be more careful next time. Humph. Just play your cards. With a nod, Qian Ruxue meticulously examined her hand, and without further ado, she flicked a card onto the table. 3. Guiyuna was momentarily stunned, her face lighting up with delight. 4. Boom. Su Qing was utterly petrified. Clutching a 3 in her hand, casting a murderous glare at Qian Ruxue. Ah, it seems I've lost my wager. No matter, there's always the next round. The next round. Su Qing gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Sister Qian Ruxue, do you wish to play another round? If you continue like this, I shall transform you into Marco Polo. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue swallowed hard, envisioning the comical rooster hairstyle of her game character, trembling in trepidation. Rest assured, I shall not play another round, she replied. Su Qing's talent has diminished, yet this performance still belongs to the esteemed Guiyuna. Su Qing observed Guiyuna lost in thought, a look of perplexity on her face. Sister-in-law, why are you not playing any cards? Guiyuna took a deep breath and revealed her hand. A sequence of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 0 JQK, a stunning straight. Su Qing was taken aback, shaking her head fervently. No. 3 kings with a 9, absolutely not. No. 5 fives with a 3. Upon witnessing this, Qian Ruxue immediately intervened. 3 jacks with a 3. No. 3. Su Qing was taken aback, gazing incredulously at the earnest expression of Qian Ruxue. Upon noticing Su Qing's puzzled look, Qian Ruxue raised her head and, with a face full of questions, inquired, What's the matter? Nothing. Su Qing, feeling helpless, could only play the single small king. She could only gamble on the possibility that the big king was not with Guiyuna. Small king. Big king. Bang. I'm done. This is infuriating. In a fit of exasperation, Su Qing attempted to overturn the table, only to find it absent, leaving her with an expression of urgent frustration directed at Qian Ruxue. Qian Ruxue chuckled sheepishly. I am quite serious this time. I had assumed you possessed both kings. Upon reflection, I realize I only have one sequence and a pair, which compelled me to piece together a hand. Moreover, I am left with several solitary cards, rendering my options limited. Then why did you not play those pairs first, my dear sister-in-law? Su Qing retorted through gritted teeth. Well, in any case, I am destined to lose. Losing sooner rather than later makes no difference, does it? Blast it. Playing with you, I fear that even with billions at my disposal, I would face utter ruin. I am done. It is time for rest. The garments will be ready by tomorrow, so do remember to collect them from my place. After Su Qing finished speaking, she instantly teleported back to her cozy bed, seeking a moment of tranquility. Upon witnessing Su Qing's departure, Qian Ruxue cast a mischievous glance at Guiyuna and remarked, Hee, sister, it seems we have triumphed, haven't we? I wonder by how much. Guiyuna nodded with a smile, producing a ring for inspection. It appears to be around 20 trillion, dear Qian Ruxue. I'll allocate 1 trillion to you shortly. All right then. Although I may have lost, seeing Su Qing's murderous glare brings me a strange sense of satisfaction, Qian Ruxue admitted. Isn't that a bit risky? What if she discovers it? Fear not, for I am her sister-in-law, Qian Ruxue declared with pride. Very well, Guiyuna replied. What garments have you procured? Upon hearing Guiyuna's inquiry, Qian Ruxue pondered for a moment. I recall Su Qing showing me some attire. The northern and southern dynasties' clothing seemed quite exquisite. I asked her to purchase that for me. And what about you, sister? What did you select? I believe I requested Su Qing to acquire something from the Ming dynasty. I find it rather elegant and visually appealing. All right then, the custom garments should be ready by tomorrow. Well then, sister, farewell for now. I shall retire to my room. Are you not going to seek Su Qing? Oh, that scoundrel has likely drifted into slumber by now. If he truly wished to see me, he wouldn't have departed so hastily. Indeed, that is a fair point. Well then, let us anticipate the ancient attire tomorrow. I'm quite curious about the garments from Su Qing's side. Chapter 27. The 3 women's curiosity this early morning felt particularly splendid. Sisters, come with me to collect the garments. Su Qing, accompanied by Gu Yuna and Qian Renshui, ventured into a clothing store. The three graceful figures meandered along the path, capturing the undivided attention of passers-by, men and women alike, young and old, all captivated by their beauty. "These three girls are simply stunning," exclaimed one onlooker. "Indeed, they are breathtaking. I have never encountered such exquisite beauty before. How wonderful it would be if my wife resembled them." A child chimed in, "Mom, look at those three beautiful sisters." To which the mother replied dismissively, "So what if they are beautiful? I don't envy them in the slightest. Come on, dear, let's go and do your homework." Yuna clung to Su Qing's arm, trembling with anxiety, as she had never exposed herself in such a manner amongst humans. Her eyes were filled with social anxiety. Qian Renshui, on the other hand, felt somewhat out of place but was not as distressed. It was her first time in such a public setting as well. Typically, her interactions were limited to her grandfather and a few revered figures, leaving her largely unacquainted with the outside world. Su Qing gazed silently at Gu Yuna. "Sister-in-law, you must remember that you are human now." I understand, but I feel their gazes upon me are rather strange." "So what? There are plenty of people who look at me that way. I find it no bother. In fact, it brings me joy." "Why is that?" "Why? Because they think I am beautiful. Since they find you lovely, why should you be afraid?" "Ah, I see now," Su Qing nodded, her expression reflecting newfound understanding. However, Qian Renshui did not share this sentiment. She pointed at a man nearby who was drooling and remarked, "Indeed, he looks quite delighted. How could one not be happy?" Su Qing was taken aback. Following the direction in which Qian Renshui pointed, she was instantly rendered speechless. A sense of embarrassment washed over her. With a radiant smile, she approached the young man, her steps light and graceful, reminiscent of a spirit gliding through the air. In modern times, many would certainly remark that a fairy had arrived. Upon noticing the central figure among the trio of beauties approaching him, the young man immediately felt a surge of anxiety. He quickly adjusted his hair and stood tall, chest out. Su Qing gazed at the man with a playful smile and inquired, "Am I beautiful?" Upon hearing her soul-stirring voice, the man swallowed hard and nodded, "Indeed. You are beautiful. So, would you like to indulge?" Su Qing extended her delicate hand, gracefully waving it before the man. His gaze fixated on her fingers, utterly mesmerized. "Well, that's quite a sum, 500. "Wait, what? 500? The man exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face as he held up 5 fingers. "Indeed. Are you expecting something for nothing?" No, it's simply too exorbitant. Even if you sold me, it wouldn't be worth that much." "Hee, could you perhaps lower the price a bit?" "Oh, I see." "Then how about you propose a figure, handsome?" The man, with a foolish grin, raised one finger and suggested, "How about 1 golden soul coin?" Su Qing merely smiled. She exhaled gently into her palm, and in the midst of the man's bewildered gaze, she clapped her hands. With an expression devoid of anger, Su Qing effortlessly sent the man flying. She placed her hand upon her forehead, gazing skyward. Qian Renshui and Gu Yuna mirrored her actions. The three of them seemingly synchronized as they lifted their eyes to the heavens. It appeared that Su Qin's deceitful words were indeed false. There were stars visible in the daylight. Indeed, Su Qin had previously told me that stars only appeared at night and claimed that stars were merely stones. Are stars not stones? Gu Yuna looked at Qian Renshui with a bewildered expression, to which Qian Renshui replied, "Yes, they are stones." "Then what did you mean by what you just said?" Gu Yuna inquired. "Because Su Chun said that Sun Wukong emerged from the stones, and that the sky is filled with countless monkeys," Qian Renshui explained. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna was left utterly confused. Although it seemed to hold some semblance of logic, she was unfamiliar with who Sun Wukong was, though she recognized that he was a monkey. However, the notion of stars being monkeys was entirely new to her. Since her existence as a dragon, she had never heard of countless monkeys in the sky observing the world below. Gu Yuna felt her head spinning, still struggling to comprehend this peculiar reasoning. Stars in the sky are monkeys? At this moment, Su Qing remarked, "Indeed, the stone monkey did emerge from a stone, specifically a 7-colored stone. This stone was cast aside by our friend Yua while she was mending the heavens after she noticed a leftover fragment. To her surprise, it gave rise to a monkey." Yuna and Qian Renshui nodded in agreement like elementary school students. However, Qian Renshui questioned, "But why does this seem somewhat implausible to me? With so many stars in the sky, if they were all 7-colored stones, could we still refer to it as merely a fragment?" Su Qing cast a glance at Qian Renshui and remarked, "Who claims that the stars in the sky are merely colorful stones? I speak of my own realm. Does your world still yearn for monkeys? Even the monkeys disdain to come here, for there are no peaches to be had. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue immediately felt indignant. Is it merely a peach? My spirit hall possesses an abundance of them. He may feast at will. Those are spirit peaches. Are you certain your spirit hall possesses such delicacies? Spirit peaches? What sort of nonsense is that? A peach is simply a peach. How can there be a spirit one? Qian Rinxue asked, utterly bewildered. Never mind. It seems futile to explain it to you too. Let Suchen elucidate the matter. Let us hasten to retrieve our garments. Oh, good morning, system. Suchen stretched lazily and greeted the morning. Ah, young people should not be so indolent. When the time comes to confront adversaries, how will you stand your ground? He continued, Come, let us delve into this matter. Pray, what form of cultivation have you bestowed upon me? Moreover, considering the rewards you offer, they hardly measure up. What of Su Qing? I have come to realize that living off another's success is not so bad. I am not destined to be an emperor. Though an emperor may have a harem of 3,000 beauties, he must rise early each day. Presently, I find my situation rather agreeable. Do you not wish to return? What purpose would that serve? I suspect the family inheritance has already been entrusted to my sister. If I were to return, I would merely be living off her generosity. While I grasp certain principles of the business world, I still fall short in comparison to her. Initially, I believed that inheriting the family wealth would grant me a carefree existence, free from oversight. Yet, upon reflection, I ponder why not entrust it to someone more deserving. Such as my sister? Ah, dear brother Su, you must not entertain such thoughts. What thoughts do I possess? I currently have 2 wives. Am I to forsake them? That is beyond my capabilities. Though I may not be a virtuous man, abandoning my family is something I cannot fathom. You still lack a son. If you exert yourself a bit more, will not a child follow? Look at the emperor, surrounded by 3,000 beauties in his harem. He alternates among them daily. Yet he has sired a dozen offspring. I refuse to believe that I cannot achieve the same with my 2 wives. If you are incapable, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Listen, system. I realized something yesterday. That coffin in the sky was brought here by you, or perhaps by Su Qing. There is no way it could have been brought by me. A modern man. How could I possess such an extraordinary coffin? All right, it is indeed something I brought. See, if you had not brought me here, I would not be entangled in so many troubles. However, I am left with no choice. I shall compensate you. Very well. I do not currently ask you to take me back. I merely request that you allow me to contend with Su Qing. What? Is that not feasible? I am unable to facilitate your battle with her at present, for I have sustained grave injuries. Nevertheless, I am confident that I can ensure both of you meet your demise together. Cough, cough. In truth, it may not necessarily end in mutual destruction. Our interactions have been rather pleasant. I see, I have grown accustomed to your shamelessness. Hey, step aside. Suchen, we have brought the clothes. How does one wear them? Upon hearing his wife Qian Rinxue call his name, Suchen sprang up like a carp, barefoot and brimming with excitement as he rushed outside. Where are my clothes? He exclaimed. When Suchen beheld the attire adorning Qian Rinxue, a look of confusion crossed his face. What is this garment? Surely it isn't a warring state's robe. He questioned. Qian Rinxue glanced at her outfit and replied, Of course not. I do not particularly fancy the warring state's robe, especially since it lacks trousers. Suchen retorted with a roll of his eyes, But you usually don't wear trousers, do you? You prefer skirts. Noticing Suchin's expression of disappointment, she responded with a hint of annoyance, That style, which is devoid of any undergarments, how could I possibly wear it? Why not wear something underneath? Must it conform to what is depicted on your phone? Indeed. The evolution of fashion has transformed the traditional long skirt into an exquisite ensemble characterized by flowing ribbons and a harmonious blend of upper and lower garments. This artistic development embodies elegance and grace, with the popular attire of the time featuring the jean ruchuan. The upper garment, often adorned with an open neckline and wide sleeves, complemented by a high-waisted skirt that reaches the bust, creates a delicate silhouette. The hairstyle, typically styled in a bun and adorned with a fan-shaped gold hairpin, evokes the refined image of noble women, frequently depicted in the stone carvings of the Northern Wei and the painted bricks of the Southern dynasties. This entire ensemble elongates the visual proportions of the figure, imparting a sense of delicacy and grace. As one moves, the flowing skirt sways elegantly, reflecting the aspirations of scholars during the Northern and Southern dynasties to achieve a heavenly demeanor, symbolized by the imagery of soaring phoenixes and flowing garments that dance with the wind. Su Chun gazed at the garments adorning Qian Rinxue. Though he could not recall their specific nature, he nodded inquisitively. What attire is this? From which dynasty does it originate? Qian Rinxue was momentarily taken aback, staring at Su Chun with a look of incredulity. Isn't this from your world? How could you not know? In my world, there have been hundreds of emperors. A chaotic array of them. I barely recognize a few significant figures, he replied. This attire does not resemble Tang clothing. Nor does it evoke the styles of the Ming or the Qin and Han dynasties. It certainly bears no resemblance to the Song dynasty either. From where, then? Does it hail? From the northern and southern dynasties, she exclaimed. With so many styles available, why did you choose one from the northern and southern dynasties? Su Chun promptly opened his phone and conducted a search. Upon viewing the attire from the southern and northern dynasties, particularly the male garments, he felt a peculiar sensation. They were undeniably aesthetically pleasing, yet there was an indescribable quality that left him uneasy. In any case, he would never don such clothing. By the way, didn't you all order a piece for me as well? Ah, yes, Su Qing mentioned wanting to surprise you. Humph, what sort of surprise is that? It's just clothing, really. Su Qin's expression was nonchalant, yet his eyes brimmed with anticipation. Your humble servant has come to attend to you, a sultry female voice whispered into Su Qin's ear, causing him to shudder. He turned his head in astonishment to behold a delicate figure. With slender, elegant fingers, she playfully winked, sticking out her tongue at Su Qin, while lifting her dress to reveal a flawlessly smooth thigh. Su Qing wore a bewildered expression, questioning whether she lacked allure. How could he have overlooked the infatuated look on Su Qin's face? In that fleeting moment, she felt the sting of her own inadequacy. Hey, could you at least show me some respect? Su Chun regained his senses, a shiver running through him. He took a few steps back, eyeing Su Qing warily. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? No, shouldn't you be the one asking that? Does my statement not pique your interest in the slightest? Am I, your sister, not beautiful enough? Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Su Qin displayed an expression of understanding, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is beautiful. Is there anything else? Su Qing, how dismissive. It is indeed dismissive. Which man favors a violent woman, especially one who is unreasonable? Hey, can we still engage in a pleasant conversation? Yes. Certainly. Then tell me, princess, you are truly beautiful. Ugh. Upon perceiving the expression of utter disgust on Su Qin's face, Su Qing felt the muscles in her forehead tense. And with gritted teeth, she glared at him. Are you truly that repulsive? Ahem, I do not wish to be harsh, but I am merely speaking the unvarnished truth. I apologize, but I find myself genuinely lacking interest in you. Perhaps it is simply due to your constant presence by my side that I have grown accustomed to it. Su Qin beheld the exquisite warring state's robe adorning Su Qing and candidly remarked on its undeniable beauty. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Humph. This time, I am pleased and shall grant you forgiveness. Thank you for your pardon. By the way, where is Guyuna? Su Qin gazed around in bewilderment. Failing to discern the presence of Guyuna, Su Qin noticed Guyuna, whose cheeks were flushed, entering with a light and graceful step. She shyly lowered her head. Upon observing the attire adorning Guyuna, Su Qin's eyes sparkled with delight. This ensemble is reminiscent of the Ming dynasty. Indeed. I find myself quite enamored with such exquisite garments. Guyuna, draped in her resplendent long dress, appears as though a celestial being has descended to earth. The embroidery upon her attire is nothing short of extraordinary, with each delicate stitch narrating tales of the Ming era. The vibrant hues of the fabric, akin to a picturesque poem, enchant the beholder. The hairstyles of women from the Ming dynasty are equally distinctive, featuring elegantly coiffed high buns adorned with intricate hairpieces, radiating grace and nobility. Su Qin perceives an air of propriety and decorum, which he greatly appreciates. Is it beautiful? Guyuna inquired softly. Indeed, it is beautiful, he replied. And among the three of us, who do you think is the most beautiful? Upon hearing the question, Su Qin's mood suddenly soured. He glanced at one person who was glaring at him, another who appeared utterly curious, and a third who was covertly observing him. His expression was one of exasperated amusement. They were all quite captivating in their own ways. With a grand gesture, Su Qin posed a question that delved deep into my mind, a matter far from trivial for him. At that moment, Su Qing interrupted Su Qin's discourse with a single remark. No, you can only choose one, GG. Frustration surged within Su Qin as he shot an irritable glance at Su Qing, feeling an overwhelming urge to overturn the table. Su Qin observed the curiosity of the three women, clenched his fist, and assumed a valiant demeanor, reminiscent of a heroic sacrifice. Indeed. It was Chapter 28, the 40-meter greatsword. Yet, I must exclaim, which fool uttered such words, leaving a straightforward man like me at a loss for a response? Su Chen was utterly caught off guard. He couldn't simply agree that everything was beautiful. How else could he respond? Brother Su Chen, why have you fallen silent? I have been eagerly awaiting your words. Su Qing found herself inexplicably in possession of more than a dozen knives and forks. With a slight exertion of strength, she effortlessly bent them. Su Chen swallowed hard, feeling as though a single misstep could shatter the very fabric of this world. Douluo star seemed to convey its weariness, as if acknowledging the relentless oppression it faced. Coughing lightly, he continued, Look, each of you possesses unique qualities, do you not? The three women responded in unison. He elaborated, Qian Rinxue is naturally stunning, while Gu Yuna exudes grace and poise. And you, my dear, are breathtakingly beautiful. Therefore, I implore you, do not compel me to answer such foolish questions. Su Chen raised a middle finger and instantaneously vanished, leaving the three women in a state of disarray amidst the wind. Upon hearing Su Chen refer to her as a beauty of unparalleled grace, Su Qing felt a rush of bashfulness. It seems that Gage truly loves me, she mused, her heart fluttering at the compliment. Gu Yuna, observing Su Qing's reaction, trembled slightly and made her way towards Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue, witnessing Su Qing's demeanor, furrowed her brow. What mischief are you up to now, Su Qing? Sister Qianren, what are you saying? Su Qing replied innocently. I am merely elated by Gage's words. Look, he called me a beauty of unrivaled charm, while you two are simply elegant and naturally lovely. Gu Yuna, somewhat baffled, glanced at the visibly irritated Qian Rinxue. What does that imply? Qian Rinxue retorted. What else could it mean? It suggests that we are not as beautiful as she is. I see. Gu Yuna responded, her understanding dawning. She looked at Qian Rinxue, who wore an expression of disbelief. You are not angry? Why should I be? Qian Rinxue replied. She is Su Chen's sister. It is only natural for him to declare her beautiful. We are merely his wives, while Su Qing will eventually marry at that point. This household will still be governed by the two of us. With a sharp intake of breath, Qian Rinxue contemplated the wisdom in her words. Indeed. You make a valid point. Su Qing was in a huff, her hands on her hips. What is the big deal? If you want me to get married, you'll have to beat me first. Qian Rinxue, observing Su Qing's raucous demeanor, leaned closer to Gu Yuna and whispered. No wonder Su Chen says she is covered in spider webs. It turns out she is a violent maniac. It makes sense. How could anyone possibly like a girl like her? Gu Yuna glanced at Su Qing, who was eavesdropping nearby, and turned to Qian Rinxue with a puzzled expression. Why are you speaking so softly? Qian Rinxue was taken aback, and as she turned to see Su Qing listening intently, she immediately fell silent. In a fit of anger, Su Qing instantaneously teleported in front of Qian Rinxue and unleashed a mere 1% of her strength in a headbutt. Bang! Qian Rinxue swayed unsteadily, stars dancing before her eyes. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yuna promptly supported Qian Rinxue, huffing, how can a sister-in-law speak of her sister-in-law in such a manner? By age, both of you should refer to me as your ancestral matriarch. Upon concluding her words, Su Qing departed immediately. As she stepped outside, she beheld Su Chen and Bai Ji seated on stools, gazing towards the entrance. Su Chen held a watermelon, and the two were enjoying their snack. Was it delectable? The sight of the watermelon elicited a reflexive swallow from Su Qing. It was not that she had never tasted it before, but rather a natural reaction upon witnessing it. Su Chen took a bite, gazing at Su Qing with a perplexed expression. How did you manage to come out so swiftly? Su Qing, huh? What does that mean? You're out so quickly. How am I supposed to enjoy the gossip? Hurry up, hurry up. Su Qing seems to be slightly confused. What does it mean? If you don't quarrel, how can I enjoy the drama? Hurry up. The watermelon is already prepared. Su Chen waved his hand impatiently, exclaiming, You. What do you mean by that? Do not presume that being the emperor's sister grants you the freedom to act as you please. Su Chen abruptly smacked his thigh, handing the watermelon in his hand to the onlooking Bai Ji, and then stood up to lock eyes with Su Qing. Su Qing, unwilling to concede defeat, stepped forward a few paces. The two individuals exchanged glances that crackled with intensity. Bai Ji, observing the electric charge in their eyes, felt a surge of excitement. Her eyes sparkled as she promptly picked up a watermelon and began to eat, squinting with pleasure. 5 minutes later, Su Chen tilted his neck to one side. Could you please refrain from getting so close? We're almost on the verge of a kiss. Su Qing was taken aback, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she turned away. Su Chen believed that Su Qing was upset. He felt that his recent behavior might have been somewhat excessive. Are you all right? As Su Chen prepared to approach and offer comfort, the scene before him was too beautiful to fathom. Wow! Su Chen instantly vanished, leaving Bai Ji in a state of perplexity. As she drew closer, she was utterly astonished by what she beheld. Su Qing smiled mischievously, unexpectedly producing a colossal 40-meter-long broadsword from seemingly nowhere. Su Qin, I shall not rest until you are vanquished. The fairy's blade is already thirsting for battle. After Su Qing finished speaking, she vanished in a flash, determined to avenge this humiliation. Bai Ji stood frozen in the square, astonished by the sheer size of the knife. Gradually, Su Qin's head emerged from among the clouds, glancing furtively around before exhaling a sigh of relief. Damn it, they resort to blades at the slightest provocation. A small knife would suffice, but this time it's an enormous 40-meter cleaver. It's utterly terrifying. Su Qin, what on earth are you talking about? Su Chan inhaled sharply, a smile gracing his face as he turned to face her behind him. It's nothing. I merely meant to say that my sister Su Qing is truly beautiful. He added, I heard that you enjoy melons, brother. No, he replied. I do not fancy melons. What I truly adore are sweet peaches. Su Qin immediately shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, Damn it. Do you think I, Su Qing, can be easily deceived like my sister-in-law? Come and see. I shall harness my energy. Drink. Su Qing raised the enormous 40-meter sword, swinging it towards Su Qin, whose eyes widened in astonishment. Su Qin shouted in despair, Do not approach. In an instant, the sky shattered, and a cataclysmic force surged forth, causing the land to tremble. All eyes were drawn upwards, witnessing a terrifying spectacle. Chen Xin, amidst his swordplay, was suddenly captivated by the scene above. As he beheld the oncoming shockwave, he stood frozen in disbelief. Third soul skill, Sword Wings of Flight. Without hesitation, Chen Xin activated his 7-kill sword, soaring into the air. In his frantic state, he glanced back repeatedly, noticing the shockwave gaining speed before his very eyes. He longed to unleash all his soul power to hasten his escape. Could it be that the esteemed figure from the Spirit Hall has made a move? But the power of a level 99 is truly overwhelming. In utter despair, Chen Xin was struck by the shockwave, sent crashing to the ground, feeling as if every bone in his body had turned to jelly. From the deep crater he landed in, he roared in fury, Spirit Hall, I will not rest until we settle this. Meanwhile, Qian Douluo was quietly engrossed in calligraphy. Quite good. My penmanship improves with each stroke, he mused, preparing to add a final flourish. Suddenly, a tremor caused his hand to slip, resulting in an unintended mark. He stared in shock, quickly regaining his composure and darting out of the hall. Who dares disturb me? Is it you, you little rascal? Return my granddaughter at once. Qian Douluo bellowed. As he surveyed the scene in the sky, he swallowed hard. It seems it is not that wretched boy, he scoffed, swiftly returning to the Spirit Hall. All factions gazed up at the unfolding drama, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and dread. Suddenly, Su Qin was struck down by a powerful punch from Su Qing, crashing down and creating a massive crater 2 kilometers wide. Su Qin spat out the dirt from his mouth, his expression resembling that of a ferocious beast as he glared at Su Qing in the sky. What on earth are you doing? Why does it feel so soft? Su Qin, perplexed, lowered his head and was taken aback. Beneath his feet lay an elderly man clad in green armor, his eyes rolled back in an expression of disbelief. Upon witnessing such a scene, Su Qin felt an even greater surge of indignation. Just look at this. What kind of fight is this? How could an elder of such advanced years be treated in such a manner? Su Qin, with a countenance of fury, pointed an accusatory finger at the old man beneath his feet. Su Qing scoffed disdainfully. It wasn't me who struck him, was it? Aren't you the one who trampled over him? I shall do as I please. Who gave you the audacity to provoke me? Today, I shall act in righteous indignation against my own kin. Su Qin clenched his fist, his face contorted with resentment as he pointed towards the sky where Su Qing resided. I tell you. Well, and then? 30 years in the east of the river. And then 30 years in the west, am I right? How dare you steal my lines? What do you mean by stealing? This phrase has been uttered by countless others. Is it not common knowledge? The valiant can be slain but not humiliated. Su Qin instantly teleported before Su Qing, and without uttering a word, knelt down. Su Qing's lips twitched in disbelief. You've stirred such fervor, and yet this is the outcome? Su Qin looked up with a smug expression and said, What do you know? This is what I call being true to oneself. Sighing, he continued, with your demeanor, I scarcely know how to tease you anymore. Then perhaps you should refrain from doing so, came the reply. Hurry and mend the holes in the sky. While it may appear beautiful, it certainly does not bode well for the people of this world. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, suggesting a whimsical desire. Do you think I am like Sister Hua, who constantly thinks of mending gaps? She has plenty of stones, but I certainly do not possess such abundance. Su Qin also stood up, expressing his frustration. Isn't it you who inexplicably attacked me with a knife? In the end, you failed to kill me, but instead, the heavens were shattered. And now you blame me? Should I be grateful for your attempt to harm me? Su Qing pouted her lips, wearing an expression of innocence. I didn't do it on purpose, she remarked. Even if I were to be killed, I would still be able to save it. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Su Qing clutched his chest and took a few steps back, his expression one of disbelief. Is this truly human discourse? It cannot be. Indeed, it is not. I am not even human. Your argument is so compelling that I find myself utterly speechless. Su Qing gazed upon the elderly man on the ground. His eyes rolled back and foam escaping his lips. In that fleeting moment, a profound sense of guilt enveloped Su Qing. Su Qing observed Su Chun gazing at the old man on the ground, pondering whether he would truly act so hastily. After all, he was at least a titled Douluo in this realm, was he not? Surely, one could discern that. Su Qing gazed at Su Chun with a look of curious intrigue. Su Chun sighed and shook his head. I certainly noticed it. I can't help but feel that this old man is rather unfortunate. If it had occurred in the city, I could understand it. However, being struck in such a remote location as the forest is truly beyond my comprehension. Su Chun looked up at Su Qing, wearing an expression of uncertainty on her face. Su Qing pondered thoughtfully, stroking her chin. Losing money? Upon hearing this, Su Chun shook his head. It was evident that this was a case of deceit. Regrettably, there was no one here to intervene, unlike the situation back home where the police would take charge. Moreover, there were no surveillance cameras in sight. Alas, he is a titled Douluo. Are you certain he is attempting to defraud? Su Chun nodded solemnly, pondering who decreed that a titled Douluo could not engage in opportunistic behavior. Indeed, your argument holds merit. Observing his current state, visibly lacking in breath, perhaps we should reconsider? Su Chun and Su Qing exchanged a glance, sharing a mischievous grin, and 1 minute later, Su Chun wore a facade of feigned sorrow, wiping away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qing felt a pang of discomfort within her. She gently patted Su Chin's shoulder. Su Chin, with a heavy heart, nodded subtly and crouched down to plant the 3 cigarettes in the ground. Su Qing was about to bow her head in reverence when she was halted by Su Chin. She stared at Su Chin, momentarily taken aback. Su Chin shook her head, as if to say, have you not already committed enough misdeeds? You have utterly disrupted my emotional state, damn it. Su Qing gazed at the grave before her, a look of utter disbelief on her face. There stood a tombstone fashioned from a simple wooden plank, inscribed with a few words, the grave of the unfortunate old man. Su Qing gazed with a bitter expression, though it was merely a facade. How could one not remain at home, yet choose to witness celestial beings in combat? Indeed, one becomes so engrossed that they seem to transcend the very earth beneath them. Thus, it is evident that the fault does not lie with my sister and me. If blame is to be assigned, it ought to fall upon your ill-fated self, dear comrade. Su Qing turned around, grasping Su Qing's hand, ready to leave. Wait a moment. What's the matter? Su Qing inquired, a look of confusion adorning his face. Su Qing pointed at the flowers on the ground, eager to savor their essence. Su Qing furrowed her brow and directly pulled a stick from the ground, handing it to the bewildered Su Qing. What on earth is wrong with you? This is utterly unethical. What nonsense are you spouting? I call it frugality, a refusal to waste. Besides, that old man has already passed on. A mere formality suffices. Are you suggesting we prepare a grand farewell for him? Not at all. I suddenly perceive your actions as exceedingly unethical, shockingly so. It's one thing to not compensate even a dime, but to seize the only 3 cigarettes from someone else is simply outrageous. Upon hearing this, Su Chun immediately felt a sense of indignation. Does this old man smoke? What is the purpose of your inquiry? Just state whether he smokes or not. He does not. But he does indulge in substances that are detrimental to his health, as his time is limited. In that case, it is indeed a waste to give it to him. It would be better to bestow it upon me. In this manner, we would both assist him in meeting his great-grandmother sooner, sparing him from the agony of death. However, I still feel that such actions. Halt. Su Qin took a breath and said, just tell me if you want to smoke or not. There's no need to say so much. Upon hearing these words, Su Qing glanced at the 2 cigarettes on the ground, her expression contorted with rage. A moment later, she hissed, brother, this is quite enjoyable to smoke. What business does a girl like you have with such things? Su Qin looked at Su Qing in astonishment and replied. Su Qing also spoke directly, expressing a desire to indulge, which seemed rather intriguing in this manner. Su Qin nodded. In chapter 29, Lu Ruoyan. Bang. A hand emerged from the earth, and an elderly man with white hair sat up, looking bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. I was clearly en route to the heavenly. Yet I was suddenly struck by some unknown force. Who could be so shameless as to launch a surprise attack on me? Could it be the infamous Chrysanthemum Pass? Douluo thought to himself. After all, I am a titled Douluo of the continent. I trust that the old fellow at Chrysanthemum Pass would not resort to such underhanded tactics. As Douluo stood up, he suddenly noticed a wooden board ahead, upon which some characters were clearly inscribed. He scrutinized the writing, perplexed. What does this mean? What language is this? He scratched his head in confusion, contemplating. Never mind. I must find a way to cure my granddaughter's poison. With that, Douluo cast aside the wooden board and departed. Suchin and Suqing were soaring through the skies, engaged in a conversation about earth-shattering events. I inquired, Suchin, what shall we do next? What else is there to do? We shall take it one step at a time, came the reply. Ah, if there is nothing pressing. I wish to return to my hometown for a visit. Do as you wish. It matters not if you never return. What did you just say? Ahem, nothing. Nothing at all. Do hurry back. That sounds more like it. Within the Suqing space ring, she extracted a card, which was the joker from a deck of playing cards. Casually, she tossed it into the bewildered hands of Suchin. Suchin scrutinized the playing card in his hand with meticulous attention. Based on his observations, he was certain that this particular card held some unique significance. Suqing gazed silently at Suchun, who was engrossed in the cards in his hands. What are you looking at? She inquired. Ah, is it the treasure you bestowed upon me? It's merely a talisman. Should you find yourself in any trouble, utter a word to it, and I shall rush to your side instantly. Suchin was taken aback, waving the playing cards in his hand. So, why the joker? I find it appealing. Is that not acceptable? Of course it is. Absolutely, it's more than acceptable. He huffed. Suchin contemplated for a moment, then gazed at Suqing and inquired, are you leaving now? Indeed. Farewell for now, my dear brother. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Suqing replied, before shattering the fabric of space and stepping through. The departure of Suqing left Suchin in a state of disarray, gazing at the silent sky. He found himself utterly alone. With a grimace on his face, he exclaimed, at least take me back. I am lost. Cursed be the fickle-hearted. Suchin, feeling disinclined to fly, directly shattered the space and entered. At that moment, the master and disciple gazed at the sparkling academy before them, swallowing in anticipation. Master, why have I never heard of this Susu Academy? Upon hearing his student's inquiry, Yu Xiaojiang immediately postured himself with an air of superiority. It must be a newly established institution. Come, let us enter. With my exceptional talent, they will undoubtedly welcome us, including your innate abilities. A girl clad in a fitted skirt examined the documents in her hand, her expression serious. How peculiar. I have established the academy, and we already have students and teachers. Why have I yet to receive any notification? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A respectful elder bowed slightly. Director Liu, 2 individuals claim to be here for an interview. Is that so? Lead me to them. Lu Ruoyan set down her documents, donned her high heels, and gracefully exited. Outside the academy, the master and disciple awaited news. When Lu Ruoyan emerged and beheld the ragged appearance of the two, her previously cheerful demeanor vanished. Are you two here for an interview? Yu Xiaojiang turned around and was taken aback by Lu Ruoyan's beauty, astonished that such a stunning girl existed in the continent. What are you staring at? An academy teacher. Noticing Yu Xiaojiang's lecherous gaze directed at the director, grew furious. Yu Xiaojiang snapped back to reality, perturbed by the teacher's outburst. Who said I was staring? I was merely observing the director, curious about her capabilities. Tang San, hearing his teacher's shameless response, looked up at him, bewildered. Lu Ruoyan initially intended to extend her hand for a polite handshake but retracted it upon witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's lewd demeanor. First, answer this. What position are you applying for? And the young boy beside you, he appears quite young. Surely he seeks to join the academy, correct? Yu Xiaojiang proudly straightened his posture and proclaimed, naturally. This is my student. He possesses an innate spirit power of level 10 and currently boasts a spirit power of level 20. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan gazed at Tang San with admiration and nodded, acknowledging his genius. But you? Yu Xiaojiang, brimming with pride, declared, as for me, I am among the top 10 most competitive spirit masters in the continent. Have you heard of it? Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow, looking at the nearby teacher with a puzzled expression. What is that? The teacher also frowned, contemplating, but eventually shook his head, indicating he was unfamiliar with it. Ahem. May I ask how to address you, esteemed teacher? Upon hearing Lu Ruoyan's inquiry regarding his name, Yu Xiaojiang replied nonchalantly, my name is of little consequence. Others simply refer to me as master. And what is your spirit power level? Lu Ruyin, uncertain, inquired, feeling that the individual before her, referred to as a master, might merely be a charlatan seeking to indulge. Alas, the essence of soul power is trivial. Have you ever heard the saying that there are no worthless martial souls, only inept soul masters? Therefore, what is your rank? Tang Sen stepped forward, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. My teacher is at level 29. Yet his knowledge of soul masters is unparalleled across the continent. Upon hearing his studentess' words, Yu Xiaojiang remained composed, gazing at Lu Ruyin, awaiting her sparkling eyes to meet his. Lu Ruyin squinted and entered the academy, muttering as she walked, "What theoretical master? He seems more like a lecher. What can a level 29 accomplish? Our Academy-S instructors are all at level 70. Yu Xiaojiang, sensing Lu Ruyin's disregard, felt a surge of humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he trembled with indignation. "You, how disrespectful. As the dean of an academy, your character is lamentable. In my view, you, the dean, are no better than the rest." The Academy-S teachers were taken aback by Yu Xiaojiang's boldness, secretly giving him a thumbs up in admiration. Seeing their approval, Yu Xiaojiang felt rejuvenated. Looking at Lu Ruyin with an air of pride. Upon hearing his remarks, Lu Ruyin clenched her fist. As a titled Douluo, she had never endured such indignity. Were it not for her employer's admonition against mistreating the common folk and the importance of respecting all, she would have long since dealt with this insolent individual. Lu Ruyin took a deep breath, fixing her gaze on Yu Xiaojiang. "Are you not here to cause trouble? Speak. Were you sent by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Academy?" "Humph. I told you. I am here to apply for a teaching position." Lu Ruyin's forehead throbbed with anger, her eyes now glinting with menace. "Have you ever seen an academy that would hire a level 29 soul master as a teacher? At Susu Academy, the minimum requirement is level 70. Do you believe you possess the qualifications? Return to your mundane existence. A person like you is beneath my notice, unworthy of my hands." Lu Ruyin, with her delicate fingers, regarded Yu Xiaojiang with a chilling stare. Yu Xiaojiang, aware of his untenable position, prepared to leave with Tang San. Tang San, frowning at Lu Ruyin, thought it unimaginable that such a high-ranking academy's dean could be so oppressive to the common people. "Humph, my teacher would disdain such a place," he remarked, ready to follow Yu Xiaojiang away. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Lu Ruyin scoffed disdainfully and coldly declared, "I have changed my mind. You two shall crawl away. Otherwise, do not blame me, Lu Ruyin, for my indiscriminate wrath." Lu Ruyin glanced around and suddenly sensed a presence, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. She turned her gaze toward the wall, where a little girl clad in a pink dress was peering in. To her surprise, it was a 10,000-year soul beast. How unfortunate, as Lu Ruyin no longer had any need for it. Memories of her encounter with Su Qing surfaced, and she recalled. "This is the card your second boss bestowed upon you." A look of confusion crossed Lu Ruyin's face as she examined the more than a dozen cards in her possession. She noted that they indicated values of 10,000 years and even 100 million years. After meticulously counting, she discovered there were 15 cards. "What is this?" Lu Ruyin inquired, her curiosity piqued. As Su Qing leisurely savored the watermelon, she languidly remarked, "This is a soul ring card, inscribed with characters that signify a soul ring. Since Su Qing requires you to have it, you should equip it. This item is of no use to either of us, nor to anyone else. It is solely meant for you. Should it prove insufficient, you may request more from Su Qing, as that fellow possesses an abundance." Lu Ruyin stared blankly at the soul ring card in her hand, her fingers trembling slightly. Disbelief etched across her face. "Are you implying that these cards are all soul rings?" Su Qing observed Lu Ruyin's naive demeanor, her expression one of incredulity. "Indeed, what is the matter? Is this not perfectly ordinary? As one of us, you ought to be extraordinary, unlike those dull and lackluster individuals. Now go ahead and crush it. You can use it immediately. Rest assured, Su Qing has assured us that it is painless, harmless, and hygienic." Su Qing gently patted Lu Ruyin's shoulder before departing, leaving Lu Ruyin in a daze as she gazed at her hands. One hand clutched a ring containing 200 million gold soul coins, while the other held a soul ring card. Returning to reality, Lu Ruyin took a deep breath. Her current soul power stood at level 98, having initially begun at level 95. The absorption of the soul ring card had directly enhanced her strength. Her soul rings were arranged as follows: red, 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 gold, 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 gray. Lu Ruyin was confident that she could contend with anyone at level 99. The boss had advised her that if she was unable to win, She should speak to the ring, prompting her to utter phrases like East Wind Express, instantaneous delivery. Though the meaning eluded her, the grandeur of it all was undeniable. Regaining her composure, Lu Ruyin began to move slowly toward the wall. Little Five, terrified, realized she had been discovered and wanted to flee. But her legs felt suddenly weak. She never anticipated that the academy's headmaster would be a titled Douluo. Tang Xin recognized Lu Ruyin's intentions and shouted, "Little Five, run." He swiftly directed his dragon beard needle at Lu Ruyin, then employed the purple extreme demon eye, launching a flying kick in her direction. Lu Ruyin, with her beautiful eyes fixed on the dragon beard needle behind her, promptly stepped forward, summoning 9 soul rings that materialized around her. Yuxiagang, witnessing this, felt his legs weaken and collapse to the ground. The colors reflected in Tang San's eyes shifted, and he was struck with shock, attempting to retreat, only to realize it was too late. "Little one, did you think that even if I am punished today, you would escape unscathed?" Lu Ruyin declared. 5th soul skill, Ice Break Slash. With a swift motion, she swung the blade towards Tang San, who was merely 100 meters away, unleashing a crescent blade of energy that cleaved through buildings within a kilometer. For the first time, Tang San felt despair. He was unwilling to accept it. Crack. A figure emerged from the shattered space, appearing as if casually strolling, scratching its head and glancing left and right, yet oblivious to what lay ahead. "Second boss. Be careful." Lu Ruyin was taken aback and wished to rush in to save him, but it was too late. Tang Sen closed his eyes, bracing himself for death. But upon hearing a commotion, he opened his eyes in confusion. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared before him, a vision that haunted his mind. His expression twisted in rage as he bellowed, "Su Qin." Su Qin was momentarily startled. The figure behind him evoked an impression akin to that of a beggar. Su Qin did not think much. He swiftly grasped the foot that Tang San had kicked towards him and, with a casual motion, flung it aside. Tang San executed a backflip, arms outstretched, landing gracefully and standing tall with an air of pride. Su Qin wore a look of astonishment as he clapped his hands and exclaimed, what an impressive posture. You could easily earn a gold medal in gymnastics. However, it seems that a young lady just called for me." Su Chan wore a look of bewilderment. Upon noticing the impending attack behind him, Tang San smirked cunningly, swiftly leaping back to stand before the frightened Yu Xiaojiang. He seized Yu Xiaojiang's arm and hurriedly made his way to the wall, where he located Xiao Wu, before making a rapid escape. Su Chen scratched his head in confusion. "Boss," he exclaimed, alarmed. Lu Ruyin, kneeling on the ground, once again cautioned him, her face etched with despair. "We haven't even started the workday, and the boss is already in trouble. How can one not feel hopeless? Where else can one find such a comfortable job that also enhances their skills? It's all over." Su Qin, with a perplexed expression, turned his head and smiled. However, that smile had already faded. What on earth? The holy sword. With a thunderous explosion, the surrounding buildings vanished, and the academy's entrance was reduced to rubble. Lu Ruyin was plunged into despair once more as she glanced at the gate. All of this is money, she thought, though it isn't mine. If the big boss finds out, won't I be doomed? Why was the power so immense? After absorbing the soul ring and enhancing her strength, she had merely taken on the role of a contractor, focusing on the construction of the academy, neglecting her own power. As the explosion dissipated, Su Chen's cigar was tragically extinguished. He glared around in indignation, exclaiming, "Who on earth is responsible for this? Is there no sense of public decency? The story hasn't even reached its climax yet. Why the senseless assaults?" Lu Ruyin quickly wiped away her tears, rose to her feet, and took a few delicate steps towards Su Chen, bowing respectfully. "Second boss." Su Chen was taken aback as he carefully observed Lu Ruyin. "Boss. And what a peculiar one at that. By the way, who are you? Beautiful. I feel as though I have encountered you before." Su Chen gazed at Lu Ruyin's figure, internally nodding in approval. With her alluring curves and an enchanting mature demeanor, she epitomized his ideal. Particularly suitable for the role of his secretary on Blue Star. Lu Ruyin, hesitant to respond, appeared as though she were facing her fate. She lifted her head and said, "Boss, I am Lu Ruyin." With a sudden realization, she added, I remember now. Was it you who set the moon in the sky just moments ago?" Su Chen pointed at himself, and Lu Ruyin, feeling shy, blushed and nodded. Su Chen looked at him with a face full of doubt about life. "It seems I have not provoked you, yet here I am, attacked by you, an employee, merely for taking a wrong turn." Su Chen suddenly recalled the unfortunate old man clad in green whom he encountered during his altercation with Su Qing earlier that day. Could it be that retribution arrived so swiftly? What? Lu Ruyin inquired with a curious expression. Ahem, it's nothing. Allow me to share. I merely came to see if you were diligently working, and then. Chapter 30, The Blue-Silver Emperor. I simply wish to observe how your academy is faring. Lu Ruyin cast an awkward glance at the now-vanished door, uncertain of how to respond. Su Qin cast a glance at Lu Ruyin, who remained silent. He approached her and casually draped his arm over her shoulder, assuring her, rest assured, I am in no hurry. The salary will be dispersed as usual, after all. It is not my money. Lu Ruyin, taken aback by Su Qin's sudden gesture, shivered and nodded, drenched in sweat. Yes, you are right, second boss. What on earth? Damn, which fool would dare to call me second boss? Surely it cannot be Su Qin, can it? Lu Ruyin cautiously nodded. Su Chan was taken aback, feeling as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt. Cough, cough, cough. From now on, refer to me as pretty boy, understood? Do not call me second boss, or you may also call me pigeon. Pretty boy? Cut. Ah, right. No, that is incorrect. It is pigeon. Cut? Pigeon. Please refrain from cutting, will you? Come on, can you not speak Mandarin more clearly? Upon witnessing the boss's displeasure, Lu Ruyin immediately bowed her head in apology. From Su Qin's perspective, he caught sight of the tumultuous waves. He swallowed hard, remaining silent. Lu Ruyin, puzzled, glanced up to see Su Qin gazing at her with an unmistakable look of desire. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though the world around her had shifted. Boss. Second boss. Noticing Su Qin's continued silence, she let out a sigh. Handsome. Alas. What troubles you, dear sister? Have you had your fill? Not nearly enough. How could one ever tire of such a scene? Lu Ruyin remarked. Su Qin glanced at the scene for a few minutes, nodding in satisfaction. There was no way to avoid the discomfort of not blinking. Boss, this is our academy. Lu Ruyin awkwardly pointed towards the entrance-less Su Academy. Su Chan turned his head and glanced around, a look of perplexity on his face. Does the academy not have a door? It does. Why did I not see it? It existed 45 minutes ago, but now it is gone. Why 45 minutes? Because I dismantled it. Su Chan suspected he had misheard. He dug into his ears and tapped his fingers. Could you please repeat that? Lu Ruyin spoke cautiously, aware that she had inadvertently caused a disruption. Observing the lack of anger on Su Chen's face, she too felt a wave of relief wash over her. Su Chen felt a pang of anxiety in his heart, his hand trembling as he pointed towards the blank expanse. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ruyin swiftly approached to offer her consolation. It's all right, boss. It's nothing serious, nothing to worry about. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen felt a sudden rush of relief in his heart. He eagerly anticipated Lu Ruyin's subsequent remarks. Well, no need to rush, take your time. In the worst-case scenario, I could work for you without compensation. Oh, so that's how it is. Wait, you mean to say I would be working for you for free? Indeed. What do you think, dear boss? I thought you were considering me as your secretary. Cough, cough. Never mind, it's all good. So, I shall work for you without pay. After Su Chen finished speaking, he shattered the space and departed immediately. Lu Ruyin, witnessing Su Chen's departure, hastily called out, Wait, what's the matter? Su Chen, with a puzzled expression, turned to look at Lu Ruyin. Blushing, Lu Ruyin replied, I have no money left. But I thought you received 200 million? How could it vanish so quickly? Su Chen inquired. Indeed, but the big boss stated that money is not an issue. She told me to spend freely, and if I run out, I should either ask her or you. So where has your money gone? Upon hearing Su Chen's question, Lu Ruyin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, confessed, I hired workers and also recruited teachers, among other expenses. Upon hearing this, Su Chen sensed something amiss. Surely, 100 million should suffice. How could 200 million possibly be inadequate? Was it not merely the musings of the distressed CEO, Lu Ruyin, who was up to her usual antics? What was wrong with offering fair wages to the workers? The issue lay in the staggering sum of 1 million gold soul coins per laborer. What? Are you certain anyone would engage in such extravagant expenditures? Indeed, that day, the CEO witnessed a sick little boy in the slums, and out of compassion, she resolved to alter their plight by offering exorbitant wages. I initially stated that 1 gold soul coin would suffice, yet the CEO insisted that money was of no concern, and with a wave of her hand, she departed with an air of arrogance. How brazenly she left! No wonder she lamented that her funds were depleted. It turns out the situation was as I suspected. In an instant, Su Chan was infuriated, his head seemingly emitting smoke. He produced a card, the King of Spades, clenched his fist, but ultimately relinquished his resolve, for he knew he was unable to prevail. Su Chen took out a card and casually tossed it to Lu Ruyin before stepping into the space to leave. "There's a billion here. Spend it as you please," he said. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" she inquired. "It's fine. After all, it's not my money." "That woman's wealth is boundless," he replied. Su Chen is still searching for a way out, letting out a helpless sigh in the expanse of space. If all else fails, should he resort to forceful measures? No, that would surely lead to disdain from others. After all, I am merely an employer. How could I have overlooked this last time? Alas, my wretched infatuation with youthful charm. After Su Chen departed, Lu Ruyan's chest heaved as she took a deep breath. She gazed at the vast expanse of Su Su Academy, devoid of any grand entrance, and sighed, "Alas, I must continue my role as a foreman. How infuriating. If only that young rascal had escaped, I would have made him understand the true meaning of cruelty." Tang San, pulling along the eye-rolling Yu Xiaojing, hurried along. With Yu Xiaojing struggling to catch his breath, he patted Tang San's hand and implored, "Slow down. Slow down, little San. I can scarcely breathe." Tang San glanced back and, realizing they were no longer being pursued, unceremoniously released Yu Xiaojing and let go of Xiao Wu's hand, bearing the humiliation as he sought a place to sit. Yet, the moment he recalled Su Chen being targeted by a tidal Douluo, a wicked smile spread across his face. "Teacher, that Su Chen is surely doomed." Why do you say that?" Yu Xiaojing inquired, taken aback. "Did you not see? That esteemed tidal Douluo's attack was perfectly timed to intercept Su Chen. He couldn't possibly evade it. Consider this. No matter how formidable he may be, it is unlikely he could survive an encounter with a tidal Douluo." Upon hearing Tang San's logical explanation, Yu Xiaojing felt his face flush with realization. He had been so startled that he hadn't paid attention. "Oh, I see. Haha. That's poetic justice. Indeed. So, teacher, what shall we do next?" Yu Xiaojing sighed at Tang San's inquiry. "Must we truly seek her out?" "Who? Nothing. Let's take a moment to rest. How much do we have left?" "Teacher, we are left with only a single gold soul coin." "Very well. Let us first collect our subsidy and then set forth." Understood, teacher." "System? Why does this blade of grass appear so different from what I observed outside?" Su Chen, with a look of confusion, crouched down and pointed at the blue-silver grass before him. This was the blue-silver emperor, the mother of Tang San. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression darkened. "Come now, tell me, no matter how impressive Tang Hao may be, it is utterly impossible for him to father a child with a blade of grass." Su Chen unexpectedly found himself in a cave. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, he stepped onto something soft. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that the grass before him was unlike the other blue-silver grasses. "You are urged to read more, yet you insist on tending to cattle. I have told you repeatedly, in this world, soul beasts can attain human form. Why not the grass? Is it possible for this grass to transform as well? Is it not devoid of life?" Initially, Su Chen regarded the blue-silver grass merely as sustenance for the soft-boned rabbit, unaware that it could indeed attain sentience. "Do not speak to me. I still need to recuperate," he exclaimed. "You, a mere system, how can you claim to be injured? If I do not heal, how can I provide you with more?" Very well, very well." Su Chen, feeling increasingly impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Since his arrival in this world, he had become increasingly foolish for reasons unknown, perhaps influenced by his surroundings. While he pondered these thoughts, the blue-silver emperor beneath his feet began to wither slowly. Having sustained severe damage from his forceful step, now it resembled nothing more than a mere sprout. Upon seeing her, Su Chen swiftly steadied her to prevent her from collapsing. "Goodness, Tang San's mother, surely you can endure a mere kick. After all, you have borne children. How can you falter at such a trivial pain?" Su Chen recognized that this was Tang San's mother. He was unsure why a sense of compassion surged within him. Suddenly, he felt an urge to witness what this grass-turned human would look like. "System, oh, what are you doing? Is there any way to save this grass? Didn't Su Chen provide you with ample spiritual water? Why not let her give it a try? My dear, I cannot bear to part with it." Can she truly withstand such a thing? What if it proves to be excessive? That would be disastrous, wouldn't it? Su Chen recalled Su Chen's warning that her possessions held immense power in this world. Even the most rudimentary elixirs should not be carelessly administered to its inhabitants, for the risk of catastrophic consequences loomed large. Had it not been for this caution, she could have already healed Gu Yuna's wounds. Su Qing had expressed uncertainty regarding the precise application of her abilities. If she were to overdo it, the repercussions would be dire. So, what should one do? Perhaps consuming the herb? But is it palatable? How could I possibly know? having never tasted it myself. I am indeed inclined to try it. As I have been told that waste is a sin. Never mind, let us resort to desperate measures. Why do I feel that you merely wish to glimpse the visage of Tang San's mother? Ahem, how could that be? I pride myself on my integrity, unwavering and upright. I could never exhibit the remnants of Wei Wu's legacy. Humph. Do not assume I am oblivious to your intentions. We are both men, and I can comprehend. What do you understand? Enough of this. Farewell, for this herb is on the verge of perishing. Suchin swiftly retrieved a vial of spirit liquid from within the ring. He swallowed hard, observing the serpentine blue-silver emperor sprawled on the ground. Glancing back at the vial in his hand, an inexplicable urge to partake in its contents washed over him. Perhaps he could dare to test the poison? Without uttering a word, Suchin took a sip. Suchin awaited the emergence of results, but alas, there was not to be found. With a sense of reassurance, Suchin directly dripped a single drop onto the blue-silver emperor. Empowered by the essence, the blue-silver emperor instantly grew, transforming into a towering tree. Reaching a height of 7 meters, Suchin began to doubt the elixir in his hand, as it appeared rather unimpressive. It had not transformed him into a human. Who are you? A gentle feminine voice resonated throughout the cave. Suchin was taken aback for a moment, and immediately began to prepare all his magical techniques. Since he could unleash skills without restraint, he was ready for action. This move was dubbed Phobia of Firepower. Alas, that was the voice of the blue-silver emperor. Suchin then realized that it was the blue-silver emperor behind him who had just spoken. May I ask who you are? Who am I? Why should I disclose that to you? Have you ever encountered my mistress? The tone of this voice sounded somewhat anxious. Suchin smirked. Of course I have encountered your little mistress. She gave me quite a beating, and now I reckon she is out begging. What? Who on earth are you? Are you from the spirit hall? The body of the blue-silver emperor trembled slightly. She longed to rush to her son, yet reality held her back. The spirit hall? How could that be? Although I initially contemplated joining the spirit hall, I retain the freedom to choose my own path, and they cannot dictate my actions. Then why do you torment my mistress? Our family bears you no grudge. Why? Simply because I find it amusing. I derive great entertainment from bullying your son. Suchin nonchalantly waved his hand and said, You humph. Once a Hao finds out, he will certainly not let you off easily. You mean Tang Hao, right? I have encountered him before. Although I do not know your appearance, your taste is quite peculiar. I wonder how you could possibly fancy such a figure. TSK. That is irrelevant to you. All right. I saved you. How do you intend to repay me? Offering yourself in servitude will suffice. I am not as ruthless as Tang Hao, who would take action against you, a mere blade of grass. You, how dare you insult me? Is this truly an insult? Please, you are nothing but a blade of grass. Wait until you become human before you speak. I am curious to see how you will appear. Since you are already here, I wish to experience the feeling of having a harem. Suchin pondered for a moment. Initially, he intended to feign the demeanor of a virtuous gentleman. However, realizing that he would not be returning home anytime soon, or perhaps not at all, he abandoned the pretense. With 2 wives already, what was the harm in seeking a few more? After all, having traversed into another realm, was it not customary to embrace a harem? To experience the sentiments of other travelers was a mere indulgence. Upon hearing Suchin's scornful remarks, the blue-silver emperor erupted in fury. In an instant, her ethereal form manifested, and she brandished a cerulean weapon, aiming it menacingly at Suchin's throat. Suchin let out a sigh, yet he found the transformation of grass into a human quite visually appealing. He was too indifferent to evade the onslaught of the blue-silver emperor. After all, was he afraid of a massive 40-meter blade? Why should he fear a mere thrust from her? Ayin, gripping the blue-silver tyrant spear, wore a grave expression. When the spear met Suchin's neck, it shattered instantly, leaving Ayin in shock. She realized that she was no match for the individual before her and contemplated a hasty retreat to her original form. In that moment, the first strike of the vermilion bird's assault, confinement. In an instant, Ayin's body was ensnared by a powerful force, and despair gripped her heart. Suchin chuckled softly as he approached Ayin, declaring, I am not a good person. My idol is Boss Zhao. However, I wish to see if I can encounter your figure. Suchin gazed at the motionless Ayin, stroking his chin as he scrutinized her from top to bottom. He extended a hand, initially intending to touch the center of Ayin, but he ultimately refrained, opting instead to gently caress her face. Suchin was astounded, exclaiming in disbelief, Goodness, can I really encounter? What are you humming about? Your humming serves no purpose. At this moment, I have no intention of touching you in that manner, for you appear as if you were a mere specter. I shall only engage once you return to your normal state. It would be far more interesting then. Ain trembled slightly. When will you arrive? Chapter 31. An unexpected encounter with the Azura. You are waiting for Tang Hao, are you not? Do not fret. You won't be here so soon. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Ain felt her last glimmer of hope shatter. No, I shall not abandon hope so easily. Can you move at all? You make me feel like a villain, contemplating relinquishing hope. Even if Tang Hao were to arrive, what difference would it make? I am worth less than a mere fingernail. Su Qin was unaware of when a deceased soft-boned rabbit had found its way into his hands. As he sat there roasting it, he spoke. What exactly do you wish to achieve? Although Ain was unable to move, her tone conveyed a palpable anger. It's nothing much. I merely intend to carry you home. After all, what difference does it make to have one more woman? Even if it costs me my life, I would never return with you. He replied, very well. Then perish. Just as long as you can manage to move even a little, I shall grant you the freedom to choose your manner of demise. Su Qin remarked. Even if you wish for death, it eludes you. Even if you revert to being mere grass, he can still revive you. Ain, enveloped in despair and anguish, lamented. I merely sought to recuperate in peace. Why must I encounter such a shameless individual? What must I endure for you to finally relent? Upon hearing Yin's voice tinged with tears, Su Qin let out a chuckle and remarked, once you reach adulthood, I shall release you. What do you mean by that? It implies that I shall wait for 100,000 years before granting you your freedom. Upon hearing these words, Yin's innocent heart was suddenly engulfed in darkness. She had initially believed that the spirit hall was malevolent, yet today she found herself confronted with something even more sinister. What do you mean? I am merely 80,000 years old, and you claim you will wait 100,000 years for me? So you are only 80,000 years old. Thank you for enlightening me. Su Qin suddenly slapped his forehead and hurried to stand before Ain. Amidst Yin's confusion, he carefully extracted a vial of spiritual liquid and let a drop fall. In an instant, the entire cave was illuminated with a radiant, divine light. A warm, familiar aura emanated from the blue-silver emperor, enveloping the surroundings and gradually dispersing. From within, a girl donned in a fitted blue evening gown emerged. Slowly opening her beautiful eyes, the ethereal form of Ain beside Su Qin was drawn in, merging with her essence. Yin's body trembled as she regained her senses, only to realize that she was unable to flee. In an instant, horror engulfed her. Su Qin wiped his nose and approached Ain. He glanced left and right, then up and down. Not bad, he remarked. Look at me. I am your savior. My demands are modest. I merely ask for your devotion in return. Upon hearing this, Ain immediately declined, exclaiming, impossible. Absolutely out of the question. Su Qin, I believe I have encountered these words before. Regardless, it matters not to me whether it is possible or not. You cannot refuse. As for Ain, what more can she say? She can only resign herself to despair. She yearns to make a sacrifice, yet her body is immobile save for her lips, and her soul is imprisoned. Su Qin, in front of the astonished Ain, unexpectedly produced a burlap sack from somewhere. This should suffice. Su Qin unceremoniously stuffed Ain into his sack, hoisting it onto his shoulder, and then reinforced the bag with a protective shell to prevent Ain from suffering in the spatial passage. Could you not show a little compassion? Ain exclaimed in despair from within the sack. What nonsense. This is a kidnapping. Have you ever seen a kidnapper show compassion? There rests nothing of value on me. Why not just let me go? I shall share a secret with you. What is it? Ain asked, bewildered. In truth, I am a kidnapper of beauty. Everything else is of no concern to me. I will never let you go. I advise you to release me at once, or else a Hao will certainly come and tear you to shreds. Let him come, then. With that, Su Qin prepared to step into the spatial passage, but suddenly had a whimsical idea. He placed Ain down and proceeded to find a common blue-silver grass, planting it where Ain had been. Su Qin recalled Tang Hao tenderly speaking sweet nothings to an ordinary blue-silver grass, sharing his thoughts on love and life, and chuckled heartily. Su Qin couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Upon hearing his laughter, Ain immediately grew anxious. As she was unaware of what mischief Su Qin had been up to, it had to be something mischievous. What are you laughing at? She exclaimed. No, wait a minute. What gives you the right to speak here? Su Qin directly slapped Yin's posterior and exclaimed, you are shameless. I am still in pain. So refrain from making such a commotion here. Do you understand? Ain? Su Qin disregarded Ain and directly carried her into the spatial passage. Just at that moment, the entrance of the cave unexpectedly swung open, and Tang Hao stepped inside. His gaze, tender and affectionate, fell upon a sprig of blue-silver grass near Ain. Ain, I miss you. Let me tell you. Our son has made something of himself. Throughout this exchange, Tang Hao remained blissfully unaware that Ain had changed her attire from golden and silver hues to a striking blue. In Su Chen's lair, Gu Yuna and Qian Rinshui sat in contemplation. Where has Su Chen gone? Qian Rinshui inquired, her expression laced with confusion. I am uncertain. Could he possibly be lost? Yuna exclaimed, her tone filled with surprise. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinshui's lips twitched in disbelief. How could that be? He is so capable, there is no way he could lose his way in such a small area. Yuna nodded in agreement, and the two exchanged knowing smiles before resuming their viewing of a movie on Su Chen's phone. Su Chen gazed with a furrowed brow at the imposing figure before him. Who are you to dare intrude upon my domain? Su Chen wore a perplexed expression as he surveyed his surroundings. Where was this place? The man opposite him, upon hearing his musings, clenched his teeth in frustration. It seemed that you, a terrestrial soul master, are unable to see through my guise. Therefore, who are you? Su Chen regarded the figure before him with utmost seriousness. The impression he received was overwhelming. The man stood tall and imposing, with 6 hands protruding from his back, fiery red hair, and skin of a deep purple hue. I am Azura. So, you are a deity? Indeed, human soul master. I did not expect you to be familiar with my name. In that case, you may meet your demise. Upon hearing the mention of a deity, Su Chen was undeterred by whether this being was benevolent or malevolent. He resolved to act decisively, seeking vengeance for his beloved wife. How audacious! Divine prowess! Realm of Azuris! Upon witnessing the scene, Su Chen remained utterly unperturbed. As he firmly planted his foot upon the ground, the very surface of the divine realm fractured, causing nearby structures to tremble as if beset by an earthquake. The laws of heaven and earth were momentarily disrupted. Su Chen's figure transformed into an imposing giant, enveloped in a resplendent golden aura. His golden eyes regarded the divine realm with the indifference one might reserve for mere ants. Wielding his sword, he swept through all obstacles with ease. The Azura god stood in stunned disbelief, his hands trembling. What immense power! Who on earth are you? Su Chen remained silent, brandishing his sword and cleaving towards the entire divine realm. The god of Azura sought to intervene, promptly wielding the Azura demon sword to counter the strike. In an instant, the entire divine realm was split asunder, a singular blade of energy shattering the void, while all surrounding matter was drawn into its vortex. Su Chen coldly replied, glancing at the barely breathing Azura. He scoffed, I thought you would fight to the last breath. Is this all you can muster? The Azura god initially intended to resist, but suddenly sensed a chilling aura of death that compelled him to abandon that thought and flee. He summoned all his strength to escape at once, yet his divine weapon, the Azura sword, lay shattered, requiring meticulous effort to piece it back together with a magnifying glass and tweezers. Haha, Azura. Who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? A sharp female voice rang out, drawing the attention of those who had fallen, feigned death, or wore expressions of confusion and curiosity. Everyone's gaze was directed toward a figure clad in a purple gown, exuding an ominous aura, who was currently on the ground, laughing and pounding the earth with her fists. Su Chen gazed intently at the amusing woman before him, inquiring, Who are you? The woman was momentarily taken aback, pointing to herself in surprise. Su Chen nodded solemnly and politely, signaling her to continue speaking. I am the Rakshasa deity. Do you intend to slay me? Come forth. Su Chen contemplated while stroking his chin, gazing at the foolish woman before him. He scrutinized her from head to toe, shook his head, and muttered, Not suitable to be taken away. Her appearance is rather unappealing. Upon hearing Su Chen's remark about her looks, the Rakshasa goddess, as a woman, could not bear such words. She immediately grew agitated, exclaiming, What do you mean? If you wish to kill me, then do it. If I furrow my brow, then I am no true hero. Su Chen, you are remarkable. If you hadn't spoken these words, I would have thought you were a time traveler. Su Chen raised a thumb in approval towards the Rakshasa god, who lifted his head and puffed out his chest, exuding an air of defiance. Upon seeing this, Su Chen suddenly found himself at a loss, unable to take action for reasons unknown. Sighing, he said, You may go. Will you not take my life? I shall not stoop to the level of a fool. Su Chen waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to engage. What do you mean? Am I not worthy of your wrath? If you intend to kill me, then do it swiftly. No, you don't understand. I said I won't kill you, so be gone at once. Now tell me, why do you refrain from taking my life? It is because neither of us is virtuous. Enough, enough. Let us cease this exchange. Do not disturb me further. Haha. Indeed, I am no paragon of virtue. I appreciate your mercy. In gratitude, once I grow stronger, I shall ensure your demise is a slow and excruciating one. He. Su Qin, with an expressionless demeanor, instantaneously materialized before the Rakshasa deity. In a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap, then instinctively glanced upward. Ah. This star shines the brightest thus far. Oyin, hoisted upon his shoulder, struggled incessantly, writhing about. Slap. If you make another sound, I shall strike you again. Let me see if, as mere grass, your rear end will blush. Ayin immediately fell silent. Suchin turned his gaze towards the fallen Azura, only to discover that not a single hair remained. How disappointing. The skills may be adorned with dazzling effects, yet their damage fails to even graze me. Upon concluding his words, Suchin shattered the fabric of space and departed, harboring no intention of pursuing the Azura god. He was acutely aware that the Azura god would inevitably gather the fragments to reforge the Azura sword. Su Chun resolved to wait until the Azura god possessed the sword once more before continuing his endeavor to dismantle it. Alas, such was his ennui. After traversing the dimensions 200 times, he finally discovered it. Ah, my beloved! Su Chun, brimming with excitement, carried the eye-rolling Ayin on his shoulder as he stepped inside. Just then, Qian Rinxue emerged, yawning. Upon catching sight of the woman perched on Su Chun's shoulder, he was instantly alert. "Where is your sister?" he inquired. "Oh, she had some matters to attend to and went home," Su Chun replied. "I see. But who is the lady on your shoulder?" This question ignited a sense of urgency within Su Chun. "Ahem, this is the harem I desire." Su Chun did not feel intimidated by the looming crisis. Instead, she stood her ground with unwavering confidence. "Oh, how audacious! I am your wife. And you dare to casually bring another woman into our home without my consent as your second wife?" Qian Rinxue placed her hands on her hips, her tone sharp. "Why should I seek your approval? As a man, is it not customary for me to have multiple wives and concubines? Are you truly considering taking on 3 wives? Who said they would be wives? They are merely concubines. She does not hold the status to be my wife." TSK. I never would have imagined. Su Chun. Imagined what? To think you were even more fickle than a capricious heartthrob. How could you allow such a beautiful girl to endure such indignities? I refuse to accept it. Su Chun was taken aback. He approached Qian Rinxue directly and, with an exasperated expression, gave her a light pat on the rear, inquiring, "Which side do you truly support?" "I am undoubtedly on the side of my sister Guyuna," she retorted. "Just look at her. She certainly agrees with my perspective. Thus you have no right to consent. You possess no vote in this matter. But I am your second wife. Enough. Had I known, I would never have allowed you to associate with that foolish Su Qing. Just look at what it has turned you into." Su Qin felt a throbbing pain in his head. Guyuna rubbed her eyes and stepped outside, her lips smacking together. Upon seeing Ayin, her pupils widened in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. "Su Qin, what is going on?" she inquired. "It's nothing, Guyuna. This is the younger sister I found for you." After Su Qin finished speaking, he playfully tapped Ayin on the hip and remarked, "Are you certain this is not the wife you seek?" Guyuna, rolling her eyes, retorted, "Just say whether you are willing or not." "Of course, I am willing. By the time Su Qing arrives, we will have just enough for a game of Do Di Zhu," he replied. Bai Ji is simply too unreliable. By the way, what about that dog? Why hasn't it brought back Xuan Nu and the others yet? At that moment, Su Qin recalled that he had initially dispatched 3 hellhounds to find Xuan Nu, and with the Ice Emperor's assistance. He wondered if they had perhaps gotten sidetracked while on their journey. "As for the Duan Arena, there are no teams challenging us at the moment. What can we do?" Gu Yuna shrugged her hand, expressing how solitary invincibility could be. "All right, Ayin, remember to keep yourself clean today. I will come looking for you tonight." Upon hearing this, Ayin understood the implication and shook her head in acknowledgement, indicating her readiness to comply. Su Qin observed Ayin shaking her head incessantly. He gently supported her head with his hand and remarked, "Look, isn't that a nod? How adorable. I am aware of your shyness, but fret not. After tonight, you shall become my concubine." He continued, "Do you know why I sought you out? It was merely to provoke Tang Hao in a light-hearted manner." The 3 women were left utterly astounded by Su Qin's audacity, gasping in disbelief. "How can you be so shameless?" Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her face reflecting shock. Su Qin suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, prompting the 3 women to lean in curiously to hear his secret. Su Qin glanced at Ayin, who had come over to listen. "What brings you here?" Ayin's face suddenly flushed with heat as she huffed and turned her head away. "Hurry up and speak." Su Chen urged. Su Chen immediately turned to Qian Rinxue and Gu Yuna, saying, indeed, in Chapter 32, the rocket launch, one must simply possess a thick skin. Why concern oneself with trifles? I have the strength, so why ponder excessively? Unlike the three of you, rather, the two of you, allow me to clarify, at present. I rank third in this world. The first is that coffin, and the second is Su Qing. A coffin? What kind of coffin? Su Chen contemplated deeply, meticulously reflecting on what the system had articulated. It seemed he had forgotten much of it, yet one phrase lingered in his mind. Do not provoke the coffin. He remarked. What are you girls discussing coffins for? Qian Rinxue, your curiosity about coffins. Are they for your grandfather? Get lost. She retorted. Why do you mention Sister Gu Yuna and not me? Because you are easier to bully. You. Isn't there someone right beside you who is tied up? Why not torment her? Because I've already bullied her enough today. Qian Rinxue expressed her frustration, feeling overwhelmed by the numerous tricks of this world. She clenched her fist and stormed off in anger. Gu Yuna, watching the commotion between the two, felt helpless. After all, Su Chen was, in essence, family. Indeed. Family should not speak as if they were strangers, Su Chen quipped, raising an eyebrow. All right then, I shall seek out Qian Rinxue. You handle your matters quietly. I fear that Bai Ji may learn of this and report you everywhere. Understood, understood, he replied. Princess Su Chen cradled the indignant Ain in her arms as she entered her chamber. Black and white impermanence. Did I not expressly forbid you from entering my room? Are you unaware of the foul stench of the cat droppings you leave behind? The last incident, you scoundrel, saw you flee the fastest, selling me out without hesitation, even betraying your own siblings. Su Chen casually tossed aside the concept of the black and white impermanence. Su Chen liberated Ain from her constraints, and Ain flared up like an agitated feline. I warned you, I shall not allow you to succeed. What do you intend to do? Wait. The following day, Su Chen leaned against the bedside, leisurely smoking a cigarette, while beside him, Yin's gaze was vacant, as if devoid of light. She found herself utterly powerless to refuse, allowing the unfamiliar man before her to violate her. The entire night was unbearable. Even a blade of grass would struggle under such duress. What's wrong? Still angry? Su Chen observed Ain's dazed expression with a hint of curiosity. Realizing she was indeed still upset. No worries. Let us carry on. Upon hearing this, Ain immediately regained her composure, clutching the blanket tightly and retreating in fear. It's been an entire night already. Isn't that enough? Are you a beast? It's just one night. I could endure for another 24 hours. Look at you, still angry. There's nothing to be done about it. Su Chen, innocent and poised to take action, was suddenly halted. Stop. I'm no longer angry. Really? Indeed. So, what should I call you? A Su? After pondering for a moment, Ain replied, Sigh, it seems we must continue. Wait, is what I said incorrect? Hold on. 24 hours later, Ain wore a look of utter despair, devoid of any desire to move. She resigned herself to whatever Su Chen decided. She truly lacked the motivation to act. Bang, bang, bang. Come in. Qian Rinxue burst through the door, wielding the angel sword, her eyes shadowed by dark circles. And she stormed in, fuming. Su Chen, are you out of your mind? One night was tolerable, but now you're disrupting the day as well. I can understand staying up at night with Sister Gu Yuna, but sleeping during the day, are we being unreasonable? And yet, you continue. If you persist in this manner, you can just leave. Su Chen, feeling he had overstepped, offered an apology to Qian Rinxue. He then patted the bare shoulders of Ain and suggested, Shall we venture to a hotel outside? Ain gazed at Su Chen in astonishment, swallowing hard. Am I allowed to refuse? Of course you are. Then I refuse. So, do you know what to call me now? Without uttering a word. Su Chen swiftly wrapped the blanket around Ain and vanished into a hotel without even making a reservation. After a night had passed, Ain knelt on the ground. Looking pitiful as she lamented, I'm sorry, my husband. I was wrong, truly wrong. If you must, then go ahead and end my life. Su Chen sighed. Oh, had you mentioned this earlier? Just calling me husband would have sufficed, instead of referring to me as a Su. Ain looked up, bewildered, and asked, So all this commotion was merely about a title? Indeed, came the reply. Su Chen could no longer endure. It was not a matter of surrender, but rather his body had reached its limits. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ain's expression darkened in an instant. Gritting her teeth, she clenched her fists, mustering her courage as she fixed a piercing gaze upon Su Chen. Su Chen felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck as he sensed the scrutiny upon him. Are you planning to get involved with Mosey? He chuckled. Darling, don't you enjoy a bit of fun? Come, let us indulge. No, 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 let us not play anymore. Can we postpone until tomorrow? No. Ain sprang forward, and Suchin instinctively raised his hand to strike, but he quickly retracted it. After all, if one has indulged, one must take responsibility. A day had passed. The room was enveloped in an enigmatic aroma, and both individuals stared helplessly at the ceiling. Suddenly, Suchin pondered a pressing question. He gently propped up the fragrant Ain, who was still asleep. As she stirred and yawned, he asked, should we continue? All right, I'll take the lead. Wait. Hold on. I have something to inquire. What is it? Ain responded, seemingly indifferent to her fate, whether it be life or death. Well, you are the mother of Tang San, and now you belong to me. What shall I do when I encounter Tang San in the future? Upon hearing Tang San's name, Yin's drowsiness vanished, replaced by shock as she gazed at Su Chun. Indeed, how should I confront him if he discovers this? How shall I face Ahao? Therefore, do you not perceive the awkwardness of our situation? You are with me, and by relation, Tang San would be my adopted son. Ain, taken aback, pointed at Su Chun and exclaimed, you appear to be no older than my son. How can he possibly accept this? I had intended to care for this adopted son, but if you object, I suppose I shall continue to target him instead. Target him? Ain inquired, perplexed about the nature of Su Chin's dealings with her son, yet her concern compelled her to ask. Su Chin wore an innocent and cheerful smile as she gradually recounted the events to Ain. 10 minutes later, Ain transformed from a state of bewilderment to one of fury, her body trembling slightly with indignation as she glared at Su Chin. How dare you treat my son this way? Just look at how you are bullying him. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting it is bullying to have him absorb a 10-year soul ring? No, you should simply state whether I have laid a hand on him. I only dealt with you, Xiaojiang. What does that have to do with your son? Besides, he had the choice not to save him. A level 29 soul master. Your son's meningitis was the reason for that decision. He would have been better off learning from Tang Hao. Oh, but that is not right. My son's character is undoubtedly sound. He acted out of necessity to save his mentor. If it weren't for you coercing him with his teacher's life. Cough. 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 Did you even hear what I said? The only favor you Xiaojiang has shown your son is a torn blanket. Tell me, is it truly necessary to repay such a trivial debt for the sake of your own lifelong happiness? Upon realizing that her son was so destitute as to lack even a blanket, Ain clenched her fist. Tang Hao, you are quite something, aren't you? Your own son is in this state, and this is how you claim to be taking care of our third son? Hey, are you all right? Su Chen noticed that Yin's expression was far from pleasant. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ain abruptly turned her head. Her face flushed with indignation as she glared at him. Go on. What nonsense is this? Didn't you say you liked my body? Go ahead. No, if this continues, I might get banned. Su Chen acknowledged his proclivity for indulgence, yet he would not go so far as to sacrifice his own vitality. Regardless of Su Chen's refusal, Ain lunged forward without hesitation. Since she could not overpower him, she decided to engage in his game to the fullest, for the situation had already spiraled beyond redemption. The following day, Su Chen's legs trembled unsteadily as he leaned on a stick for support, one hand clutching his waist. He cast a glance at Ain, who stood behind him with an air of triumph, and a bitter smile crossed his face. Observing Su Chen's predicament, Qian Renxue felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in her heart. Oh, what happened? What's going on? TSK, are you all right, little pup? Su Chen chose to ignore Qian Renxue's sarcastic remarks, instead casting a look of distress towards Gu Yuna, who stood beside her. He extended his hand, seeking a comforting embrace. However, Gu Yuna disregarded Su Chen, letting out a cold huff as she departed. Suddenly, the familiar sound of space shattering resonated in the ears of everyone present. A girl adorned in a phoenix robe emerged, nonchalantly brushing off her hands as she announced, I have arrived. Did you all miss me? Su Qing was overwhelmed with emotion. She had just concluded her affairs in her own realm and hurried over. However, upon witnessing the calmness of the scene, she suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Why is no one speaking? She inquired, but her words were met with silence. In that moment, she felt an unexpected chill of indifference wash over her, stirring a desire to weep. Cough, cough, cough. Welcome, welcome. A feeble voice reached Su Qing's ears. Turning to look behind her, she was momentarily taken aback and quickly rushed over, placing her hands on Su Chen's shoulders and shaking him gently. Su Chen, what has happened to you? How did you end up like this? Has someone been bullying you? Why didn't you tell me? Uh, uh, uh. Could you please stop shaking me? I can't explain clearly, he stammered. All right, I won't shake you anymore. Suchin let out a sigh of relief, yet chose not to elaborate. He extended his hand towards Suqing and inquired, do you possess any remedies for kidney rejuvenation? Suqing. Suqing glanced at Ayin beside Suchin and instantly understood why Suchin had ended up in such a state. TSK, how remarkable. Such a little rascal. Upon hearing Suqing's scornful remarks, Suchin's expression turned to one of frustration as he flung the stick in his hand to the ground. Can we not enjoy ourselves anymore? Each one of you. Only Guyuna seems somewhat decent. Just look at Qian Rinxue and you, Suqing. Yesterday, you proclaimed we were family, yet this family has disbanded with astonishing swiftness. Who considers you family? I certainly do not. Ayin continued to apply pressure from the sidelines. Upon seeing Ayin's countenance, Suchun immediately retreated behind Guyuna, his expression one of sheer terror as he beheld Ayin's fearless visage. Observing Suchin's reaction, Guyuna's heart ached for him. Are you all right, Suchin? She inquired with concern. Suchin, upon hearing the comforting words of his wife, nodded appreciatively. Of course. I am perfectly fine. Well, if you are indeed fine, there is no need for you to return. Continue enjoying your time at the hotel. And inform me only when you encounter any issues. Suchin doubted his own hearing as he glanced at Suqing, who was watching the scene unfold with an amused expression. You wretched creature, Suqing, my pure and innocent Bai Yueguang, the ethereal Guyuna, has been led astray by you. The mischief that radiated from the seemingly carefree Suqing was abruptly interrupted by Su Chen's scathing remark. Could she endure such a rebuke? She felt compelled to respond. Humph, how dare you speak? You, who flit from flower to flower, feasting while casting glances at the pot. With two sisters-in-law tending to your home daily, what have you done to assist them? Even 4 little kittens know how to keep their companions company, yet you squander your days in idleness. Suqing, increasingly agitated, disregarded her ladylike demeanor and boldly strode forward, waving her hand. Suchin immediately took a cautious step back, exclaiming, What do you intend to do? This is bad. Stop right there. Suqing hurled a stone directly, silencing Suchun, and then delivered a swift kick that sent him tumbling to the ground. Suqing leapt directly above Suchin, relentlessly executing her swift kicks. Brother, you are aware that you have wronged your wife and me, so bear with it, and it shall soon pass. Ugh. Stop. It hurts. Be gentle. Don't kick down there. Crack. Upon hearing the sound of the eggshell shattering, Suqing realized that trouble had arisen. Without a moment's hesitation, she fled in haste. Lying on the ground with a face full of indignation, Suqing wept, covering himself with both hands like a child. Suqing, don't you dare run away. I will fight you to the bitter end. Have you watched too many cartoons? Suqing executed a remarkable leap, his entire being radiating an intense energy. Qian Rinxue and Guyuna stood in stunned silence, witnessing the spectacle unfold before them. Is this Sun Wukong? Guyuna, with a childlike innocence, exclaimed, Sister, Sun Wukong is capable of such explosive energy. Didn't Suqing show us an animated series last time? Realization dawned upon her. Ah, I see. But isn't Sun Wukong known for wielding a lollipop? No. She corrected herself. Sun Wukong wields the golden staff, not a lollipop. I understand now. Guyuna nodded thoughtfully. Suqing observed his 2 wives engaged in conversation, feeling a profound sense of loss regarding his stature as a man within the family. You too. Come here, he called out. The named Guyuna and Qian Rinxue approached with a look of innocent bewilderment. What's wrong? They inquired. Aren't you concerned about me? I feel utterly shattered. He lamented. Not literally shattered, of course. But if you keep saying I'm shattered, then perhaps we should just become sisters, he added. Oh dear, Suqing exclaimed, kneeling and clutching his head before abruptly standing, launching a rocket into the sky with a resounding bang. Is this the legendary rocket launch? Qian Rinxue gasped in astonishment. No, dear Qian Rinxue, it is merely Suqing's creation, came the reply. Oh, Yin, witnessing this peculiar family dynamic, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, sensing that none of them were quite normal. Chapter 33, Bound and Gagged. Gurong tap. You are all here? A voice rang out. Perfect timing. I bring news from the Seoul Duel Arena. Someone has issued a challenge to our team, Bai Ji announced, addressing everyone in the hall. Suchun, Guyuna, and Suqing all wore expressions of disbelief. Suqing pinched Suqing lightly, prompting her to roll her eyes in response. He nodded and inquired, "Which fool is trying to challenge us again?" Bai Ji perused the documents and replied, "There are 5 teams that have officially called us out, including the Tiando Academy team and the 4 Elements team." Qian Rinxue, listening intently, appeared puzzled as she asked, "When did you all decide to participate in this soul fighting?" "We haven't been involved for long. We simply kept winning and found it rather dull, so we registered our names," Gu Yuna answered innocently, responding to Qian Rinxue's question. "Then I suppose I won't participate either. You all are simply extraordinary." Qian Rinxue was well aware of her own capabilities. Handling 1 or 2 opponents was manageable, but dealing with 4 or 5 of equal rank required considerable effort, an endeavor she found unworthy of her time. Su Chun surveyed the gathering in the hall and noticed the absence of a particular figure. Where had that fish gone? Surely it hasn't he fled. Are you referring to the deep-sea demon whale king? He found the atmosphere tedious and decided to wander elsewhere, claiming he wished to observe the human realm. Where are those 3 hellhounds? It's been days since they were summoned. Starry Forest. Brother, would you please allow us to leave? 3 figures knelt before the stone, their eyes brimming with despair. The Ice Emperor glared at the trio of hellhounds and remarked, "I told you to leave, but you refused. Are you out of your mind? Why must you persist in gnawing at this stone? Just look at it. It is far too formidable to outrun or overpower." Hearing the Ice Emperor's words, the Snow Maiden felt equally helpless. "Let us just find a way to escape first," she suggested. "How can we simply give up? This fellow summoned us to assist the humans, and while aiding them is one thing, who would have guessed he would ensnare us here? We've spent days collecting stones, yet we cannot satiate the hunger of this bizarre rock before us. Hey, hurry up and find me something to eat. I am the illustrious Stone Ba Tian." "Wah wah wah, sure how. I miss you. When will you come to find me? I am starving." The beast flipped on his stone. Ba Tian gazed at the kneeling trio, letting out a sigh. "You may as well leave, if you cannot even procure food. I have no use for you. That wretched Suchen has abandoned me here without a care." "Suchen? Ah, Chiu. Who is scolding me? That cannot be right. I am a person of integrity, always willing to lend a helping hand. How could anyone possibly criticize me? Could it be that I have caught a cold? Oh. Dear Celestial Emperor, you tell me you are unwell. Oh, has the system come to life? Growing weary of solitude, I once roamed freely, striving to keep pace with her. But alas, I could only behold her for a fleeting moment in the end. It appears there is a tale to tell. Would you share it with me?" Chattering away. Su Chan was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Wait a minute. What you're saying is utterly absurd. You claim to have been a formidable force, ruling over epochs with an iron fist, only to be shattered by a mysterious blow, reduced to a torrential downpour of blood. And then, what? That's the grand finale? Nonsense. What grand finale? I am still very much alive, he exclaimed. Sure, Batian and Xiao Ta are individuals I brought over from a parallel world. Why does it feel as if I've been duped into this? How could that be? Just ask if they recognize me, he continued. Impressive, but why didn't you bring that so-called deity along? From what you've described, they are unparalleled in grace and power. Why not have them join us? I suspect you're merely trying to take advantage of Lucian. How could that be? I am merely intrigued. That may be so, but as it stands, my current strength is insufficient to bring Lucian here. In her original world, she has already perished. It's truly a pity. I was eager to see what she looked like. Hey, Su Chun, who should we send for the soul battle? Su Qing approached and inquired. How about you? Su Chun contemplated sending Su Qing instead, as victory seemed assured. Why don't you go? I can't be bothered. Neither can I. The two exchanged stubborn glances, neither willing to concede. Su Chun, Lu Rian's message has arrived, Qian Ruxue announced as she approached. Upon seeing Qian Ruxue approaching, Su Qing and Su Chun exchanged sly smiles. Ahem, Qian Ruxue, no matter the message, it pales in comparison to the upcoming battle. You shall represent us, they declared. Qian Ruxue, taken aback, pointed at herself, bewildered. Me? Indeed, you are the most suitable for this task, Su Chun affirmed with a nod. But why should I? I am your wife. Qian Ruxue protested, puffing out her cheeks defiantly. You are the weakest among us. If you do not go, then who will? Su Qing added, fanning the flames of the argument. All right, fine, but if I go, I expect to see results. Why not send someone from the academy instead? After all, you two have established one, haven't you? Ah. Su Qing responded, enlightened by Qian Ruxue's words. But what if we lose? Su Qing rolled her eyes. Exactly. What if we do lose? Once again, Su Qing felt the weight of realization. Then what purpose does this academy serve? Su Chan gazed at Su Qing with a look of utter bewilderment. Su Qing widened her eyes as she stared at Su Chan. You haven't forgotten the purpose of establishing the academy, have you? Ah, I just remembered that I founded an academy, Su Chan replied. So? What is the purpose of this academy? You really are something. Sigh, I honestly don't know, Su Qing admitted. She had been too engrossed in playing to recall the academy's purpose. It was only when Qian Rinxue reminded her that she remembered giving Lu Ruyan a ring, the funds of which were quite sufficient. So you go through all this trouble and then just neglect it? Qian Rinxue stared at the two in disbelief. Well, I initially had this plan for the academy. At the very least, one needs a certain influence here, don't you think? However, I already have influence now. Who? Su Qing asked with curiosity. It's us. Come on, the strongest lineup is us. Su Qing waved his hand dismissively. Exactly. With our strength. Why go through the hassle of establishing an academy? Because we're just idle, Su Qing replied with a serious face. Qian Rinxue was taken aback, looking at the two. You spend so much money to establish an academy and then just abandon it? Who says we've abandoned it? What if there are beautiful young ladies in the academy? Su Qing exclaimed indignantly. Fine, fine. I'll check it out when I have time, Qian Rinxue sighed. Do as you please. Just let me know if you run out of money. Su Qing smiled sweetly at Qian Rinxue. Big brother, I'm here. A familiar voice echoed in their ears as the deep-sea demon whale king entered, dragging a bruised man behind him. Big brother, I need to tell you. I plan to explore outside. I found a particularly intriguing place and went in. As it turns out, we have the strength to go wherever we please. That is what you told me, right? Look at this man who resembles a skeleton. He actually dared to stop me from entering and kept throwing bones at me. Furious. I slapped him. The deep-sea demon whale king rambled on. Inside the hall, Qian Rinxue, Su Chan, and Su Qing were all momentarily stunned. If others don't welcome you, you should leave, right? Gu Rong, exactly. Look at how your big brother is reasoning with you. Shut up. The deep-sea demon whale king glared at Gu Rong. Gu Rong fell silent. There was no way to argue back. Big brother, you don't understand. This guy even insulted you, saying that whatever kind of little brother you have reflects the kind of person you are. He called me an ugly freak. Does that mean big brother is also an ugly freak? As Su Chan pondered, stroking his chin, he suddenly found merit in the words of the fish. Hearing the deep-sea demon whale king's absurdities, Gu Rong could no longer tolerate it. You speak nonsense. It is you who intruded upon my 7 treasures glazed sect without cause, and now you speak of robbery? You claim your elder brother robs the rich to aid the poor, and you wish to do the same? I ask you, what kind of elder brother is it? And what kind of younger brother is at fault? Silence. Just admit whether your 7 treasures sect possesses wealth. Is it beyond your capacity to reason? It is not. Gu Rong interjected. You are the Bon Douluo, are you not? Qian Rinxue, having encountered Gu Rong before, inquired. And you are? Gu Rong, puzzled by Qian Rinxue's recognition, replied. Who I am is inconsequential. It is surprising to see the renowned Bon Douluo in such a state. Qian Rinxue, observing Gu Rong's disheveled appearance, felt a slight urge to laugh. Enough, enough. Are you from the 7 treasures glazed sect? Speak plainly. If I furrow my brow, I will not be a good man. Gu Rong proudly raised his head, assuming a posture of gallant sacrifice. Begone. I still have matters to attend to. You, a mere pawn, cannot claim to be a hero. True heroes know not to suffer immediate losses, yet you are simply cannon fodder. Su Qin regarded the Bon Douluo with disdain. Now then, what exactly do you wish me to do? Let it be known, I will not betray the 7 treasures glazed sect. Indeed. Why did you bring him here, all tied up? Su Chun questioned the deep-sea demon whale king, bewildered. I merely wished for my elder brother to teach him a lesson. Is that not warranted? He has insulted you. Be silent. Was it not you who caused this chaos? We are not lacking in funds. Why then must you rob others? And to do so within their own domain? This is not robbery. This is outright theft. Did you not say I could do as I please, as long as I do not indiscriminately kill the innocent? As long as others do not strike first. I must not act. I am quite obedient. They initiated the attack. The deep-sea demon whale king lamented. Exactly. Little demon, Sister Su supports you. We will show them that we excel in pillaging and destruction. Let them know that our Su family is not to be trifled with. What on earth? Are you all insane? Do you wish to declare war on a nation? Oh, I just learned a brilliant line. Why do you seek to hinder me? Su Qing roared thunderously. Su Qin had a habit of blocking one ear, wearing an expression of helplessness. Gu Rong was taken aback by the thunderous voice, his senses heightened. What exactly do you wish for me to do? Gu Rong roared in struggle. Come on, just tone it down. You're merely a younger sibling. Su Qing remarked with disdain towards Gu Rong. Forget it. How about we let him assist us in the competition? Su Chun said with a smile, gazing at Gu Rong. Gu Rong felt a sudden tightness in his chest, as if winter was swiftly approaching. Ah, can this old man manage? Please do not speak so dismissively, Su Qing. He is, after all, the illustrious Bone Douluo, Qian Rinqiwei interjected, at level 95? Su Qing retorted, that's rather weak. Even Lu Ruoyan surpasses him, as everyone else is at level 98. She looked at the petrified Gu Rong with evident disdain. If you all hold me in such contempt, why have you brought me here? Su Qing spoke with a slight smile. It's not that I look down on you. It's just that we find ourselves rather idle. Hey, Su Qing, don't drag me into your mischief. I am not like you. Su Qing retreated a few steps. Enough. Haven't we engaged in our fair share of misdeeds? This is different. I am a civilized person. Do civilized individuals secretly watch trivial videos? Su Qing gazed at Su Qin in disbelief. Come on, isn't it normal for men to watch such things? Don't you watch them too? Su Qin immediately protested. I am a single dog. It is entirely reasonable for a single dog to indulge in such activities. The issue lies with you. You are already married, in fact. To 2, no, 3 women, as you have brought one along. Tell me, don't you find that peculiar? Why watch such things when you have a spouse? Damn it. Shut your mouth. Look at you, getting flustered, Su Qing teased, pointing her thumb at Su Qin. Ah, this is merely study material, you know. I am learning. Learning what? Knowledge, right? Wow, what a fast vehicle. Rest assured, it won't have a flat tire. Come on, get in. Su Qing, we'll take you on a journey of grandeur. Do you even have a car? Who says I don't? Without further ado, Su Qing produced her steed, a phoenix pulling a quaint ancient dwelling. Su Qin was taken aback, his envy palpable as he yearned for the same. Who wouldn't relish in the allure of sophistication? If you possess such a treasure, why did you not reveal it sooner? He inquired. Because I have no need for it, came the reply. Then why not bestow it upon me? Su Qin chuckled mischievously. No, Su Qing shook her head in refusal. Why not? You have no use for it. Precisely. For I wish to flaunt it. Su Qin, damn, this is outrageous. Gu Rong was left dumbfounded, acutely aware that this phoenix could crush him with a single claw. He dared not utter a word. Qian Rinqiwei, filled with trepidation, immediately sought refuge behind Su Qin. Su Qin glanced at Qian Rinqiwei, who trembled behind him. He understood her fear and reassured her, do not be afraid. Should anyone dare to harm you, I shall ignite the flames of retribution. Comforted by Su Qin's words, Qian Rinqiwei gazed at his silhouette and noticed how his tall figure radiated a remarkable brilliance. So this is what it feels like to be protected. It is quite a pleasant sensation. A gentle smile graced Qian Rinqiwei's lips as she looked at Su Qin. Chapter 34. The City of Carnage. Su Qin cast a glance at the 2 individuals, then gracefully leapt onto the back of the phoenix, stowing away the resting quarters into her ring. All right, hop on. I shall take you for a ride on the phoenix. What about the Grand Soul Battle Arena? What else can we do? Let Sister Qian Rinqiwei handle it. We are off to have some fun. Can Qian Rinqiwei manage it all by herself? Su Qin inquired uncertainly, glancing back at Qian Rinqiwei. She is, after all, the cherished granddaughter of the Qian family. Do you truly believe she cannot conquer a mere soul battle arena? True. And if she struggles, with Gu Yu Na and the others, it should be manageable. Su Qin nodded thoughtfully. Let's go. Hop on. Without further ado, Su Qin seized the recently relieved Gu Rong and soared onto the phoenix's back. Gu Rong was utterly flabbergasted. What are you planning to do? What else could it be? We are law-abiding citizens, and such deeds as murder and disposing of bodies are hardly foreign to us, Su Qin replied with a serious expression. If you dare harm me, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School will not let you off easily. Prepare to face the wrath of thousands. Gu Rong struggled defiantly. Thousands? Su Qing scoffed. I expected millions or at least hundreds of thousands, but merely thousands? If it were millions, I might have felt a twinge of remorse. Perhaps even a moment of reflection. But thousands? That's hardly an obstacle. Su Qin wore a look of disdain. Initially, he appeared somewhat serious. But upon hearing that there were only a few thousand people, he felt utterly speechless. And then? What next? Gu Rong was utterly perplexed. How could these 2 individuals be so unyielding? When did the 7 Treasures Glazed sect lose such face? Hey, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, have you ever heard of it? 2 renowned titled Douluos, a name that resonates throughout the continent, even treated with utmost respect by empires, wealth-rivaling nations. What on earth do you desire? Desire? We seek nothing. Can't you see how leisurely we are? Engaging in some serious business would be preferable. Suddenly, A sense of foreboding washed over Gu Rong. Aren't you just after money? The Seven Treasures glazed sect can provide whatever you need. How much do you want? Money? That is laughable. Do we truly need such a thing? Su Chen scoffed dismissively, yet it was Su Qing beside him who spoke up, stating, unless the order amounts to 1 billion. We shall not engage in negotiations. Su Chen cast a sharp glance at Su Qing, exclaiming, 100 trillion. You would have to sell the entire Douluo realm to amass such wealth. Are you out of your mind? Is that not the case? Su Qing inquired with an innocent expression, her face adorned with a look of bewilderment. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Gu Rong's previously pale complexion flushed crimson, resembling a monkey's rear end. Can you two even engage in a conversation? Just look at what you're saying, 100 trillion. You might as well take my life. Very well. Since we shall not converse, let us cease all discussions, Su Chen retorted. Wait. No, that is not right. What on earth are you trying to do? Nothing at all. Just release him, Su Qing replied in her adorably naive manner. Su Chen and Gu Rong, two utterly mad individuals, were rendered completely numb. What? What did you say? Su Chen inquired uncertainly. Release him. He is wasting our resources here. Once he is eliminated, the subsequent cannon fodder will come one by one. Don't you find that troublesome? Indeed. As Su Chen prepared to transform the ancient banyan tree into a star, a sudden roar resonated through the heavens, echoing ominously, bone. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the initial thrill within the banyan tree swiftly morphed into sheer terror. What does this swordsman intend to do? Please, do not approach. Su Chen silently pleaded. Like a superhero descending from the skies, Chen Xin landed on one knee, causing the ground to fracture for several meters. His silver hair floated ethereally as he cast a cold, penetrating gaze upon the 3 individuals before him. Su Chen and Su Qing turned to look at Jian Dao Chen Xin. The old man appeared somewhat familiar. Why does he seem like someone I have encountered before? Su Chen gazed at Su Qing, yet she remained silent, her forehead veins bulging with intensity. In an instant, she teleported before Jian Daochenshin and unleashed a devastating punch that shattered the very fabric of space. Jian Daochenshin was momentarily taken aback. Sensing the chilling aura of death, without hesitation, he activated his 9th soul skill, Divine and Demonic Duality. A thunderous clash ensued. Ah, wait for me, Bones. I shall return. Before Jian Daochenshin could finish his desperate exclamation, Su Qing propelled him into the sky with a single blow, transforming him into a constellation of stars. Su Qing glared furiously at the floor. What on earth? You could have just landed without destroying my floor. Do you think I'm a saint? Su Chen timidly responded. I am a saint, but I am not the Virgin Mary. Just look at these beautiful tiles, now shattered by this fellow. Do you not realize how it affects my mood? Su Qing exclaimed, gesturing angrily at the floor. Su Chen gazed helplessly in the direction where Jian Daochenshin had soared, remarking, you could simply descend as you please, yet you insist on putting on a show like Superman. Others possess invulnerability and unyielding strength. Yet here you are, a man of advanced years, neglecting the comfort of your retirement to engage in the pursuits of the youth. Su Chen shook his head, gazing at the trembling Gu Rong. What is it? Gu Rong swallowed hard and replied, what the hell? Even if I have exquisite tastes, I certainly wouldn't seek you out. What do you mean? Gu Rong retorted coldly, I do not have a sister for you. Are you from the 7 Treasures glazed tile school? I am not. I belong to the Spirit Hall. Gu Rong stated with utmost seriousness. It was a given that provoking these 2 ancient figures from the 7 Treasures would be a grave mistake. Do you know who she is? Su Chen pointed at Qian Renxue. Who is she? Gu Rong inquired, having never encountered the girl before. She is the granddaughter of Qian Douluo. Gu Rong exclaimed. What? A type of plant? Elderbone Douluo. How was I unaware that you were one of us from the Spirit Hall? Qian Renxue regarded Gu Rong with a playful expression. Humph. Your Spirit Hall has committed numerous misdeeds. Although I may have misspoken, I still uphold a sense of righteousness. As Gu Rong finished speaking, he felt a radiant glow emanating from his body. Qian Renxue furrowed her brow and immediately turned to Su Chen, playfully saying, Brother Su Chen. Upon hearing the tantalizing sound, Su Chen immediately gazed admiringly at Qian Renxue. What is it, Shui? Brother Su Chen, may I take care of the bone Douluo? Certainly not. The pitiful expression on Qian Renxue's face vanished, and she was taken aback. Why not? I fear he harbors ulterior motives towards you. Just look at him. This old fellow clearly exudes malevolence. His appearance resembles that of a skeleton. Having encountered goblins before, I can assure you he is undoubtedly a villain. Thus, we must return him. Su Chen's earnest analysis left Qian Renxue dumbfounded, her mind struggling to comprehend. What does that mean? Was all she could utter. It means nothing of consequence. I simply do not wish for you to associate with other men. But he is an old man. An old man is even more of a concern. Just consider it, like the elderly couples in films enjoying their blissful lives. I must insist that aside from those you are intimately familiar with, your family or subordinates, you must not approach any strangers. Any unfamiliar man is off limits. Are you implying that? I have not thought too deeply about it. You are my wife. I can provide you with funds to indulge in whatever you desire, with the sole exception of conversing with unfamiliar men. Of course, if it's a stranger in need, like a beggar, you may show them compassion and offer some assistance. However, if someone seeks your contact information, you must refuse them outright. I see. I can accept that, Qianrenque nodded. Then what about this old fellow? No longer necessary. I initially intended to inquire about the intelligence of the Tiando Empire, but upon reflection, it seems unwarranted. Precisely. Hey, I am still alive. Do you show no respect by speaking such things in my presence? Su Chen and Qianrenque heard Gu Rong's voice, and both spoke simultaneously. Do you require respect? Gu Rong trembled with anger and replied, Very well, I do not need it. The essence lies in sincerity. In a fit of indignation, Su Qing marched up to Gu Rong and extended her palm. What do you intend to do? Gu Rong inquired, puzzled. Compensation. She retorted. That pretentious fellow. Are you certain it has nothing to do with you? Ah, so it's about compensation. Very well, how much? Gu Rong sighed in relief, thinking he could accept any reasonable demand. 100 million. What? Gu Rong's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Qing. Is this extortion? Indeed. Aren't we essentially committing robbery? Su Qing pointed at the deep-sea demon whale king. You make an excellent point. I find myself at a loss for words. Upon hearing his name mentioned, the deep-sea demon whale king immediately took action, advancing towards Gu Rong and delivering a slap. How dare you contradict what Sister Su has said? I did not contradict her. I merely remarked that it's exorbitantly priced. You see, that's still a contradiction. Leave one hand behind. What do you think, Sister Su? The deep-sea demon whale king asked, turning to Su Qing, with a pair of sunglasses adorning her face. Su Qing exuded the demeanor of a formidable figure from the underworld. However, there is interest. 100 million for a mere minute, she declared. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at Su Qing in disbelief. Good heavens, with such interest, even the god of wealth would bow down. Su Chen remarked sarcastically. You are being utterly unreasonable. Gu Rong could no longer contain himself. He felt insulted, a profound affront to his intellect. 100 million in a minute? This is unacceptable. He protested. Deep-sea demon whale king, take him to the 7 treasure-glazed sect to demand payment. If they refuse, then let them face annihilation. Su Qing waved her hand dismissively, treating the matter as trivial. The deep-sea demon whale king nodded in agreement, delivering a swift slap to Gu Rong before lifting him away. With you as his companion, even this crow brother must yield to you, enduring 9 meals a day, Su Chen mused. Who is this crow brother? Su Qing inquired, her curiosity piqued. I have no idea, and it would be best if you remained unaware. Su Chen would never divulge the identity of Crow Brother to Su Qing. Who knows what chaos might ensue? Oh, come on, little sister, let me take you to have some fun. With a grand gesture, Su Qing assumed the role of a leader, and the two ascended aboard the Phoenix rocket, soaring into the sky. Qianrenque pouted, yearning to join in the revelry. Why should she be the one to solicit these two individuals for the sole duel competition while they frolicked away? Gyuna approached, holding a yin's hand. Indeed. While they enjoyed their leisure, the rest of us would bear the burden. Noticing Qianrenque's discontent, Ayin inquired, Why are you unhappy? What else is there to be unhappy about? We have work to do, and the worst part is, there is no pay. This is what they call employee exploitation. You know, if it weren't for the connections I have through my wife and sister-in-law, I would never agree to such a thing. What do you mean? Ayin looked puzzled, unable to grasp the meaning. All right, let them enjoy themselves. We'll nominate Su Chen and Su Qing to participate instead. After all, it's not that arduous, Gyuna suggested as a mediator. Do I have to participate as well? Ayin pointed at herself. You're already one of us. Considering your bond with the soul beast, I, as the overseer of the Stardo forest, can assert that you are under my command. So just follow me. What? You are 100,000-year soul beast. Qianrenque's eyes widened in disbelief, fully aware of what such a title entailed. Yes, and what of it? Has Su Chen not informed you? Gyuna responded, perplexed. He did mention it, of course. Qianrenque nodded, attempting to mask her anxiety. Let me assure you, I am well aware of your connections as a human soul master. Even if you were to summon a title Douluo, I would protect Ayin, Gyuna warned. But, wait, She is a soul beast. A soul beast, an enormous one at that. Qian Rinxue gazed incredulously at Gu Yuna. Indeed, she is a soul beast. And I am a divine beast. Thus, we are allies, leaving you isolated and defenseless. The revelation struck Qian Rinxue as if thunder had struck her. She could never have imagined finding herself amidst such a gathering of soul beasts. Ahem, well, just ensure that no one else discovers this. Qian Rinxue cautioned in a hushed tone. Ain nodded nervously, while Gu Yuna cast a sidelong glance at Qian Rinxue. And so what if they do? No one can match my prowess. You are that formidable? How does your strength compare to my grandfather's? Qian Rinxue gazed at Gu Yuna in bewilderment. Who is your grandfather? My grandfather is a 99th level ultimate Douluo. Are you truly stronger than him? Is that so? I could withstand a few of my attacks. But I currently possess the strength of only a level 1 deity, Gu Yuna mused. Qian Rinxue clutched her head. Feeling as if she could no longer remain in this household, it seemed she was the weakest among them. Then, who is Su Qing's attendant? You mean the deep-sea demon whale king? Indeed, he is also a soul beast, but he is on the verge of transforming into a dragon, becoming a million-year-old soul beast. Are Su Chun and Su Qing also divine beings? As for that, I cannot ascertain. They remain an enigma to me. However, I can sense that with a mere slap, they could effortlessly end my existence, remarked Gu Yuna with a cheerful expression. Qian Rinxue pondered over Su Qin and Su Qing, believing that their utmost achievement could only be that of a titled Douluo. The crux of the matter is that these two exhibit a disinterest in human affairs. They are almost less human than soul beasts. Who, for instance, would compel a cat to perform push-ups? Indeed, these two have done just that. And who would dare to blow up a village's latrine in the dead of night? Yes, these two have also engaged in such antics. Based on these circumstances, their actions seem disproportionate to their strength. Qian Rinxue felt the weight of injustice in the world. I see now, haha. So that is the case, she mused, as if snowflakes were falling upon her head, with the backdrop shrouded in desolation. What place is this? Su Qin gazed around in utter disbelief, enveloped by the scent of blood. Some individuals appeared to be drinking it. He was uncertain of his surroundings. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. Chapter 44. My sword is ruined. Oh dear. What are you doing? Su Qin, with a vexed expression, gazed at Su Qing and inquired. Why did you eliminate them all? Su Qing waved her hand helplessly and said, I perceive that they are not good individuals. However, I have detected a passage over there with my spiritual sense. Su Qing pointed towards the tunnel. Su Qin curiously glanced over, finding nothing particularly remarkable. What is going on? What is happening? Have you spotted a beauty? Upon hearing the commotion, Su Qing rushed over, visibly excited. A beauty? Su Qin looked at Su Qing in confusion. Indeed, I have a particular fondness for beautiful women. Just take a look at the lovely lady on my phone. Su Qing showed him a live streamer on her device. But he was taken aback. That's a man. Impossible. With my discerning eye, how could I possibly misidentify a gender? Come. Let me enlighten you on how to transform into a beauty. Su Chun, feeling impatient, snatched the phone and made a quick adjustment before handing it over to Su Qing. Su Qing glanced at her phone, and upon seeing her reflection on the screen, she was utterly astonished. Do you now believe it? Just take a look at yourself in your phone. Your chin could practically be injected. Su Qing could only express her astonishment by giving a thumbs up. However, I must tell you, this world is peculiar. I sense a wretched aura, Su Qing said with a grave expression. Suddenly, Su Qin was taken aback by Su Qing's serious tone, leaving him bewildered. Evil aura? Let me enlighten you on what constitutes true malevolence. Speak swiftly, he continued. These two attributes are the embodiment of great wickedness. For men, it is nearly impossible to resist. With a teasing glint in his eye, Su Chun pointed at Su Qing's ample figure. It's merely two pieces of flesh. What significance do they hold? You claim men cannot withstand such temptation. Yet how is it that you are able to endure it? He shrugged nonchalantly. There's no other way. I've grown accustomed to being beaten. If I were truly intrigued, it would indeed be peculiar. Su Qin's sarcastic remarks left Su Qing utterly speechless. However, she had no desire to engage in playful banter with Su Chun at that moment. Her curiosity was piqued by the passage beneath her fingers. Shall we venture down and take a look? She suggested. You may go if you wish. But what if there is something unexpected lurking within? Before Su Chun could finish his words, he was abruptly pulled away by Su Qing. Welcome everyone to our Grand Soul Arena. The host's enthusiastic voice resonated in the ears of every spectator, who fervently responded, clearly aware of the competitors today. Indeed, it is our grand finale champion, the undefeated Tyrannosaurus battle team. Let's give them a warm welcome. In an instant, the audience erupted in cheers, chanting, 0 to N. 0 to N. Su-chin, I love you. Miss Yuna, please let your exquisite foot strike me. However, as the Tyrannosaurus warriors made their entrance, the atmosphere fell silent. Su-chin and Su-ching have vanished. Ahem, due to the sudden obligations of the Tyrannosaurus squad captain, the temporary vice-captain has assumed his position. This vice-captain is none other than Qian Rinxue. With a piercing gaze, Qian Rinxue surveyed the squad before her, contemplating her strategy for the impending battle. Currently, her soul power stood at a mere level 48, had it not been for the attire gifted by Su-ching. Her participation in such a soul combat arena would have been improbable. Qian Rinxue, level 30 soul master. I humbly seek your guidance. Douluo stared at Qian Rinxue in bewilderment, whispering, Hey, what are you doing? Shouldn't you introduce yourself? Qian Rinxue, taken aback, replied, No need. Let us conclude this swiftly. I'm eager to catch bears on the loose. Douluo explained gently, though her words tumbled out at double speed. All right, ladies. As the new addition, I ought to make an impression. Allow me. Ayin interjected. Are you capable? Qian Rinxue regarded Ayin with a bemused expression. I'm certainly more capable than you. Ayin raised an eyebrow. The host observed that Qian Rinxue was the sole one to introduce herself, initially appearing perplexed. It's not sunny today, yet the Tyrannosaurus squad has opted for self-introduction. Now let us welcome the Wind God Academy squad. Their captain is named Feng Xiaodian, a cold, silver-haired man with a black mask and clad in green and black attire, adorned with wolf-headed shoulder armor, stood before them. Beautiful lady, why not concede? Rest assured. Should you lose to us, it won't be unjust, Feng Xiaodian remarked playfully, his gaze fixed on Douluo, Qian Rinxue, and Ayin. He found them to be envious of Coin-er's allure, pondering why that fellow Su-chun had such an entourage of beautiful women. The most enigmatic of all, Su-ching, had yet to make an appearance. He had heard tales of Su-ching's ethereal beauty, the face of the team. Yet upon seeing Douluo and the others, he was astonished. Each girl was more stunning than the last. Just how breathtaking was Su-ching? Ayin, hee. Douluo, mediocre man. Qian Rinxue, fool. By G, foolish boy. An ordinary person hastily pulled in to participate in the competition. He admitted to feeling exhilarated at the prospect of joining the Tyrannosaurus squad. However, something felt amiss. This squad seemed somewhat unreliable. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as he was merely there to fill in temporarily and would not need to engage directly. Udirian mused, and in an instant, his spirits lifted. He shot Feng Xiaodian an ungracious glare, declaring, I disdain you. Feng Xiaodian felt as though struck by 1,000 blows, clutching his chest in simulated agony. You. Very well. Once I, Feng Xiaodian, defeat you, I hope you will still retain such arrogance. Feng Xiaodian, level 3 blue-silver overlord spear. Without a moment's hesitation, Ayin hurled a shimmering silver spear towards Feng Xiaodian and his companions. Feng Xiaodian's pupils constricted. In an instant, the spirit of the wind soul, the gale two-headed wolf, was summoned to defend, yet it was too late. The other four rushed over, eager to shield Feng Xiaodian from the impending attack, but upon contact, their defenses appeared as fragile as paper, crumbling in an instant. Alas, the 5 members of the Wind God battle team collapsed on the ground, while the remaining 4 were left half alive, with only one, trembling like an elderly man, pointing a quivering finger at the members of the Tyrant Dragon team, exclaiming, You lack martial ethics. Martial ethics? Humph. What value do they hold? Do you desire them? We can forego them without hesitation, Douluo retorted nonchalantly, her face unflinching. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaodian erupted in a fit of rage, shouting, Martial ethics have betrayed me. With a sudden gasp, he collapsed, unconscious. Qian Rinxue and Ayin gazed at Douluo in astonishment. How can you utter such shameless words so matter-of-factly? Ayin queried, bewildered. Indeed. We could have won without resorting to underhanded tactics. Why did you choose to attack us from behind? Qian Rinxue asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. You see, Su-chin told me that as long as victory is achieved, any means are permissible. This was the quickest method I could conceive for securing a win. Douluo replied with a dismissive wave of her hand. However, couldn't we have triumphed without resorting to such methods? Qian Rinxue questioned, her tone teasing. Oh, indeed. It seems I momentarily overlooked that. My apologies, but this is where I take my leave. The remaining matters are yours to handle, dear sister Qian Rinxue. Douluo chuckled mischievously before swiftly departing. The audience, once again, found themselves in a state of numbness, pondering the spectacle before them. Was it merely a series of instant defeats? Each ticket purchased only to witness fleeting moments of exhilaration, most notably during the host's speeches. The remaining glow sticks barely had time to sway before the event concluded. Damn it. Another moment of solitude. One disgruntled spectator lamented. If you have the capability, why not take them on one-on-one? Those nearby shot him disdainful glances. Well, never mind. Thus, the arena of slaughter continued. Su Chun and his companion arrived in a city reeking of blood. Su Chun incessantly muttered for the demons and monsters to depart, while Su Qing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Let's go. There's so much fun to be had here, though it does smell rather foul." Just then, a female envoy approached them, calling out, "Hey, hey, hey, Su Chun, look at this beauty." Su Qing playfully patted Su Chun. Su Chun scrutinized the situation carefully and shook his head, exclaiming like a specter, "If you fancy it, go ahead. I shan't partake." With skin so fair, she could star in a ghostly romance. Do you not appreciate such porcelain beauty? How delightful it is. Su Qing teased with a mischievous grin. Please, just look at her. She is merely pale. Where is the youthful radiance? Oh dear. It's rare to encounter someone to settle for. Goodness. You wish for me to associate with a ghost? The female envoy initially maintained a facade of politeness, but soon her forehead bore the marks of frustration. In her presence, who would dare to show her disrespect? Yet these two imps had the audacity to call her a ghost. Had they ever encountered such an alluring specter? Silence. The female envoy could no longer contain herself. Her tolerance was commendable, yet this was unbearable. Who are you to speak so foully? Who are you to command me to hush? You should silence yourself. Su Qin retorted without hesitation. What do you mean? Who am I? Do you think anyone resembles you? You look like a corpse with your pale complexion. And those tattoos are hardly remarkable. If you have the skill, why not adorn yourself with a dragon? Donning a mere stocking on your head does not elevate you. Do not presume that your darkness can entice someone as dashing as I. You, a mere fool, should take up a sword for practice instead of wallowing in disgrace. What of it? I am aware of my good looks, but you, with that face resembling a dish of bitter melon and scrambled eggs, surely must be here for a different purpose. Should I summon a fairy to assist you? Su Qin, quickly do it. You. And what of you? I shall not be silenced. My name is Su Qin, with transcendent prowess. I am a force to be reckoned with. Ah, you are more adorned than a five-ringed spectacle. Uft, knockout. Su Qin was utterly astonished as she gazed at the fallen, blood-spitting female messenger. You truly are a master of words, she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. From this moment forth, she would regard Su Qin with newfound respect. Witnessing someone provoke such a violent reaction was a first for her. All right, enough of this. The ghost is dead. Let us venture inside. Who knows what treasures await? Su Qin swallowed hard and added, Indeed, I share that sentiment. Nodding in agreement. Su Qing and Su Qin stealthily made their way toward the main hall of the City of Slaughter. Hey, shouldn't we become invisible? Su Qin suggested. That's a valid point. How could we engage in nefarious deeds without a cloak of invisibility? Allow me to take care of it. Su Qing cast an invisibility spell on Su Qin, concealing their presence, and she also enchanted herself. The two of them cautiously approached, while the Shura King was genuinely sipping his blood. Suddenly, he felt a twitch in his eyelids, sensing that something was amiss. Initially indifferent, the Shura King began to feel increasingly uneasy and swiftly summoned his Shura demon sword. This sword was merely a test. It had not yet manifested its true power, which would infiltrate the sword after passing the trial. The Shura King glanced at his Shura sword, and in an instant, the sword vanished. He was taken aback, staring at the space where his sword had been, bewildered. Where did such a large sword go? Quickly, let us go. This sword is truly hideous, especially that it's impossible to remove. Su Qing exclaimed in exasperation. What are you trying to do with the eye? It could very well be a treasure. What if it's the eye of the Avenger, Anima? The eye of Anima. Su Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Is it powerful? Of course it is. That eye seems capable of glowing and even reversing time. Is that all? Isn't that impressive? I can do that too. Fair enough. The two of them sprinted away while conversing, but soon they sensed something was off. Ahead lay only a single path, with molten lava beneath it. Are you sure this is the path we came from? Su Qin asked, his expression darkening as he looked at Su Qing. Su Qing nodded. But then, why did you say you know the way? If we poke through here, isn't that the path? She blinked and added, That makes sense. However, do you think what we are doing might offend the heavens? Is there even a heaven in this world? Can you see it? Su Qing pointed upwards, exclaiming, Hiss. Although I don't quite understand, it feels incredibly impressive. Come, Let us venture forth and discover what is going on. Su Qing grasped Su Qing's arm, while Su Qing dragged the Azura sword along the ground. As they reached the midpoint, an unexpected tremor surged through them. One was on high alert, while the other wore an expression of eager anticipation. Suddenly, as they halted, a multitude of bats appeared overhead. "Goodness, so many bats!" exclaimed one. "Oh yes, bats," the other replied. "What on earth are you so excited about?" "They're bats, for heaven's sake. You're not Batman." Su Qin turned, placing both hands on Su Qing's shoulders, shaking her in exasperation. "What are you afraid of? They're just bats. Watch this. Celestial technique. All swords return to their origin. Goodness, the power is immense. This won't do. The place might collapse." Su Qin immediately intervened, asking, "Shall I take over?" Su Qing halted, casting him a disdainful glance, and retorted, "If I must, then I shall." Su Qin forcefully stomped the ground. Crack! The two glanced at the surface, and with a thud, they plunged successfully into the molten lava below. Su Qing gazed at Su Chun with an expression of deep melancholy. Su Chun cried out in a frenzy, "I am doomed. Help! Help! What nonsense! You were fine just a moment ago." Su Qing retorted angrily. It seems, indeed, there is still a hint of comfort," she murmured. Su Chun wore an expression of pure enjoyment, which left Su Qing feeling utterly exasperated. What should I do? The sword was accidentally broken. Su Qing glanced at the two halves of the Shura sword in her hand, reassured that her eyes were intact. If need be, she could always return it and perhaps even transform it into a splendid kitchen knife. How impressive it would be to wield a knife with eyes. Chapter 45. The despairing Shura King snowflakes danced in the air while the north wind howled, casting a vast desolation across the land. The two masters and their disciples, having endured countless hardships, finally reached their destination, accompanied by a little girl. "We've made it at last. I believe ere long will surely accept us." The master, brimming with excitement, trembled with anticipation. Tang San, however, regarded his teacher with skepticism. Initially, he had revered his master and followed his guidance. But after a day and night of trials, he began to question the integrity of this so-called master. What kind of master deceives children for their pocket money? Consequently, they faced a beating from the child's parents, not for lack of retaliation, but because that child's parent was unexpectedly a soul sage. Thus, they crawled and stumbled their way to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Academy in a state of utter disarray. "Teacher, are you certain this place is reliable? Why don't we return to Shrek? Dean Flander would surely forgive you," Tang San implored earnestly. Upon hearing this, the master haughtily scoffed. "Humph. Does Flander not look down upon me? Today, I, you Xiao Jing, shall demonstrate that knowledge is power. But your knowledge won't stave off hunger, will it?" Xiao Wu interjected, playfully pouting as she pointed with two fingers. She mused that she might as well have stayed in the forest, where at least she wouldn't have to worry about starving. Tang San's blue-silver grass was far less palatable than the grass in the woods. "What do you know? As a soul master, if you can't even overcome this minor hardship, how will you grow stronger in the future?" The master retorted, glaring at Xiao Wu without hesitation. "Indeed. Tell me, have you grown stronger? You've only endured hardship, yet you seem weaker than ever." Xiao Wu boldly replied. She was no fool. Initially, she had been duped by Yu Xiaojiang, but Tang San's reluctance to let her go had compelled her to stay. As time passed, however, she found herself increasingly anxious for her own safety. "Xiao Wu, you mustn't speak of our teacher that way," Tang San admonished sternly. Upon hearing Tang San defend him, the master smiled broadly. "Teacher, you are not permitted to speak ill of Xiao Wu." Tang San turned to Yu Xiaojiang with a serious expression. Xiao Wu was utterly bewildered, her mind spinning from the unexpected turn of events. "San, you actually..." The master was incredulous, unable to believe that his student would challenge him for the sake of a little girl. "Humph." In a moment of frustration, Xiao Wu expressed her discontent with the situation. "Tang San, you may go if you wish, but I certainly shall not accompany you. This master is utterly unreliable." With a huff, she turned away from the master and disciple, not out of a lack of desire to follow, but due to the absurdity of it all. She had come to the human realm for vengeance, and her proximity to Tang San was motivated by his remarkable talent. She intended to seek retribution once he had matured in strength. However, the duo before her, one with a vacant stare fixated on his hopeless master, seemed to be ensnared in a folly. Had she not lived for a millennium, she might have genuinely been deceived. With no other choice, Xiao Wu resolved to pursue a different path and decided to return to the forest to check on Deming and Erming. "Xiao Wu, where are you going?" Tang San exclaimed, alarmed at her departure. Of course, I am heading home. Am I to sleep on the streets with you too? It seems our master has an abundance of acquaintances, but in recent times, he has encountered nothing but rejection and violence. I've come to realize that this master is a charlatan. Strengthening? Bah, what else can he offer but beatings and humiliation? She retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Tang San. Tang San, filled with doubt, scrutinized his teacher, beginning to see the validity in Xiao Wu's words. Throughout their journey, his master had done little besides endure beatings and insults, often relying on Tang San and Xiao Wu for sustenance. Humph, what do you understand? This master is merely refining your character. The master sighed, attempting to convey his intentions. Alas, Xiao Wu's words did little to sway Tang San, who remained ensnared in the master's ideology. According to the original timeline, Tang San should have already acquired the 8 spider lances, rather than languishing in the streets. His spirit power had barely reached level 30, a feat only achieved through relentless practice of the Xiantian skill. I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. I trust in our master. Tang San said, a pang of guilt evident on his face. You need not apologize. Farewell. Or rather, never to meet again, she replied, her tone final. Tang San clenched his fists, teeth gritted in frustration as he watched his master's retreating figure. Inwardly, he sought to reassure himself, believing in his teacher's wisdom. My goodness! What a formidable and tenacious serpent. Su Chen was brewing magma when suddenly a colossal serpent emerged from beneath, startling him into an exclamation. Su Chen, licking her lips, remarked, Well, you do have a point. I wonder how it tastes. Initially, Su Chen intended to counter her statement, yet he found her reasoning surprisingly compelling. Allow me, Su Chen declared resolutely, gazing at the yellow serpent before them. Though its name eluded her, the prospect of consumption was all that mattered. The pot is ready, she affirmed. Su Chen extracted a pressure cooker from within the ring, with an array of neatly arranged seasonings beside it. Behold, he exclaimed, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. With a graceful leap, Su Chen summoned a cerulean sword, an embodiment of unparalleled power that could shatter myriad laws. In an instant, the serpent's form froze. And with a casual flick, Su Chen returned the sword to her ring, brushing off her hands as if to signify completion. Su Chen gazed up at the immobile serpent. Acknowledging the task was done, he had cleaved it into delicate slices, perfectly suited for a hot pot feast. As the serpent's body burst apart, transforming into glistening, translucent morsels, Su Chen swiftly cupped his hand, allowing the falling pieces to descend into the pot, while the remainder was stored within the confines of his ring. Su Chen and Su Qing leapt down to the ground, crouching before the pressure cooker roasting over the flames. Devoid of electricity, they resorted to cooking over fire. The two of them, brimming with excitement, rubbed their hands together in anticipation, exclaiming in unison, "Ah, it is you two little rascals." Suddenly, a massive red hammer came crashing down towards Su Chen and Su Qing. Su Chen felt a surge of unease as she instinctively attempted to shield herself with her body, only to be ruthlessly shoved aside by Su Qing. Dazed, Su Chen stared at her, questioning her intentions. What do you intend to do? This hammer is far too large for you to handle. Allow me to take over. Su Qing placed her hands on her hips, raising her head to gaze at the colossal hammer with an air of pride. You may proceed. I am the elder brother. Allow me to take charge. Su Chen unceremoniously thrust Su Qing into the molten lava, and with a sizzling sound, the predicament was resolved. Come forth. Su Chen closed his eyes, donning an expression akin to one awaiting a footbath. A mere 2 seconds later, the Azura King, wearing a look of utter exasperation, observed the two squabbling. In a fit of rage, he struck down with a decisive blow, silencing their bickering. The two, now frozen in shock, gazed at the chaotic scene before them. You little imps, swiftly retrieve my Azura sword, and I shall spare your lives, the Azura King declared with an air of triumph. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept through. Causing the Azura King to shudder, he felt an unexpected coldness envelop him. Su Chen gazed at Su Qing with a furrowed brow and exclaimed, What shall we do? What else can we do? There won't be a single ash left. Very well. In retribution for the betrayal of the pot you have given me, I shall summon all my strength. Are you jesting? It is merely a pot. Is it truly worth such commotion? I have others. Shall we just let it go? Get lost. This pot has heroically perished, and my heart aches. It has accompanied me for so long, and I have developed a bond with it. Furthermore, it contained the meat that was on the verge of completion. How can I endure this? You make a valid point. Indeed, when it comes to culinary delights, your reasoning holds merit. Unleash all your power. Very well. Su Chen let out a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a super scion, his pupils gleaming with a golden hue. The very ground trembled as the path to hell crumbled, and the cave quaked as if heralding the apocalypse. His once ebony locks transformed into silvery strands cascading over his shoulders, while enigmatic runes materialized upon his visage, exuding an aura of both mystery and formidable power. Su Qing observed Su Chen's pretentious behavior, her expression filled with indignation. Hey, just let it go. The Su Qing system immediately intervened, did it not? On what grounds? Su Qing wore a discontented expression. You are already powerful enough. Just wait to safeguard this universe. Su Qing struck out. Did you not see that the ground outside has already crumbled? It could explode at any moment. When he acts, it results in an explosion. When I act, it also leads to an explosion. In the end, does it not all culminate in destruction? Then let us all face the explosion together. Douluo Star, I have my reservations. Indeed, you may proceed as you wish. Su Qing stood suspended in the void, surrounded by the vast cosmos. Her hair transformed into a lustrous white, and behind her emerged a magnificent divine ring resembling the 8 trigrams. Her swords floated beside her, while she donned an elegant white gown, her starry eyes piercing through the essence of the world. With each step, lotuses blossomed beneath her feet. Goodness! Exclaimed Su Qing, visibly displeased. What's the matter? Am I not strikingly handsome? Su Qing raised an eyebrow, and then bang! Su Qing stared blankly at the starry sky surrounding her, with nearby stars erupting in bursts of light. Beside her, Su Qing rolled his eyes, exclaiming, What are you staring at? Your eyes are practically rolling back in your head. Are you dead? Su Qing shot him an annoyed glare. Ah, yet another grand finale. Su Qing sighed as he surveyed the vast, empty darkness around them. Su Qing, in a moment of desperation, snapped her fingers, restoring everything to its previous state. The revived Azura king gazed at the two with a face full of terror, swallowing hard as beads of sweat cascaded down his brow. Who on earth are you? He asked, his voice trembling. As Su Qing and her companion noticed the onlooker, they exchanged smiles while observing the king of Azura. Please, don't come any closer. Suspended in midair, bound within a sack, Su Qing expressed her frustration by lashing out with a whip. This is what you get for carelessly tossing hammers. Are you out of your mind? What if you hit a child? All for this mere kitchen knife. With a heavy sigh, the king of Azura felt utterly defeated, gazing at the Azura sword, now transformed into a kitchen knife, wearing a look of unjust grievance, as if he had done nothing wrong. Enough. Su Qing waved her hand impatiently. What's wrong? Are you showing compassion? Su Qing remarked, looking at Su Qing. Compassion? I merely find this a waste of time. Let us end his misery swiftly. Is that so? Then you do it, Su Qing retorted, dropping the whip and sitting on the ground, her expression akin to that of a child watching a show. Oh, will it be slicing, or what? Never mind, that seems too cruel. What if we just shattered it instead? Horrified by their ominous words, the king of Azura was on the brink of despair. Ah, you two are taking this too far. If you have the guts, grant me a swift end. Su Qing furrowed his brow as he gazed at the struggling Shura king. Silence. Do you truly possess no sense of propriety? Are we not engaged in a discussion? Must you be so impatient? Indeed, do refrain from such haste, Su Qing echoed. It seems I am to wait for my demise while preparing myself, correct? The Shura king looked bewildered. What other choice do we have? Are we not contemplating how to deal with you? Please, remain calm. With a beaming smile, Su Qing added. Oh dear, I feel as though we are no better than villains. I even question if we have gone too far. Su Qing sighed pensively. What do you mean by that? Have you not realized that we have accomplished nothing? We have been utterly unproductive, and we have completely forgotten our original purpose. Su Qing remarked, waving his hand dismissively. Hiss. Indeed, was I not supposed to resolve the fate of this world's destined child? What on earth am I doing? Running around aimlessly with you every day? Su Qing snapped back to reality. Yes, while we are unafraid and free to act as we please in this world, I feel that our daily antics are merely a squandering of time. That coffin we encountered the other day, was it not your adversary? Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Su Qing's expression changed abruptly as memories of the copper coffin resurfaced. That coffin eluded my understanding, seemingly imbued with the power of the river of time. The atmosphere surrounding it was undeniably eerie. Within it undoubtedly lay a formidable entity. I am uncertain whether I could contend with such a being. Yet I possess a four-tenths confidence. If it is the primordial, then she should be capable primordial. Indeed, he is supreme. In his eyes, we are but inconspicuous ants, and no law holds sway over him. The Tao of your world is merely the Tao he has crafted, is it not? I recall it differently. You are mistaken. Even Pangu is but a creator deity, a ruler of a realm, yet he too has his limits. I am on the brink of grasping the profound simplicity of the great Tao, and yet the aura of that coffin I encountered bore a sense of peril. Before I attain the great Tao, I may not be his equal, and the realm of that mysterious coffin is surely not inferior to my own. Indeed. You say you come to this world to slay the mightiest. If that were me, would you dare to strike? Suchin jested. I would. She replied. Ah. Could you truly do such a thing? Suchin feigned a heartache, saying to grow stronger, one must be prepared to forsake matters of the heart. My emotional tribulations have yet to pass. I have calculated my emotional tribulation will arise in a life and death moment. Fear not. I have no family in this world. Although I have 2 wives and another whom I have taken in, you, despite our lack of blood ties, have become my sister. If the time comes when you must slay me, do not hesitate. I shall not retaliate. Suchin patted his chest and vowed, this is your promise. Do not blame me for being ruthless when the time comes. Su Qing raised an eyebrow and replied, a true man keeps his word. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Took out their phones to play Honor of Kings, while the Azura King on the other side was of no concern to them. Chapter 46, Spicy Rabbit Head. I would like an order. Su Qing gazed at the dark screen before her, veins throbbing on her forehead as her earlier smile gradually faded, gritting her teeth. She fixed her gaze upon Su Chun, who was whistling beside her. Am I the marksman, or are you the marksman? She questioned. It's you, he replied. Then why did you steal my kill? Because I am the support. As a support, what right do you have to claim kills? Every time the opponent is low on health, you seize the opportunity to snatch the kill. Are you treating me as your errand boy? Just say whether the opponent is dead or not. This game is about pushing towers. Kills are not paramount. All right, you make a valid point. See, you're getting anxious again. Cough, cough, cough. By the way, have you all forgotten there is another person here? The awkward voice of Xiao Luo Wang interjected. Two faces turned towards him. Oh right. It seems we forgot about you, Su Qing replied, her tone as clear as a mountain stream. She immediately stood up, pulled out a kitchen knife, and took out a whetstone, squatting down to sharpen the blade. Indeed, my apologies, we were too engrossed in our game. But what on earth are you doing sharpening a knife? Su Chun, visibly irked, pointed a finger at Su Qing and exclaimed, what on earth is going on? Su Qing looked up, her expression imbued with innocence, and replied, oh, please, continue. A man was meditating, lost in deep contemplation, his brow furrowed. Sure how, Ling Er. Ling Er, he called out, jolting awake to find himself enveloped in an ethereal void. With a heavy sigh, he mused, I have yet to recover. And I wonder how Ling Er is faring. However, I must inevitably confront the anomalies. If I do not, the sacrifice of the Lu God's small tower will be in vain. I wonder how Brother Yi is doing. He should be unharmed, I hope. Sure Hao's expression turned complex as he recalled the last battle at the Boundary Sea, where he was struck down by an anomaly, reduced to a storm of blood and shattered bones. I can only hope that my young friend Su Chen does not expose himself too much. At the very least, I should wait until I regain 70 to 80% of my strength. This world is exceedingly weak, and I must rely on rare medicinal treasures to restore myself. Devoid of even the slightest trace of spiritual energy. Casting a glance at the alchemical bottles surrounding him, he felt a twinge of guilt. Su Qing should not hold it against Su Chun. Their bond is too strong, and I have only taken a minuscule amount. Suddenly, a tower floated over, its voice dripping with sarcasm. I never would have imagined that you are, in fact, a deceiver. Little tower, Sure Hao retorted, the future me is still me. How can this be labeled as deceit? And what of the past you? You have disrupted the cycle of cause and effect. I currently lack the strength to contend with the anomalies and am unable to send you back. That is inconsequential. This little world is quite pleasant, enriched with an abundance of rare treasures for me to absorb. Especially these stones, I can sense the power within them, which will aid in my recovery. The little tower alighted on a colorful stone, and without hesitation, Sure Hao swiftly rejected it, snatching the vibrant gem and stowing it in his storage bag. Mine, all mine. Little tower, should we be exposed, it would be detrimental for both of us. Indeed, the little tower mused, you brought me here. Do you require my assistance? Certainly not. Sure Hao replied, revealing his underlying boredom. Initially, he sought out the Lu God, but found no trace of her, likely having ventured to the Boundary Sea. He understood that the Lu God would not accompany him, only the little tower remained. He merely needed to recuperate. Sure Hao had cleverly deceived the little tower into believing they were searching for its true form, claiming they had already located the third layer, though he was unable to defeat it alone and required the little tower's aid. I do not wish to see those around me depart one by one. Little tower. Once I recover, I shall return you to your rightful place. Are you suggesting that the past version of me has been utterly annihilated? Yes, he acknowledged, the little tower. In essence, I am simply too weak. Fear not, your perspective dictates everything. In this world of the strong preying upon the weak, emotions will only hinder your advancement. Perhaps the past me is lost, but the cycle of cause and effect cannot be evaded. I understand now. Perhaps this Suchin can be of assistance to you. Can he not? Upon hearing the words of the small tower, Hao recalled Suchin's unreliable demeanor. He shook his head, resigning to the thought that he certainly did not wish for him to cause any trouble. Perhaps it would be best to return him to his original world later. However, the priority was to protect him for a time, for if he were to perish, Hao would face the same fate. My blade is sharpened. Are you ready? Su Qing smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth as she gazed upon the Shura king, bound and helpless, awaiting his fate. The Shura king wore an expression of utter despair. Yet he gritted his teeth defiantly and exclaimed, "Bring it on. Are you ready?" "I am ready." "Are you truly prepared?" "Indeed." "Are you absolutely certain you are prepared?" "I am certain." "Are you truly, unequivocally ready?" "Damn it. Just strike already." The Shura king could no longer contain himself. The torment was unbearable. Su Qing, what on earth are you playing at? Su Qin, with a look of exasperation, remarked, "Oh dear, could we not extend a modicum of respect to the deceased? How lamentable." As Su Qing concluded her words, she struck down towards the Shura king with her blade. Crack! The kitchen knife shattered upon impact. Su Qing stared wide-eyed at the kitchen knife in her hand. Goodness, that old man is utterly unreliable, claiming it to be indestructible and capable of slicing through anything. Where did you acquire this knife? Su Qin asked, his lips twitching. At a roadside stall, the elderly gentleman insisted it was his family as sharp as treasure, capable of cutting through iron like mud. How much did it cost? 10 gold soul coins. Very well, you're ill-suited to handle finances. Allow me to take charge. Oh. Su Qing tossed a ring to Su Chun, exclaiming, "You have gone too far." The king of Shura roared, "Silence." Su Qin looked at the king of Shura with a face full of disdain. With such an unappealing appearance, must you speak so much? Just look at yourself. You're even less pleasing to the eye than a ghost. Fine, fine. I shall indulge you. Is that satisfactory? Su Chun drew forth the void battle spear and approached the Azura king, aiming to strike down. At last, liberation was within reach. The Azura king, wearing a blissful expression, closed his eyes. Suddenly, a crimson beam of light soared upward, and the Azura king vanished in an instant, teleported away. Su Qin's strike descended upon the ground, causing the path to the underworld to tremble, the rocky walls to shatter, and ultimately, to collapse entirely. Su Qing rubbed her hands together, preparing to pick up a piece of meat to savor, when she suddenly heard a commotion. She looked up to see debris falling from the cave ceiling, burying her instantly. Outside, a large pit opened up in the ground. The Azura king, awakening, gazed at the figure before him and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am the Azura god. You cannot perish now. Your successor awaits your return." "Successor?" "Indeed. His name is Tang San." Everything was proceeding according to plan, though some unforeseen circumstances have arisen. "You are the Azura god? But this place?" The Azura king surveyed the surrounding chaos with disdain. "Alas, an inexplicable individual appears and wreaks havoc here. Then why not seek him out?" "Because I am unable to defeat him," the Azura god replied with resignation. "What? Why not transfer my current position to Tang San? Did you not claim he is the successor?" Cough, cough, cough. "It is not the right time yet." Bang. Su Chun and Su Qing emerged from the pit, both wearing expressions of exasperation. Su Qing held a pair of chopsticks in her hand, with a grimy piece of meat skewered upon them. "How dare they flee? Yet, I have already set my sights upon you." Upon finishing his words, Su Chun conjured a yellow bow, while an arrow spun gracefully in the palm of his left hand. He knocked the arrow to the bowstring, gathering strength as the surroundings trembled incessantly, akin to the rhythmic beating of a heart. Su Qin aimed at the sky and released an explosive force, the sound of rupture resonating as the void shattered. Su Qing also conjured a bow, the divine bow of the fiery sun, knocking 3 arrows and drawing back to the half-moon. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "You may insult me, but you shall not deprive this fairy of her meal. After waiting so long for this morsel of meat, I have yet to take a single bite before it vanished. To oblivion with you." Su Qing released her grip, and 3 arrows whirled around in a circular motion, resembling a guiding beacon as they pierced through the fabric of space and departed. Su Qin stared blankly at the crimson-faced Su Qing, bewildered. Did they harbor a deep-seated animosity towards each other? Surely not. Who would say such a thing? In this vast world, The most pressing concern is sustenance. Are you not aware? After a long wait for the meat to be cooked to perfection, it was finally time to indulge. Yet, why exert such force? Look at what you've done. The meat has become soiled. Su Qing pouted her lips in a display of mild grievance. So, is it all just for a piece of meat? If it comes to that, we can simply start anew. Very well, I entrust it to you. It's merely that inner elixir within that snake. It holds no value for me. What do you think you can derive from it? Su Qing tossed a yellow inner elixir to Su Qin. Su Qin examined the object in his hand meticulously, only to realize it served no purpose for him. Perhaps it would be best to sell it? In a fleeting moment, the two vanished from sight. Xiao Gang, is that you? Ere long, it is I, Xiao Gang. Ere long, the two gazed at each other with deep affection. At long last, I have found you. Where have you been? Alas, ere long. It was Flander who expelled me from Shrek, the master sighed. Flander, that is impossible. He is not the kind of person to do such a thing. Ere long furrowed her brow, contemplating the assertion, shaking her head in disbelief. Humph. Otherwise, how could I have ended up like this? Ere long. Allow me to introduce you to my student, Tang San. Quickly, greet my esteemed teacher's wife, Xiao San. Tang San regarded Ere Long with skepticism, then glanced at his teacher. Comparing the two, Ere Long was strikingly beautiful while his teacher appeared rather disheveled. They seemed utterly mismatched. Nevertheless, Tang San set aside his thoughts and bowed respectfully. Greetings. Esteemed teacher's wife. Ah, what a good child. Please, do come inside. Xiao Gang, there is so much I wish to discuss with you. Ere Long. I owe you an apology. The master's expression turned pained as he forced out a tear. Tang San, observing from the side, couldn't help but wince, admiring his teacher's acting skills. It is good to return. However, Ere Long remained unconvinced by the master's words. Despite Flander's demeanor, she believed that Xiao Gang must have done something to provoke Flander's ire, leading to their discord. At that moment, Tang San, standing behind them, gazed skyward, lost in thought of Xiao Wu. You. Su Qin, what are you doing here? Xiao Wu looked at Su Chun with a face full of dread. Su Qin squinted slightly, observing Su Qing engrossed in her phone. Enough of the games. How did this rabbit end up here? A rabbit? It's time to eat. Su Qing exclaimed with delight as she gazed at Su Qin. Su Qin felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue as he cast a disdainful glance at Su Qing. Are you a fool? He exclaimed. What did you just say? After a brief cough, he continued. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely wondering why this rabbit is here. Su Chun pointed at the trembling Xiao Wu beside him. It was quite a coincidence that both Su Chun and Su Qing instantaneously teleported and suddenly appeared before Xiao Wu. As a result, Xiao Wu inadvertently bumped into Su Qin's chest. When he looked up to see that familiar face, he was taken aback, questioning whether he was mistaken. Rubbing his eyes, he realized he was not mistaken. Upon catching sight of Xiao Wu, Su Qin immediately broke into a sly grin, emitting a mischievous chuckle. Startled by his words, Xiao Wu felt her heart race and instinctively considered fleeing, never having anticipated that Su Qin could discern her true identity. But where could she run? Su Qin casually restrained Xiao Wu. Oh, isn't this the rabbit we encountered in the soul battle? Su Qing approached with a playful expression and said, So, what brings you here? If not, then. Xiao Wu was terrified and drenched in sweat, swallowing hard as she replied, I was just trying to escape. Are you planning to kill me? Why would I do that? You don't possess much worth taking, and besides, what is so delectable about a rabbit? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu sighed in relief. She hadn't even sought revenge yet, but Su Qing chimed in. Yet, spicy rabbit heads are indeed the most delicious. Su Qing gazed at Su Qing with a look of satisfaction, and the two exchanged a celebratory high five. However, Xiao Wu's smile gradually faded as she huffed. How dare you feast upon the rabbit? I shall haunt you for this. Realizing her predicament and unable to escape, she retorted in anger, What a mistake. You, a mere rabbit, think you can play the ghost? You are no better than a dog. Su Chun added with a smirk, I'll bite you to death. Xiao Wu struggled, only to find herself utterly immobilized. Sighing, Su Chun shook his head as he beheld Xiao Wu's reddened eyes. Did you not desire my soul ring? I would rather perish than surrender it to you wicked soul masters. With that, Xiao Wu closed her eyes, preparing for her sacrificial act. Su Qin snapped his fingers, and the sacrificial flow faltered. Xiao Wu, taken aback, glared at Su Chun in exasperation and exclaimed, Oh, what are you doing? Who would find your hula hoop appealing? It pales in comparison to ours. I still have a substantial collection of red hula hoop cards in my warehouse. As Su Chun finished speaking, he stepped down, and a multitude of colorful soul rings emerged, one after another. He even placed one of the soul rings around his waist, and gave it a twist. Xiaowu was left utterly astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. She questioned, "Are you even human? What on earth are you?" He replied, "Of course, I am human. A very substantial one. However, the girl beside me is not human." Su Qin silently gazed at the side of Su Qing, with a radiant smile. Su Qing listened to Su Qin's sarcastic remarks, claiming that she was not human, which filled her with indignation. "What? Do you want to fight?" she retorted. Su Qin, uninterested, replied, "Of course, I am not human." "Indeed, did I err in stating that you are not human?" Su Qing pondered aloud. "Oh, but why does it sound so peculiar to me? Need I explain?" "It is indeed strange for a non-human to comprehend human speech," Su Qin clarified. "I see. Well then, when shall we dine?" "I would like a portion of spicy rabbit head, medium heat, please." Su Qing finished ordering her dishes and continued to play on her phone. Floating in her seat. Chapter 47. The Continent of Fighting Qi. "Damn it. I'm done playing." Su Qin, in a fit of frustration, seized his phone. He cast a glance at Su Qing, who was sharpening a knife beside him, and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Is it really necessary to sharpen it for so long?" To which she replied, "Of course, without a keen edge, how can one prepare a delicious meal?" Her reasoning was indeed sound. Su Qin nodded and approached the king of Shura, observing him closely. "I am indeed curious about one matter. Was it you who brought Tang Shan into this world?" A fleeting look of astonishment crossed the king of Shura's eyes. And with evident trepidation, he replied, "How could that be possible? I could never possess such power." "Is that so?" Su Qin mused, skepticism creeping into his tone. "If I truly held such strength, why would I not flee? Well, I had initially hoped you could look after my adopted son, though not by blood. I have shared a life with his mother, making him, in essence, my own child. However, since you seem to have lost your value, perhaps it is time for you to perish." With a chilling smile, Su Qin clenched his fist, preparing to strike at the king of Shura's head. Wait. The king exclaimed, "I misspoke. It was indeed I who orchestrated Tang Shan's arrival." Su Qin ceased his gathering of strength, gazing at the king of Azura with a perplexed expression. "What is the purpose behind your myriad schemes?" With a sigh, the king replied, "I merely seek an heir. And Tang Shan appears to be quite suitable. And what if I were to eliminate him? Then I would simply seek another," he answered. "However, at present, Tang Shan is the most promising candidate for the role." Su Qing approached, wielding a kitchen knife, and with an air of impatience waved her hand, saying, "What is there to discuss with this guy? I will never let Tang Shan go." "Then why not eliminate him right now?" Su Qin inquired, glancing at Su Qing. "She simply hasn't fully developed yet. Once she does, I shall undoubtedly deal with him." "Fair enough, but I have a feeling that fellow might not develop well after all." Su Qin observed with his spirit as Tang Shan absorbed his third soul ring, but to his astonishment, it was yellow. Su Qing furrowed her brows, immediately sensing something amiss. She stood there, dumbfounded, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening?" Uncertain, Su Qin shook his head, indicating his lack of understanding. Although he had previously tricked Tang Shan into absorbing a spirit ring that took a decade to assimilate, he had not concerned himself with the subsequent spirit rings. After all, he had a teacher and his father to rely upon. Su Qing, equally astonished, reflected on her time spent in this place, having gained some insights. Logically speaking, the third spirit ring should be purple. Why then was Tang Shan absorbing a yellow one? Su Qin immediately employed his divine sense to investigate, only to be left astounded by the sight before him. He observed Master engaged in a conversation with Ere Long within the confines of the tent. Goodness! Has he succumbed to darkness? Su Qing inquired with curiosity, sensing the atmosphere herself. Her face flushed instantly. What in the world? Her own disciple was willingly descending into depravity. How could he be so ensnared by tenderness? Could it possibly be due to us? Su Qin scratched his head and pondered aloud. What have we done? We haven't hindered their development, have we? Su Qing retorted defiantly. Su Qing immediately inquired of the system. What is happening? It is due to your influence. But we haven't done anything, have we? You caused the original timeline of Shrek to fall apart, resulting in the child of destiny not receiving a proper education. What shall we do now? It's all gone awry. I was just a step away from success. Are you telling me it can't be done? No. I must help Tang Shan grow stronger. Su Qing could only entertain this thought. She immediately turned to Su Qin and said, "Shall we assist Tang Shan in becoming stronger? Based on what just transpired, he might very well end up as cannon fodder. Do you have any strategies to enhance his abilities? Should we provide him with elixirs? Or perhaps guide him in cultivating immortality? This place is unsuitable. He must grow stronger on his own. Can't we simply transform his soul rings into something more conventional?" "Indeed," came the response. Su Qin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He sensed the potential in this endeavor. With Su Qin's exceptional abilities, she could create worlds and serve as the architect of numerous realms. Crafting a soul ring would surely be a simple task for her. Without hesitation, the two of them resolved to seek out Tang Shan. "I want to join as well," exclaimed Xiaowu, who had just rushed over. Su Qin glanced at the little rabbit, and with a swift motion of one hand, she grasped the air, lifting Xiaowu effortlessly. With her other hand, she waved to open a wormhole and promptly tossed Xiaowu into it. Su Qin swallowed hard and gazed at Su Qin, inquiring, "Did you cast her away to Tongshan?" "No, I sent her to another world. Whether she survives or not depends on her," Su Qin replied. "Then where did you send her?" "It seems to be something related to fighting spirit or some such nonsense." "Never mind, let us hurry." In an instant, the two vanished, leaving the Azura King in a state of bewilderment. They appeared before Tongshan, who was in the midst of absorbing a soul ring, and whispered furtively, "Hey, hurry up. What duration should I assign him? Should it be the usual or something unusual? Obviously, he is the child of destiny. We must opt for the unusual." Su Qin nodded her small head, and with a flick of her two fingers, a cerulean light darted towards Tang Shan. Gradually, the soul rings surrounding Tang Shan began to change color, and after 2.5 minutes, they transformed into a vibrant crimson hue. Su Qin glanced over, a look of disdain on his face. "Why did you only give 100,000 years? Brother, if you give any more, he will explode." Su Qin replied in exasperation. All right, let's go." "Wait, what are we waiting for? Let's go." That rabbit's fate is uncertain at this moment. Su Qin did not afford Su Qin the opportunity to explain, swiftly whisking her away in an instant. Su Qin turned her gaze towards Tang Shan's direction and sighed. "I have yet to assist him in absorbing the chaotic power of the soul ring. Oh well, it is normal to lie down for a while. Surely, he won't explode." Tang Shan was meditating and absorbing energy when he suddenly felt 3 formidable soul powers crashing into his body. Blood erupted from countless wounds, and he fainted instantly. In Yulan's sect, a young man was being torn apart by 2 azure tornadoes, his bones cracking under the strain. "Teacher, I have done my utmost." Suddenly, a wormhole opened nearby, and Xiaowu flew out. "Huh? Where is this?" Per Xiaowu was cut off mid-sentence and was immediately blown away. Yunshan looked at Xiaoyan's predicament, feeling a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, 2 wormholes opened, and 2 figures emerged, scanning the surroundings. "Where is everyone? Could it be they are gone?" Su Qin wore an expression of disbelief. He was acutely aware of what this particular rabbit symbolized for Tang Shan. "Are you certain that this will strengthen Tang Shan?" he questioned. "If you continue down this path, I fear he may become consumed by obsession." "Surely not," Su Qin replied, her face tinged with embarrassment. Su Qin was poised to use his spiritual consciousness to locate Xiaowu when he suddenly sensed something amiss in his surroundings. Why was there such a strong wind? Indeed, the breeze was quite refreshing. "Look, that person has even fallen asleep." Su Qin pointed at Xiaoyan in front of her. Su Qin glanced over at Xiaoyan, finding him somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he noticed a swirl of white flames surrounding Xiaoyan, who slowly opened his eyes, his entire being emanating an icy fire that made the very space tremble. Relieved, he entrusted the matter to. The elderly Yao stared blankly at Su Qin and Su Qin before him. "Who are you?" "We are outsiders, here in search of someone. However, old man, I never expected you to be a practitioner of the dark arts, seizing the bodies of the young," Su Qin interjected, her tone laced with disdain. Yao was taken aback, suspecting he had misheard. Yet, he was too disinterested to engage in their banter. "Are you two not from the Yunlan sect?" "What is the Yunlan sect? Is it formidable?" Su Qin inquired, glancing at Su Qin. "How would I know?" retorted the old man. "Have you seen a girl with rabbit ears?" "A girl with rabbit ears?" Yao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I regret to inform you that I have not seen her." "I see. Perhaps we should inquire with that white-haired fellow?" Su Qin suggested, pointing at the visibly displeased Yunshan. "Yes, let us ask him," Su Qin agreed. Su Qin obediently flew over and inquired, "Hello. Have you seen a girl with rabbit ears?" "A girl with rabbit ears? I have not encountered such a person. Are you a formidable warrior from the mainland?" "What nonsense about the mainland? You could simply shake your head instead." "So, are you implying that you are here to assist Xiaoyan?" Yunshan gazed sternly at Su Qin, fully aware that she was treading upon the void. He had no desire for conflict. His sole aim was to resolve matters concerning Xiaoyan, with everything else being of little consequence. And what of it? "Who, may I ask, is Xiaoyan?" "It seems you are indeed intent on opposing the Yunlan sect." With that, Yunshan conjured a sword from the void, aiming it menacingly at Su Qin. Su Qing narrowed her eyes slightly, bending down to evade, and extending a delicate jade hand. She flicked it towards Yunshan's forehead. A surge of formidable power propelled Yunshan directly into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Did I not mention that I do not know you? Do you not understand the concept of manners? Su Qing, with a visage clouded by discontent, flitted to Su Chen's side and waved her hand to convey her uncertainty. Su Chen nodded, while the old pharmacist gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. He had barely caught a glimpse of how Su Qing had made her move. All he could see was the cloud mountain within the massive pit. Master, who are these two individuals? They are incredibly powerful, Xiaoyan inquired with a look of curiosity. Ahem, they are undoubtedly friends of mine, the old pharmacist replied, unabashedly. Master, I never imagined you were acquainted with such formidable beings. They must surely be Douluo, correct? Indeed, that is without question, he affirmed, reminiscing about the past. Hey, you old man, stop boasting. What do you mean by friends? What on earth is Douluo? Su Qing could no longer contain her disbelief. Thank you both for your assistance this time, the old pharmacist said, clasping his hands in gratitude. Su Qing remained silent as he soared before the venerable elder Yao, his hand gently pressing against the old man's forehead. In that fleeting moment, a surge of memories cascaded into Su Qing's mind. With a flick of Su Qing's finger, a radiant light entered Xiaoyan's body, visibly healing all his injuries. Though we are not well acquainted, it is of little consequence to lend a hand to a fellow townsman. The medicine elder, astonished, inquired about Xiaoyan's condition. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's excited explanation, he immediately understood. Ah, I see. Then I shall take my leave. The rest is entrusted to you, young one. Very well, master. Xiaoyan responded. As he returned to his body and opened his eyes, he joyfully unfurled his wings and embraced Su Chen. Ha! I can't believe I've encountered a fellow townsman. Where are you from? Me? From the Magic City. Oh, is that so? I hail from the northern part of the capital. Have you found yourself in some trouble? Sigh, it's a long story, Xiaoyan explained bitterly to Su Chen. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. You must be incredibly unfortunate, but at least you have a childhood friend and some good companions. What about you? Su Chen recalled the first encounter with Gu Yuna. Unable to suppress a shiver. Ahem, I'm just living a normal life. Oh, I see. Those two beautiful ladies, are they your wives? Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow and pointed at Su Qing. What are you talking about? She is my stepsister. Ah, I see. Xiaoyan nodded thoughtfully. Without further ado, he knelt in midair, saying, Brother, from now on, let us each pursue our own paths. Su Chen stood in stunned silence, suddenly feeling a chilling presence behind him. He turned to see Su Qing, her face marred with displeasure. You must be Xiaoyan, right? Let me tell you. As Xiaoyan heard Su Chen's explanation, he immediately rose to his feet and nodded. At that moment, he realized that his own suitor was far superior. Within the pit, Yunshan had a bump on his forehead and stumbled to his feet, feeling dizzy. Damn it! Could it be that he is a Douluo? Upon witnessing Yunshan's resurgence, Xiaoyan instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Yunshan, if you do not provide me with an explanation today, then the existence of your Yunlan sect will be rendered unnecessary. Xiaoyan, are you not merely emboldened by the presence of two Douluo behind you? If you have the capability, face me in a one-on-one duel. Yunshan shouted in fury. Xiaoyan, with an air of arrogance, raised his head and replied nonchalantly. I apologize, but I merely invited my friends to assist me. Is that not reasonable? With that, Xiaoyan conjured his two hands, summoning them, preparing for fusion. Su Chen, filled with curiosity, extended his hand to touch, but Xiaoyan swiftly recoiled. Brother, this thing cannot be touched, he exclaimed. Rest assured, I find it quite warm. Thus, one soared through the air while the other pursued, with everyone gazing upwards, then downwards, back and forth. What harm is there in merely touching it? You only desire to seize my... Xiaoyan protested, his expression betraying his vulnerability. What? I am merely curious. Su Chen urged, come on, let me touch it. You truly will not seize it? Have no fear, I genuinely will not. In that case, can I only look for a second? Xiaoyan asked cautiously. Su Chen's forehead was marred by prominent veins, and without uttering a word, he instantaneously teleported behind Xiaoyan. With a swift motion of his hand, he reached out decisively. Hand it over. Xiaoyan, taken aback, regained his composure and immediately attempted to seize it. No, rather, to take it. Brother Su. You. Su Chen gazed at the azure flame in his hand, and suddenly an idea struck him. He swiftly retrieved a piece of meat from his ring to roast. Upon witnessing this, Yao Lao could no longer contain himself and floated out. Young friend Su Chen, this is a strange fire. How can you use it to roast meat? Just as he felt a pang of hunger and wished to taste it, he added, would you like a piece? Yao Lao sighed, alas. Wind of the Kuan. Meteoric slaughter. Chapter 48. A serendipitous encounter with the little physician. A beam of azure light shot towards the four individuals. Xiao Yan and Yao Lao snapped back to their senses, each pulling a companion in preparation to evade. Yet, they remained frozen in place. Damn it, Su Chen, quickly dodge. Su Chen is not one to shy away. He is unfazed even by the explosion of the universe. What could possibly intimidate him? Ha ha ha, it's perfectly roasted. Would you care to try a piece? Xiao Yin, Yao Lao, Su Qing, her face brimming with excitement, rubbed her hands together eagerly and exclaimed, I want to taste it, please. Su Chen smiled as he handed Su Qing a skewer of grilled meat, but in an instant, with a swift motion, the delicacy vanished from his hand. Su Qing's heart, once filled with fervor, now lay in disarray. With veins protruding on her forehead and her teeth clenched, she cast a fiery gaze upon Yunshan. Meanwhile, Yunshan wore a faint smirk, exuding the demeanor of a victor. Esteemed one, he advised, I, Yunshan, counsel you to depart. Do not presume that attaining the status of a dozong will grant you the liberty to act without consequence. In a dazzling explosion of energy, Su Qing surged forth like a beam of light, appearing before Yunshan in an instant. With a powerful rising dragon fist, she sent Yunshan hurtling through the air. His anguished cry cut short. As he soared above, Su Qing brandished a colossal blade, 40 meters in length, transforming her weapon's spirit into a towering phantom. With a fierce downward slash aimed at Yunshan, both Yao Lao and Xiao Yan stood in stunned silence. Xiao Yan swallowed hard and gestured towards Yao Lao. Teacher, is a Dozun expert truly capable of such formidable might? You little rascal, I was once a Dozun as well. Why am I not so powerful? Yao Lao retorted, lifting his gaze to the looming phantom. He quickly urged Su Chen, young friend Su Chen, you must intervene at once. If this attack is unleashed, I fear even the city of Wutan may meet its ruin. Su Chen tapped her ear, questioning, are your eyes not functioning properly? What does that mean? She did not annihilate the city of Wutan, which was a relief for Elder Yao, and Xiao Yan likewise breathed a sigh of relief. He had devastated the Duki continent. Or rather, obliterated this planet. Elder Yao could not comprehend what a planet entailed, but he understood the significance of the Duki continent. Then why don't you stop her? Is it really necessary for the sake of Yunshan? Indeed. Brother Su swiftly intervened to halt your sister. The disciples of the Yunlan sect, witnessing Yunshan in a state of near demise, were left agape, unable to comprehend the situation. Upon seeing this, Haibodong and his companions immediately unfurled their wings, hastily fleeing. What on earth is Yunshan doing? How could he provoke such a terrifying figure? Haibodong gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Su Chen shook his head and instantly appeared beside Su Qing. Let it be. We must not harm the innocent. Our goal is to find Xiao Wu. Using a cannon to swat a mosquito seems rather excessive, doesn't it? Su Qing found his reasoning compelling as well. She withdrew her attack, and the clouds that had descended from the sky were now gone, leaving behind a serene tranquility as they gently settled down with closed eyes. Su Qing sheathed her dagger and drew forth a crimson sword. In an instant, the atmosphere was infused with the essence of carnage, and the very fabric of space trembled. I possess a sword, capable of slaying celestial beings, severing demonic entities, parting the heavens, and cleaving through myriad paths. Dao slash. As Su Qing swept through the air, the figure of Yunshan was met with the blade of sword energy, disintegrating into luminous particles and vanishing from sight. The sword energy did not retract but instead surged towards the Yunlan sect. The sect leader, Yun, immediately soared forward, positioning herself protectively in front of the sect. Yunji, quickly, take cover. Xiaoyan called out anxiously upon witnessing the event. Teacher, I implore you. Fear not, you troublesome brat. The elder Yao possessed Xiaoyan, bestowing upon him the formidable power of a dozong. In an instant, he shattered the fabric of space, arriving before Yun within the span of a heartbeat, forcefully dragging her to safety. Release me. Xiaoyan, the Yunlan sect is my home. I cannot bear to witness its destruction. Yun, come with me. Yet, Yun hesitated. Upon observing the terror etched upon the faces of her fellow sect members, her resolve solidified. Let go, even if it means death. I shall remain with the Yunlan sect. My teacher is gone. I cannot bear to see the sect perish. At that moment, Su Chen arrived, pulling Xiaoyan aside. Let us depart. She has chosen her fate, and there is nothing you can do. How could you, a modern person, save her? You might manage it once, perhaps. But can you do it a second or third time? Xiaoyan appeared to see a glimmer of hope and immediately spoke up. Brother Suchen, can you stop? Even I would not dare to intercept that strike. Look at it. The sword energy obliterates everything in its path, including space itself. You witnessed Yunshan's fate. Even the king of hell might not reclaim him. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan, filled with reluctance, turned to Elder Yao. Teacher. Alas, Xiaoyan. Perhaps this is fate. Even I have never encountered such a bizarre attack. Hey, Suchen, what are you doing there? Suqing approached, glancing at her impending attack drawing ever closer. Nothing. Can you not cancel this attack? Why should I cancel? Do you comprehend the anguish of a glutton when food is within reach yet is destroyed? I have not obliterated this place. That is my mercy. Alas. These people are innocent. There is no need for this. Suchen observed that some individuals from the Yulan sect had already knelt before them. Suchen, do you realize that compassion can lead to your downfall? I am aware, yet I believe these individuals do not deserve to perish. Is that so? Then you should intervene. I shall go in search of the rabbit. Upon concluding her words, Su Qing vanished in an instant. Su Chun gazed helplessly at the sword aura, which was now a mere 100 meters away. He glanced at Yun Yun, who was bravely facing her demise, and then turned to Xiaoyan, who was ready to rush forward to assist her, only to be restrained by Yao Lao. Su Chen gritted his teeth, desperately seeking the chaotic thoughts within his mind. Chaos. What is the matter? This sword energy, can you afford it? I can, but my current condition is far from optimal. Within the confines of the space, the Emperor of Chaos felt a sense of helplessness. To be frank, he had no desire to involve himself with those inconsequential beings. Upon investigating the members of the Yulan sect, he discovered that only a small fraction were innocent. The majority were individuals who oppressed the weak. Do you require my intervention? The little tower inquired as it flew over. The Emperor of Chaos nodded slightly, resuming his meditative state. You owe me a chance to act. The little tower declared before departing. The Emperor of Chaos found himself in a predicament. His injuries were severe, and he could not act recklessly. If those ruffians were to discover his vulnerability, it would spell disaster. In Su Chen's mind, a tower of deep yellow materialized, soaring directly before the Yulan sect. It absorbed the sword energy, its body trembling incessantly. This particular sword energy was imbued with profound laws. Even I would require considerable effort to contend with it. Upon finishing its proclamation, the tower unleashed its full might, causing the very mountains surrounding the Yulan sect to crumble and the pavilions to collapse. Su Chen flew over. And you must be the tower he mentioned, right? Well, as for this attack, I can only absorb it slowly. It may take some time. Would you like me to assist you? No need. I can sense the laws within this attack, and it might prove beneficial to me. I see. Then please be cautious. After speaking, Su Chen approached Xiaoyan, as there would still be some time to wait. Lingering here was of no consequence. Brother Su Chen, how is it? Xiaoyan inquired with concern. It's nothing serious. Leave it to the little tower. It will just require some time, so please ensure these people do not disturb him. If they choose to ignore my warning, their demise is on their own accord. I understand. Thank you, Xiaoyan replied, clasping his fists. Thank me. It is but natural. Should there be any way I can assist you, just speak, and I will brave any peril. Upon hearing this, Su Chen glanced into the distance, raised an eyebrow, and said, Then give me your childhood companion. Ah, that one? Is it possible to exchange for another? I'm afraid such a request cannot be accommodated, Xiaoyan replied. How could Xiaoyan possibly agree? Come on, we've worked hard to come this far. We're just one step away. Hand her over. Impossible. I see. Well, never mind. However, I must confess that I do not appreciate those who eavesdrop in a furtive manner. Come out. Su Chen coldly addressed his surroundings. With a swift motion of one hand, he summoned a sinister aura that enveloped his palm, revealing a small figure. You little rascal. Are you truly daring to oppose my soul palace? The elder Yao, surprised by the figurine in Su Chen's hand, exclaimed, I didn't expect it to be you. Protector Wu, I advise you to behave, and quickly instruct this little imp to release me. Protector Wu warned. Ahem. I regret to inform you that I am unable to compel this young friend to let you go. Elder Yao awkwardly responded. Su Chen gazed in bewilderment at the figurine in his hand. Surely, this creature must be a villain? He pondered. I beg to differ, with such an appearance. It must not be a paragon of virtue, Xiaoyan replied while stroking his chin and shaking his head. Ouch. Teacher, why did you strike me? Xiaoyan lamented, rubbing the back of his head in confusion. Ah, you seem to have forgotten my teachings, Master Yao remarked, stroking his beard with a sense of pride. One cannot ascertain whether an individual is virtuous or nefarious based solely on their appearance. Then what do you deem it to be, good or evil? A villain, Xiaoyan asserted. Upon hearing that there were malevolent individuals, Su Chen prepared to make a move. The guardian, in a state of alarm, immediately began to clarify, stating that he was merely passing through and had come to investigate the commotion. Su Chen ceased his actions, a playful smile gracing his face. So, you consider yourself a good person? The guardian, unfazed, nodded repeatedly. Yes, indeed I am a good person. Is that so? Su Chen replied, his expression tinged with regret. The guardian felt a surge of happiness, yet Su Chen looked at him with a mischievous grin and declared, I am a bad person. You. How dare you? The guardian realized he had been tricked, unable to contain his frustration. Enough. Stop with the antics. It is time to set forth, Su Chen said, clenching his fist, causing the guardian to shatter into dust. Upon witnessing this, Elder Yao felt a shiver run down his spine. Su Chen glanced over at the small tower and observed that it was still in the process of absorption. Little tower, how much longer do you anticipate it will take? He inquired. Approximately 1 day, came the reply. In that case, shall I return tomorrow? However, as Su Chen concluded his words, he prepared to seek out the rabbit. Xiao Yan hastily followed, breathless, extending a hand in protest. Return it to me, he exclaimed. Return what? Su Chen replied, utterly bewildered. The blue lotus heart fire. Xiao Yan meekly responded. Did you not say you would merely take a glance? Su Chen suddenly recalled something as he glanced around. He extended his palm, and a bluish flame erupted forth, which he tossed to Xiao Yan before swiftly departing. Xiao Yan cautiously observed the heart of blue lotus fire. Pouting as he inquired, Teacher, Brother Su Chen, what exactly is his strength? Why do I feel as though you are merely pulling my leg? Is this the power of a dozun? Yao Lao also found himself in an awkward position, as he too could not discern the true strength of the two. It must be that of a Dosheng, he thought. I never expected Brother Su Chen to attain the status of a Dosheng at such a young age. How enviable. As Su Chen searched, he suddenly spotted a girl with white hair clad in a purple long dress. In Su Chen's mind, a girl of such striking appearance was likely connected to the male protagonist. He descended swiftly. At that very moment, the little healer was meditating in the mountains. Enveloped by a swirling purple miasma, insects that dared to approach vanished instantaneously. Ah, this is far more effective than mosquito repellent, Su Chen remarked with a sense of awe. Upon hearing a noise from behind, the little healer abruptly opened her eyes, leaping back to create distance between them. Who are you? She demanded. I am merely passing through, he replied. Since you're just passing through, you should leave. Please, I must say you are quite remarkable, Su Chen continued. The little healer's heart tightened as she thought, Cursed be this man, his strength is unfathomable. What should I do? She was at a loss for words. She often encountered lewd, perverted men who would secretly gaze upon her, plagued by repulsive dreams. Despite hiding in the Beast Mountain range to cultivate, she still found herself in such a situation. Unlike previous encounters, where those who drew near met a swift demise due to the poison, this man remained unscathed. Feeling a surge of anxiety, the little healer asked, What do you intend to do? I am a bad person, he responded. Then you must not be a bad person at all. What do you mean? Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Where would you find a villain who admits to being one? Then I am a good person. You see, you have already acknowledged yourself as a good person, the little healer said, waving her hand dismissively. In an instant, Su Chen's face flushed and his neck thickened with anger. You see, you are in such a hurry. Regardless of what you say, I merely sought to inquire about the directions out of curiosity. Yet, you have chosen to provoke me. Mark my words, this is the end for you. Upon concluding his words, Su Chen, disinterested in further trivialities, swiftly transported himself behind the little medical fairy. With a single sweep of his leg, he destabilized her balance, causing her to tumble to the ground. In an instant, without a hint of shame, Su Chen scooped her up in a quintessential princess carry. As the little medical fairy regained her senses, she struggled vehemently, exclaiming, Release me. You insufferable fiend, let me go at once. To which he retorted, Let you go? I am a rogue. How could I possibly relinquish you? Upon finishing his words, Su Chen embraced the little medicine fairy and soared into the sky. The master and apprentice duo looked on in astonishment. Xiao Yan was rendered speechless. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning his own perception. Master, how does that girl resemble the little medicine fairy so closely? Indeed, that is her. The response came sharply. Ah, I must pursue them, Xiao Yan declared, determination igniting within him. However, with the sage's acknowledgement of the futility in the chase, Xiao Yan's voice rang out. Su Chen, wait for me. Su Chen ceased his flight, gazing back at the duo of master and disciple with a perplexed expression. Xiao Yin immediately seized the opportunity, urging Yao Lao forward with unprecedented speed. In just 2.5 seconds, Xiao Yin, panting and wiping the sweat from his brow, exclaimed, "It's truly you, little medicinal fairy." "Xiao Yin, I'm sorry, but I don't recognize you," the little medicinal fairy replied. "It's me, Xiao Yin. Where have you been all this time?" "Ever since that day in the little wooden house, you left, and I tried to gather information about you, but to no avail." Upon hearing this, the little medicinal fairy appeared hesitant, her violet pupils glancing at Xiao Yin. "So, this is your harem?" Su Chen suddenly interjected. Both Xiao Yin and the little medicinal fairy flushed, turning away from each other. "We are merely friends. Please don't speak nonsense." Xiao Yin retorted. Are you certain you harbor no feelings for her?" Su Chen scrutinized Xiao Yin with skepticism. "Indeed, I regard the little medicinal fairy solely as a friend." "Then why the blush? I can understand if you claim to be indifferent, yet knowing she is a girl, you still show such concern. Ask your teacher. If he were an outsider and heard of your relationship, what might he think?" Xiao Yin turned to Yao Lao, who wore a knowing smile, raising an eyebrow. Chapter 49, The World of Neza. "Xiao Yin, from my perspective, were I an outsider, I might consider you two childhood sweethearts or even a married couple," Yao Lao remarked, stroking his beard. "Master, you have always been alone. I have never heard of you having a wife. How do you comprehend such matters?" "Back in the days of the magical Beast Mountains, I knew you were no ordinary person," Xiao Yin replied defiantly. "You little rascal. In my prime, I was known as one of the 4 great handsome men of the continent, pursued by countless admirers. Where have they all gone? You, on the other hand, have barely ventured beyond Wutan City and have yet to mature. What do you know? I see. So all this time, you remain a solitary old man. You little brat." Yao Lao playfully swatted the back of Xiao Yan's head. "Master, look, you're getting agitated again. All right. What brings you to Yulan sect with such fanfare?" "Oh no, I completely forgot. How am I to uncover my father's whereabouts? Yun Shan has vanished without a trace." With Yao Lao's reminder, Xiao Yin recalled the pressing matter at hand. As he pondered helplessly, he suddenly noticed Su Chen, who was engrossed in his phone. While the little medicinal fairy watched curiously, an idea sparked in Xiao Yan's mind. "Su Chen, please, don't interrupt. I'm in the midst of a ranked match." "Su Chen, stop playing. I need your assistance with something. Are you aware of the world we are in? The Dochi continent. Why do you ask?" "Clearly, it is a realm of fantasy, yet you continually request my assistance. How can you possibly grow stronger? However, I merely wish for you to help me uncover the whereabouts of my father." Su Chen was irked by the incessant chatter of Xiao Yin beside him, his head throbbing with irritation. He waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "He is not your biological father, even if this world were your true progenitor. What about your origins on Earth? Have you forsaken them? Your primary concern should be to grow stronger, rather than fretting over whether your father is aware of your existence. If you can abandon familial ties, how can you even hope to cultivate strength?" Xiao Yin immediately retorted, "Do you know what my life was like on Earth?" Su Chen, having set aside his phone, glared at Xiao Yin and replied, "How could I possibly know? Let me tell you, I possess thousands of luxury cars, 10 of which were limited editions valued at 500 million each. On Earth, I never had to worry about hunger. My bank account was perpetually replenished, allowing me to earn money effortlessly. Yet, I still yearn to return home. My singular desire now is to take my wife and her companions to the modern world. As far as I'm concerned, if I can cast aside the past, I will. You haven't even atoned for your previous life. How dare you think of addressing this one?" Xiao Yin shook his head at this assertion. "I know I owe my parents over there, but I can never return. Even if I were to achieve the legendary title of Dodi, it would be futile. I must treat my current father well, regardless of whether he feels like a true parent to me. All I know is that this body is a gift from them." "Ah, that is true. You are a soul transmigrate, while I am a mere body reincarnate," Su Chen mused. "I shall not assist you, but I can offer a hint. Your father is located in a place known as the Soul Palace." Upon hearing this, Yao Lao's expression turned grave. "If he is in the Soul Palace, then we are in serious trouble," he stated. Xiao Yin looked anxiously at Yao Lao, his heart racing. "Master, what does this mean?" "The influence of the Soul Palace on the continent is formidable. Venturing there is tantamount to seeking death, akin to flying into a flame. The Yunlan sect is no match for it, and even 100 such sects would be powerless. I have also heard that the Lord of the Soul Palace is currently breaking through to become a Dodi," Yao Lao continued. Xiao Yin felt numb, realizing that with his current abilities, rescuing his father was utterly beyond his reach. Su Chen continued to play with his phone, observing the little medical fairy gazing at her own device. Would you like to play? He asked. No, I'm merely curious. What is this? She replied. It's a phone. From another world. If you wish to play, feel free to do so. Suchin has also been quite engrossed in the game. Suqing, that fellow, sent a message saying he was in an academy, having encountered an amusing little loli. He mentioned he would come to find him after playing for a while. Well, it's clear that this guy cannot be relied upon. Perhaps it would be better to seek out the rabbit instead. In Suqing's vicinity, to her astonishment, she unexpectedly encountered a diminutive dragonling, a charming little girl at that. With a mischievous grin, Suqing lifted the petite girl before her. Let me go, let me go. You wretched old hag. If you don't release me, I swear I'll hit you. The little girl struggled incessantly, but soon realized that Suqing's strength was overwhelming. What is your name, little one? Suqing inquired. Why should I tell you? You haven't given me anything to eat. The girl retorted. Eat? Suqing mused, glancing into her storage ring, which contained only exquisite spirit stones and a few magical artifacts. A mischievous idea sparked in her mind as she produced a fire wind wheel. How about this, my dear? What is that? It looks fun. The girl's interest was piqued. This is called the fire wind wheel. It was originally meant for a mischievous little rascal, but now it's yours. Just step on it, and you shall soar into the skies. Of course, I've enhanced its flames with true fire. Wow, it's so beautiful. Hurry, give it to me. The girl exclaimed eagerly. And what do they call you? Listen carefully. My name is Xian, and from this moment forth, I am your boss. What on earth? This little one is quite remarkable. Do you even know how old your elder sister is? Suqing raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to Xian's face, scoffing. So what? I don't care. I am determined to be the leader. With a sigh, she added, All right, I won't bicker with you, you little brat. I have matters to attend to. This fiery wheel is a gift for you. Suqing casually tossed the fiery wheel, which transformed into a figurine-sized object that landed in Xian's palm. Where are you headed? Xian inquired, glancing at the fiery wheel in her hand, her little head tilting up to look at Suqing with curiosity. Sister has many matters to attend to. Perhaps encountering you is merely a coincidence. Our paths do not align, Suqing replied, shaking her head. I see. Well, if you ever need assistance, or if someone dares to bully you, seek me out. I shall help you teach them a lesson, Xian vowed, patting her chest with determination. Indeed, I shall rely on you, Suqing responded with a smile, before her form dissolved into a cascade of light and vanished. Suqing gazed in exasperation at the visibly excited Xiaoyan. Hey, shouldn't you be attending to your own matters? Hee, I was just taking a look. It's been a while since I've seen a phone, and I find it rather fascinating, Xiaoyan replied while scratching his head. Sighing, Suchun turned his attention to the elder pharmacist. Oh, Elder Yao, can't you persuade him? Come on. Oh, little medical fairy, you can unleash your poison, and you have the ability to recover. Do not be afraid, Elder Yao exclaimed, visibly irritated and anxious. Suchin's forehead flushed with anger as he snatched the phone away with a swift motion and placed it into his pocket. The three individuals turned their heads in unison, their expressions filled with displeasure as they regarded him. Suchin observed their expressions, incredulous as he pointed at himself. Come on, this is my phone, right? Please. Do not impose your moral judgment upon me. I must insist, enough of this. Attend to your own matters. I still have a rabbit to find. Upon finishing his words, Suchin immediately fled, leaving the two of them, with their souls in disarray, suspended in the chaotic wind. Suchin swiftly located Xiaowu using his spiritual senses. He observed Xiaowu trembling in a corner, glancing around nervously. I thought you had already met your demise, he remarked. Suchin smiled gently and instantly teleported to the scene. Xiaowu cautiously glanced around and exclaimed, You wretched Suchin, where have you thrown me? I am not stinky. I am quite fragrant, unlike you, a rabbit with 100,000 offspring. Suddenly, Suchin appeared behind Xiaowu, startling her to the core. Upon glancing back and realizing it was Suchin, she exhaled in relief. Although he was unreliable and potentially dangerous, she had no other acquaintance in this place, did she? Humph. I despise you. Well, if you dislike me, so be it. I shall return you home shortly, Suchin remarked, dismissing the little rabbit. Oh. Are you waiting for me? Suqing emerged from the corridor and beheld the two individuals at the scene. Hurry up, take this rabbit away. Suchin also expressed his impatience. Oh. Suqing opened a spatial tunnel and a wormhole materialized. Upon witnessing the scene, Suchin swiftly seized Xiaowu and cast her into the unknown, exclaiming, Why the haste? Suqing gazed at Suchin in utter disbelief. What do you mean? I have only just begun and have yet to establish my coordinates, and you throw her in without hesitation? It means you have banished her to another realm. Isn't it possible to retrieve her? Suchin pondered, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. But she cannot be found. The portal is open. And the mark I left on her has long since faded, Suqing replied, shaking her head. Oh no, what shall we do? Will this affect Tongshin? Suqing's primary concern lay with Tongshin's development, seemingly indifferent to other matters. It should not, right? Suqin mused, uncertain. Surely, Tongshin would not become unhinged over a mere rabbit. Does Tongshin hold a fondness for this rabbit? Suqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed. The promotional artwork from the anime features the two of them prominently. If we adhere to the anime's narrative, these two are bound by a devotion that transcends life and death. This could prove disastrous. I have no idea where I have tossed that rabbit. It may well have encountered the chaotic currents of time and space, rendering it beyond recognition. Never mind, let us search for it. If all else fails, you can fashion a substitute out of clay. Very well, let us embark on this search. Suqing entered the corridor and noticed Suqin hesitating in place. What is the matter? She inquired. Nothing, it seems I have forgotten something. Suqin pondered carefully, sensing that it was something significant, yet unable to recall it. Never mind. Let us first find that rabbit and discuss it later. Suqin entered without hesitation, while Yun Yin from the Yulan sect gazed anxiously at the mysterious tower in the sky. After the tower completed its task, she breathed a sigh of relief, finally resolving the matter. Suqin, let us return, she said in a calm tone. The tower spoke, thank you, esteemed senior, for saving the Yulan sect today. As Yun Yin clasped her hands in gratitude, the tower, lost in contemplation, pondered a curious thought. Why was there no sign of him? Could it be? With a surge of excitement, the tower ascended into the sky, exclaiming, Suqin. Within the passage, Suqin scratched his nose and wondered aloud, huh? Who is cursing my name? Suddenly, a man with identical white hair appeared beside him, casting a disdainful glance. Where is the tower? Ah, I just remembered. I forgot about the tower. Suqin's eyes brightened, but he soon sensed something amiss and turned to face the stranger. Who are you? I am Huang, he replied, cool and somewhat speechless as he regarded Suqin. So, you are Huang, the system, I presume? Indeed. So where's the tower? Huang continued to glare. I left it on the Duki continent. It won't be in danger, will it? Suqin inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. There is no danger, Paresi. However, you have abandoned the tower. If it finds out, it will undoubtedly seek revenge for your negligence, Huang admonished. I simply forgot. Besides, it's safe there. Let it amuse itself for a while. I will retrieve it later, Suqin replied nonchalantly. Huang remained silent, vanishing abruptly to tend to his injuries. Hey, why does that guy look exactly like you? Suqing asked, puzzled. How would I know? Could he be your twin brother? Suqing teased with a mischievous grin. Impossible. I swear, I have only one sister, Suqin insisted. That makes sense. Indeed, you have just one sister. Fear not, your sister will take good care of you. Suqing affirmed with a serious nod. Suqin disregarded the shameless individual, furrowing his brow as he glanced around at the fleeting scenes, yet still found nothing. Not yet. He inquired. No, I have no idea where she was discarded, Suqing replied, shaking her head. Alas, I am utterly speechless. If you had not prompted me, how could I have known you would be so anxious? Suqin suddenly wore an uncomfortable expression. Turning his head, he beheld a peculiar scene, prompting him to tug at Suqing beside him. What is the matter? Suqing retorted, her irritation flaring as she was still preoccupied with the matter concerning Tangshan's development. Why not establish a harem? Losing one is inconsequential. Why settle for just one in this world? Suqin pointed at the scene before them. This world? Suqing furrowed her brows and leaned in for a closer look. Isn't that Neza? What is going on? She inquired. It's nothing, merely a fleeting curiosity, Suqin replied. Aren't you in the primordial world? This realm is also connected to the primordial. In a contest between you and this world, who would prevail? Upon hearing this, Suqing displayed a look of disdain. This is merely a lower realm. My world is of a higher caliber. How can they possibly be compared? What is it? Do you wish to save Neza's mother? Oh, the emergence of a saintly heart, it seems. Suqing mockingly remarked. I am not a saint. I merely feel that the world's treatment of Neza is indeed unjust. Is this truly unfair? You have yet to witness the depths of real injustice. Is there more unfairness? Indeed. Consider a man whose family perished and whose wife met an untimely end. After enduring countless hardships to attain success in his cultivation, do you know what became of him? What happened? He became nothing more than a pawn in the hands of an immortal, rendering all his arduous efforts utterly in vain, condemned to a life of eternal solitude. Such a tragic fate. Su Chun gazed at the image of the mother cradling Neza, her form gradually dissipating, while Neza remained motionless, his bones immobilized. Sighing, he thought to himself, my maternal instincts. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Ching delicately pointed with her slender fingers, and a radiant beam of light entered the imagery. Chapter 50, Goblin. What have you done? Su Ching naturally observed Su Ching's actions. Well, certain individuals possess a saintly disposition. It is what it is, if I can assist. I shall. I find it rather peculiar. Do you saints truly concern yourselves with the mortal realm's life and death? Not really, to be honest. I have witnessed countless scenes of life and death. They do not strike me as strange. I see. Well then. Su Ching nodded in a semblance of understanding. All right. Let us proceed. Su Ching refrained from engaging in needless chatter and took flight towards the Douluo continent. Teacher, where shall we go next? Were you not scheduled to meet that young girl? Isn't she awaiting you at the Jianan Academy? I understand, teacher. Xiaoyan nodded, preparing to head in the direction of Jianan Academy. Suddenly, a small tower floated beside him. Who are you? Are you Su Chin's tower? Not quite. Our relationship is merely that of friends. I see. Has Su Chin not yet departed from the Douluo continent? He has left, having abandoned me in this realm. How will you return? Do not worry. The tower will remind him. I'm not concerned. I simply need to remain in the Douluo continent for a while. However, I recently sensed a faint touch of the law's power amidst Su Ching's attack. Is that so? What are your plans moving forward? Xiaoyan nodded and replied, I have no particular plans. I harbor a modicum of curiosity about this world, so I will accompany you for the time being. That is acceptable. Where are you headed next? We intend to go to Jianan Academy. The small tower utilized its consciousness to scan the Douluo continent and swiftly located a site of Jianan Academy. It soared ahead of Xiaoyan and opened a spatial rift. If flying there is too slow, this will expedite our journey. Xiaoyan exclaimed, I cannot believe you're a Douzun powerhouse. The small tower replied, What Douzun? My current strength is merely that of a shield. With that, the small tower entered the rift, and Xiaoyan immediately followed. Upon stepping into the space, Xiaoyan felt a peculiar force enveloping him. I can't take it anymore. Su Chun cried out in despair, kneeling in anguish. Perhaps it is best to cease our search, Su Ching sighed. Su Chin's face flushed with warmth as he relentlessly kicked the fallen green giant. They were currently immersed in the storyline of the first Avengers film. What else could they do? Create a rabbit, perhaps, which would surpass Tang Shan in prowess. The crux of the matter was that she could no longer cultivate her soul power. Her only recourse was to refine the laws from your realm. In due time, one could only imagine how awkward it would be for Tang Shan. Alas, I find myself at an impasse. This vast universe, with its countless realms, renders the task of traversing from one universe to another exceedingly cumbersome. I am not on the path of simplicity. I can only explore a fragment of the cosmos. Su Chun took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and continued the search. Still searching? Su Ching exclaimed in astonishment, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. Thus, the Avengers faced a shift in their narrative due to the absence of the Hulk. At that moment, Xiao was kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear. She glanced up at the two bears in front of her and the bald man, Guang Tu-Chang. Who is she? Bearer asked Guang Tu-Chang. I'm not sure. But could you two keep your distance? You're scaring her, Guang Tu-Chang replied. Oh, in that case, all right, Bearer said, stepping back slightly. Bearda, stroking his chin while observing Xiao Wu, chose not to say much. He held on to Bearer's hand and said, Guang Tu-Chang, if anything happens, just let us know. Bearer and I will go look for honey. Guang Tu-Chang looked puzzled as he initially inquired about the girl who had suddenly appeared in his house. But she remained silent, shivering in fear. Are you hungry? You don't need to be afraid. I'm Guang Tu-Chang. I'm not a bad person. Xiao's pink pupils settled a bit, yet she still harbored doubts about Guang Tu-Chang's intentions. Outside, her mother had always warned her that men were unreliable. Su Chin on this side, Su Chin, with a heart heavy and weary, felt as though it had finally succumbed. He gazed at a solitary white spider before him, exclaiming in exasperation, Alas, what on earth is this? It is becoming increasingly absurd. Su Chan gazed in astonishment as his hands transformed into the whimsical figures of a two-dimensional character. Su Qing crouched down, playfully teasing the white spider resting in her palm. Just keep searching, she urged. Thus, the two of them, along with the spider, embarked on yet another adventure. Why do you want this spider? She inquired. I wish to keep it as a pet. I find this white spider rather delightful, came the response. Su Qing smiled and lightly tapped the shivering spider. Pondering whether they had finally arrived in the world of Douluo, the Snow Maiden cast a perplexed glance at the three-headed hellhound. Have we arrived? She inquired. Just then, Douluo and Qian Rinxue strolled back from their shopping excursion and greeted the three-headed hellhound. Did it bring you two here? Yes, it did. Thankfully. Su gave me her clothing. Otherwise, I might not have made it here at all, Douluo acknowledged, glancing at the Snow Maiden and the Ice Empress. Thanks to the garments provided by Su Qing, they now appeared human. The Snow Maiden donned a pristine white dress, complemented by princess shoes. With her hair braided and cascading over one shoulder, embodying the essence of a snow-white princess. In contrast, the Ice Empress opted for simplicity. Clad in a blue suit with flowing blue hair, paired with a white shirt, exuding an air of sophistication. When did you two start competing? The Snow Maiden asked. I hadn't intended to come to the human realm, but upon hearing you were here from the three-headed hellhound, I was compelled to visit. What about the divine beast? Why isn't she here? The Snow Maiden queried curiously. It's unsafe for her here. You know how significant she is to the beings of the Douluo forest. Came the reply. I had previously inquired with Su Qin, who mentioned that the divine stone would suffice for her protection. The divine stone? The Snow Maiden recalled a peculiar stone she encountered in the Douluo forest, which relentlessly compelled them to find it, threatening to strike them otherwise. A chill ran down her spine. You must have encountered it, right? Though strange, I believe that stone possesses the ability to safeguard Xiaorui. Indeed, we have seen it. And we even engaged in a battle. Regrettably, the Ice Empress, fell short by a single move, allowing it to emerge victorious